Chapter 1. I almost got taken care of by the school beauty, but luckily my heart awakened. The night was as dark as ink, staining the cramped corners of the urban village. Nya Tian lay on the creaking old wooden bed, the straw mat beneath him emitting a cheap, grassy smell. The rented room was less than 10 square meters, with peeling paint revealing the dark gray cement underneath. The only electrical appliance was an old ceiling fan buzzing overhead, futilely stirring the sweltering, humid air. The glow of his phone screen illuminated his young but tired face. The notification sound of a message from the senior class group broke the deathly silence of the rented room. This year's martial arts exam standards have reached a new high. Kyoto University's blood and chi value threshold is a whopping 200 calories, which is even affecting aspiring martial artists. My dad just bought me 3 chi and blood pills. I hope I can reach 150 calories so I can get into a top martial arts university. At all members, the minimum requirement for registering for the martial arts exam is 110 calories. Those who haven't reached that calorie count yet should hurry up and catch up, or you'll have to wait until next year. The heated discussion was like invisible needles piercing Nya Tian's heart. Suddenly, someone mentioned, "Sai, if Nya Tian hadn't dropped out of school, with his talent, he would definitely have gotten into a top university, right? What a pity." The tone of regret sounded extremely grating to Nya Tian. He swiped his finger and left the noisy class group chat. Lying in bed, I felt a mix of emotions. He was not originally from this world. An accident caused him to transmigrate into the body of a boy with the same name. Unfortunately, however, this is a world where ferocious beasts roam and warriors reign supreme. 10 years ago, spatial rifts appeared randomly around the world, pouring out endless spiritual energy and bringing with them terrifying ferocious beasts. Human social order collapsed and was rebuilt, martial arts rose, and martial artists became the pillars for fighting against ferocious beasts and maintaining civilization. The college entrance examination has also become a martial arts exam. No matter how good your academic grades are, they can't compare to a slight increase in your chi and blood value. The passing score for the martial arts exam is 120 calories of chi and blood. A top-tier martial arts university, at least 150 calories. Top universities like Kyoto University require applicants to have 200 units of chi and blood to become officially certified quasi-martial artists. Nya Tian's parents disappeared when he was young, and he was adopted by his uncle's family. When he was 7 years old, he was sent to an orphanage. With no one to rely on, he relied entirely on his tenacity and decent talent for cultivation to consistently rank among the top students in his grade during his first and second years of high school. But everything changed when I entered my senior year of high school. In order to gain an advantage in the martial arts exam, students from slightly better-off families began to take large amounts of expensive chi and blood pills. A single ordinary chi and blood pill costs 5,000 yuan. The salary of an average person for a month without eating or drinking. The effect is only to increase chi and blood by 3 to 6 units, and the effect becomes worse as time goes on. The student's energy levels soared like a rocket, quickly leaving him, the genius from the orphanage, far behind. The gap is so large it's despairing. Nya Tian was unwilling to accept this. He chose to suspend his studies and plunged into working at the bottom of society, hoping to earn money with his own hands to buy chi and blood pills and catch up with the gap. However, 6 months have passed. The cold reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. He worked tirelessly, carrying bricks, delivering food, and tightening screws in factories, but he could only save 3,000 yuan a month. The price of a single chi and blood pill is still a long way off, let alone the enormous resources needed to support cultivation. He watched helplessly as his former classmates, one by one, surpassed 100 in health and vitality, preparing for the martial arts exam with high spirits. He could barely make ends meet even though he worked from dawn till dusk every day, and he simply couldn't afford the expensive chi and blood pills. My chi and blood value has been stuck at 95 for half a year. This world is so unfriendly to the poor. Martial artists are high above others, enjoying privileges and resources. Ordinary people struggle to survive, with no hope of ever getting ahead. Perhaps, giving up the struggle is the only way out. Nya Tian closed his eyes wearily, ready to end this frustrating day. Buzz. My phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up again. It's a text message. From an unexpected person Yiching you, the school beauty of number 2 middle school. Nya Tian, how have you been lately? My family has arranged for me to train at the martial arts gym. I remember you're really good at sparring, could you come and be my sparring partner? As for salary, I'll give you double, no, 5 times the market rate, how about it? The text message was carefully worded, with a hint of probing. Nya Tian instantly understood the subtext. What sparing partner? It's just a disguised form of financial assistance. Even being kept as a sugar daddy sugar baby. He and Yi Qingyu were mutually in love. The school beauty, who comes from a wealthy family and is stunningly beautiful, takes a different view of him, a poor and withdrawn boy. They met when they were assigned to different classes in their first year of high school, and over the past 3 years, a hazy yet sincere affection has blossomed between them. Yi Qingyu had hinted more than once that as long as Nia Tian was willing, she could cover all his cultivation expenses, and the two of them could apply to Kyoto University together. She would take care of everything for him in the future. But Nia Tian's inherent pride led him to refuse time and time again. Even when he was on leave from school, he lied to Yi Qingyu, claiming that he had found a better path to cultivation and transferred to another city. He didn't want to expose his most vulnerable side to the girl he liked. But now, half a year of working had already shattered that pitiful self-esteem. What kind of male chauvinism? What kind of backbone? In the face of survival, it is worthless. Living off a woman might be the only straw he can grasp at in this messed up world. Yes, being a kept man is a skill. At least Yi Qingyu thinks highly of him. He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling, and tapped the reply box. Whisper, I. The words I promise you almost slipped out of my hand. Just then. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. My heart sank suddenly, and then began to pound violently at an unprecedentedly rapid pace. Like the beating of a drum. Heavy and powerful. An indescribable burning sensation burst forth from deep within my chest, instantly engulfing my entire body. Nia Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively clutched his chest. What happened? The next second, a complex yet clear stream of information, like a flood bursting its banks, forcefully surged into his mind. Strong fluctuations in the hosts will detected. Spiritual energy concentration meets requirements. Heart acupoint successfully activated. Spiritual aperture name, Thunderous Heart. Spiritual aperture characteristics, contains the power of wind and thunder, granting the host extraordinary explosive power. Basic skill, Berserk active instantly unleashes the heart's potential, doubling burst power and slightly increasing movement speed, while continuously consuming stamina. Core ability, Plunder Evolution passive activated spiritual apertures possess the ability to absorb external energy, nourish themselves, and replenish their host. Killing any creature containing energy allows the plundering of a portion of that energy, which is then converted into the host's health points. Note, the human body contains countless spiritual apertures, waiting for the host to activate them, create resonance, and unlock more potential. The information flow came to an abrupt halt. Nia Tian lay blankly on the bed, his mind a complete void. Has the heart awakened? Thunderous heart? Violent? Slaughter, absorbing energy, increasing health points? After a brief moment of bewilderment, an unbelievable surge of ecstasy erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly shattering all his reason. 18 years. The cheat code has finally arrived. For a normal martial artist to improve their chi and blood, they either rely on arduous training accumulated over time or on spending a fortune on chi and blood pills. And all he needs to do is kill. Killing creatures allows you to absorb energy and increase your health. Most importantly, there are no restrictions on the types of organisms. What does that mean? This means he can completely bypass those chi and blood pills that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. This means he no longer needs to work himself to the bone. He can't beat the mutated beasts now, so can't he even beat cockroaches and rats? As long as there are enough of them, little by little, his chi and blood value can increase rapidly. Martial arts test. Kyoto University. Dreams that were once out of reach now seem within reach. The previous despair, decadence, and frustration have been swept away. Living off a woman? The past is the past, the present is the present. With such an incredible ability, how could he possibly be content to be subservient to a woman? Nia Tian suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. He picked up his phone, deleted the text message he had just started editing, and quickly tapped the screen to resend it. Whisper, thank you for your kindness. My job is fine now, so you don't need to worry. I've never forgotten our promise. I will definitely go to Kyoto University. There was no explanation, no hesitation. This is his truest resolve at this moment. After sending the message, Nia Tian casually tossed his phone aside. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the dirty corner, and soon he spotted his target, a cockroach peeking out from the crack in the damp bathroom door. This is it. He rolled out of bed in one swift motion, grabbed the old slippers lying beside the bed, and his eyes were more focused than ever before. This is the starting point of his comeback. Smack! The crisp sound of the slippers hitting the ground was particularly loud in the quiet rented room. Will the system respond to this first step that changes my destiny? Nya Tian's heart leaped into his throat. Chapter 2, Blood and Chi Sore. The Temptation of the Public Toilet. Smack! As the slipper landed, the cockroach that had been peeking out instantly turned into a blurry stain. Nya Tian's heart suddenly leaped up at this moment, more violently than any other beat before. It's here. Whether you can change your destiny depends on this moment. He held his breath, focusing intently on the subtle changes inside his body. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just when Nya Tian almost thought it was an illusion, a cold and clear stream of information, like a subtle electric current, precisely surged into his mind. Kill the cockroach, steal energy, HP plus 0.02. It's done. It really worked. Nya Tian clenched his fist tightly, his wild joy churning and boiling in his chest like magma, almost bursting out of his throat. 0.02 calories. Although it was only a negligible 0.02 units of health, it meant that his cheat ability Plunder Revolution was truly effective. This means he has found a heaven-defying path that completely bypasses the expensive Qi and blood pills. A very ordinary Qi and blood pill costs 5,000 yuan, and at best, it can only increase Qi and blood by 6 calories. He only needs to step on a cockroach that can be found everywhere to get 0.02 calories. What are cockroaches? They are a resource with almost zero cost. He only needs to kill 300 cockroaches to achieve the same effect as a 5,000 yuan Qi and blood pill. 300 may sound like a lot, but what is that to cockroaches, which are so resilient and ubiquitous? Because of the revival of spiritual energy, this world has given birth to powerful ferocious beasts. Even these inconspicuous insects seem to be more robust than in their previous lives, containing a faint amount of energy. This is practically a golden finger tailor-made for him. The huge surprise filled Nya Tian with energy, and his previous fatigue and drowsiness vanished. His eyes lit up, like a hunter who had discovered a treasure. He raised the slipper in his hand again, his gaze sweeping over the small rented room, paying particular attention to the damp corners and the area near the bathroom. Slap! Slap! Several more cockroaches died instantly. Qi and blood plus 0.02. Qi and blood plus 0.02. A series of notification sounds rang in my mind, like the most beautiful music. Nya Tian moved swiftly and focused his eyes, eliminating every cockroach he could see in the rented room. A rough count suggests there are about a dozen. Cumulative Qi and blood plus 0.3 calories. Very good. Nya Tian licked his slightly chapped lips, still wanting more. If the cockroaches are gone, what about the other resources? He started rummaging through drawers and cabinets in the small rented room. He didn't overlook any place where pests might hide, such as under the bed, behind the cabinet, or in corners where clutter was piled up. Soon, he found a small mouse nest in the corner of a tattered cardboard box. Inside were 2 newborn mice and a slightly larger adult mouse. Faced with these things that most people would avoid at all costs, Nya Tian's eyes lit up at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the broom from the corner of the wall and smashed it down on the rat's nest. Squeak! A sharp, piercing scream rang out, and the adult rat reacted swiftly, attempting to flee. But Nya Tian was prepared, and he instantly activated Berserk. Knock knock. Knock knock. My heart pounded like a war drum, and a surge of power instantly coursed through my entire body. His speed and strength have both improved significantly. The rats, which would normally have required considerable effort to block, now seemed to move a beat slower in his eyes. With sharp eyes and swift movements, Nya Tian swung the broom like a stick, cleanly and efficiently killing all 3 rats. Kill a baby gray rat, plunder its energy, HP plus 0.1. Kill a baby gray rat, plunder its energy, HP plus 0.1. Kill an adult gray rat, plunder its energy, and gain 0.2 HP. Really? The amount of health and vitality provided by rats far exceeds that of cockroaches. Just 3 mice gave him 0.4 calories of energy. Nya Tian deactivated the Berserk skill, feeling the fatigue brought on by the rapid loss of stamina, but his heart was filled with excitement. He roughly tallied up his haul for the night. Cockroaches contributed approximately 0.3 calories. The mouse contributed 0.4 calories. In total, it increased by approximately 0.7 units of chi in blood. Although we are still far from the passing score of 120 points in the martial arts exam, this efficiency has far surpassed the hard work of the past. And the cost is almost zero. It's simply incredible. Nye Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to think calmly. He had already swept away all the resources in the rented room. To continue to improve rapidly, we must find a place with a higher concentration of pests. Where are the most cockroaches? Where are the most rats? What could be easier to obtain in large quantities than these two? Nye Tian walked to the window, pushed open the greasy window, and wanted to get some fresh air. A sultry night breeze blew in, carrying a faint, unpleasant stench. Just then, he saw a beam of flashlight light coming on downstairs. A familiar figure appeared. It's Mr. Li Baichuan, who lives on the first floor. He's a retired old man in the community, usually very kind, and occasionally he'll help his neighbors with small things. At this moment, Grandpa Li was carrying a slightly worn agricultural sprayer on his back and a plastic bucket in his hand, seemingly on his way to clean the public toilets in the community. Sprayer, pesticides, public toilet. A flash of lightning seemed to strike Nye Tian's mind. Yes. Public toilets. The public toilets in these old residential areas are especially unsanitary, and in the summer they are a paradise for maggots. That thing is disgusting, but the quantity is absolutely terrifying. If pesticides could be used there, wouldn't the efficiency be off the charts? Thinking of this, Nye Tian's heart started pounding wildly again. He watched as Grandpa Li walked towards the public toilet, his eyes burning with fervor. The feeling of fatigue was instantly banished. He immediately turned around and rushed out of the rented room. Target, the community's public restroom. Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Wait a minute. Nye Tian ran downstairs quickly and caught up with Li Baichuan, who was heading towards the public restroom, panting. Li Baichuan turned around and was somewhat surprised to see Nye Tian. Xiao Tian? It's so late, and you're still not asleep? The old man's voice was kind, and the dim streetlight shone on his wrinkled face. No, sir. Nye Tian forced a simple smile and pointed to the sprayer on Li Baichuan's back. Are you going to clean the public toilets? Yes, the maggots in the latrines multiply too quickly in the summer, it's disgusting, we have to clean it. Li Baichuan frowned, clearly also somewhat resistant to this task. Grandpa, this job is dirty and tiring. How about I help you? Nye volunteered Tian, his tone sincere. I'm young and I'm not afraid of getting dirty. Consider it voluntary work. His purpose was certainly not to do voluntary labor, but to borrow Grandpa Li's tools and pesticides. Asking for it directly is definitely inappropriate, but using helping as a pretext is much more natural. Li Baichuan glanced at Nye Tian, a hint of a smile flashing in his cloudy eyes. You're a very kind-hearted child, and you don't mind at all. He didn't think much of it and readily agreed, okay, then you give it a try. My old arms and legs are indeed a bit of a struggle. He took the sprayer off his back and handed it to Nye Tian, then picked up the plastic bucket from the ground. This contains diluted, highly effective insecticide. It's strong, so be careful not to get it on yourself. Just spray it on areas with lots of maggots, and make sure there's good ventilation, Li Baichuan carefully explained the usage. Okay. Thank you, sir. Nye Tian was overjoyed and quickly took the sprayer, feeling its weight it was filled with hope. Public toilets are a paradise for maggots and a mine for vital energy. Nye Tian was filled with anticipation, his eyes burning with desire. How much chi and blood points will he gain from this voluntary labor? Chapter 3, 126 Cards. Old Grudges and the Seafood Market. The two arrived at the public toilet in the corner of the community. Before you even get close, an indescribable stench hits you, dozens of times stronger and more pungent than the smell of a garbage dump, making you almost suffocate. In the dim light, countless white maggots could be seen wriggling densely around the dirty squat toilet and on the damp ground. The sheer number of them is absolutely staggering. An ordinary person seeing this would probably have turned and run away long ago. But in Nye Tian's eyes at this moment, this was a blood and chi mine that was even more tempting than mountains of gold and silver. He suppressed his nausea and adjusted the showerhead according to Grandpa Li's instructions. Take a deep breath, hold it as long as you can, and start spraying the inside of the public restroom like crazy. A white mist of medicine spread out, carrying a pungent chemical smell. Almost the instant the medicinal mist came into contact with the wriggling maggots, a miracle occurred. Kill the maggots, plunder their energy, and your health will increase by 0.005. Kill the fly, plunder energy, HP plus 0.01. Kill the maggots, plunder their energy, and your health will increase by 0.005. Kill the cockroach, steal energy, HP plus 0.02. Chi and blood plus 0.005. Chi and blood plus 0.005. The notification sounds in my mind were like a flood that had been released, bombarding the screen. A single maggot provides negligible amounts of vital energy, even less than that of a cockroach or a fly, but their sheer number makes up for it. Wherever the medicinal mist passed, swarms of maggots instantly lost their vitality and were transformed into energy that Nye Tian absorbed. The density of cockroaches far exceeds what we used to do when exterminating cockroaches in our rented apartment. Nye Tian was so excited that his heart was pounding. He could clearly feel that extremely faint but numerous and continuous streams of warmth were flowing into his heart from all directions. It is then transformed into pure chi and blood, flowing to the limbs and bones. The blood and chi levels are visibly and rapidly increasing. 98 calories. 99 calories. 100 calories. As Nye Tian mechanically sprayed pesticides, he felt the increase in his internal strength, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. This efficiency is terrifying. Small changes add up, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Grandpa Lee stood outside the toilet, watching Nye Tianjin spraying intently inside while muttering incantations, and couldn't help but shake his head. I was amazed at how honest this child was, and how unafraid of getting dirty. Soon, Nye Tian had thoroughly cleaned the public toilet in his residential community. The number of maggots has visibly decreased. The air seemed, well, still smelly, but at least the wriggling white things were gone. There was still more than half of the pesticide left in the sprayer. Nye Tian was still not satisfied. One public toilet isn't enough. He thought of another upscale residential community not far away, Ninghai. The residential areas there are larger, the public toilets are used more frequently, and the resources inside are definitely more abundant. Uncle Lee, I see there's still a lot of medicine left. How about I go spray some in the public toilet next door in Ninghai and help them clean it up? Nye Tian made up an excuse. Li Baichuan waved his hand. Okay, go ahead. There's no harm in doing good deeds. Just return the bucket when you're done, and be careful. Nye Tian thanked him, then, carrying the sprayer, ran excitedly towards Ninghai Jade City. The public toilets in Ninghai were indeed more spectacular than those in their neighborhood. The sight inside almost made Nye Tian vomit on the spot, but it also meant a much larger reserve of vital energy. Overjoyed, Nye Tian held his breath and immediately threw himself into a new round of harvesting. Just as he was spraying enthusiastically, an older woman in an orange sanitation worker's uniform pushed a cleaning cart over and was about to empty the trash cans outside the public toilet. Young man, what are you doing? The older woman was puzzled when she saw someone spraying pesticide inside. Nye Tian stopped what he was doing and walked out, almost choking on the fresh air. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the old woman's face clearly. He recognized the woman he used to run into her occasionally on his way to school, and she seemed to live nearby. Aunt Wang? Nye Tian called out tentatively. Hey! You're Nye Tian? Aunt Wang recognized him too, and exclaimed in surprise, that Nye Tian from number 2 middle school? Aren't you? I heard you transferred schools? What are you doing cleaning the toilets here? Nye Tian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance here. He quickly covered it up, saying, Oh, I just came back for summer vacation to visit and do some volunteer work for the community. Voluntary labor? Cleaning this up? Aunt Wang looked at him suspiciously, then smelled the pungent smell of medicine and stench in the air, and sighed, Sigh, you child, it's not easy for you. By the way, I went to your school to collect garbage a couple of days ago and heard something. I don't know if I should tell you. What is it? Nye Tian had a vague sense of unease. Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment, looked around, and lowered her voice. It's that homeroom teacher surnamed Zhang in your class, and that student named Zhang Xiaotian. I heard from the school cleaner that they seem to have embezzled your poverty student subsidy. Tens of thousands of yuan. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue. Nye Tian's mind went completely blank. Zhang Tao. That bespectacled, sanctimonious homeroom teacher. Zhang Xiaotian. That rich second generation who takes advantage of his family's wealth, targets him at every turn, and even covets Yiqing Yu. They actually colluded to embezzle his subsidy money? No wonder when he asked Zhang Tao about applying for a subsidy in the second semester of his senior year, Zhang Tao always made up various excuses to evade the issue. It turns out they embezzled it together. An uncontrollable rage erupted from the depths of Nie Tian's heart, burning his eyes bloodshot and making his fists clench so tightly they cracked. Shameless. Despicable. These two are utterly unworthy of being teachers and students. He wished he could rush back to school immediately, drag those two bastards out, and give them a good beating. But the next second, Nie Tian forced himself to calm down. No. Don't act impulsively. He's just an ordinary person with a blood energy level of just over 100, while Zhang Tao is the homeroom teacher and has connections behind him. Zhang Xiaotian is the second young master of the Zhang family, and he is rich and powerful. If I go to them now, not only will I not get justice, but I may also humiliate myself and even cause more trouble. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. No. It won't take 10 years. Give him some time, and once he's strong enough, he'll definitely get his revenge with interest. Nie Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his raging anger, and his face regained its composure. He forced a smile at Aunt Wang. Thank you for telling me, Aunt Wang, I understand. Aunt Wang looked at Nie Tian's feigned composure and sighed, those two people, they're no good. Stay away from them in the future. If you have any difficulties, tell Auntie. Auntie doesn't have any great abilities, but I'll definitely help if I can. Thank you, Auntie. A warm feeling welled up in Nie Tian's heart. After saying goodbye to Aunt Wang, Nie Tian continued spraying pesticides, but his mood was completely different now. Anger and humiliation transformed into an even stronger motivation for him to improve his strength. He didn't stop until the pesticide in the sprayer was completely used up. He immediately checked his qi and blood levels. Current qi in blood, 126.35 calories. 126 calories. This exceeds the passing score of 120 points for the martial arts exam. Nie Tian's heart pounded violently again. From the initial 95 calories to the current 126.35 calories. Overnight, the calories increased by more than 30. This is equivalent to the effect of at least 5 qi and blood pills. Worth 25,000 yuan. All he gave up was some pesticides and a few hours of voluntary labor. The ability to plunder and evolve is ridiculously strong. Nie Tian suppressed his excitement, not forgetting his previous promise. He went to a nearby small shop and used the little money he had left to buy 2 packs of not-too-bad cigarettes and some fruit, which he gave to Grandpa Li and Aunt Wang respectively. Grandpa Li happily accepted it, and patted Nie Tian on the shoulder, praising him for being sensible. Aunt Wang couldn't refuse the fruit, so she accepted it and reminded Nie Tian again to be careful of Zhang Tao and Zhang Xiaotian. Back in his cramped rented room, Nie Tian closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh. Tonight's experience felt like a dream. The awakening of a cheat ability, a surge in blood and energy, and the resurfacing of old grudges. Everything indicates that his life trajectory will be completely changed tonight. The only pity is that public toilets that have been cleaned with strong insecticides will likely face a severe shortage of resources for a long time to come. He needs a more stable, safer hunting ground with a richer source of vital energy. Nie Tian's gaze fell on the job posting he had noticed before on the table. Jiangqing Seafood Wholesale Market was recruiting temporary workers. Seafood market. Every day, we process hundreds or even thousands of seafood, especially those mutated fish that are caught from nearshore waters and possess spiritual energy. Although most of these mutated fish are not true ferocious beasts, the blood and energy contained in their bodies far exceeds that of maggots and rats. Moreover, killing fish at the seafood market is legal and legitimate, perfectly concealing the use of the golden touch technique. That's it. A cold glint flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. He picked up his phone, skillfully found the recruitment email address of the seafood market, and sent his application information online. Registration successful. Please bring your identification to the market office at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Looking at the prompt on the screen, Nie Tian's lips curled into a smile. Zhang Tao, Zhang Xiaotian, just wait. The seafood market will be his next springboard for rise. Before long, they will pay a heavy price for their actions. Chapter 4: Seafood Market. Steel-scaled knife fish. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Nie Tian woke up. There is no alarm clock. Excitement and anticipation caused his biological clock to start early. After a quick wash and a couple of bites of the cheapest hard bread he'd bought yesterday, Nie Tian, clutching his badly worn ID card, left the rented room. The air still seemed to carry the indescribable, complex smell of the public toilet from last night, but there was more of the noise of the city waking up. He boarded the earliest bus and swayed along the way to the Jiangcheng Seafood Wholesale Market, located near the suburban dock. The market's recruitment point is located outside the market management office. A large crowd had already gathered at the office entrance. Most of them were burly, dark-skinned men with a fishy smell, wearing waterproof rubber shoes and aprons. They were clearly there for the fish butcher. Nie Tian walked straight to the registration desk, which had a sign that read "Hiring Skilled Fish Killers." A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform with a whistle around his neck, who looked like a foreman, sat behind a table, frowning as he screen resumes. He is the person in charge of this recruitment, and his surname is Wang. Hello, I am Nie Tian, who registered online and passed the review yesterday. Nie Tian handed over his ID card. Manager Wang glanced up at him, his brows furrowing even deeper. Nie Tian? You mean you? He looked Nie Tian up and down, his eyes filled with distrust. Look at your skinny arms and legs, you haven't even grown any hair yet, can you kill fish? We're not dealing with those small, unwanted fish from the market, we're dealing with mutated steel-scaled knife fish. Those things have scales harder than iron, teeth that can bite through steel bars, and they're incredibly strong when they struggle. If you're even a little slow, the fish will die and won't be fresh, fetching a low price if you're not strong enough or your technique isn't good enough. A bite or a flick of its tail can break your bones. You can't do this job without real skill. Several other muscular men who had also come to apply for the job cast curious or disdainful glances at him. Nie Tian looked too young and too thin, and he didn't fit in with his surroundings. Don't worry, sir. I'm quite strong and have a steady hand, Nie Tian replied calmly. He knew that in this place, strength was the best passport. Manager Wang snorted, clearly not believing it. Talk is no use. Go over there and get your qi and blood tested. He pointed to a simple qi and blood testing device standing next to him. This instrument is available in many job postings. Although it is not as sophisticated as the one used by the Martial Arts Association, it is sufficient for testing ordinary people and aspiring martial artists. Put your hands on it. Manager Wang ordered. Nie Tian did as instructed and placed his palm on the cold metal disc. Buzz. The instrument vibrated slightly, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly before finally freezing. 126 calories. Instantly, a chorus of even louder gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding area. Holy crap! 126 calories? This kid looks so skinny, how come he has such high blood pressure? Damn it! I fish at sea every day, working myself to the bone, and I only get 110 calories. How did he train like that? You could get into a martial arts university with just 120 calories, right? Why are you here killing fish? The burly men who had initially looked down on them now stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief and envy. With 126 calories of qi and blood, although he is not quite a quasi-martial artist, he is definitely among the best of ordinary people. How dare someone like that try to steal their meager livelihood? Manager Wang's expression changed from impatience to surprise, and he looked at Nie Tian carefully a few more times. 126 calories, not bad. No wonder you're so confident. His tone softened considerably, but he still had some doubts. But just having energy isn't enough. Killing fish is a skill, especially steel-scaled knife fish. Alright, come with me, let's try it out first. Nie Tian withdrew his hand without making a sound. With 126 calories of qi and blood, that's truly top tier here. This is the respect that comes with strength. Even if it's just the first step. He followed Manager Wang through the noisy, smelly market to a work area specifically for handling high-value mutant fish. A strong fishy smell mixed with the odor of blood hit me, and the air was cold and damp. Several other applicants who had also passed the initial screening were also brought over. Manager Wang pointed to several empty workbenches nearby and said to them, "Work in pairs to process these freshly delivered steel-scaled ribbonfish. Be quick, clean, and ensure no more damage. Those who do a good job stay, those who don't are out." The veteran workers had already skillfully formed teams and started getting busy. Soon, only Nie Tian, a clearly new face, and a few other newcomers who also seemed somewhat uneasy remained on the field. Nobody wants to team up with a complete novice who looks inexperienced. Handling steel-scaled knife fish is no joke. You could easily get injured, slow down efficiency, and affect your income. Just as Nie Tian was preparing to take on the responsibility alone, a slightly simple and honest voice rang out. "Xiao Nie, right? If you don't have a partner, why don't you team up with me? Nye Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man around 40 years old with dark skin, thick calluses on his hands, and wearing a waterproof suit stained with fish scales and blood. He recognized the man. It was Uncle Lu Zishan. When he was carrying bricks at the construction site, Uncle Lu also worked there and took good care of him, a boy from an orphanage. Unexpectedly, we met here again after all this time. Uncle Lu? Nye Tian was pleasantly surprised. You only just recognized me, huh? You little rascal. Lu Zishan grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoking. Not bad, you've grown so tall. Come on, team up with me, I'll show you how to handle this. This steel-scaled knife fish is tough, keep an eye on it. The other newcomers looked at Nye Tian with envy. Having an experienced worker to mentor them meant the risks were much lower. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Nye Tian said gratefully. It's always good to meet a kind person in an unfamiliar environment. Uncle Lu led Nye Tian to an empty control panel. In the nearby tank, several strange fish, each nearly half a meter long, covered in hard, dark blue scales, with sharp teeth in their mouths and tails like steel whips, were swimming restlessly. This is the steel-scaled knife fish. See that? That's a steel-scaled knife fish. It's incredibly strong, its scales are as hard as sheet metal, its teeth can easily bite off a finger, and a flick of its tail can break a person's bones. Uncle Lu said as he picked up a specially made long-handled iron fork with barbs and carefully speared one. The fish, once speared, immediately began to struggle wildly, its tail whipping out and striking the metal tableside with a sharp smack, leaving a clear mark. Uncle Lu's arm muscles tensed as he laboriously pressed the fish onto the work table, then picked up a specially made alloy boning knife that gleamed coldly. To handle this thing, you have to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Look here. Uncle Lu pointed to a spot below the gills near the abdomen. This is where its scales are relatively thin. Make a cut to break through its defenses, then quickly gut it. The whole process must take no more than 10 seconds, otherwise the fish will be completely dead, the meat quality will be poor, and the price will drop by half. With that, Uncle Lu took a deep breath and suddenly stabbed down with his knife. Sizzle! The hard scales were sliced open, making a piercing sound. Uncle Lu's movements were skillful, but he still seemed to be struggling a bit, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He finished processing the fish within the allotted time and put it into the ice water bucket next to him to keep it fresh. Did you understand? It tests your strength and skill. You give it a try. Uncle Lu took a breath and gestured for Nye Tian to take the plunge. Nye Tian nodded and took a deep breath. It's his turn. He walked to the tank, and instead of using the fork, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the 7-inch mark of a steel-scaled knife fish with lightning speed. Just as his fingers were about to touch the slippery, hard fish body, Nye Tian had a sudden thought. Thunderous Heart Berserk, activate. Thump! 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 The dormant heart seemed to be injected with boundless energy, and suddenly burst forth with a thunderous roar. A violent and intense force surged through his veins and rushed towards his right arm and fingers. The muscles in his arms seemed to have swelled up, exuding an explosive sense of power. The steel-scaled knife fish, which was originally slippery and had great struggling power, was grabbed by his 5 fingers and was instantly unable to move, as if it were clamped by iron pincers. Nye Tian easily lifted it out of the water and placed it on the control panel. He picked up the alloy boning knife, his eyes focused. In his berserk state, his strength and reaction speed reached their peak. What was originally a difficult operation for Uncle Lu was now crystal clear to him. He pinpointed the weakness that Uncle Lu had pointed out. Without the slightest hesitation, the blade tip, infused with the power of berserk, slammed down. Put! A soft sound. It felt as if it had pierced through a layer of paper, rather than through hard scales. The knife tip pierced the fish's belly without any resistance. Immediately afterwards, Nye Tian flicked his wrist, and the blade flashed so fast it was dazzling. Gutting, removing internal organs, cleaning. The series of movements were fluid and seamless, completed in one go. It all happened in no more than 3 seconds. He threw a steel-scaled knife fish, which was still twitching slightly but had been cleaned thoroughly, into a bucket of ice water. The whole process was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It even possesses a chilling aesthetic of violence. Uncle Lu, who was standing next to him, was completely dumbfounded. You. He pointed at Nye Tian, then looked at the perfectly prepared fish, his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. That burst of power in that instant. That incredible speed. That unparalleled precision. This guy's a newbie? That strength. That speed. That skill. They're even more terrifying than the seasoned workers who've been in the market for over a decade. Nye Tian ignored Uncle Lu's shock. His attention was completely focused on the notification sound ringing in his mind. Slay the steel-scaled knife fish, plunder its energy, and gain 0.2 HP. It's here. One fish, 0.2 calories of chi and blood. Although the number of views per view is not amazing, the sheer volume makes up for it. Quantitative change is enough to lead to qualitative change. What's more, you can also make money from this opportunity. This is a win-win situation. Excited, Nye Tian immediately grabbed the next steel-scaled knife fish. Activate Berserk. Grab. Hold. Strike. Dispose. Put. Swish. Chi and blood plus 0.2. Again. Put. Swish. Chi and blood plus 0.2. Nye Tian seemed to have entered a wonderful rhythm. The power and speed granted by the Berserk skill allowed him to deal with these dangerous and troublesome steel-scaled knife fish as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Every precise incision and every perfect treatment is accompanied by a real increase in chi and blood. His movements became faster and more skillful, as perfect as a tireless fish-killing machine. The workers at the surrounding workstations gradually noticed the unusual situation. Holy crap! Who's that kid? How come he treats the steel-scaled knife fish like it's a mudfish? Where did Lu Zishan find this monster? He's so powerful. Look at how fast he is. I'm processing one fish, and he's already processed 5. And look at the fish he's processed, they're so clean, without a single scratch. He didn't seem to use a fork to catch the fish? He just used his hands? Isn't he afraid of getting his hand bitten off? A murmur of discussion arose, everyone stunned by the terrifying efficiency and astonishing skill displayed by Nye Tian. They need to be completely focused and careful when handling a steel-scaled knife fish, but this kid does it with ease, one in each hand, and he's getting faster and faster. Even manager Wang, who was in charge of supervision, rushed over upon hearing the news, and was impressed by Nye Tian's artistic performance. His eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells, and his mouth was slightly agape. He didn't even notice the cigarette he was holding falling to the ground. This isn't a temporary worker, this is practically a godlike figure. Uncle Lu stood aside, his initial shock turning into ecstasy and pride. He has now become a full-fledged assistant. All he had to do was help Nye Tian put the cleaned fish into the ice bucket and hand him a clean towel. Most of the time he would just stand by grinning like an idiot. He knew he had really hit the jackpot this time. He had managed to latch onto a powerful figure. Nye Tian was completely immersed in the pleasure of killing, dealing with, and increasing his chi and blood. Each violent heartbeat brings a surge of power. Each slight increase in his chi and blood brought him one step closer to his goal. He even felt that with the continued use of the Berserk skill and the constant influx of chi and blood, Thunderheart seemed to be getting slightly warmer, becoming more active, and his control over power was becoming more precise. Time flew by amidst the focused killing. In the blink of an eye, a morning had passed. When the break whistle blew, the ice water bucket next to Nye Tian's workbench was already piled high with processed steel-scaled knife fish, far exceeding the quantity of any other group. Nye Tian deactivated the Berserk skill, feeling the surging blood and energy within his body and the just right feeling of fatigue, and checked his gains. Total number of steel-scaled ribbonfish processed, 150. Cumulative blood and chi steel, plus 30 cards. In one morning, I lost a full 30 calories of chi and blood. His total chi and blood value also skyrocketed from 126.35 calories to 156.35 calories. This number has reached the admission line of key martial arts universities. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Nye Tian couldn't help but roar, feeling extremely happy. He was even a little reluctant to stop and couldn't wait to start his afternoon work. Who understands the joy of this kind of overtime? Alright kid, let's go eat first. Uncle Lu patted Nye Tian's shoulder excitedly, pulling him out of his workaholic state. Come on, Uncle will take you to the cafeteria. I'm going to make sure you get a good meal today. Your cooking is amazing. Nye Tian grinned and followed Uncle Lu toward the staff canteen inside the market. Terrifying efficiency, astonishing strength. Nye Tian's initial display of talent already stunned the entire audience. But will this amazing performance bring praise or new trouble? In the cafeteria, some people seem to be getting restless. Chapter 5: Establishing Authority in the Cafeteria. Overwhelming domination and pampering. The staff canteen at Jiangcheng Seafood Wholesale Market isn't exactly a pleasant place to eat. The air is permeated year-round with a strong fishy smell, mixed with the aroma of food and the sweat of the workers. But for the fishmongers who have worked hard all morning, this place is a sanctuary for replenishing their energy. The dishes today were especially good, with large pieces of braised ribbonfish and braised prawns. "Hey, Uncle Lu, bringing your new little brother to lunch?" The cafeteria lady greeted Lu Zishan and Nie Tian with exceptional enthusiasm, clearly indicating that word of Nie Tian's amazing performance that morning had already spread. "Yes, Sister Wang, give my little brother some extra good food. He helped me a lot this morning." Uncle Lu was beaming. Nie Tian's outstanding performance made him, who was in the same group, quite proud as well. Aunt Zhang worked quickly and efficiently, piling Nie Tian's plate full of braised ribbonfish and braised prawns, almost twice the amount of others, and even secretly slipped in a braised egg. "Young man, you're capable, so you should eat more." "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Nie Tian said politely. The two found an empty seat and sat down, immediately attracting a lot of attention and murmurs. "Is that the kid? I heard he single-handedly killed over 150 steel-scaled knife fish this morning? Really? Can someone with that build really be that strong? Lu Zishan is definitely bragging, or he used some kind of trick." Most people still didn't quite believe it. After all, Nie Tian's performance was too exaggerated. Uncle Lu was indignant when he heard these comments. "Don't listen to their nonsense, Xiao Tian, let's eat our own food." Nie Tian didn't seem to care and focused on eating. Let the facts speak for themselves, they are always more powerful than arguments. However, there are always some people who are blind to the danger and insist on causing trouble for themselves. A burly man with a face full of scars carried a tray and placed it heavily on the table opposite Nie Tian and his companions, making a dull thud. He stared at Nie Tian, his tone unfriendly. "Kid, I heard you're pretty capable? Did you use some kind of underhanded trick to kill the fish this morning? Otherwise, with your physique, how could you be faster than us old guys?" The burly man was named Zhao Dazhuang. He had worked at the seafood market for 5 or 6 years and was a notorious troublemaker who often bullied newcomers because of his strength. He was clearly jealous of Nie Tian's performance that morning, or perhaps he felt that Nie Tian had stolen his thunder. Uncle Lu frowned, about to speak, when Nie Tian raised his head. He looked at Zhao Dazhuang and calmly asked, "What do you want to say?" "What did you say?" "I'm not convinced." Zhao Dazhuang slammed his fist on the table. "Dare to have a match with me? Let's arm wrestle. If I lose, our team will do all the dirty and hard work for the month. If you lose..." He grinned maliciously. "From now on, if you see me at the seafood market, you'd better take a detour, and you'll have to give me half of your wages." The surrounding workers immediately started to jeer. "Let's see who's the best. Let's see who's the best. Dazhuang, show him what you're capable of." Uncle Lu quickly pulled Nie Tian back. "Xiao Tian, don't be impulsive. Zhao Dazhuang is naturally strong. He used to be the county's arm wrestling champion. You..." Nie Tian gently pushed away Uncle Lu's hand and stood up. He looked at Zhao Dazhuang, without the slightest fear in his eyes. "We can change the stakes," Nie Tian said slowly. "If I lose, you can name your terms. If you lose, you'd better quit your job and never let me see you again, how about that?" He doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. Since the other party insists on coming forward to embarrass themselves, let's grant their wish. Moreover, taking this opportunity to establish authority can save a lot of trouble later. Zhao Dazhuang was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha! Good lad, you've got guts." "I agree. Come on." He pushed the plate aside and slammed his thick right arm heavily on the table with a thud, looking at Nie Tian with a defiant gaze. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was instantly ignited, and everyone gathered around, ready to watch the excitement. Uncle Lu was sweating profusely with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Nie Tian walked to the other side of the table and extended his right hand. His arms looked far less robust than Zhao Dazhuang's, appearing rather thin. "Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat." Zhao Dazhuang grasped Nie Tian's hand, feeling the not-so-developed muscles, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Nie Tian didn't speak, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "Thunderous Heart Berserk, activate." Thump! 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 My heart pounded with a terrifying rhythm once again. A surge of power, far exceeding that of when he was killing fish that morning, erupted like a volcano and instantly poured into his right arm. The muscles in his arm suddenly tensed, and the veins became visible. Start, someone shouted from the side. Zhao Dezhuang roared and took the initiative to exert force, his arm muscles bulging, trying to overpower Nie Tian with lightning speed. However, the overwhelming scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Nie Tian's arm remained completely still. It was as if it wasn't flesh and blood, but a steel bar welded to the table. Zhao Dezhuang's expression changed, and he increased the force, veins bulging on his forehead. But Nie Tian's arm remained as steady as a rock. How is that possible? Zhao Dezhuang was horrified. He had already used all his strength. Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Nie Tian made his move. Without any warning, Nie Tian suddenly pressed his arm down. That force was violent, swift, and irresistible. Zhao Dezhuang felt an irresistible force coming at him, as if his arm had been hit by a charging bull. Snap! A sickening cracking sound of bone breaking rang out, accompanied by Zhao Dezhuang's pig-like screams. Ah! My hand! His arm was pressed firmly onto the table at an odd angle, and his wrist was visibly deformed. Sold out instantly. A complete and utter annihilation. Even more, it came with a bone fracture as a bonus. The entire cafeteria fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, as if time had stood still. That's Zhao Dezhuang, the tough guy who's never lost an arm wrestling match in the factory. He actually got taken down in one move by this new kid? And even had his wrist broken? What kind of monster is this kid? What's going on? What's all the noise about? Just then, an angry shout came from the cafeteria entrance, and the manager who had been hired earlier walked in with several security guards. When he saw the scene inside, especially Zhao Dezhuang clutching his wrist and howling in agony, his face immediately darkened. Zhao Dezhuang! You've caused trouble again, the manager shouted sternly. Someone quickly recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, the manager's gaze towards Nie Tian completely changed. Surprise, disbelief, and even a hint of awe. He strode up to Nie Tian, his tone became much more polite. Master Nie, are you alright? The way they address each other has changed from little boy to little Master Nie. Nie Tian deactivated the berserk state, and his arm returned to normal. He shook his head and said humbly, Manager, I'm fine. He insisted on competing. I know. That bastard. The foreman glared at Zhao Dezhuang, who was still groaning. What are you standing there for? Carry him away. Have the finance department settle his wages, deduct all his bonuses this month, and make him leave immediately with his bucket. Several security guards rushed forward and dragged Zhao Dezhuang away. The manager then turned to the surrounding workers and said in a deep voice, Listen up, all of you. Master Nie is a technical expert hired by our company. If anyone dares to cause him trouble again, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone disperse. Let's eat. The workers fell silent, their gazes toward Nie Tian now completely changed. What started as doubt and jealousy has now turned into awe and fear. One force can overcome 10 techniques. Nie Tian proved his strength in the most direct way and won the respect he deserved. Uncle Lu looked at Nie Tian with a complex expression, a mixture of shock and relief. He knew that Nie Tian was no longer the poor boy who needed his care. After the cafeteria incident, the afternoon's work went exceptionally smoothly. No one dared to point fingers at Nie Tian anymore. Some even took the initiative to curry favor with him. Nie Tian maintained the same terrifying efficiency as in the morning, and his use of the berserk skill became even more adept. Another afternoon of frenzied killing. Total number of steel scale knife fish killed, 150. Cumulative blood and chi steel, plus 30 cards. As evening fell, Nie Tian finished his day's work, and his total chi and blood value had reached a staggering 186.35 calories. He's just one step away from reaching the threshold of 200 cards for a one-star warrior. When it came time to settle wages that evening, the manager indeed kept his promise. Nie Tian not only received double his daily wage, but also a substantial bonus, bringing his total to 1,500 yuan. This is almost half a month's income from his previous odd jobs. The manager specifically instructed that Nie Tian no longer needed to attend the morning roll call and could come directly to the market to work, which was considered a special privilege for him. Holding his hefty salary, Nie Tian felt incredibly happy. On his way back to his rented room, he made a special trip to an electronics store and spent 200 yuan to buy a brand new standing fan. Back in that stuffy little room, I plugged in the electricity and pressed the switch. Call. A cool breeze caressed his face, dispelling the summer night's heat and also blowing away the last trace of gloom in Nie Tian's heart. He looked at the buzzing fan blades, then at the old alarm clock on the bedside table that hadn't rung in a long time. I turned off the alarm clock without thinking. From today onwards, he will no longer need to be woken up by an alarm clock, nor will he need to worry about a few dollars for a meal. He felt the surging energy within him and the tangible improvements in his life. It feels so good to have my destiny firmly in my own hands. After lying in bed and letting the cool breeze blow on me for a while, Nya Tian opened his eyes. It's 6:30 in the evening, not yet time to rest. With the martial arts exam just around the corner, every spare moment must be made full use of. Nya Tian pulled out the electric mosquito swatter from under the bed and began his mosquito hunt once again. Chapter 6, Nighttime Investigation of the Abandoned Warehouse. First battle against a ferocious beast. Inside the rented room, a cool fan brought a touch of comfort. Nya Tian lay in bed, but he couldn't fall asleep at all. He had just finished a small-scale hunt completely eradicating the few remaining mosquitoes and cockroaches in the rented room. The result, however, left him somewhat disappointed. Chi in blood plus 0.01. Chi in blood plus 0.02. The slight increase was negligible for him, who already had 186 calories of chi in blood. The public toilet in the community that excited him last night will be difficult to restore to its former prosperity in a short time after being exposed to pesticides. No. We must find a more efficient way. Nya Tian's gaze sharpened. He recalled the information he overheard from a conversation among some older workers during his break at the seafood market earlier that day. In the south of the city, near the abandoned railway, there is a large warehouse that has been abandoned for many years. It is said that because the area has been abandoned for a long time and is close to the mountains and forests, mutated rats often appear there. Some people have even seen giant rats that are as big as calves from afar. Mutant giant rat. This is no ordinary gray rat you'd find at home, it's a real ferocious beast. Although it is only the lowest level of a level 1 ferocious beast, the energy it contains far exceeds that of the steel-scaled knifefish. Danger? Of course it's dangerous. But opportunity often comes with danger. For Nya Tian, who crowed power, this was practically a treasure delivered to his doorstep. Let's do it! A resolute glint flashed in Nya Tian's eyes, and he abruptly sat up in bed. He pulled a worn-out toolbox from under the bed, which contained some odds and ends he had left over from his previous odd jobs. After searching for a moment, he pulled out a pig slaughtering knife that gleamed coldly. This was a self-defense item given to him by a kind cook when he left the orphanage. Although the blade was slightly worn, it was still sharp. I carefully wiped the butcher knife clean and hid it inside my coat. Nya Tian checked his condition again. His blood and energy were abundant. Ready. He quietly opened the door and slipped into the quiet alley in the dead of night. When I passed by Aunt Zhang's house on the first floor, the light was still on in the window. Xiao Tian? It's so late, are you still going out? Aunt Zhang seemed to have heard the noise, opened the window and poked her head out, asking with concern. Aunt Zhang was a kind-hearted widow who usually took good care of Nya Tian, an orphan. Yeah, I'm going out to take care of something, Aunt Zhang, Nya Tian mumbled in response. Oh dear, it's not safe outside at night. I heard that there are rats in that abandoned warehouse area to the south, and they're really vicious. You absolutely must not go there. Aunt Zhang warned worriedly. Nya Tian's heart stirred. It seemed that the rumors about mutated rats in the abandoned warehouse were not unfounded. I understand, Aunt Zhang. You should get some rest. Nya Tian nodded, quickened his pace, and disappeared into the night. Following the route in his memory, Nya Tian made several turns and finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse area in the south of the city. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dust, and the surroundings were deathly silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects. The abandoned warehouse before us, under the moonlight, resembled a crouching behemoth, its dark entrance like a gaping maw ready to devour its prey. Nya Tian took a deep breath and gripped the handle of the butcher knife hidden in his coat. He could sense a faint but dangerous aura emanating from the depths of the warehouse. Without hesitation, he slipped into the warehouse. The room was dimly lit, filled with discarded machine parts and debris, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust and some unidentified stains. A strong, fishy smell wafted over, an odor unique to large rodents. Nya Tian tiptoed, cautiously observing his surroundings. Sudden. A dark shadow shot out from behind a pile of debris on the side, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, and rushed straight at Nya Tian's face. Extremely fast. A foul stench assaulted the senses. It was a giant rat, at least half a meter long, with exposed fangs and eyes gleaming with ferocity. A truly ferocious beast. Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. In that critical moment, he didn't have time to think and almost instinctively leaned backward onto the iron bridge. Laugh. The sharp claws grazed his nose, creating a gust of wind. That was close. If you had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, you probably would have been bitten. Tian rolled to his feet and quickly created distance, his heart pounding wildly. This is a level 1 ferocious beast, a mutated giant rat. They were indeed more ferocious than he had imagined. The giant rat missed its target and let out an angry squeak before transforming into a black shadow and lunging again. This time, Tian was prepared. Thunderous Heart Berserk, activate. Thump! 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 A surge of violent power instantly coursed through his entire body. Instead of retreating, Tian advanced, gripping his butcher knife tightly, and charged towards the giant rat. He didn't have any special martial arts skills, he relied entirely on the power boost from his berserk state and the reaction speed he had developed over the past 6 months working in the slaughterhouse. You beast! Die! Tian roared and, using the power of berserk, slashed down fiercely with the butcher knife in his hand. Put! The blade struck the giant rat's back, but it was as if it had struck tough leather, merely opening a bloody gash without causing a fatal wound. The defensive capabilities of ferocious beasts far surpassed those of ordinary animals. The giant rat, in pain, became even more ferocious, opening its mouth full of fangs and biting hard at Tian's arm. Tian's eyes narrowed, his arm suddenly retracted, and at the same time, he clenched his other fist and, with the immense force of berserk, slammed it hard onto the giant rat's head. Bang! A muffled thud. The giant rat staggered from the blow, but merely shook its head before lunging again. What a tough bone! Tian was surprised and dared not to be careless in the slightest. He began to use the speed advantage brought by berserk to constantly maneuver around the giant rat and find its weakness. Eyes. Neck. Abdomen. These are the vital points of most living things. After several encounters, Tian gradually adapted to the rhythm of fighting the ferocious beast. Although the situation was still dangerous, he was no longer as panicked as he had been at the beginning. Finally, he seized an opportunity. Just as the giant rat lunged again, Tian suddenly dodged to the side, and at the same time, the pig slaughtering knife in his hand stabbed out like a venomous snake, accurately piercing the giant rat's soft belly. Put! The blade went straight into the hilt. Squeak! The giant rat let out a shrill scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched a few times and then lay still. The foul-smelling blood stained the ground red. Tian leaned on his knife, panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. The battle is over. His first solo hunt of a ferocious beast was a success. Just then, the long-awaited notification sound rang in my mind. Slay a level 1 ferocious beast mutant giant rat, plunder its energy, HP +1. 1 card. Even a single, lowest level 1 ferocious beast provides a whole card's worth of health. It's 5 times the size of the steel-scaled knifefish. The efficiency difference is enormous. Tian's total chi and blood value also reached 187.35 calories. Although it's only an extra 1 card, it's significant. This proves that hunting ferocious beasts is the best way for him to quickly improve his strength in the future. A tremendous sense of accomplishment and excitement welled up inside me. Tian looked around and could still hear rustling sounds coming from the depths of the dark warehouse. Pairs of eyes, flashing red light, appeared and disappeared in the darkness. More than one. This place is practically a den of mutated giant rats. Tian licked his lips, his eyes showing no fear, but instead blazing with an even more intense light. Experienced folks, here I come. He gripped the butcher knife tightly, activated berserk again, and charged into the depths of the warehouse. Tonight is destined to be a night of harvest. Chapter 7 Wind Breath Lungs. Combination techniques emerge. Deep inside the abandoned warehouse, a stench filled the air, and a fierce killing was underway. Like a tiger among sheep, Tian's butcher knife, in its berserk state, transformed into a deadly weapon for reaping lives. Put! With a flash of light, another mutated giant rat that tried to sneak up was cut in half at the waist. Slayed a level 1 ferocious beast mutant giant rat, plundered its energy, HP +1. The 10th one. Tian let out a low shout, dodged the attack of another giant rat, and beheaded it with a backhand slash. Chi and blood +1. The 11th one. The immense power and speed granted by berserk gave him an absolute advantage against these individual level 1 ferocious beasts. Although these giant rats are much more troublesome than iron feather chickens, with higher defense and stronger attack, they are still no match for the overwhelming power. Of course, the Berserk skill also consumes a lot of stamina. Every few minutes, Nie Tian could feel a distinct sense of fatigue creeping over him. But he didn't care at all. Slaughter. Plunder. Get stronger. This tangible sense of improvement captivated him, making him unable to stop. Soon, more and more mutated giant rats died under his blade. 15. 20. 23. Slayed a level 1 ferocious beast mutant giant rat, plundered its energy, HP +1. With the fall of the 23rd giant rat, Nie Tian's total health finally broke through an important threshold. Current chi in blood, 210.35 calories. 210 calories. He officially stepped into the threshold of a 1-star martial artist. Although it has not been officially certified, the surging power of chi in blood within him clearly tells him that he has completed his first transformation. He was preparing to press on and wipe out all the rats in the warehouse. Sudden. At the moment of slaying the 24th giant rat, a completely new warm current, different from that in his heart, suddenly surged from the other side of his chest, his lungs. Like rain after a long drought, or a gentle spring breeze. This warm current quickly nourished his lungs, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort, as if each breath became lighter and longer. Immediately afterwards, the cold notification tone sounded again. Host's chi and blood flow abundant, combat state activated. Lung acupoints successfully activated. Spiritual aperture name, wind-breathing lung. Spiritual aperture characteristics, contains the essence of wind, granting the host extraordinary endurance and control over their aura. Basic skill, Chi Recovery active consumes 1 card of Chi to guide the flow of Chi and quickly restore a large amount of health. The second organ. The lungs have awakened too. Breathe in the lungs. Recover. Nie Tian was overjoyed. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. He was worried that the Berserk skill consumed too much stamina and he couldn't fight for long, when the Wind Breath Lung recovery skill came along. Although it consumes chi and blood, exchanging 1 card of chi and blood for a large amount of stamina is an absolutely divine skill in critical moments. Recover your energy. With a thought, Nie Tian tried to activate the new skill. Instantly, he felt a cool breeze circulating in his lungs, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. The fatigue caused by continuous battles dissipated almost completely in the blink of an eye, as if brushed by a gentle breeze. And indeed, 1 calorie of chi and blood was reduced in the body. The results are remarkable. Yet the cost is low. That's an absolutely amazing skill. Nie Tian was overjoyed and was preparing to continue his killing spree. Squeak. A screech far sharper and louder than any of the giant rats before suddenly came from the deepest shadows of the warehouse. Accompanied by this screech, a chilling and ferocious aura swept in like a tidal wave. Nie Tian's expression changed drastically. He gripped the butcher knife tightly and looked warily in the direction from which the sound came. In the darkness, a pair of eyes, several times larger than those of an ordinary giant rat, gleaming with an eerie green light, slowly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure emerged from the shadows. That was a giant rat, as big as a buffalo. Its fur was a strange grayish-black color, standing up like steel needles, and its claws and teeth were even sharper, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its eyes, filled with a glint of savagery and wisdom, were fixed intently on Nie Tian. Mutant Rat King. It's definitely a Rat King-level existence. In fact, its strength has probably reached the peak of a first-level ferocious beast, and may even have touched the threshold of a second-level ferocious beast. This is troublesome. Nie Tian's heart sank. The oppressive feeling emanating from this Rat King is far beyond that of ordinary mutated giant rats. Roar. The Rat King let out a deep roar, and its massive body suddenly exerted force, charging towards Nie Tian like a cannonball. Its speed far surpasses that of the previous giant rats. Nie Tian dared not take the attack head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The Rat King crashed into the spot where Nie Tian had just been standing, creating a shallow crater in the hard cement ground. What terrifying power! Cold sweat beaded on Nie Tian's forehead. He immediately activated Berserk and Recovery, engaging the Rat King in a battle of attrition. However, the Rat King's strength exceeded his expectations. Whether it's strength, speed, or defense, it completely overwhelms ordinary giant rats. Nie Tianchu's full force strike landed on the Rat King, leaving only a faint white mark. Each of the Rat King's pounces and claw strikes carried a tremendous threat, forcing Nie Tian to dodge in a sorry state. While the Recover Chi skill can quickly restore stamina, it also continuously depletes health. If this continues, he'll eventually be worn down and killed. We have to find a way. Nie Tian's brain began to work at lightning speed. Their strength was inferior to their opponents, and their defense was far inferior as well. The only advantages seemed to be the burst damage from Thunderbolt Heart and the sustained combat ability from Wind Breath Lung, etc. Thunderous Heart, Wind Breathing Lungs. A bold idea flashed through Nie Tian's mind like lightning. The heart provides the explosive power, the lungs provide the breath. What if the power of these two organs were combined? The explosive power of Thunderheart is not only strength, but also seems to have a slight boost to speed. And can the control of the Wind Breath Lung further amplify the speed boost? Does the wind amplify the thunder's power? Or does the thunder ride the wind's might? Once this thought takes hold, it's impossible to shake it off. Although there was no theoretical basis or system prompts, Nie Tian decided to take a gamble. Facing the Rat King's renewed attack, Nie Tian took a deep breath and focused his mind on his body. Thunderous Heart. Berserk. Breathing in the lungs. Returning the breath. No. Not returning the breath. It's guiding the breath of wind to bless oneself. He tried to communicate with the two newly awakened organs using his mind. Knock, knock, knock. A thunderous roar erupted from his heart, and a surge of violent power erupted. Call. The airflow inhaled into the lungs seemed to become unusual at this moment, carrying a light and swift rhythm. The next second, an incredible thing has happened. Nie Tian felt as if the wind was blowing beneath his feet, and his body was surrounded by invisible wind and thunder. His speed increased dramatically once again, on top of the existing boost from Berserk. It's more than 3 times faster. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the Rat King's claws in an instant, like a ghost, and reappeared several meters away. Quick! Faster than ever before. Even he himself was almost caught off guard. This is... As Nie Tian felt the wondrous sensation of the initial fusion of the two powers within his body, and the astonishing speed that resulted, an unbelievable light burst forth in his eyes. Combo attack. This is definitely the prototype of a combo technique. Let's call it Wind and Thunder Step. Although it was still unstable and the consumption seemed to be greater, at this moment, Nie Tian saw hope of defeating the Rat King. Chapter 8, Slaying the Rat King. The Gospel of Organ Evolution. Swoosh. 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 Inside the abandoned warehouse, Nie Tian's figure transformed into a series of blurry afterimages. Quick. Extremely fast. The triple speed boost from the rudimentary wind and thunder step made him seem like the most agile hunter in front of the massive Rat King. The Rat King's attacks remained ferocious. Each pounce stirred up a howling gale, and each claw strike left deep scratches on the ground. But at this moment, these attacks couldn't even touch the hem of Nie Tian's clothes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King grew increasingly agitated, emitting angry hisses as its massive body thrashed and lashed out, trying to crush the slippery insect. However, it was all in vain. Nie Tian was completely immersed in the feeling of lightning speed. Every dodge is like dancing on a knife's edge, thrilling and exciting. Every coordinated movement of the heart and lungs brings a surge in speed and a deeper understanding of combo techniques. He discovered that the wind and thunder step was not only fast, but also seemed to carry a trace of the cutting power of wind and thunder. Occasionally, when you get close to the Rat King, you can see that its tough fur is being cut by invisible wind blades, leaving tiny marks. We can't delay any longer. Nie Tian felt his blood and chi rapidly depleting, and his eyes narrowed. While the wind and thunder step is powerful, it consumes far more health and mana than using Berserk or Recover alone. Each burst of acceleration consumes nearly 2 units of health. If this continues, before the Rat King even runs out of strength, he himself will be drained dry. We must finish this quickly. A ruthless glint flashed in Nie Tian's eyes as he began to actively seek out an opportunity to strike. Instead of simply dodging, he used his speed advantage to constantly circle around to the Rat King's sides and rear, attacking its relatively weak joints and abdomen. With the power of Berserk, the butcher knife, though unable to inflict a fatal wound on the Rat King, still managed to spray blood with each attack, which, though small, accumulated over time. Sizzle. 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 Wounds of varying depths began to appear on the Rat King's body, and dark green blood flowed continuously, staining the ground red. In pain, the Rat King's movements began to become sluggish and chaotic. Chance! Nye Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Now! He poured all the remaining blood and energy in his body into his legs and right arm. Wind and Thunder Step. Ultimate Burst. Thunderous Heart. Berserk. Ultimate Power. Whoosh! Nye Tian's speed surged to its limit once again, transforming into an almost invisible black line, instantly circling around to the Rat King's side. The butcher knife in his hand, like a cold gleam in the darkness, pierced fiercely into the Rat King's soft belly with the force of wind and thunder. That was the place where he had attacked many times before, and where his skin was already torn and bleeding. Put! This time, the blade faces no obstacle. The sharp butcher knife, carrying all of Nye Tian's strength and speed, pierced into the Rat King's abdomen as easily as cutting tofu. It even pierced right through its body. Squeak! The Rat King let out a scream that was more shrill and desperate than ever before. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, and its eerie green eyes were filled with disbelief and resentment. Then, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. It has completely lost its vitality. Huff, huff. Nye Tian knelt on one knee, leaning on the pig slaughtering knife stuck in the Rat King's corpse, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. We won. He actually managed to kill a mutated Rat King whose strength was comparable to that of a peak level 1 ferocious beast, using only the rudimentary form of the Wind and Thunder Step he had just mastered and the initial coordination of the two organs. A strong feeling of exhaustion and the joy of victory surged into my heart at the same time. Slayed a level 1 ferocious beast peak mutant Rat King, plundered its energy, HP +2. The notification sound that rang in his mind made Nye Tian pause slightly. Only 2 units of chi and blood? He took a look inside his body. Originally, I had 210 units of health, but after the fierce battle just now, especially the final burst of Wind and Thunder Step and Berserk, I only have 192 units left. In other words, he consumed a full 20 units of his health in order to kill this Rat King. The result was only a reward of 2 units of chi and blood? A net loss of 18 calories. What a huge loss. Nye Tian couldn't help but curse. Moreover, with the death of the Rat King, the remaining ordinary mutated giant rats in the warehouse seemed to have lost their leader. They let out a series of terrified squeaks and scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing into the dark corners. Even if I wanted to catch up, I couldn't. I worked late into the night and even lost 18 calories of energy. Nye Tian felt like he had worked for nothing. Never mind, at least we've taken care of one menace. Nye Tian shook his head, preparing to dispose of the Rat King's corpse. Such a large rat may not have very good meat quality, but it contains a lot of vital energy. Taking it home to eat or selling it can make up for some of the loss. He pulled out the butcher's knife, ready to cut it. Suddenly, his hand stopped. He felt an unusual hard lump on the abdomen of the Rat King's corpse. A thought struck Nye Tian, and he carefully used the tip of his knife to cut open the Rat King's belly. Soon, a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, dark red in color and emitting faint energy fluctuations, appeared before his eyes. This is a crystal core? Nye Tian's pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid. Although he had never seen one in person, he had seen introductions about crystal cores in biology class at school and on some martial arts forums. This is the energy core inside the ferocious beast. Only a very few powerful ferocious beasts can be formed under certain circumstances. It is said that the probability of obtaining a crystal core by killing a ferocious beast is less than 1%. Moreover, the crystal core contains pure energy, making it priceless. Even the most ordinary level 1 ferocious beast core can sell for at least 70,000 yuan on the black market. 70,000 yuan. This is almost the entire year's income of his uncle's family. We've made it rich. Nye Tian's heart pounded wildly as he carefully removed the dark red crystal core from the Rat King's body and wiped away the bloodstains. A cool sensation came through, carrying a strange energy fluctuation. Should we sell it to get money and improve our lives, or? Just as Nye Tian hesitated, another stream of information flooded into his mind. Crystal nucleus detected level 1, should absorption proceed? Absorbing a crystal core grants 1 evolution point. Evolution points can be used to strengthen awakened spiritual apertures, enhance organ potential, and unlock stronger abilities. Each organ requires 100 evolution points for its first evolution. Evolution points? Organ evolution. Nye Tian's eyes widened instantly. Is that even possible? I originally thought that plunder evolution could only increase health and mana, but I didn't expect it to have a deeper use. Organ evolution. It's obvious to anyone that this is far more valuable than simply improving blood circulation. If Thunderheart evolves, will Berserk become stronger? Will it have new skills? The wind breath lung has evolved? The chi recovery effect has improved? Perhaps it has even mastered the true art of controlling the wind? And what about the wind and thunder step that I just mastered? If my organs evolve, will it become more perfect and powerful? In just a moment's thought, Nya Tian made his decision. Sell it? Are you kidding me? 70,000 yuan is a lot, but compared to the infinite possibilities brought about by organ evolution, it is nothing. We must absorb this. Absorb. Nya Tian silently chanted in his mind without hesitation. The next second, the dark red crystal core in his hand suddenly lit up, then transformed into a pure energy stream that flowed into his palm and eventually into his heart and lungs. Absorption successful. 1 evolution point gained. Current evolution points: 100 Thunder Heart, 100 Wind Breath Lung. Feeling the longing and satisfaction emanating from his internal organs, Nya Tian clenched his fist. A new door has opened for him. He glanced at the corpse of the Rat King on the ground, as well as the more than 20 ordinary giant rats he had killed earlier. Leaving these things here is a waste. He remembered Aunt Zhang, who lived downstairs. This kind neighbor had given him a lot of help when he was at his lowest point. Nya Tian carried the Rat King's corpse on his back, and then picked out a few more of the fatter ordinary giant rat corpses, which he put into the sacks he had brought. Although it was heavy, with the support of the Thunder Heart, it was nothing to him. I quietly returned to the vicinity of my rented room. It was already dawn. Nya Tian gently placed the bag of ordinary giant rat carcasses at Aunt Zhang's door, then knocked on the door before quickly turning and leaving, disappearing into the darkness before dawn. He didn't leave his name, but he knew Aunt Zhang would understand. Chapter 9, Card 192. The Shock of Rock Martial Arts School. Back in that rented room of less than 10 square meters, a strong smell of blood and sweat instantly filled the air. This is the darkest corner of Jiangcheng, a dark, damp, and cramped place. However, Nya Tian's heart was brighter than ever before. He took off his blood-stained clothes and threw them into the basin, revealing his well-defined muscles as he went shirtless. The intense battle in the early hours of the morning left him feeling exhausted, but the light in his eyes burned even brighter. System. He silently recited it in his heart. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Name: Nya Tian. Chi and blood, 192 calories. Spiritual apertures: thunderous heart activated, wind-breathing lungs activated. Evolution points: 1. My energy and blood levels dropped from 210 calories to 192 calories. Killing the Rat King consumed a full 18 units of his health. In the past, this would have been enough to make his heart bleed. But now, looking at that precious 1 evolution point, Nya Tian couldn't help but let his lips curl into a wild smile. Use 18 units of chi and blood to pave a path to evolve to a higher dimension. Value. It was totally worth it. This is an absolute steal. You can fight back to recover from a loss of chi and blood, but the opportunity to evolve is a priceless treasure that can only be encountered by chance. He picked up the old, second-hand cell phone on the table. The screen already had several cracks. I opened the class group chat and there were already 99 plus messages. He flipped it up casually. Have you heard? This year's subsidies for students from impoverished families have been issued, a full 30,000 yuan. Holy crap, 30,000? That much? I remember it was only 15,000 last year. Zhang Xiaotian is showing off on his WeChat moments, saying that his uncle, who is also our homeroom teacher, helped him apply for enough to buy several chi and blood pills. I'm so envious. Zhang Xiaotian's family is so rich, how can he still get a subsidy? Shu, keep your voice down. Everyone knows Zhang Tao only has this one precious nephew. Doesn't everyone favor him when it comes to good things? Nya Tian remained expressionless as he watched the discussions. The 30,000 yuan that should have been his life-saving money was brazenly embezzled by Zhang Tao and his nephew Zhang Xiaotian. If he had seen this news a few days ago, he probably would have been furious and might have even rushed to the school to demand an explanation. But now, Nya Tian simply and calmly closed the group chat. Are you angry? No. When a lion looks down at 2 hyenas that have stolen its leftovers, it will not be angry, but will only find it ridiculous. Zhang Tao, Zhang Xiaotian. The two names passed through his mind, but did not stir up the slightest ripple. What I once thought was a mountain weighing down on me now seems like nothing more than two insignificant pebbles on my path forward. It can be easily crushed. His goal is no longer this petty gain, but the stars in the sea, organ evolution, and the pinnacle of martial arts. Just then, a new message popped up at the top of the phone screen. It was Yi Qingyu. He opened the chat window, and a series of messages instantly filled the entire screen. There were more than a dozen. Nya Tian, where are you? I asked Uncle Lu, and he said you didn't actually work part-time at the seafood market. Are you lying to me? What are you doing? Is it dangerous? Please reply to my message. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned you. I was just worried about you. I've found you a job at Rock Martial Arts Gym as my personal sparring partner. The hourly wage is high, and it's very safe. Would you like to come? Seeing the anxiety and worry conveyed in those words, a touch of warmth flowed through Nya Tian's cold heart. This kind girl always tried carefully to help him in her own way, but she was afraid of hurting his poor self-esteem. In the past, he would avoid things and make all sorts of excuses to refuse. But now, he has the confidence to face everything with equanimity. Nya Tian picked up his phone, tapped the screen with his fingertips, and replied with 5 words. See you tomorrow morning. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning. West of the city, Panshur Martial Arts School. This is one of the most upscale martial arts schools in Jiangcheng, with a vast area and luxurious facilities. All the students who come and go are either rich or powerful. Nya Tian stood in front of the grand gate, his cheap, faded t-shirt and jeans standing out from the surroundings, attracting many sidelong glances. He didn't care and walked straight in. Inside the training hall, a slender figure dressed in a white martial arts uniform stood gracefully. It was Yi Qingyu. Upon seeing Nya Tian, a look of joy immediately appeared on her usually aloof face, and she quickly stepped forward to greet him. You've come. Nya Tian nodded. Is this the sparring partner you hired? A slightly magnetic voice rang out, and a tall, muscular man, around 30 years old, walked over. He wore a badge that read Deputy Curator on his chest. Chen Yang's gaze swept over Nya Tian, from his thin frame to his cheap clothes, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. His eyes held an undisguised suspicion and disdain. Miss Yi, sparring is not a game. Chen Yang said in a deep voice, your silk entangling fist has reached a critical stage. What you need is an opponent who can withstand your full force attacks and put enough pressure on you. Him? He raised his chin at Nya Tian, his disdain almost overflowing. With his build, I'm afraid if you punched him, you'd end up in the hospital. Coach Chen. Yi Qingyu said, somewhat displeased, Nya Tian is very skilled. How powerful are you? Chen Yang scoffed. Does your qi and blood exceed 120 calories? Have you passed the martial arts exam? Missy, I know you're kind-hearted, but this isn't a place for charity. Finding an unqualified sparring partner will only delay your own training, and may even cause you to get injured because of their slow reaction time. He looked at Nya Tian, his eyes sharpening. Boy, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive Missy, leave here right now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Yi Qingyu immediately became anxious and was about to explain. Nya Tian reached out and stopped her. He remained calm throughout, as if Chen Yang wasn't talking about him. He looked at Chen Yang and spoke calmly. Whether it's sweet talk or not, we'll find out by trying. Test? Chen Yang seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. How do you test me? Let you take a punch from Miss Yi? I don't want anyone to die in my martial arts school. Yi Qingyu also looked at Nya Tian with concern. She knew Nya Tian was very strong, but his ability to withstand blows was another matter entirely. Her punches were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Coach, how about? I try using half my strength, she suggested softly. Chen Yang pondered for a moment and nodded, all right, let him back down. Be careful to control your strength. Nya Tian, are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Yi Qingyu got into a fighting stance and reminded him nervously. Nya Tian simply stood there, his hands hanging at his sides, and nodded to her. Bring it on. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath, pushed off with her feet, and moved like the wind. She threw a standard punch, which, with a whooshing sound, went straight for Nya Tian's chest. Half the strength. Chen Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Yi Qingyu's 50% strength was enough to easily break 3 or 4 wooden planks stacked together. This kid's in for a world of trouble. However, the next second, Chen Yang's expression froze. Bang! A muffled thud. Yi Qingyu's fist landed solidly on Nie Tian's chest. The expected scene of Nie Tian flying backwards did not occur. He stood still, completely motionless. He didn't even sway his body. It was as if it wasn't a fist strong enough to split rocks, but a ball of cotton. Yi Qingyu was also stunned. She felt the recoil from the fist and felt as if her fist had hit a steel plate covered with cowhide, which made her wrist go numb. How is that possible? That's it? Nie Tian glanced down at his chest, then looked up at the two dumbfounded people. His tone was calm. Not even enough to warm up. He shook his head, seemingly somewhat disappointed. This testing method is too slow and too troublesome. He strode forward and walked straight to a sophisticated metal instrument in the corner of the hall. That's a blood and qi testing device. Under the shocked gazes of Chen Yang and Yi Qingyu, Nie Tian gently placed his palm on the sensor area of the instrument. He turned around and said to Chen Yang, who was already in a daze, "Isn't it more intuitive to look directly at the data?" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of his blood and qi surged into his palm without reservation. Buzz! The screen of the blood and qi tester lit up instantly. The numbers above started jumping wildly. 80 calories. 90 calories. 100 calories. Chen Yang's breath caught in his throat at that moment. The numbers on the screen broke through the 100 mark without the slightest pause. 120 calories. Passing the martial arts exam. Easily surpassed. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She knew Nie Tian was getting stronger, but she never dreamed that he had actually reached the standard of a martial artist. However, this is just the beginning. 150 calories. Admission scores for top martial arts universities have been broken once again. Chen Yang's eyes were wide open like copper bells, and the contempt and doubt on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme horror. The rate at which the numbers are climbing has finally begun to slow down. 170 calories. 180 calories. 190 calories. Finally, under the almost suffocating gazes of Chen Yang and Yi Qingyu, that glaring number slowly came to a stop. 192 calories. Chapter 10, Xuanwu Skin. God-tier passive skill, adaptive protection. Quiet. The entire training hall was deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the glaring red number on the blood and qi testing device, silently proclaiming a chilling fact. 192 calories. He's just one step away from the 200-calorie threshold for becoming a quasi-martial artist. Chen Yang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, making a clear gulp sound as he swallowed. He stared intently at the number, then glanced at Nie Tian, who calmly withdrew his hand from the instrument, his mind blank. A little over a month ago, during the school's physical fitness test, a student from a poor family had a blood energy level of less than 100 calories. Now, 192 calories? Is this some kind of rocket launch? This isn't just genius, this is monster. A prodigy. What did he just say? They said he was frail? They said he'd be punched and end up in the hospital? They said he was a smooth-talking conman trying to scam money? In an instant, Chen Yang's cheeks burned as if he had been slapped dozens of times. He felt utterly ashamed of his previous blindness and arrogance. In the world of martial artists, strength is everything. A young man with 192 calories of qi and blood deserves everyone's respect, regardless of what he wears or what his background is. Call. Chen Yang exhaled a long breath, his previous contempt and doubt vanished, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with shock and burning desire. He strode up to Nie Tian, his expression serious, and bowed slightly in solemn respect. Young brother Nie Tian, I, Chen Yang, was blind to your greatness and offended you earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. That little brother was met with heartfelt admiration. Yi Qingyu also snapped out of her shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She knew that Nie Tian was no ordinary person, but his growth rate still completely overturned her understanding. Coach Chen, you're exaggerating, Nie Tian said calmly. He didn't care about the other person's previous attitude because he knew very well that this world was just that realistic. Without strength, even breathing is wrong. With power, all your actions will be infinitely embellished. No, I should be the one apologizing. Chen Yang's attitude was firm. He raised his head and looked intently at Nie Tian. From now on, you are Miss Ye's official sparring partner. All treatment will be at the highest standard. He turned to Yiqingyu, his tone became more serious than ever before. Whisper. Unleash your full power. Hold nothing back. Your silk reeling fist emphasizes continuous flow and using softness to overcome hardness. Before, you couldn't find a suitable opponent, so you were never able to experience that feeling of completely penetrating the opponent's strength. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Chen Yang's eyes were full of anticipation. Treat Nye Tian as your mortal enemy. Attack him with all your might. This is your best chance to break through your bottleneck. Good. Yiqingyu nodded emphatically, and the way she looked at Nye Tian changed. No longer worry, but the excitement and fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. Nye Tian, watch out. Before she finished speaking, her entire demeanor suddenly changed. If before it was just a trickle, now it's a raging storm. With a swift movement, like a leaf swept up by a whirlwind, she instantly closed in on Nye Tian, her fists transforming into a myriad of phantom images that enveloped all of Nye Tian's vital points. Silk Entangling Fist. This set of boxing techniques, though lacking earth-shattering power, is like a malignant tumor that clings to the bone, penetrating everywhere. Each punch carried a spiraling, penetrating force, as if it wanted to drill into Nye Tian's muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy, rain-like blows echoed continuously across the training ground. Nye Tian did not dodge. He simply stood there quietly, letting the storm of fists rain down on him. A continuous, penetrating force constantly stimulated his muscles and bones. It hurts a lot. But it's completely within acceptable limits. However, amidst the continuous blows, Nye Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. A strange, tingling sensation, like a weak electric current, emanated from the surface of his skin. This is. A thought suddenly struck Nye Tian. It's skin. His skin, stimulated by Yiqingyu's continuous penetrating force, produced some kind of strange reaction. This is a sign that the spiritual aperture is about to be activated. After his heart and lungs, his third organ is about to awaken. Nye Tian's heart began to pound uncontrollably. It was ecstasy. He originally thought that only luck, or a life or death breakthrough, could activate the new organ. Unexpectedly, being a sparring partner and getting beaten can have such a miraculous effect. Just a little bit more. It's just a little bit off. Nye Tian could clearly feel the energy beneath his skin, like a seed about to sprout, accumulating its final strength. We need stronger stimulation. Thinking of this, a glint of light flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. He actively relaxed the tension in his muscles, making his body more flexible, so that Yiqingyu's punch could strike his skin more deeply and thoroughly. Yiqingyu immediately noticed Nye Tian's change. She found that her punches seemed to be able to penetrate more easily. She thought Nye Tian was about to give up, and she was overjoyed, so she attacked even more fiercely. Now! With a delicate shout, she channeled all her energy into her fists, unleashing the deadly move of the entangling silk fist. Tangled Silk Kill. In an instant, her punches reached their peak speed, countless fist shadows merged into one, transforming into a torrent that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and slammed into Nye Tian's chest. Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful force, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly pierced through Nye Tian's outer defenses. The energy that had been dormant beneath the skin seemed to be completely ignited by this external force. Buzz! A thick, resilient, and almost tangible yellowish-brown halo suddenly burst forth from the pores of Nye Tian's entire body. The halo flashed by and then quickly receded, merging into every inch of his skin. An unprecedented sense of resilience and solidity spread throughout my body. At the same time, a cold system notification exploded in his mind. Bite. The host's skin acupoints have been detected to have reached the activation threshold under continuous high-frequency kinetic energy impact. The third spiritual aperture, the skin, has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new organ, Xuanwu Skin. Black Tortoise Skin Level 1, your skin has undergone initial enhancement, possessing extraordinary toughness and resistance. Passive skill, Adaptive Protection. Adaptive Protection, your skin possesses the ability to remember and evolve. Whenever you receive a valid attack, your skin will permanently gain a small reduction in damage based on the type and intensity of that attack. This effect is stackable. The number of stacks and the threshold for the damage reduction will increase as your own health and vitality level and Xuanwu skin level increase. Current number of overlay layers, 130. Nye Tian's breathing suddenly stopped at this moment. A tremendous storm raged in his heart. Amazing skill. This is a fucking bug-level skill. Adaptive protection? Getting hit turns you into a tank? And it's permanent damage reduction? This ability is practically born for battle. It is especially effective against opponents who excel at prolonged battles and trading blows. As long as you can't kill me, I'll only get stronger and stronger until your attacks become completely ineffective against me. Ecstasy. An indescribable ecstasy filled every cell of Nye Tian's body. Again. A terrifying glint flashed in Nye Tian's eyes as he roared at Yi Qingyu, who had been forced back by his full force attack. Yi Qingyu was stunned. Although she didn't understand what had happened, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward again. Bang! Another punch. Adaptive protection layer count, 230. Nye Tian clearly felt that the impact of this punch was slightly weaker than before. Although it was extremely faint, he was absolutely certain that he hadn't misjudged it. Keep going. Don't stop. Use all your strength. Nye Tian shouted excitedly. Bang! 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 Yi Qingyu waved her fists wildly. Adaptive protection layer count, 530. 1030. 2030. The more she hit him, the more alarmed she became, and the more she felt something was wrong. At first, her punches were able to deliver some substantial impact to Nye Tian. But now, as her fist landed on Nye Tian, it felt like... It's like an ordinary person hammering a piece of finely refined steel. No, it's even harder than that. The force of the impact made her hands go numb and her arms ache, but the other person didn't even flinch. Shen Yang, who was watching from the sidelines, had his mouth agape so wide that an egg could fit inside. He could see it clearly. Just now, Nye Tian's ability to withstand blows increased dramatically at a speed visible to the naked eye during the battle. This completely violates the common sense of martial arts. What kind of monster is this? But who is he? Shen Yang looked at the figure standing as still as a mountain, his eyes filled with nothing but endless shock and awe. Chapter 11 Hourly Wage of 1,500. The Gate to Quasi-Martial Arts. Bang! 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 The dull thud of fists colliding with flesh still echoed in the training field. However, the voice had become weak and feeble. Yi Qingyu's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, her breathing was rapid, and her chest was heaving violently. Her fair knuckles were now completely red and even slightly swollen. She was completely exhausted. Standing before her, Nye Tian remained as immovable as a mountain. Adaptive protection layer count, 3030. When the system notification sounded for the last time, Nye Tian could clearly feel that Yi Qingyu's fist landing on him was no different from tickling. Against the power of her entangling silk fist, his skin had already reached the current damage reduction threshold. Huff, huff, no. I can't take it anymore. Yi Qingyu finally stopped attacking, supporting herself on her knees with both hands, panting heavily, her eyes filled with frustration and disbelief as she looked at Nye Tian. You pervert. She tried her best, even using every ounce of strength she had, but the other person didn't even break a scratch. How can we fight like this? Nye Tian chuckled inwardly. Abnormal? This is just the beginning. The defensive capabilities of Black Tortoise Skin, combined with the super strong recovery ability of Wind Breath Lungs, and the explosive power of Thunderbolt Heart. He could already imagine how utterly hopeless he would be in a battle of equal strength. A perpetual motion machine that is indestructible, tireless, and capable of killing you instantly. Cough. A dry cough interrupted Nye Tian's thoughts. Chen Yang walked over, his expression incredibly complex, a mixture of shock, excitement, curiosity, and awe. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Nye Tian once again. This time, it was a deep bow of 90 degrees. Brother Nye Tian, please forgive me once again for my previous ignorance and arrogance. His voice trembled slightly. I, Chen Yang, have been involved in the martial arts world of Jiangxing for more than 10 years. I consider myself to have seen countless people and have met countless so-called geniuses. But someone like you. I've never seen anything like it in my life. To break through in the heat of battle, and to do so with such incredible defensive capabilities, you are simply a prodigy born for battle. These words came from the bottom of my heart. Nye Tian accepted it calmly. He knew that the tip of the iceberg he had just shown had completely won over the vice master of the Rock Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yang straightened up, looking at Nie Tian with burning eyes, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. He composed himself and spoke in an almost pleading tone. Young brother Nie Tian, on behalf of the Rock Martial Arts Academy and Miss Ye's family, I formally extend an invitation to you. We hope that you can serve as Ms. Ye's personal training partner. He paused, fearing that Nie Tian would refuse, and then offered the highest price he could. Hourly wage, 1,500 yuan. You decide all training times. Payment will be settled immediately after each training session, with no delays. 1,500 per hour. Even if you only train for 1 hour a day, that's 45,000 a month. This sum of money was an astronomical figure that Nie Tian had never dared to dream of before. Now, he can easily earn money simply by standing here and taking a beating every day. Strength. This is the most direct reward that strength brings. Can. Nie Tian nodded calmly without much hesitation. Seeing that Nie Tian agreed, Chen Yang and Yi Qingyu both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with joy. For Yi Qingyu, Nie Tian was the best person to help her break through her limitations. For Chen Yang, for Pancher Martial Arts School, and even for the Yi family. A young prodigy with unfathomable potential is far more valuable than just a sparring partner. These are future powerhouses we must win over and befriend at all costs. Very good. Chen Yang excitedly pulled a pure black metal card from his pocket and handed it to Nie Tian with both hands. Brother Nie Tian, this is our Rock Martial Arts Academy's highest level VIP card. You can use all the facilities here for free at any time, and enjoy internal discounts on any pills or equipment you purchase. This is no longer an employment offer, it's a blatant gesture of goodwill. Nie Tian did not refuse and reached out to take it. You trained for an hour today, here is your pay. Chen Yang immediately took out his phone and transferred 1,500 yuan to Nie Tian on the spot. Looking at the transfer notifications he received on his phone, Nie Tian was filled with mixed emotions. Strength is indeed the only shortcut to changing one's destiny. The morning sparring session ended smoothly. I glanced at the time, it wasn't even 11 a.m. yet. Nie Tian did not linger, politely declined Chen Yang's invitation to have lunch together, and left the martial arts school. He has more important things to do. Grind monsters. Upgrade. He needs to raise his chi and blood value to 200 as soon as possible and step into the realm of a quasi-martial artist. Jiangcheng Seafood Wholesale Market. When Nie Tian returned, the market was still bustling with noise and filled with the smell of fish and dampness. He first found Uncle Lu, who was working diligently in a corner. Uncle Lu. Xiao Tian? What brings you here today? Lu Zishan was somewhat surprised to see him. Nie Tian took out a large piece of meat wrapped in oil paper from the bag he had brought and handed it over. The flesh was bright red with an unusual sheen, clearly not an ordinary product. This is? Lu Zishan was taken aback. I went out for a couple of days and got lucky. I hunted a big one. The meat is very nutritious. You can take it back for your wife to nourish her body, Nie Tian said with a smile. This is the flesh of the Rat King, containing a vital energy far exceeding that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Although Lu Zishan was just an ordinary worker, he knew his stuff and knew that the meat was quite valuable, so he quickly declined. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Uncle Lu, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have this job. It's just a piece of meat, don't be so polite with me. Nie Tian was adamant, stuffed the meat into his hand, and turned to leave. Watching Nie Tian's departing figure, Lu Zishan held the heavy piece of rat meat, his eyes filled with emotion and relief. This kid is grateful and will surely amount to something in the future. Nie Tian returned to his workbench. The foul-smelling, mutated steel-scaled knife fish were piled up like mountains. To other workers, this was a tedious and arduous job. But in Nie Tian's eyes, it was all just pure white blood and qi. He took a deep breath, and his thunderbolt heart trembled slightly, instantly sending powerful energy flowing through his limbs and bones. With 192 calories of energy, his physical condition was much better than it had been a few days ago. He picked up the specially made boning knife and flicked his wrist. Brush! A flash of cold light appeared. A mutated steel-scaled knife fish, as hard as iron, was instantly gutted, its internal organs precisely removed. The whole process was incredibly smooth and fast. Ding! Killed a mutated creature, plundered its energy, HP plus 0.2. Ding! Health plus 0.2. Ding! Health plus 0.2. The cold, impersonal system notifications, like the most beautiful symphony, played continuously in his mind. His movements became faster and faster, and the fish meat and bones on the workbench separated rapidly, piling up into two small mountains. The surrounding workers were dumbfounded. All they saw was Nia Tian's hands transforming into a blur of motion, so fast it was dazzling. This is at least twice as fast as before. Nia Tian's health and vitality were also steadily increasing at an alarming rate. 195 calories. 197 calories. 199 calories. A grueling afternoon of grinding yielded tremendous results for him. As the sun began to set and work was nearing its end, Nia Tian finished processing the last fish and let out a long sigh of relief. He brought up the system panel. Qi and blood count, 199.8 kilocalories. Only 0.2 calories short. He only needs one more fish to break through the 200-calorie barrier and officially become a quasi-martial artist. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from Nia Tian's eyes. He suddenly reached into the tank, grabbed the last wriggling mutated steel-scaled knife fish, and slammed it hard onto the cutting board. Let's get started. The knife falls. Chapter 12 Second Mutation. An evolution crystal delivered to our doorstep. Slaying a slightly mutated creature steel-scale knife fish steals energy, HP plus 0.2. Current Qi in blood, 200.0 calories. Boom. The moment my Qi and blood value jumped over the 200-calorie mark, Nia Tian felt as if some kind of shackle within his body had been suddenly shattered. A surge of blood and Qi, far more powerful and refined than before, erupted from every part of his body like a volcanic eruption. It swept over my entire body in an instant. Muscles, bones, internal organs, and even the newly awakened, black tortoise skin, all emitted a joyful buzzing sound under the flush of this new energy. Every cell in the body is greedily absorbing this power, undergoing some indescribable transformation. Strength. Speed. Defense. The five senses. A comprehensive upgrade. Is this the realm of a quasi-martial artist? Although he had only just stepped into this new realm, Nia Tian could clearly feel that he had made a qualitative leap compared to before. If he was a rushing stream before, now he is a river that is beginning to take shape. Current Qi in blood, 200.0 calories. Congratulations, host, your Qi and blood value has exceeded 200 calories, reaching the standard for a quasi-martial artist. The cold, impersonal system notification also confirmed his breakthrough at just the right time. Call. Nia Tian exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging power within his body, and his heart filled with excitement and joy. Quasi-martial artist. He finally reached the realm that countless ordinary people dream of. This means that he is qualified for official martial arts certification. To possess one's own martial arts identity. Enjoy all the privileges and conveniences that come with being a martial artist. Tomorrow. I'll go to the martial arts house for certification tomorrow. Nia Tian made up his mind. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to bury himself in his work. The breakthrough brought about a comprehensive improvement. He could now process steel-scaled knife fish much faster. While other workers are still dealing with the first problem, he has already finished the third or fourth. Another half-hour passed. Nia Tian disposed of dozens more knife fish. Current Qi in blood, 222.4 kilocalories. The blood and energy levels remain steadily at 222 calories. In just a few hours this afternoon, my blood energy surged by 30.4 calories. If word got out that this rocket-like speed of advancement was enough to shake the entire martial arts world of Jiangcheng. Alright. Xiao Tian, that's enough for today. You practically bought up all the ribbon fish in the market today. Manager Wang's voice interrupted Nia Tian's monster-slaying mission. He walked over to Nia Tian, looked at the nearly full collection basket, and his face lit up with a smile. You're a monster. You've exceeded your quota again today. Manager Wang didn't hold back his praise, simply waving his hand dismissively. I'll give you double pay today. Plus a 500 bonus. He took out his phone and transferred 1,500 yuan to Nia Tian directly. Adding the 1,500 yuan he earned from coaching in the morning, Nia Tian's income for the day reached an astonishing 3,000 yuan. This was an astronomical figure that he would never have dared to imagine before. Thank you, Manager Wang. Nia Tian put away his phone and smiled. Those with strong abilities receive different treatment. Xiao Tian, that's great. You got another bonus. Uncle Lu also came over, happy for Nia Tian. Of course. Xiao Tian's efficiency is undeniable. Manager Wang laughed. Alright, everyone can go home now. We'll continue tomorrow. The workers packed up their belongings and prepared to leave. Nie Tian also said goodbye to Uncle Lu, preparing to go home and consolidate his strength as a quasi-martial artist. However, just then, woo 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 woo, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly rang out throughout the entire seafood market. The previously noisy market instantly disappeared, replaced by a deathly silence. What followed was even greater panic. On the market's roof, rows of red warning lights were flashing wildly. The blinding light shone on everyone's terrified faces. What's going on? Is that a ferocious beast alarm? Run! The crowd erupted in chaos. Countless workers scattered and fled in all directions, screaming like headless flies. The scene was chaotic. Manager Wang's face turned ashen, and he suddenly looked at the alarm level. It's a level 2 alert. A powerful mutated beast has gone out of control. Quick! Evacuate immediately, he shouted hoarsely, trying to maintain order, but to little avail. Uncle Lu was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he grabbed Nie Tian and tried to run away. Xiao Tian! Run! It's dangerous! Nie Tian stood still, without moving. His gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced into the deepest part of the seafood market. That quarantine area is used to temporarily house high-risk mutant aquatic products. Just now, the alarm went off. His thunder heart and wind breath lungs trembled simultaneously, emanating a strange longing. This feeling is just like when we dug the crystal core out of the mutated Rat King's body. Could it be that? Is a crystal core also being born inside this out-of-control mutated beast? In the brief 2 seconds that Nie Tian hesitated, an energy surge, more powerful, more violent, and more destructive than the previous Rat King, erupted from that direction like a deep-sea bomb. Immediately afterwards, boom! A loud bang was heard. The heavy alloy gate of that quarantine zone was actually smashed open with a huge hole. Debris flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Amidst the most horrified screams, a massive figure, shimmering with a dark blue metallic sheen, slowly emerged from the broken gate. That's a fish. A terrifying creature that is over 3 meters long and several times larger than an ordinary steel-scaled knife fish. Its scales are no longer silvery white, but a deep, dark blue, as if covered with a layer of metallic armor. The fins became wider and sharper, like guillotines. Especially its eyes, which are no longer normal fish eyes, but 2 clusters of scarlet blood eyes. It was filled with brutality and madness. Second mutation. This is definitely a berserk steel-scaled knife fish that has undergone a second mutation. Its actual strength is probably already infinitely close to, or even reached, the level of a 2-star ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, ferocious beasts are stronger than martial artists of the same level. In other words, to deal with this situation, at least one fully armed 2-star martial artist would be needed to turn the tide. However, apart from Nie Tian, everyone else on the scene was an ordinary worker whose chi and blood values had just exceeded 100. Compared to the mutated, ferocious steel-scaled knife fish, they are no different from ants. Roar! The mutated knife fish let out a roar unlike any other fish, and its massive body swung violently. A deep trench was instantly carved into the hard cement ground. Its crimson gaze swept across the chaotic crowd, finally locking onto a figure that was closest to it, now lagging behind after falling down. It's Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Nie Tian's pupils contracted. Suddenly, the ferocious knife fish opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth and pounced fiercely at Lu Zishan, who was lying on the ground, like an arrow released from a bow. Fast. Too fast. Lu Zishan was so frightened that his face turned pale. He tried to scramble away, but it was too late. He was about to die in the fish's mouth. The fleeing workers around them screamed in despair, and no one dared to go forward. At the critical moment, far from showing any fear, Nie Tian's eyes blazed with an incredibly dazzling light. Good timing. He could clearly sense that a crystal core had been born inside this mutated knife fish, just like the mutated Rat King. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It should be noted that, under normal circumstances, the probability of a crystal core being born inside a ferocious beast is less than 1%. You beast. You're asking for death. A cold, low shout rang out. To everyone's utter astonishment, a figure, instead of retreating, advanced. Like a cannonball, it charged head-on at the ferocious knife fish that was lunging at Uncle Lu. It was Nie Tian. Chapter 13 Xuanwu's Divine Might. A fierce battle against the raging knife fish. Nye Tian made his move. Just as the massive body of the second mutated berserk knife fish was about to devour Uncle Lu, his figure shot out like an arrow, crashing headlong into this death zone. Quick! Unparalleled speed. The prototype of Wind and Thunder Step is activated instantly. Although it has not yet undergone systematic improvement and perfection, with the support of 222 quasi-martial arts blood and chi, its speed has already far exceeded that of yesterday when it killed the Rat King. A faint sound of wind and thunder seemed to echo in the air. Nye Tian's figure left a series of blurry afterimages as he narrowly grabbed Uncle Lu's arm, who was slumped on the ground just before the giant mouth full of fangs closed. Walk! With a low shout, Nye Tian exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. It actually flung Uncle Lu, who weighed 140 or 150 pounds, several meters away, escaping the knife fish's direct attack range. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the raging knife fish's massive head slammed down on the spot where Uncle Lu had just been lying. The hard cement floor was as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer, instantly cracking open with spiderweb like fissures. Stone fragments flew everywhere. If it hits a person, it will definitely break bones and cause instant death. Roar! Having missed its target, the second mutated knife fish went into a frenzy. Its two scarlet eyes suddenly locked onto the tiny human who had ruined its hunt. A fierce and violent aura rushed towards us as if it were a tangible force. Uncle Lu, who had narrowly escaped death, was still in shock when he saw what was happening before him. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and couldn't even speak. Manager Wang and a few other workers who were a bit bolder and didn't immediately flee far away. He also hid behind the obstacle, poked his head out, and looked at the man and fish confronting each other in the arena with a look of horror. It's Xiao Tian. He didn't run away? And he even saved old Lu? Are you crazy? That's a ferocious beast that has undergone 2 mutations. Isn't he just throwing his life away by going up there? He seems different from before. Someone noticed the faint but palpable sense of oppression emanating from Nye Tian. That's the aura of a quasi-martial artist. However, even for a quasi-martial artist, facing a second-stage mutated knife fish that is close to a 2-star ferocious beast alone is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Nye Tian ignored the exclamations from afar. His attention was completely focused on the enormous thing in front of him. So strong. Even as they brushed past each other, he felt the terrifying power and speed emanating from the other person. It's definitely a level above that mutated Rat King from last night. A head-on confrontation will absolutely not yield any good results. We must use our speed advantage to maneuver. Whoosh! Nye Tian activated the Yi Wind and Thunder Step, again, his figure moving at high speed around the mutated knife fish like a ghost. The alloy boning knife in his hand transformed into a cold gleam, tentatively piercing towards the dark blue scales on the side of the knife fish. When? A crisp clang of metal clashing. Nye Tian felt a tremendous force of recoil coming from the hilt of the sword, and his hand went slightly numb. The alloy blade tip, which was powerful enough to easily cut through the defenses of an ordinary steel-scaled knife fish, only left a faint white mark on the fish's dark blue scales. What amazing defense! Nye Tian felt a chill run down his spine. This second mutation not only enhanced strength and speed, but also greatly improved defense. Roar! The mutated knife fish was completely enraged by Nye Tian's harassment. It suddenly swung its tail. The enormous tail fin, like a steel whip, swept across the room with a whistling sound as it tore through the air. Its speed and range were so great that it almost blocked all of Nye Tian's evasion routes. There's no way to retreat. Nye Tian's eyes narrowed. Thunderbolt. Berserk. In an instant. My heart is pounding like a war drum. A violent force surged into every part of his body. Instead of taking the hit head-on, he channeled the power of Berserk into his speed. At the same time, wind-breathing lungs. Breath guidance. A cool current circulated within his body, making his movements even lighter. Wind and Thunder Step. Ultimate burst. Whoosh. Nye Tian's speed increased again. In a split second, he forcefully twisted his body, flying as if skimming the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal sweep. The howling wind whipped across my cheeks, bringing a burning, stinging sensation. Boom! The huge fishtail slammed hard into the concrete pillar next to it. Click! The sturdy concrete pillar snapped instantly. It collapsed with a deafening roar. Smoke and dust filled the air. Seeing the terrifying destructive power, Manager Wang and the others in the distance turned pale with fright. If you get hit by that, you'll be completely obliterated. Can Xiao Tian do it? Nye Tian steadied himself, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. This beast's power is terrifying. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and used all his abilities on speed, he probably would have been finished. We can no longer passively dodge. We must find an opportunity to fight back. A resolute glint flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. He activated Berserk again, this time pushing his power to its limit. The vital energy of a quasi-martial artist was poured into his right arm without reservation. The alloy boning knife in his hand seemed unable to withstand the force and emitted a slight hum. Break! Nye Tian roared and charged toward the mutated knife fish like a cannonball. He wanted to see if he could break through the beast's defenses with a full-force attack. Roar! The mutated knife fish seemed to sense Nye Tian's thoughts, and a hint of contempt flashed in its scarlet eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, not to bite. Instead, it lashed out like a whip, using its massive head covered in dark blue scales to smash into Nye Tian. Lightning fast. A force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. If this impact were to occur, it would be enough to send a small car flying. A head-on clash? A hint of madness flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. Retreat? It's too late. When two armies meet on a narrow path, the brave one will prevail. Let me see if your fish scales are harder, or my knife is sharper. He did not back down in the slightest. The power of Berserk is pushed to its limit. The alloy boning knife sliced through the air with unstoppable momentum, fiercely slashing towards the oncoming giant fish head. Boom! The moment the blade collided with the fish head, a deafening roar like thunder erupted. An unimaginable, terrifying force, like a flash flood, surged wildly into Nye Tian's arm along the blade. Click! The alloy boning knife in Nye Tian's hand could not withstand this enormous force and broke into pieces. The enormous impact sent him flying. Like a kite with a broken string, it traced a parabola in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed uncontrollably from Nye Tian's mouth. It felt like all my internal organs had shifted. Every bone in his body was groaning under the strain. Xiao Tian, came Uncle Lu's heart-wrenching cry from afar. Manager Wang and the others looked ashen-faced. It's over. This is completely over. Their weapons are broken, and they've been knocked away and seriously injured. How can they fight back? The mutated, berserk knife fish merely swayed slightly, leaving only a slightly deeper knife mark on its massive head. Completely unharmed. It shook its head, its scarlet eyes locking onto Nye Tian lying on the ground once more, filled with cruelty and savagery. Its massive body began to move, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this tiny human who dared to provoke it. However, just when everyone thought Nye Tian was doomed, Nye Tian, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Although there was blood on the corner of his mouth, his face was somewhat pale. But those eyes were incredibly bright. Instead of despair and fear, they were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Hard. That's fucking hard. But that's what makes it interesting. The collision just now caused him serious internal injuries and destroyed his weapon. But his black tortoise skin was fully activated the instant he endured that terrifying impact. Attacked by a 1-star intermediate level ferocious beast elite template. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction 3560. Attacked by a 1-star intermediate level ferocious beast elite template. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction 4060. Attacked by a 1-star intermediate ferocious beast elite template. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction 4560. A series of system notifications flashed through his mind like a screen being filled with notifications. Just one impact. His damage reduction increased by a full 15 points. The damage reduction was increased from 30 points to 45 points. Most importantly, the damage reduction cap has also been increased from 30 to 60 points. This is truly an unexpected delight. Nye Tian could clearly feel that the toughness of his skin had increased dramatically once again. The terrifying force that was enough to break a concrete pillar was actually reduced by at least half when it reached his body by the black tortoise skin. Otherwise, he would be far more than just spitting out blood. He would probably have broken bones and muscles and be unable to fight. Black tortoise skin awesome. Nye Tian was inwardly full of praise. Cough, cough. Spit out the blood and foam from your mouth. Seeing the ferocious knife fish approaching again, Nietian not only did not retreat, but grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Good timing. The weapon broke? No problem. I still have my fists. More importantly, he has found this beast's weakness. Chapter 14. The entire audience was horrified. He smashed the ferocious beast with his fist. The mutated, berserk knife fish locked its crimson gaze on Nietian, who had stood up again. In its perception, this tiny human, though injured, not only did not weaken, but seemed even more dangerous. This made it feel uneasy and angry. Roar! It roared again, and its massive body rolled over like a tank. From its gaping maw, sharp fangs gleamed coldly, and a foul stench wafted out. It will tear this insect that dared to provoke it to shreds. Faced with this fierce attack, Nietian neither dodged nor avoided it. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Relieve wind in the lungs. Recirculate your breath. With a thought, a cool current flows instantly through the entire body. The internal organ tremors and blood turmoil caused by the head-on collision were instantly soothed. My physical strength is also recovering rapidly. This is the terrifying power of combining wind breath lung with black tortoise skin. As long as he isn't instantly killed and as long as he has enough health, he can quickly recover and continue fighting. The enormous fish mouth is about to arrive. Nietian suddenly ducked down. Wind and thunder step. As if teleporting, the figure slid past the knife fish with a narrow, almost fatal glide along the ground. Sizzle. The sharp fins of the knife fish grazed his shoulder, tearing a hole in his cheap tracksuit. But this time, Nietian didn't feel any pain. The Xuanwu skin's damage reduction of up to 45 points is enough to ignore this level of scratches. Having successfully dodged a fatal blow, Nietian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chance. His desperate attempt to counter that attack wasn't entirely reckless. In addition to stimulating the potential of black tortoise skin, more importantly, it allowed me to observe the opponent's weaknesses at close range. This second mutated knife fish is covered in hard, dark blue scales all over its body, except its abdomen. The scales on its belly are relatively light in color and do not appear to be completely closed, allowing glimpses of the relatively soft flesh underneath. That's where its weakness lies. Once you find the weakness, the rest will be much easier. Like a leech clinging to a bone, Nietian swam at high speed, clinging tightly to the massive body of the knife fish. He used the wind and thunder step to its fullest potential. His figure transformed into blurry afterimages, spinning wildly around the knife fish. Even though the alloy boning knife was broken, he still had his fist. And his elbow. Thunderous heart. Berserk. The power erupted once more. This time, he didn't choose to fight head-on, but instead focused his power on his fists and elbows. Bang! 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 His fists and elbows, like heavy hammers, relentlessly pounded on the relatively vulnerable area of the knife fish's belly. Although it cannot break through the defense in one blow, each attack contains the power of berserk and the blood and chi of a quasi-martial artist. Little by little, you'll accumulate a lot. Roar! 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 With its vital abdominal area constantly under attack, the berserk knifefish finally felt intense pain. It twisted its body frantically and swung its tail, trying to swat the annoying fly to death. But Nietian was too fast. The combination of wind and thunder step and wind breath lung allows him to recover energy like a tireless ghost, always managing to evade attacks at the most dangerous moments. The existence of the black tortoise skin makes him fearless of those collisions and impacts that he cannot completely avoid, with one side gaining and the other losing. The originally ferocious and violent knife fish was actually outmaneuvered by Nietian all by himself. Uncle Lu, Steward Wang, and the others in the distance were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide open, as if they were watching a science fiction blockbuster. Xiao Tian. He was actually dominating that terrifying mutated beast? Is this even human? Manager Wang was so excited that he was trembling all over. 2-star martial artist. This is definitely the strength of a 2-star martial artist. He was even stronger than some of the newly promoted 2-star martial artists he had ever seen. This kid, he's been hiding his true abilities too well. Such a prodigy has emerged in the market. The battle has reached a fever pitch. The raging knifefish's movements became increasingly sluggish, and its breathing became increasingly heavy. Under Nietian's relentless attacks, cracks have appeared on the scales on its abdomen, and dark green blood is even seeping out. Although Nye Tian was also covered in blood and dust, his aura remained calm and deep. The Chi recovery skill allows him to maintain abundant stamina at all times. Black tortoise skin further minimizes the damage from the opponent's counterattack. The scales of victory have begun to tip. Now! A cold glint flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. He keenly observed that the ferocious knifefish stiffened its movements for an extremely brief moment due to severe abdominal pain. This flaw was fleeting. But for Nye Tian, who had mastered the Yi Wind and Thunder steps to its fullest extent, that was enough. Thunderous Heart. Berserk. Ultimate Burst. Thunder Step. A thunderous strike. Nye Tian poured all his strength into his legs and right fist without reservation. Speed and power merged perfectly in this moment. He seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness. In an instant, it appears on the underside of the belly of the berserker knifefish. That was the place he had repeatedly attacked, and its defenses were at their weakest. No weapons? Then use your fists. Nye Tian's eyes were icy cold, his right fist clenched tightly, his arm muscles bulging and veins standing out. The blood and chi power at the quasi-martial artist level, mixed with the violent power of the Thunderheart, is like dynamite compressed to the extreme. Hard. Towards those cracked, dark blue scales. They were blasted out. Die. A punch that shook the heavens and earth. The air seemed to explode. A muffled sonic boom resounded. Snap. A sickening cracking sound rang out. The already fragile scales on the belly of the ferocious knifefish could no longer withstand this devastating blow. It shattered instantly. Nye Tian's fist, like a red-hot iron, slammed into the soft belly of the knifefish without any resistance. A violent surge of blood energy erupted. Put. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. The mutated, berserk knifefish's massive body stiffened abruptly, as if hit by a cannonball. In his crimson eyes, the madness and savagery vanished instantly, leaving only endless fear and disbelief. Immediately, its massive body lost all its strength and crashed to the ground like a small mountain. It kicked up a cloud of dust. It has completely lost its vitality. Quiet. The entire seafood market fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared in disbelief at the tall figure in the center of the arena and the enormous carcass of the ferocious beast at his feet. Did we win? That terrifying, mutated beast. He was just killed with a single punch? Huff, huff. Nye Tian stood beside the carcass of the knifefish, breathing heavily. That punch just now almost exhausted most of his strength. My health and mana were also depleted by a full 8 calories in the battle just now. But his face was beaming with the joy and satisfaction of victory. In my mind, a series of cold system notifications rang out. Slate a 1-star mid-level ferocious beast elite template, a second mutated berserk steel-scaled knifefish, plundering a large amount of energy, HP plus 3. Current chi and blood, 220.4 kilocalories. The health points awarded for killing enemies are secondary. The most surprising thing is, at the very moment the knifefish was killed, Nye Tian clearly felt an energy that was purer and more powerful than the Rat King's crystal core emanating from the abdomen of the knifefish corpse. There was indeed a crystal core. And the quality is even higher. Nye Tianxiang suppressed his excitement and did not go to check on him immediately. Instead, he went to Uncle Lu, who was still slumped on the ground, still in shock. Uncle Lu, are you all right? Ah. Xiao Tian. Uncle Lu suddenly realized what was happening. Looking at Nye Tian, his lips trembled, and he was too excited to speak. He just kept crying. It's good that you're all right. Nye Tian patted his shoulder, then turned to Steward Wang, who was also walking over in a daze. Manager Wang looked at Nye Tian with a complex expression, a mixture of shock, awe, and a hint of relief. Little Tian, no. Mr. Nye. Manager Wang stammered, unconsciously using a respectful title. The young man before him was no longer someone he could address casually. This is a ruthless person who can single-handedly kill a twice-mutated ferocious beast. He's definitely a martial artist, and might even be a 2-star martial artist. Nye Tian waved his hand. Manager Wang, just call me Nye Tian. His gaze swept over the chaotic scene and the still shaken workers. Let's deal with this first. Have you notified the police station? We've notified them. They should be here soon. Manager Wang nodded hurriedly. Nie Tian said no more and turned to walk towards the huge knifefish corpse. Ignoring the awe-inspiring gazes around him, he crouched down and began groping inside the belly of the knifefish that he had smashed with his punch. Soon, he held a crystal the size of a baby's fist in his palm. A mid-grade 1-star crystal core has been detected. Absorb it? 1 star, mid-grade. As expected, it is of higher quality than the Rat King's low-grade 1-star crystal core. A fiery glint flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. Absorb. The next second, the crystal core transformed into a purer and more powerful warm energy current, surging into his body. Same as last time. Under Nie Tian's control, this warm current was entirely transported to the organ that first awakened the Thunder Heart. The other 2 organs that awakened later, the Wind Breath Lung and the Black Tortoise Skin, also expressed their desires, but in the end, they could only helplessly accept reality. Absorption successful. 2 evolution points gained. Current evolution points: Thunder Heart 3-100, Wind Breath Lung 0-100, Black Tortoise Skin 0-100. Thunder Heart has gained another 2 evolution points, in addition to the 1 point that the Rat King Crystal Core added to the Thunder Heart. It now has a total of 3 evolution points. We've taken another small step closer to evolution. Nie Tian clenched his fist, feeling the Thunder Heart, which was becoming more and more vigorous after being nourished. This adventure was worth it. However, the crystal core brings more than just evolution points, it also brings a sudden change in the atmosphere of the surrounding air. Those gazes that converged on Nie Tian were a mixture of awe and inquiry, and the sound of several approaching footsteps from officials. This foreshadows that the rewards for this battle will go far beyond this. Chapter 15: Reward. An olive branch from the police department. Dead silence. The moment Nie Tian finished absorbing the crystal core and the system notification sounded, the entire seafood market fell into an eerie silence. The salty sea breeze, mixed with the heavy smell of blood, blew across everyone's faces, but could not dispel the horror in their eyes. The panic and despair have long since subsided, replaced by a complex mix of awe, fear, and even a touch of fanaticism. All eyes were fixed on that slender yet upright figure, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. That boy who smashed the mutated beast twice with his bare fists. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, the sound particularly jarring in the silence, breaking the frozen atmosphere. Brother Nie Tian? The first to react was Wang, the foreman of the market. The arrogance that usually clung to his face had vanished, replaced by an almost fawning, cautious smile. He hunched over, vigorously wiping his hands on his fish-smelling apron before cautiously approaching, his voice trembling. Are you all right? Nie Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the increasingly powerful throbbing of his Thunder Heart after it had been nourished, and calmly glanced at Steward Wang. With just one glance, Manager Wang felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, causing him to subconsciously bend his waist even lower. I'm fine, Nie Tian said calmly. It's good that you're all right. Manager Wang was overjoyed and quickly pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. Brother Nie Tian, today's incident is truly all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, who knows how many people in our market would have been killed or injured. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Market Management Office and our stalls. Please accept it. Nie Tian glanced at the thickness of the envelope. There were at least 40 or 50 red bills inside. 5,000 yuan. For him, it was a huge sum of money. But now, he simply accepted it calmly, put it in his pocket, and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Seeing that Nie Tian accepted it, Manager Wang's face crinkled with smiles. He rubbed his hands together and said even more eagerly, Brother Nie Tian, you're so talented, it's such a waste of your abilities to be stuck at our little stall dealing with mutated seafood. I've discussed it with the management office and we'd like to hire you as our market security consultant. You don't have to do anything, you just need to come and take a walk around every day. The monthly salary. I'll offer you 10,000. No, 20,000. Fearing that Nie Tian would refuse, he doubled the salary again. With a powerful expert capable of killing a mutated beast with his bare hands in charge, he's worth at least 20,000, even 50,000. He's a pillar of strength. However, Nie Tian shook his head. No need, Steward Wang. His gaze was calm. I have no interest in management. Manager Wang's heart sank, thinking that Nie Tian didn't care about the money. But Nie Tian continued, however, I will come back this afternoon. I want to continue working on dealing with the mutated aquatic products. Ha! Manager Wang was stunned. Why give up a relaxed, high-paying job as a security consultant and insist on coming back to do that dirty and tiring work? Nie Tian did not explain. A comfortable management position meant nothing to him. What he needs is a stable, legal monster spawn point that can provide a continuous source of energy. This seafood market is undoubtedly the perfect choice at this stage. Just then, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached from afar. Police station investigation. Everyone stay where you are and do not move. A loud, powerful shout rang out, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. A team of government officials dressed in black combat uniforms and armed with guns rushed in. The leader was a burly, resolute middle-aged man with 2 gleaming silver stars on his shoulders and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Zhou Yong, captain of the 3rd Action Team, Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. 2-star martial artist. As soon as Zhou Yong entered the arena, his gaze locked onto Nie Tian, the most conspicuous figure in the arena, and the pool of blood and flesh at his feet. His pupils contracted slightly. What a young martial artist! And so composed. The boy didn't even blink at the menacing police officers. A sense of curiosity arose in Zhou Yong's heart. He calmly mobilized the blood and qi in his body, and a powerful aura belonging to a 2nd-star martial artist pressed down on Nie Tian like an invisible tide. This is a test. An ordinary quasi-martial artist would definitely turn pale and have difficulty breathing under this aura. However, Nie Tian remained standing still, his body motionless, as if that aura was just a gentle breeze. His heart pounded powerfully, and his Xuanwu skin resisted it on its own. This level of intimidation was like a tickle to him. Zhou Yong could no longer hide the surprise on his face. This kid is weird. He withdrew his imposing aura, strode up to Nie Tian, and asked in a deep voice, "Did you kill this mutated, berserk knife fish?" Yes, Nie Tian readily admitted. Zhou Yong gave him a deep look, his eyes practically overflowing with admiration. What courage! What skill! My name is Zhou Yong, captain of the 3rd Action Team of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Young man, are you interested in joining our Public Security Bureau? He extended the invitation directly, even with a hint of eagerness. With your strength and fearless courage, if you join me, I can directly give you the position of a squad leader. The salary, benefits, and cultivation resources will be excellent. Upon hearing this, everyone around, including Manager Wang, gasped in shock. Police Department Squad Leader. That's a secure, government-funded job with a prestigious position and a bright future. Everyone thought that Nie Tian would agree without hesitation. However, Nie Tian shook his head again. Thank you for your kind offer, Captain Zhou, but I don't want to join any organization for the time being. He declined calmly. I'm still young and want to explore on my own. Are you kidding me? Joining the Public Security Bureau and patrolling and going on missions every day was no different from retirement for him. His plunder evolution system requires endless killing and plundering, not being bound by rules and regulations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yong was not angry at all. Instead, his admiration deepened. That's ambitious. He laughed and patted Nie Tian on the shoulder. Good. It's good that young people have their own ideas. I won't force you. But remember, the doors of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau are always open for you. As he spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Nie Tian. This is my contact information. If you encounter any problems in Jiangcheng that you can't solve, feel free to call me anytime. Thank you, Captain Zhou. Nie Tian accepted the business card. This was the first connection he had gained from an official force. Subsequently, the police officers skillfully processed the scene, packing the mangled remains of the ferocious beast into a specially made alloy box. The corpses of high-level ferocious beasts are strategic resources handled by the government, and their flesh and bones have extremely high research and utilization value. Although Nie Tian was somewhat envious of the fish meat containing energy, he had already obtained the most precious crystal core, so he didn't feel it was a pity. Watching the busy figures of the officials and listening to the awe-inspiring discussions of the surrounding crowd, Nie Tian left the market. As he walked home, he clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within his body. Strength. This is the change that brings strength. Money, status, respect, connections, everything follows. Not enough. A glint of ambition flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. Becoming a quasi-martial artist is just the beginning. A clear goal took shape in his mind. Tomorrow, I'll go get my martial arts certification. He wants to step into this world of martial arts where strength reigns supreme, with a completely new and officially recognized identity. Chapter 16 Quasi-Martial Artist. 220 calories, a groundbreaking achievement. Nothing was said that night. The fatigue from the fierce battle and the slight internal organ tremors were completely recovered during Nye Tian's night of cultivation and recuperation. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the rented room through the gap in the curtains, Nye Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Not only did he recover from his injuries and feel full of energy, but he also felt that he had improved his control over the surging power within him. The realm of a quasi-martial artist is now completely stable. He pulled up his personal panel and glanced at it. Qi and blood, 220.4 calories. The numerical values remained unchanged, but Nye Tian could clearly feel that his qi and blood were more condensed and robust than yesterday. He changed into a brand new tracksuit and carefully put away his bank card, the VIP card for the Rock Martial Arts Academy, and the business card Zhou Yom had given him. Nye Tian closed the door and walked towards the city center. The urban village where he lived stood in stark contrast to the bustling city center of Jiangcheng. On one side are cramped, dilapidated buildings with tangled wires like spider webs. On the other side is a steel forest of towering buildings and crisscrossing maglev train tracks. And in the very center of that steel forest, a magnificent building constructed entirely of black alloy and reinforced glass, shaped like a sharp sword piercing the sky, is the sacred place in the hearts of all martial artists in Jiangcheng, the Martial Artist Building. The Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Association is located here. The moment Nye Tian stepped into the Martial Arts Building, he was awestruck by its spacious and magnificent interior. Above the enormous dome, a blue sky and white clouds are simulated, and soft light shines down. The ground was so shiny it reflected a person's image, and warriors dressed in various combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, came and went. The electronic screen scrolled through mission information and wanted posters for the ferocious beasts. The air was filled with a unique scent that mixed with sweat, medicine, and high fighting spirit. This is a world for the strong. Nye Tian's conviction grew stronger, and he strode toward the service window that displayed the martial artist certifications sign. There weren't many people queuing at the window, and it was his turn soon. The person in charge of the verification was a young woman in her early 20s named Lin Wei. She was wearing the Martial Arts Association's uniform, with delicate features, but a hint of professional indifference in her expression. When she saw Nye Tian's slightly immature face, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Hello, are you here to get certified as a martial artist?" she asked to confirm. "Preliminary martial artist certification," Nye Tian corrected. Lin Wei was even more surprised. So young to be getting certified as a potential martial artist? Judging by his age, he's at most 17 or 18. He must be a genius carefully nurtured by some powerful family or force. She suppressed her surprise and said in a businesslike manner, "Please place your hand on this blood and qi testing device." Nye Tian did as instructed and placed his palm on it. This device is more advanced than the one at Rock Martial Arts Academy. With a cool metallic touch, a gentle energy instantly flowed through his entire body. The numbers on the screen started jumping wildly. 100 calories. 150 calories. 180 calories. Lin Wei's expression remained relatively calm. This score was within the range of geniuses. However, even after the number of calories exceeded the threshold of 200 for a quasi-martial artist, it showed no signs of stopping. 210 calories. 215 calories. 220 calories. Finally, with a soft beep, the numbers froze completely. 220.4 calories. Lin Wei's breath caught in her throat the moment she saw the number. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared intently at the screen, as if trying to see right through it. 220.4 calories. What does this mean? Those who have just stepped into the threshold of becoming a quasi-martial artist generally have a little over 200 calories. Those who can reach 210 calories during certification can be considered elites. The boy in front of us, who looks like he's not even an adult yet, has a calorie intake of 220.4 calories. This is not genius. This is a monster. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Wei's mind in an instant, eventually converging into one conclusion. This young man must have a powerful family or force supporting him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such a terrifying level of qi and blood at this age. Please enter your fingerprints and iris information." Her voice trembled slightly, and her attitude became respectful. Nye Tian did as instructed. Soon, accompanied by an electronic voice saying authentication successful, a silver, shield-shaped badge was handed out. In the center of the shield, a gray star is engraved. Quasi-martial artist badge. This is your martial artist badge and your martial artist stipend card, which contains a pre-deposited stipend of 3,000 yuan for this month. Lin Wei handed the badge and card to Nie Tian with both hands, adding respectfully. In addition, we suggest you download our Martial Arts Association's official app, Martial Arts Home, and log in using your personal information. Your current access level is level 1. Permissions? Nie Tian keenly grasped this word. Yes, Lin Wei explained patiently, the level of access determines what content you can browse and purchase on the app. The only difference between a quasi-martial artist and a one-star martial artist lies in whether you have mastered any martial skill and reached the beginner level. Once you have mastered a martial skill, you can come back at any time for a star rating. Nie Tian nodded, indicating that he understood. After saying goodbye to Lin Wei, who was still in shock, Nie Tian found a corner and eagerly downloaded and logged into Martial Arts House. A simple yet technologically advanced interface pops up. Name, Nie Tian. Level, Quasi-Martial Artist. Qi and Blood, 220.4 calories. Merit points, 0. Permission level, level 1. He opened the in-game store, the task hall, the forum, and other sections, but his brows furrowed slightly. In the shop, many high-level pills, weapons and equipment items are grayed out, displaying insufficient permissions. In the mission hall, most of the rewarding missions require a 1-star warrior level or higher and require going to the wilderness area outside the city. He realized that becoming a quasi-martial artist was merely obtaining a ticket to enter this world. The real journey has only just begun. And just after Nie Tian left, Lin Wei, standing at the authentication window, took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She quickly opened an encrypted communication channel, edited a message, and sent it. A potential talent has been discovered. Name, Nie Tian. Age, approximately 17. Certification level, quasi-martial artist. Health points, 220.4 kilocalories. The message was sent to the top floor of the martial arts building, to the president's office. A sprightly old man looked at the information that popped up on the screen, and his previously calm eyes suddenly lit up. He is Lin Heping, the branch president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, and also Lin Wei's grandfather. 17 years old. 220.4 calories of qi and blood? Lin Heping muttered to himself, then suddenly stood up from his chair, his face filled with shock and ecstasy. A genius? No, this is an unparalleled genius. A once-in-a-century prodigy in Jiangcheng. He paced back and forth in his office excitedly, then picked up his communicator and dialed a number. Hey, Lao Hao, still worried about this year's martial arts exam results? I have something to tell you, but don't be scared. On the other end of the phone, Hao Jian, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, was drinking tea when he heard this and chuckled. Brother Lin, what good news is it now? Lin Heping deliberately kept everyone in suspense, chuckling as he spoke. Your No. 2 Middle School has produced a true prodigy. A peerless genius who can shake the entire Jiangnan province. What? The teacup in Hao Jian's hand fell to the ground with a crack and shattered into pieces. Chapter 17 Can't afford basic martial arts techniques? A new way out. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Principal's Office. Hao Jian gripped the communicator, his face flushed with excitement, and his breathing became rapid. Brother Lin. Are you telling the truth? A student from our No. 2 Middle School? Who is it? Tell me quickly, who is it? Hey, you're making me break the rules. I can't tell you, you guess for yourself. Bye. Lin Heping's smug laughter came from the other end of the communicator, and then the call was disconnected. Hao Jian stood there stunned for 3 seconds, then, like a bull that had been injected with stimulants, started pacing wildly around the office. A prodigy. A genius who can shake the entire Jiangnan province. They came from their No. 2 Middle School. This is an incredible achievement. He suddenly stopped, grabbed the list of top students from his desk, and immediately called Yi Qingyu's number. Hey, Qingyu, have you made another huge breakthrough in your strength recently? Hao Jian's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and anticipation. On the other end of the phone, Yi Qingyu, who was resting at the Rock Martial Arts Academy, was taken aback. Principal? No, I still have 160 calories. Oh, okay, then keep up the good work. Hao Jian hung up the phone in disappointment. Not Yi Qingyu? He immediately dialed Jiang Shaotian's number. Principal? I just broke through 140 calories. Jiang Shaotian's voice carried a hint of pride. I understand. Hao Jian was even more disappointed. He called on the top students on the list one by one, and the answers he received made him fall from grace time and time again. That's strange. Could it be that Brother Lin is playing a trick on me? Hao Jian was completely baffled and was so worried that his hair was about to fall out. In the rest area of the Rock Martial Arts Academy, Yi Qingyu, after hanging up the phone, had a thoughtful look in her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. The principal is so excited to find a genius. She was incredibly intelligent, and a figure flashed through her mind in an instant. That figure who achieved an astonishing 192 units of qi and blood during the martial arts gym test a few days ago. Could it be him? Once the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't stop it. Yi Qingyu's heart inexplicably quickened, and without much hesitation, she immediately found Nie Tian's number and dialed it. At this moment, Nie Tian was sitting on a park bench near the martial arts building, looking at the martial arts home app store interface with a headache. He clicked on the martial arts section. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques and the cool demonstration videos of their power ignited his passion. Shadow Slash, a low-grade yellow rank sword technique, as fast as lightning, capable of killing an enemy with a single strike. Mountain Opening Fist, a low-grade yellow-level fist technique, powerful and heavy, invincible. Nie Tian was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He possesses 220 calories of vital energy and the extraordinary abilities of his three major organs, much like a sports car with a top-of-the-line engine but lacking matching tires and a transmission system. His fighting style remains at a crude stage, relying on instinct and brute force. You must master a martial art as soon as possible to truly transform your strength into combat power. However, when he saw the price, it was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. The cheapest low-grade yellow-level martial arts technique, priced at 50,000 yuan. He searched through all his belongings: the advanced salary from the Rock Martial Arts School, plus the money just given by manager Wang and the Martial Arts Association, totaled less than 10,000. A drop in the ocean. A strong sense of urgency and a desire for money surged into my heart once again. He then opened the mission hall, where there were all sorts of missions. But as Lin Wei said, the rewarding missions are all in the wilderness, which is too dangerous for him at the moment. The odd jobs in the city pay too little, and it would take forever to save up 50,000. Making money by coaching and killing fish is too inefficient. Just as Nie Tian was at his wit's end, his cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed Yi Qingyu, he answered the phone with some surprise. Hello? Nie Tian, did you go to get certified as a prospective martial artist today? Yi Qingyu's clear yet uncertain voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I just finished the verification, Nie Tian admitted frankly. Really? Yi Qingyu's voice was filled with surprise and amazement. That's wonderful. Congratulations. She was genuinely happy for him, and then, as if sharing an interesting secret, she said, Let me tell you something funny. Our principal was frantically calling around looking for a genius. Could that genius he's talking about be you? Nie Tian was taken back, then burst into laughter. It seems that my 220-calorie health points have indeed caused quite a stir. Where are you? Let's meet. I have some things I'd like to talk to you about regarding martial arts, Yi Qingyu said, extending an invitation. Half an hour later, in the rest area of the Rock Martial Arts School. After listening to Nie Tian's worries about money, and looking at the app interface on his phone with its severely restricted permissions, Yi Qingyu offered a suggestion. My account is a high-level VIP account issued by the martial arts school, with much higher privileges than yours. Why don't you try using my account first? Nie Tian shook his head. No need, it's too much trouble. Just tell me about it. He has his own principles and doesn't want to be overly exposed on other people's accounts. Yi Qingyu didn't press the issue and logged in with her own account to show him. Look, after becoming a one-star martial artist, the monthly allowance will increase to 5,000, and there will be a higher quota of free cultivation resources, which can be exchanged for about 10 ordinary qi and blood pills. Most importantly, you will have the authority to purchase mid-grade yellow-rank martial arts techniques. Looking at the unlocked items on her screen, Nie Tian's desire for promotion intensified. Through Yi Qingyu's account, he gained a more comprehensive understanding of the prices of martial arts techniques. Low-grade yellow level, 50,000 80,000. Yellow-grade medium quality, 100,000 200,000. Top-grade yellow level, starting at 300,000. He even saw a grayed-out entry for mysterious level martial arts techniques, with the price listed as a shocking negotiable. Seeing these astronomical figures, Nie Tian's newly ignited passion was once again extinguished by the cold reality. Yi Qingyu noticed his predicament. She bit her lip and mustered her courage to say, "Nya Tian, I can lend you money to buy martial arts techniques." Nya Tian felt a warmth in his heart, but still resolutely refused. "No need, thank you, Qingyu. I will take care of the money myself." He didn't want to involve this innocent and kind girl because of a large sum of money. But let's take another look at the mission hall. Nya Tian changed the subject. The two confirmed once again that, given Nya Tian's current strength, going to the wilderness to carry out a mission would be tantamount to suicide. The path of earning money to buy martial arts skills seems to have led to a dead end. Just as the atmosphere in the rest area fell silent, Yi Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. On a sudden inspiration, she quickly browsed through the forum section of Martial Arts House. Soon, she found a popular post that was highlighted in red at the top of the screen and pointed at the screen, saying to Nya Tian, "Nya Tian, look at this. This place might be a suitable new spot for you." Nya Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The title of the post, written in bold, contained a highly inflammatory statement. Virtual Arena, the best testing ground for newcomers, or the biggest money scam? In-depth analysis. Virtual Arena? Nya Tian murmured the name, a strong interest flashing in his eyes. Chapter 18: Virtual Arena and the Millionaire. Virtual Arena? Nya Tian's heart stirred, and he was immediately drawn to the name. Yi Qingyu lightly tapped the screen with her slender finger, and the post was enlarged. "This is it." Her voice carried a hint of smugness, as if she were showing off her secret treasure. The Virtual Arena is a holographic simulation battle platform launched by the Martial Arts Association in conjunction with several top technology companies, and it is located in major cities across the country. You can think of it as, well, a super-realistic internet cafe specifically for martial arts practitioners. Yi Qingyu's explanation was very simple and easy to understand. The entrance fee is not cheap. A basic simulation cabin costs 5,000 yuan per hour. 5,000? Nya Tian's eye twitched slightly. This price is astronomical. Yi Qingyu nodded and continued. Inside, you can choose between two modes. One is PvE, which challenges various levels and types of ferocious beasts simulated by the system. The other is PvP, where you are matched with other martial artists for battle. No matter which mode you choose, you'll get a reward if you win, but if you lose, you've wasted your money. She paused, then pointed to a point mentioned in the post. Most importantly, to incentivize martial artists, the arena has enabled live streaming. If you perform exceptionally well in battle, you can earn tips from viewers, which can be a substantial income. Nya Tian's breathing suddenly became rapid. His eyes were fixed on the screen, as if he wanted to imprint those words into his mind. An environment where you can safely simulate combat. A place where one can hone the abilities of the three major organs, thunderous heart, windful lungs, and black tortoise skin, and practice the wind and thunder steps. A place where you can make money quickly. This was practically made for him. He now possesses 220 calories of vital energy and powerful organ abilities, yet he is like a wild bull wielding a divine weapon, completely lacking in discipline. Practical experience is what he lacks most. The huge sum of money needed to purchase martial arts techniques was an even greater burden on his mind. The virtual arena perfectly solved all his problems. But Yi Qingyu changed the subject, pointing to the title of the post. It's also mentioned here that it's either the best proving ground for newbies or the biggest scam. Because the opponents you're matched with are random, many newbies go in and lose more than 10 games in a row, some even going bankrupt. So, most people treat it as a money-burning entertainment venue. Nya Tian laughed. Scam? That applies to ordinary newcomers. For me, this is clearly an untapped goldmine. With his superior blood and chi compared to others of the same level, and the terrifying abilities of his three awakened organs, he was absolutely confident that he could roam freely inside. The only obstacle seems to be the entrance fee of 5,000 yuan per entry. He calculated his current assets, the 5,000 he earned from coaching, plus the money he made working at the seafood market, totaled just over 10,000. You can only go in twice. 2 chances, you must succeed. As if sensing Nya Tian's predicament, Yi Qingyu switched her phone screen to the chat interface and quickly typed something. The next second, Nya Tian's phone rang with a ding. A bank SMS notification popped up. Your savings card account ending in 6789 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan, and your current balance is 20,542.50 yuan. Nya Tian suddenly looked up at Yi Qingyu. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were serious, carrying a hint of unyielding intent. This is an advance on your training fee. She came up with an excuse that sounded quite reasonable. You are my ace sparring partner now. I don't want your strength to stagnate because you can't afford to buy martial arts techniques, which would affect my training progress. Nya Tian's heart felt as if it had been violently struck by something. He wasn't stupid, he knew this was just something Yi Qingyu said to protect his pride. From being a maggot in an urban village to being oppressed by Jiang Tao, he had long been accustomed to the indifference and cruelty of the world. This pure trust and support, unadulterated and without any impurities, touched his heart more deeply than any magic pill. Looking into the girl's clear and bright eyes, Nye Tian took a deep breath and refused without being coy. He nodded emphatically. Good. I will pay you back soon. Yi Qingyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him accept it, and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Then, as if he had thought of something, he muttered something under his breath, half jokingly and half seriously. You don't need to pay me back. You're my boyfriend, so it's only right that I invest in you. The voice was soft, yet it exploded in Nye Tian's heart like a thunderclap. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, her cheeks flushed yet feigning composure, the strongest defenses in his heart completely melted away at that moment. Good. This time, his voice was incredibly firm. With the initial funding secured, Nye Tian immediately devised a new plan. In the morning, I continued to be Yi Qingyu's sparring partner, and also used the opportunity to hone my own skills. In the afternoon, focus on the virtual arena to earn money and gain practical experience. With clear goals and plenty of motivation. In the VIP restaurant of the Rock Martial Arts Academy, Nye Tian was enjoying his first truly meaningful martial arts feast. A few kilograms of ferocious beast meat containing trace amounts of energy, paired with various expensive tonic herbs, cost more than his previous month's food expenses in one meal. His performance during the morning sparring session shocked Yi Qingyu even more. The adaptive protection of Xuanwu skin seems to have been improved after breaking through to the quasi-martial artist level. After being attacked for the past few days, my damage reduction value has steadily increased to 45 points. This means that most of Yi Qingyu's attacks will be reduced by nearly half their power when they land on him. With the terrifying stamina provided by the wind breath lung, he has now become a perfect human punching bag that never retaliates, never gets tired, and never talks back or fights back. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Yi Qingyu was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily as she waved her hands. Nye Tian, you're a monster. I feel like I'm not hitting a human, but a steel plate covered in cowhide. Nye Tian smiled and handed her a piece of roasted beast meat. Seeing that Nye Tian had finished lunch and was really preparing to head to the virtual arena alone, Yi Qingyu was a little worried. Hey, are you sure you can go alone? She blinked her big eyes and asked worriedly. Rest assured. You don't know anyone there. What if you get scammed? I'd better go with you. As Yi Qingyu spoke, she stood up, her tone carrying a hint of unyielding arrogance. Consider it an inspection of my investment projects. Seeing the persistence and concern in the girl's eyes, Nye Tian felt a warmth in his heart and finally nodded. The two took a taxi and soon arrived at the Zhengcheng Virtual Arena in the city center. Unlike the solemnity of the martial arts building, this place is more like a giant entertainment center full of futuristic technology. The huge curved glass curtain wall, with its neon-lit logo, is frequented by well-dressed young martial artists. As soon as the two entered the magnificent hall, a man in a suit who looked like the lobby manager came to greet them. His name was Wang Hao, and he glanced at the two of them. When he saw Nye Tian's faded, ordinary tracksuit, a barely perceptible hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Are you two here for a visit? Wang Hao wore a professional smile, but his tone conveyed a sense of scrutiny and detachment. The prices here are not low. The most basic single-person simulation pod costs 5,000 yuan per hour. The implication is self-evident. This is not a place for poor students like you. Nye Tian frowned slightly, about to speak. Yi Qingyu, who was beside her, moved first. Without saying a word, she took out a completely black card without any markings from her pocket and handed it directly to the front desk. Open 2 of the best VIP rooms and top up 20,000 gaming coins first. The girl's voice was cool and clear, carrying an innate pride. The receptionist paused for a moment, then instinctively placed the black card in the sensor area. Seeing this, Wang Hao curled his lips and chuckled inwardly. These high school students these days are so pretentious and vain. However, his smile froze on his face before it could fully bloom. Drop. A distinctive, crisp notification sound rang out. Instead of displaying the usual account information, a glaring red warning popped up on the machine screen at the front desk. Warning, advanced encrypted black card detected. Insufficient permissions to display account details. Available balance, 1,763,450 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 1.76 million. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly, and his mind went completely blank. He stared intently at the long string of numbers on the screen, the color draining from his face in an instant, replaced by endless horror and fear. His legs began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. It's over. I think I've offended some very important person. Chapter 19: Pengcheng Elite Tournament and Rookie Killer. Cold sweat instantly seeped from Wang Hao's forehead and slid down his cheeks. He felt as if an invisible hand was choking him, making it difficult to breathe. 1.76 million. This is just the pocket money available for verification on this black card. Those who possess this level of encrypted black card in Jiangcheng are undoubtedly top-tier figures. The power of the family behind them was beyond what a small arena manager like him could even imagine. And how could I have treated these two great masters with such an attitude? Thump. Wang Hao almost instinctively bent over, bowing at nearly a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling violently with fear. Honorable guests. You two are truly honored guests. It was my fault for being blind and not recognizing your greatness. I was so foolish to look down on you. Please, don't hold a lowly person like me against your authority. His posture was extremely humble, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. The surrounding martial artists were also drawn to this scene, pointing and whispering with curiosity. Nie Tian was also slightly surprised by Yi Qingyu's wealth. He leaned close to Yi Qingyu's ear and whispered a joke. Looks like I'm living off a woman again. Yi Qingyu's ears instantly turned bright red. She glared at Nie Tian reproachfully and replied in a low voice. What do you mean by gold digger? This card is a cultivation resource card given to me by my family. There are strict spending limits every month, and it can only be used for things related to cultivation. She paused, then added, I just don't want you to be looked down upon by others. The last sentence, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, once again made Nie Tian's heartstrings tremble. He looked at the girl's reddened ears and her composed profile, and his heart was filled with warmth. All right, stop standing there and lead the way. Nie Tian said something to Wang Hao in a calm tone, which was considered the end of the matter. Wang Hao felt as if he had been granted a pardon, nodding and bowing repeatedly, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yes. This way, please, distinguished guests. I will personally show you the way and arrange the top-tier God of War No. 1 and God of War No. 2 boxes in our arena. He led the way while introducing the place with utmost courtesy. To make up for his mistake, and also to show off his knowledge in front of this mysterious young lady, Wang Hao began to speak eloquently about the higher levels of the martial arts world. Young people like you and this gentleman, who are the pride of heaven, are bound to leave Jiangcheng and venture into a wider world in the future. Our Jiangcheng is ultimately just a third-tier base city. True geniuses will set their sights on those barrier-level large base cities, such as Pengcheng, which is closest to our Jiangcheng. Barrier level? Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of this concept. Yes. Wang Hao's tone was full of longing. That's the stage for the strong. It's said that even a 6-star martial artist who is in charge of a region is only considered a mid-level force in Pengcheng. Moreover, every 4 years, the Elite Martial Arts Tournament, jointly organized by the military and the Martial Arts Association, will be held in Pengcheng. That is the grandest event for the younger generation of martial artists in the entire China. Only those who can stand out there can truly become famous throughout the world. Elite Martial Arts Tournament. Pengcheng. These words, like bolts of lightning, cleaved through the fog before Nie Tian's eyes, instantly revealed a vast new world to him. His blood began to boil uncontrollably at that moment. A strong desire welled up from the bottom of his heart. He's going to a place called Pengcheng. He wants to stand on that highest stage and clash with the strongest genius in the world. Just as Nie Tian's heart was surging with emotion. He didn't notice that when Yi Qingyu heard the words Pengcheng and Elite Martial Arts Tournament, a very complex expression flashed quickly in the depths of her bright eyes. His expression held longing and anticipation, but more than anything, it conveyed a deep sense of sadness and pain. It was as if those two words had touched a deep wound in her heart that she didn't want to be mentioned. But that emotion was fleeting, so fleeting that no one noticed it. Soon, Wang Hao led the two to the 2 private rooms at the very back of the VIP area. Yi Qingyu used her black card to promptly recharge Nie Tian's account with 20,000 yuan worth of gaming coins. Go. She looked at Nie Tian with eyes full of encouragement. Let them see what you're capable of. Nie Tian nodded emphatically, turned around and walked into the War God No. 1 VIP box. The heavy metal door slowly closed, isolating it from the outside world. Inside the private room is a holographic simulation chamber filled with advanced technology. Nie Tian lay down inside, the door closed, and he was instantly plunged into darkness and silence. The next second, a soft, synthesized electronic voice rang in my mind. Identity verification successful. Nie Tian, quasi-martial artist, your codename is 95022. Welcome to the virtual arena. Initial matchmaking for you. Matching range, 1-star opponents. Matching you with an opponent. The data stream flew past Nie Tian's eyes. Match successful. Nie Tian's spirits lifted. Opponent, 1-star high-level ferocious beast mutant rat king elite template. Scene, the Colosseum in ancient Rome. Loading data. 10%. 50%. 100%. Teleportation initiated. Outside the private room. Yi Qingyu and manager Wang Hao were standing in front of a huge monitoring screen, which clearly displayed the information of the opponents that Nie Tian had been matched with. When the words Mutant Rat King Elite Template popped up, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Yi Qingyu's face was filled with worry. Wang Hao gasped in shock and cried out in surprise. How could it be? This gentleman's luck is just too bad. He looked at Yi Qingyu, his face pale, and explained, Miss, this mutated Rat King Elite template is known as the newbie killer in our arena. Its speed, strength, and cunning far surpass those of ordinary high-level 1-star ferocious beasts, and it can even contend with some weaker 2-star ferocious beasts. Let alone a quasi-martial artist, even a regular formal martial artist would most likely be instantly killed if they went in. It's over. Wang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. This young lady's boyfriend got brutally beaten on his first visit. He's probably going to lose his job. Yi Qingyu's heart jumped into her throat, and her hands clenched tightly involuntarily. Nie Tian. You must be careful. Chapter 20, Getting Stronger After Getting Hit? The whole audience mocks him. Boom. With a slight feeling of weightlessness, the scene before Nie Tian's eyes suddenly opened up. He found himself standing in the center of a huge, ancient circular arena. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the stone-built stands were layered upon each other, as if one could hear shouts and roars from a distant time and space. 100 meters away from him, a stream of data was rapidly coalescing. As the light faded, a giant rat, as big as a water buffalo and covered in dark red, ferocious bone armor, appeared before him. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with a savage and bloodthirsty light, its sharp fangs were exposed, and its long tail was like a steel whip, cracking and snapping on the ground. Mutant Rat King. Elite Template. An extremely fierce sense of oppression swept over me. Just as the battle was about to begin, a virtual panel popped up in front of Nie Tian. Would you like to start a live stream of your match? If you do, you will receive tips based on your viewership. Nie Tian glanced at it. The image of the yellow-level martial arts techniques in the martial arts shop, which cost at least 50,000 yuan, came to mind. He chose without hesitation. Yes. Live stream has started. Your live stream room number is 95022. Almost at the same time the live stream started, the Elite Rat King on the other side made a move. Call out. Its massive body transformed into a red afterimage, moving at an astonishing speed, instantly covering a distance of 100 meters, and the foul-smelling wind had already reached Nie Tian's face. Wow, so fast. Nie Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, he immediately activated the wind breath lung, causing his blood and chi to surge and his feet to move like the wind. Wind and thunder step. His figure blurred instantly, narrowly avoiding the Rat King's fatal pounce. Boom! The Rat King missed its target, and its huge claws were slammed into the ground, creating a shallow crater in the hard sand. Nie Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Such incredible power. This beast's strength has definitely reached the threshold of a 2-star ferocious beast. His plan was simple: use the wind and thunder steps to maneuver and find an opportunity, then unleash the berserk ability of the Thunder Heart to deliver a fatal blow with overwhelming force. A swift and decisive victory. However, in the instant he passed the Rat King again, the Rat King's tail, like a steel whip, swept across with a whistling sound. Nye Tian tried his best to dodge, but the tip of the tail still grazed his arm. A sharp pain shot through me. It felt as if I had been branded with a red-hot iron. But then, a notification sound that made Nye Tian's soul tremble suddenly rang in his mind. Valid physical attack detected. Black tortoise skin, adaptive protection activated. Damage received, 122 points. Current damage reduction, 45 points. Actual damage taken, 77 points. Black tortoise skin adaptive protection successfully stacked, current damage reduction, 46.99. Nye Tian's figure freezes for a fraction of a second. He wasn't in pain, but in ecstasy. It actually works. The passive ability of Black Tortoise Skin also applies in this virtual world. And damage reduction cap, 99 points? Nye Tian clearly remembered that in the real world, when facing that berserk knife fish that had undergone a second mutation, his damage reduction limit was only 60 points. The mutated Rat King's attack has once again broken the damage reduction cap. A crazy and audacious idea instantly took over his entire mind. Win. Why rush to win? This ruthless and brutal newcomer killer in front of me is hardly an enemy. This is clearly a tireless, powerful, and safe experience pack that can help me raise my skill ceiling, a perfect experience pack. In an instant, the fighting spirit in Nye Tian's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a burning greed like a hunter eyeing a prized prey. Strategy, change immediately. He abandoned all thoughts of attacking, completely retracted the power of Thunderheart, and instead focused all his energy on activating Wind Breath Lung and Wind and Thunder Step. As a result, thousands of viewers in the live stream witnessed an extremely comical scene. The streamer with the ID 95022 was like a terrified rabbit, running away with its head in its hands in the huge arena. Behind him, the elite Rat King chased and pounced on him like a cat playing with a mouse. Bang! The novice streamer couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the back by a claw, flying away in a sorry state. Smack! He was whipped in the thigh by the tail again and rolled several times on the ground. He acted as if nothing had happened, got up, and continued running. He only takes the beatings and never fights back. The whole scene was filled with a mess and absurdity. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Ha, where did this weirdo come from? Paid 5,000 yuan to come here for an immersive beating experience? This is hilarious. His footwork is worse than my grandma's at the market. Is this streamer here to be funny? The most cowardly newcomer of the year, bar none. I have never seen such a shameless person. Run. All you know how to do is run. I've already tipped you 1 yuan. You're welcome. Consider it your medical expenses. The screen was filled with sarcasm and ridicule. However, this peculiar performance attracted even more onlookers. The livestream's popularity didn't decrease but increased, quickly surpassing the 1,000 mark and continuing to grow. Nye Tian remained oblivious to everything happening around him. He was completely immersed in his own world, enjoying each painful yet pleasurable notification sound. Adaptive protection successfully stacked, current damage reduction, 47.99. Adaptive protection successfully stacked, current damage reduction, 48.99. He could clearly feel that the Rat King's attacks, which had originally caused him excruciating pain, were becoming increasingly gentle. Later on, he was no longer satisfied with simply passively dodging. Instead, they began to actively seek opportunities to use non-vital parts to withstand the Rat King's attacks in order to speed up the experience gain process. From the audience's perspective, this streamer wasn't just cowardly, he was so badly beaten that he started actively seeking death. Meanwhile, in the arena's backstage monitoring center, Manager Wang Hao was anxiously refreshing the data when he was stunned to see the unusually high popularity of the 95,022 live stream room. How can a newcomer have such high popularity? With a mix of curiosity and doubt, he clicked on the monitor screen of the live stream. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly. On the screen, a boy being chased and beaten by the Rat King showed no fear whatsoever, on the contrary. With a hint of enjoyment and ecstasy? Chapter 21. A classmate accidentally enters a live stream, and the whole class can't hold back anymore. It's him. The boyfriend of that black card heiress. Wang Hao was shocked to discover that the wildly popular newcomer was Nye Tian Ho. In the scene, Nye Tian, whose face is blurred, is being chased all over the field by the elite Rat King. Its movements look very amateurish, and it occasionally gets knocked or slapped away by the Rat King. Strangely, every time Nye Tian was hit, he could quickly get up, as if the injury was not serious. Moreover, it seems that Nye Tian is deliberately guiding the Rat King's attack, letting its claws or tail brush past his body instead of directly taking the hit. This is hardly the work of a beginner. This is clearly some kind of special cultivation method? Or rather, is it some kind of extremely bizarre combat technique? Wang Hao had been in the arena for many years and had seen countless martial arts, but he had never seen a fighting style like Nie Tian before. He instantly realized the potential of Nie Tian's livestream. This contrast. This eeriness. That's what really piques the audience's curiosity. Especially those martial artists who are at a bottleneck in their martial arts practice, they love to study this kind of strange fighting style. Chance. A glint of light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He immediately picked up the internal communicator. Hey, tech department? Push that live stream room with ID 95022 to the front page of all channels. Change the title to Godlike Movement, Undying Tank. Zero Game Rookie Extreme Challenge, Elite Mouse King. And then put up a huge red notice, come witness a miracle. Are you a fool or a brave warrior? He wants to capitalize on this momentum and push the popularity of this live stream to its peak. On the one hand, it can attract more viewers to stay and help achieve this year's sales targets. On the other hand, if his popularity grows, that black card heiress might see him and start to look at him differently. Wang Hao's help had an immediate effect. The already popular Newcomer Livestream Room was instantly pushed to the homepage of the Newcomer Livestream channel on the Martial Arts Home app. More sensational headlines and more attractive announcements spread like wildfire. Countless martial artists who were browsing the Newcomer Livestream channel were attracted by this outrageous title and homepage recommendation and flocked in. His popularity skyrocketed. 3,000. 5,000. 8,000. In just a few minutes, Nie Tian's live stream viewership exceeded 10,000. Current audience, 10356. Current donations, 1,123 yuan. Looking at this number, Wang Hao trembled with excitement. It's done. This time it's definitely going to be a success. He could almost see countless glittering gold tips and the admiring gaze of that black card holding young lady. Inside the virtual arena, Nie Tian continued to focus intently on taking the beating. At this point, his adaptive protection, damage reduction layers had steadily increased to 6099. Each time the Rat King's attack landed on me, it felt less than half as weak as it had been at the beginning. Although it still has some impact, it no longer poses any threat to him. He even started trying to use his arms to block the Rat King's claws and charges. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 6199. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 6299. The damage reduction stacks up faster than before. And the notification sounds of tipping in my ears became more and more frequent. Viewer, I love watching people get beaten up is receiving 99 sunflower seeds as a gift. Audience members, seemingly confused but impressed, gifted 66 beers. A coffee will be given away to a tech-savvy viewer. Although the amount of money donated is still not large, the number of donations has increased. Nie Tian was surprised. It seemed his performance had unexpectedly attracted quite a few viewers. However, he still didn't stop stacking damage reduction. 99 o'clock. He wants to stack this damage reduction cap to the maximum. At that time, this elite Rat King will be nothing more than a tickle to him. He could even stand there and let it beat him, exhausting the beast to death. This sense of control made him feel incredibly happy. He had no idea how popular his live stream had become. Little did he know that this live streaming controversy was about to spread into every corner of his real life. Training Room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. This facility is equipped with basic blood and chi testing equipment and various training devices for students' daily training. After the afternoon academic classes, many students were working up a sweat in the training room. In the corner, an ordinary boy named Ma Fei was secretly using his wrist-based personal computer to slack off. His mind was not on training at all. Instead, it's in the virtual arena channel of the Martial Arts Home app. It said that a mysterious female martial artist from Samsung is coming to Jiangcheng today to participate in a live broadcast. Her looks are said to rival those of the school beauty, Yi Qingyu, and she is a rare awakened one, possessing extremely powerful martial arts skills and terrifying superpowers. Ma Fei was so excited he was itching to get started, just waiting for the live stream to begin. While waiting, he idly scrolled through the homepage recommendations. Sudden. A live stream with an exceptionally eye-catching title instantly caught his attention. Godlike Movement? An immortal tank? A rookie's ultimate challenge against the elite Rat King with 0 matches. This title, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? 0 matches as a newbie challenging the elite Rat King? And he even has godlike movement and is an invincible tank? This is either clickbait hype or an absolute genius. Overwhelmed with curiosity, Ma-Fei immediately clicked on it. The live stream feed loads. A rudimentary virtual arena scene. In the center of the image, a massive black figure is chasing after a human wielding a knife. The anchor's facial image was blurred, making it impossible to see their specific appearance. But his somewhat thin frame, and the sportswear he was wearing that looked like cheap knockoffs from a street stall. Why does this look so familiar? Ma-Fei frowned slightly, staring intently at the screen. That clumsy yet slightly eerie movement. The way it quickly gets back up after being occasionally swatted away by the Rat King. And that bizarre action of holding a knife but not using it, only occasionally using his arm to block it. And the calm, deep look that he occasionally revealed. Etc. That figure. Those clothes. Those eyes. Ma-Fei's eyes widened suddenly. A name that seemed almost impossible suddenly popped into my mind. He stared intently at the screen, muttering involuntarily, this could be. The Rat King whipped its tail again. The streamer dodged to the side, twisting his body strangely in midair, and successfully avoided the Rat King's attack. After landing, the anchor's lips curled into a slight smile. He flashed a relatively reserved, signature smile. That fleeting, signature smile, at this moment, was like a thunderclap in Ma-Fei's eyes. That laugh. That look in his eyes. He knows it all too well. Before Nie Tian dropped out of school, he often showed a similar expression when he won a practical training exercise with them. Nie Tian? Ma-Fei cried out in shock. The sound became shrill due to immense shock. He suddenly stood up, almost dropping the quantum computer in his hand. Ma-Fei's sharp cry of surprise was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar in the training room. The turmoil has quietly spread from the virtual world into reality. But the real trouble may have only just begun. Chapter 22. A tycoon appears in the livestream. Jiangcheng's most affectionate man. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The previously silent room was instantly filled with gasps of surprise. Nie Tian. It really is Nie Tian. How could that be? He's not. 220 calories of qi in blood. A near martial artist. My god. The students watching were observing the live stream on Ma-Fei's computer screen. And the words quasi-martial artist and the health and mana value of 220.4 calories below. One by one, people exclaimed in disbelief. The image of Nie Tian in their minds, a poor, gloomy, and school-dropping individual, completely collapsed at that moment. Instead, there is a powerful warrior who can contend with the elite template mutated Rat King in the virtual arena. Seeing their reactions, Ma-Fei nodded vigorously. It's him. I can't be wrong. That outfit. That build. And the look in his eyes when he smiled just now. He was so excited that he was incoherent, as if he had discovered a new continent. Just then, the training room door was pushed open. A figure walked in. It was Jiang Xiaotian, who had just finished training. He was wearing a brand new martial arts uniform, his hair was neatly combed, and his handsome face showed a hint of fatigue. But it's more of a confidence that belongs to outstanding students. He glanced at the training room as usual, his brows furrowing slightly. These guys, instead of training properly, what are they doing standing around watching the show? What are you all looking at? Making such a racket, don't you know we need to train? Jiang Xiaotian's tone carried a hint of superiority. He was the top martial arts student in his class. Although his blood energy level was not quite at the level of a quasi-martial artist, it was still above 160 calories, making him a surefire candidate for a top university. Normally, they would look down on students whose blood and qi values were just above the passing mark and who could only attend ordinary martial arts schools. Young Master Jiang. Look. It's Nie Tian. He's now a quasi-martial artist. And he's live streaming in the virtual arena. Someone couldn't contain themselves and excitedly pointed at Ma-Fei's personal computer screen and shouted. Nie Tian? Jiang Xiaotian's face darkened instantly upon hearing this name. That poor bastard who stole his class monitor position made him lose face, and even dared to have inappropriate thoughts about Yi Qingyu, whom he secretly admired. Didn't he drop out of school? How did it reappear? And he even became a martial artist? How is that possible? Nye Tian? A martial artist? Zhang Xiaotian's handsome face was instantly filled with sarcasm and disdain, and he said in an undisguised mocking tone, "Are you all awake? How could a penniless wretch who can't even afford qi and blood pills become a martial artist? You must be mistaken." He simply couldn't believe that Nye Tian, whom he had so easily trampled underfoot, could become a martial artist in just 6 months. This is simply a fantasy. You didn't see wrong. It's him. 220.4 calories of qi and blood, a quasi-martial artist. Ma Fei retorted loudly, raising the screen of his personal computer even higher. Zhang Xiaotian leaned closer to take a look. On the screen, the blurry figure did indeed resemble Nye Tian. Then look at the qi and blood stats and the quasi-martial artist level below. Zhang Xiaotian's sarcastic expression freezes. Immediately, a strong sense of jealousy and resentment, like a venomous snake, coiled around his heart. 220.4 calories. Quasi-martial artist. How is that possible? He cultivated desperately, and with the generous resources provided by his family, his blood and qi barely broke through 160 calories. There's still a huge gap between being a near martial artist with 200 calories. And Nye Tian, that penniless wretch. That piece of trash who's barely able to afford food after taking half a year off from school. He actually reached the level of a near martial artist. Moreover, his blood energy level was more than 60 calories higher than his. They even dared to challenge the elite Rat King in the virtual arena. Anger. Envy. Shame on you. A barrage of negative emotions instantly overwhelmed Zhang Xiaotian's rationality. He couldn't accept this reality. Nye Tian, whom he once looked down upon and mocked, had unknowingly reached a level that he could only look up to. This is the greatest humiliation for him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, staring intently at the screen. This must be fake. He's not Nye Tian at all. He refused to believe it. It's him. Young Master Jiang, look closely at his eyes. His clothes. And Ma Fei tried to find more evidence. Shut up. Zhang Xiaotian roared, interrupting Ma Fei. He stared at the blurry figure on the screen, his heart burning with rage. He needs to figure this out. He wanted to prove that this martial artist was not Nye Tian. Zhang Xiaotian took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. It was a call from Wang Hao, the manager of the virtual arena. Hello, Manager Wang? This is Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian's tone carried a hint of arrogance. Oh? Young Master Jiang? What are your instructions? Wang Hao asked in an extremely polite and respectful tone on the other end of the phone. He was just an ordinary citizen. Naturally, they dared not neglect Zhang Xiaotian, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. I'm asking you, what's the real identity of that streamer on the homepage of your arena's newbie channel, the one with the title, The Undying Tank? Zhang Xiaotian asked directly. Wang Hao was startled, not expecting Zhang Xiaotian to ask this directly. But he dared not offend Nye Tian, whom the black card-holding young lady valued. Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry, but according to regulations, we cannot disclose the streamer's privacy. This is a strict rule of the association, Wang Hao politely declined. Regulations? Zhang Xiaotian sneered. I'm asking you, not the regulations. Are you going to check or not? If you don't, believe me, I'll get my dad. He hadn't finished speaking. Wang Hao immediately interrupted him. Young Master Jiang, please calm down. Please calm down. It's true that the rules prohibit checking, but, if you're really curious, I can give you a suggestion. What suggestion? Zhang Xiaotian asked with a stern face. You can try our platform's designated tip feature for large gifts, Wang Hao explained. For example, you can attach a request when tipping, such as asking the streamer to turn off facial blur and show their true face. If the streamer agrees and does it on the spot, your donation and request will take effect immediately. If the streamer does not agree, the donation will be automatically refunded. This way, you will not suffer any loss even if you do not achieve your goal. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes lit up. Designated donations? Requirement for the streamer to show their face? That's a great idea. If that streamer wasn't Nye Tian, the truth would naturally come out once he revealed his face. If it were Nye Tian. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhang Xiaotian's lips. He'll let that poor bastard know. With money, you can do whatever you want. Let Yiqingyu see just how despicable the man she set her sights on is. Okay. I understand. Zhang Xiaotian hung up the phone, his eyes dark. He immediately logged into his account on the martial arts home app. ID, the deepest affection in Zhangcheng. This was a secondary account he specially registered to pursue Yiqingyu, carrying profound meaning. He clicked to recharge and then entered Nie Tian's livestream. Looking at the figure on the screen who was still being chased by the Rat King, whose movements looked unusually amateurish, Zhang Xiaotian sneered. Let me expose your true colors. He chose a sports car worth 5,000 yuan as a gift, along with a message. Show your face, and this sports car is yours. Click to send. A sports car special effect worth 5,000 yuan ripped through the screen, crashing down on Nie Tian with a naked demand. Wow! A sports car! Wow, what a tycoon! There's a tycoon in the newbie channel. The live stream chat instantly went wild. And this was just the beginning of Zhang Xiaotian's financial offensive. Faced with this sudden provocation and temptation, what choice will Nie Tian make? Chapter 23: A 100,000 yuan reward. School beauty, trying to steal my man? Inside the virtual arena. He was focused on taking the hits, watching Nie Tian's damage reduction steadily increase to 75.99. Suddenly, I heard a crisp system notification sound in my ear. A viewer named Zhangcheng's deepest affection is gifting a sports car, requesting that the streamer turn off facial blur and show their true face. 5,000 yuan? Just to show my face? Nie Tian was stunned for a moment. Is this guy crazy? You want to pay 5,000 yuan to get him to show his face? What normal person would do that? Although what he needs most right now is money, safety comes first. Who is this most affectionate person in Zhangcheng? Why would they make such a request? What are their intentions? Nie Tian did not hesitate at all. I decisively chose to reject. After that, continue to focus on fighting the Rat King and stack damage reduction. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 76.99. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 77.99. Inside the training room, I saw a notification pop up on the screen saying the streamer has refused the gift. Zhang Xiaotian was mortified. The streamer actually refused his donation? And this happened in front of so many classmates. Several classmates nearby couldn't help but let out suppressed chuckles. Hey, young Master Zhang, are they not going to give you face? Young Master Zhang's money power has actually failed. It seems that even having money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Zhang Xiaotian's face was ashen. He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger as he was mocked by the sarcastic remarks of his classmates. We absolutely must get to the bottom of this today. He topped up his account again. With a determined effort, I chose a rocket gift worth 10,000 yuan. Leave a message more directly. The streamer is showing his face. 10,000 yuan. Click to send. A huge virtual rocket effect, trailing a long plume of flame, instantly shot onto Nie Tian's livestream screen. Boom! The virtual rocket effect exploded on Nie Tian's livestream screen. The huge impact completely blew up the viewers in the livestream. Holy crap! Another rocket! Who is this most affectionate person in Zhangcheng? So arrogant! 10,000 yuan just to see what the streamer looks like? Is the streamer some kind of celestial being descended to Earth? This streamer is amazing. He didn't even want 5,000 yuan. The barrage of comments was like a waterfall, with all sorts of guesses popping up. Many people have started to imagine a scenario where a mysterious female tycoon is pursuing a young live streamer. Yiqingyu, who was watching the game from the rest area, saw the glaring ID on the screen: Zhangcheng's #1 affection. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Who exactly is this guy? Why did he suddenly appear in Nie Tian's livestream? I even spent 10,000 yuan on rockets. Yiqingyu's alarm bells went off instantly, and her gaze towards Nie Tian on the screen carried a hint of barely perceptible wariness and jealousy. Could it be that this guy has been messing around with other women? This most affectionate moment in Zhangcheng was an opportunity to express her love to Nie Tian. The girl's imagination veered off course completely. Inside the virtual arena, Nie Tian, who was focused on stacking armor, received another notification from the system. A viewer named Jiangqing's deepest affection gifted a rocket, requesting that the streamer immediately turn off facial blur and show their true face. 10,000 yuan? Nya Tian's heart skipped a beat. A decent low-grade yellow-level attack martial arts skill book would cost around 50,000 yuan. A good alloy weapon can cost tens of thousands. He really needs the money. This 10,000 yuan can solve a lot of problems. But why is the other party so persistent? Both times they gave tips, they demanded to show their face. This doesn't seem like typical fan behavior. What if my identity is exposed and it leads to some unknown trouble? He continued to use Wind and Thunder Step to dodge, letting the Rat King help him raise his damage reduction to 78.99. On one hand, they were caught in a fierce internal struggle. Should we take the risk for this 10,000 yuan? Safety first, or seize the opportunity to develop rapidly? Who exactly is this person? Just as Nya Tian was hesitating. Inside the training room. Seeing that his 10,000 yuan rocket had not received a response, Zhang Xiaotian was furious. In front of the whole class. His virtual gifts were rejected twice by a streamer? This is an absolute disgrace. You think you're so great? Fine. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He slammed his hand on the table. I'm going to make you show your true colors today. He pulled out his phone and frantically clicked to recharge. This time, he directly recharged 100,000 yuan. Then, he found the most expensive virtual gift on the entire live streaming platform, worth 100,000 yuan a yacht. His eyes held a hint of madness and obsession. Selected. Send. The comments were still simple and direct. Host. Show your face. On the screen in the live stream. A glittering virtual yacht. Like a real giant ship, it sailed slowly and solemnly across the top of the screen, radiating dazzling light. The special effects were dazzling. The visual effects were stunning. It instantly attracted the attention of all users across the entire platform. The vast majority of users watching the livestream were stunned by the sudden yacht special effect. Channel announcement: congratulations to viewer Jiangqing's most affectionate for gifting a yacht worth 100,000 renminbi in the livestream of host ID 95,022. Jiangqing's deepest affection requests the streamer to fulfill the condition, turn off facial blur and show your true face. This announcement across all channels came as a complete shock. This caused an uproar in almost every live stream room. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 100,000? He spent 100,000 in one go? What an amazing live stream! A new streamer. And a tycoon actually spent 100,000 yuan? The most affectionate man in Zhongcheng? Where did this nouveau riche come from? He's too extravagant. Handsome male anchor paired with a rich guy. This plot is too cliché. Quick, go check it out. Quick, go check that live stream. A large number of users flooded into Nya Tian's live stream. His popularity skyrocketed like a tsunami. 10,000. 20,000. In just a few dozen seconds, the number of online viewers exceeded 20,000. The barrage of comments was insane, almost completely covering the screen. The students in the training room looked at the glittering yacht and the dazzling number 100,000. I was completely stunned. Even Zhang Xiaotian himself was breathless and his face flushed from this impulsive act. Spend 100,000 yuan. Just so a streamer could get their face shown. Even he himself thought it was outrageous. At this time, inside the virtual arena, Nya Tian is focused on stacking damage reduction. Suddenly, I heard a frantic system notification sound in my ear. His virtual interface was covered with countless golden light effects. A viewer named Jiangqing's deepest affection is gifting a yacht worth 100,000 yuan, with the request that the streamer turn off facial blur and show their true face. 100,000. Nya Tian looked at the huge number and the striking yacht special effect. I was completely stunned. 100,000 yuan. This amount of money is enough for him to immediately buy a decent yellow-level martial arts technique. You could even buy a decent set of equipment. This will directly solve his most pressing financial difficulties. One step at a time. His breathing became heavy. My heart was pounding like a pile driver. But at the same time, a sense of vigilance flashed through my mind. 100,000 yuan. Such a grand gesture. Who exactly is this party? What is their purpose? Should we accept it? Nye Tian stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with struggle and inner turmoil. This is an unexpected windfall. This is an opportunity for him to make a rapid leap in strength. However, this could also lead to unforeseen troubles. He dodged the attacks from the elite Rat King, which were already showing signs of slowing down, while making the fastest mental calculations ever. Advantages and disadvantages. Risk and reward. Should I accept it or not? Chapter 24, Rewards in Hand, Rival Becomes a Rich Woman? The glittering yacht special effects slowly dissipated, but the shock of representing 100,000 yuan still weighed heavily on Nye Tian's heart. A viewer named Jiangqing's deepest affection is gifting a yacht worth 100,000 yuan, with the request that the streamer turn off facial blur and show their true face. The system's cold notification tone now carries a burning allure. 100,000. Inside the virtual arena, Nye Tian's heart began to pound uncontrollably. His breathing became heavy, and his gaze was fixed on the notification message. The number of viewers in the live stream has already exceeded 20,000 and is still soaring. The barrage of comments scrolled wildly like boiling water, almost submerging the entire screen. Holy crap! 100,000. Streamer, agree already. This most affectionate love in Jiangcheng is true love. Host, just give in. I'm so jealous. When will I ever meet someone as rich as that? Don't hesitate, streamer. You have to seize this incredible fortune. The clamor from the outside world surged in like a tide, but Nye Tian forced himself to calm down. 100,000 yuan. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed, rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Money. What he needs most right now is money. A decent low-grade yellow-level offensive martial art will cost at least 50,000 on the market. If you want something better, 60,000 or 70,000 is normal. A decent alloy weapon, not the mass-produced kind that the system simulates, would cost at least 10 or 20,000. There's also basic protective gear, a set of which can cost tens of thousands of yuan. These three items together cost approximately 100,000. With these, he finally had the confidence to hunt ferocious beasts on his own. Only then can we consider leaving the Jiangcheng safe zone and heading to the more resource-rich wilderness. Hunt ferocious beasts to obtain materials, and accumulate crystal cores to promote organ evolution. Venturing into the wilderness is the best way to improve your strength. This 100,000 yuan was practically tailor-made startup capital for him. Once he gets it, he can skip the long initial accumulation stage and his development speed will at least double. As for the risks. What are the risks of showing your face? Nye Tian's eyes flickered as he quickly and calmly analyzed the situation. His biggest enemies were Zhang Xiaotian and his homeroom teacher, Uncle Zhang Tao. There may also be some potential, unknown opportunists who might take notice of him because of his rapid rise. But with this current ambiguity, those who really want to find out his background might not be unable to do so. If someone is interested, they can always find clues about the information he provided when he was certified at the martial arts building. Instead of being so timid and hesitant, we should seize the opportunity before us and transform this huge sum of money into real fighting power. Strength. In this world, strength is the foundation of everything. As long as he is strong enough that all those who covet him are wary, all troubles will naturally be resolved. Moreover, the other party requested that the facial blur be turned off, but did not specify when to turn it off. He could have waited until the battle was over before showing his face. This doesn't prevent him from continuing to utilize this elite Rat King to fully stack the adaptive protection of black tortoise skin. First secure the benefits and enhance your strength, then deal with the subsequent troubles. Having figured this out, Nye Tian's previously struggling gaze instantly became sharp and resolute. Let's do it! He roared inwardly, no longer hesitating. With a thought, he issued a command to the system. System, accept the gift yacht and agree to disable face blur after the competition. Almost instantly, the cold system notification sounded again, this time with a solemn, contractual tone. The gift, a yacht valued at 100,000 yuan, has been received. The host promises, after this match, he will fulfill the request of the tipper Jiangqing's most affectionate to turn off the facial blur and show his true face. The funds will be automatically credited to your linked martial arts allowance card account after the streamer fulfills their promise. At the same time, this system announcement also appeared simultaneously in Nye Tian's wildly popular livestream. It's like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The entire live stream exploded instantly. It reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Accepted. The streamer accepted. Aha! This rich girl is amazing. 100,000 yuan. She really got him. I knew it. There's no streamer money can't buy. Congratulations to the rich lady for winning the heart of her handsome man. Brothers. Type a talented man and a beautiful woman in the chat. Wah, my idol streamer is gone, but I still wish him all the best. Waiting for the streamer to show their face after the match. Let's see who this amazing person is that can make this rich girl so infatuated. The comments section went completely crazy. Unaware of the truth, the audience was completely immersed in the melodramatic plot of a domineering tycoon spending a fortune to pursue a mysterious streamer and finally winning her heart. The barrage of comments, including blessings, jokes, and cheers, was overwhelming, with many people even starting to spam happy wedding. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Xiaotian stared intently at the computer screen. When he saw the system announcement pop up, confirming that 95022 had accepted the reward and agreed to show his face, he felt a surge of triumphant satisfaction at his successful scheme. Good. Very good. Money really can make the devil turn the millstone. He wanted to see if this guy was really Nie Tian. However, before Zhang Xiaotian could fully curl up his cold smile, the barrage of blessings comments flooding the livestream was like countless slaps to his face. A talented man paired with a beautiful woman? Congratulations, rich lady, on winning the heart of your handsome man. Happy wedding! Zhang Xiaotian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he looked at these outrageous comments. He felt a surge of evil fire rushing straight to the top of his head. These idiots. Are they blind? I'm here to expose Nie Tian. I'm not fucking chasing him. He wished he could rush into the live stream right now, grab those viewers who were making up couples, and tell them the truth. But at least, the goal was achieved. Zhang Xiaotian forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and a twisted and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, then you can continue to misunderstand. Wait a minute, let's wait for this guy to show his true colors. At that time, regardless of whether this guy is Nie Tian or not, he will always find a way to get that 100,000 yuan back. You think you can get my 100,000 yuan for nothing? Not so easy. Ma Fei and several other classmates were standing next to him. Looking at Zhang Xiaotian's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, and then at the bizarre blessing comments in the livestream, I could see. They were all trying so hard to hold back their laughter that their faces turned red, and their shoulders kept shaking as if they were about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. That's hilarious. Young Master Jiang spent 100,000 yuan, only to be seen by the entire internet as a deeply affectionate tycoon pursuing a male streamer. This dramatic scene was even more exciting than watching Nie Tian's live stream itself. Despite the double buzz surrounding the topics of spending 100,000 yuan to get a face reveal and tycoons chasing after streamers, the live stream's viewership remained high at over 20,000. Countless viewers eagerly awaited the end of this bizarre battle and the moment when the true face worth 100,000 would be revealed. Zhang Xiaotian, on the other hand, was like a lurking viper, staring intently at the screen, waiting for the moment when his prey would finally be exposed. Inside the virtual arena, Nie Tian was unaware of and unconcerned about the uproar in the livestream and the various misunderstandings from the outside world. The tip has been received, and the goal has been achieved. Now, he needs to refocus all his attention on his sparring partner. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 79.99. The elite Rat King's attacks continued, but they were now like scratching an itch through a boot when they landed on Nie Tian. Nie Tian's eyes were calm, and he stepped on the Wu Wind and Thunder step, with increasing steadiness, his figure moving like a ghost between the Rat King's claws and giant tail. He even began to more actively guide the Rat King's attacks, directing them to land on different parts of his skin, feeling the subtle feedback from Black Tortoise skin. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 80.99. 80 o'clock. Damage reduction is steadily increasing. We're getting closer and closer to the 99-point cap. Chapter 25 School Beauty, he's so amazing. Virtual arena, exclusive rest area. Yi Qingyu's fair face was filled with frustration. On the computer screen, the cold system announcement felt like needles, piercing her heart again and again. System announcement: the streamer 95,022 has accepted the Yacht X10 reward from Jiangcheng's most affectionate and will turn off the face blur effect after this match to show his true face to all viewers. 100,000 yuan. Nie Tian was willing to expose his face to so many people just for 100,000 yuan. An unnamed flame ignited in Yi Qingyu's heart, burning ever brighter. She herself couldn't explain whether her anger stemmed from Nie Tian selling her out for money, or simply from disliking the guy with the ID Jiangqing's most affectionate who used money to bribe people. Perhaps, it's both. Yi Qingyu bit her moist lower lip, trying to comfort herself. Nie Tian's strength is growing stronger, and he will inevitably rise to fame and make a name for himself sooner or later. But she just couldn't shake off that awkward feeling in her heart. The chat room was completely in an uproar. Congratulations to the wealthy lady for winning the heart of her handsome man. The streamer is now one of Sister Xinqing's people. A talented man and a beautiful woman, locked together. I'll swallow the key. As Yi Qingyu looked at the comments, her chest heaved, and she felt her blood surging. What kind of rich sister? What handsome man has returned? A talented man paired with a beautiful woman? Are these viewers blind? How are she and Nie Tian a good match? Bang! Yi Qingyu clapped her hands and shut down Nie Tian's livestream. Out of sight, out of mind. But there was nowhere to vent the frustration in my heart. Her gaze shifted and she noticed several empty holographic simulation chambers in the corner of the rest area. An idea sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. She's going to challenge the mutated Rat King too. Nie Tian was able to maneuver in there for so long, so it doesn't seem that difficult. With solid footwork and extraordinary reflexes, he could probably hold out for a while if he only relied on evasive maneuvers. Yes, that's what we'll do. It's a good opportunity to vent this inexplicable anger. Once a young lady gets angry, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Yi Qingyu took out a black card that shimmered with a faint light from her delicate little pocket. Family black card. She walked to the service terminal and skillfully operated it. Customized training mode, entry fee 5,000 yuan. A cold, impersonal system notification sounded. Yi Qingyu swiped her card to pay without hesitation. Drop. A cold metal coin slipped from the coin slot. She picked up the coin, recalling Nie Tian's silhouette as he entered the simulation chamber, and mimicked him by pressing the coin into the coin slot on the side of the chamber door. Click. The warehouse door slid open silently, revealing a deep interior space. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath, straightened her chest, and stepped inside. She wanted to prove that she, Yi Qingyu, was not someone to be trifled with. Inside the simulation chamber, soft white light enveloped Yi Qingyu. Detecting user's body data. Qi and blood value, 165 calories. Physical fitness assessment, excellent. Unable to unlock standard challenge mode due to insufficient skill level has automatically switched to custom training mode. Please select your simulated opponent. A series of system notifications range in Yi Qingyu's ears. A huge virtual screen appeared before her eyes, displaying the names and images of various ferocious beasts. From the most basic mutated cockroaches to powerful and ferocious beasts she had never even heard of, there was something for everyone. Yi Qingyu's gaze immediately locked onto the mutant Rat King option. She thought about it and realized that Nie Tian was facing the Rat King, who seemed to be an elite template. Since this is my first time trying it, I'd better play it safe. Select opponent, 1-star mutated Rat King normal template. She said softly. Opponent selected, 1-star mutated Rat King standard template. Scene generation in progress. Scene selected, Colosseum, Ancient Rome. A flash of light appeared before Yi Qingyu's eyes, and she found herself in a huge circular field filled with yellow sand. The towering stone stands surrounded the area, and the air seemed to still carry a trace of blood and madness. The scene was exactly the same as in Nie Tian's livestream. Before Yi Qingyu could fully adjust, a dark shadow materialized out of thin air on the sand 10 meters in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a mutated Rat King, half a head taller than her, covered in gray-black stiff fur, with exposed fangs and blood-red eyes, took shape. Squeak! Amidst a piercing shriek, the mutated Rat King, based on the ordinary template, suddenly stomped its limbs against the ground. Its massive body transformed into a swift black shadow, rushing towards Yi Qingyu with a stench. Wow, so fast! Yi Qingyu was startled. Despite her preparations, the speed of this ordinary template Rat King still far exceeded her expectations. She immediately composed herself, her blood and energy surging through her body. The movements of the silk entangling fist flowed through my mind. She needs to be like Nie Tian, moving and dodging. However, the thought had barely formed when his movement technique was about to be unleashed. The Rat King's giant claw, imbued with unparalleled power, slammed down in front of her. She had barely moved half a step. It's over. This was the last thought that arose in Yi Qingyu's consciousness. Bang! A muffled thud. Yi Qingyu's petite body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A sharp pain struck, everything went black, and consciousness instantly plunged into boundless darkness. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe even less. Yi Qingyu slowly woke up in the seat of the simulation pod. A hint of confusion still lingered on his face. She was instantly killed in one move? He was instantly killed in one move by a mutated Rat King with an ordinary template? Yi Qingyu could hardly believe it. She is a martial arts prodigy with a blood energy level of 165 and the skills to master her family's silk entangling fist. How could they be so easily defeated? She sat there blankly, her mind involuntarily picturing Nie Tian in the livestream, facing the clearly stronger and faster elite Rat King, his seemingly clumsy movements, yet always managing to dodge precisely at the last second. Time and time again. Only now, after personally experiencing the terror of the Rat King, did Yi Qingyu instantly understand. That seemingly simple dodge requires such precise prediction. What a swift response. What insane physical strength. And what a terrifyingly opportune moment. He had greatly underestimated Nie Tian. They also overestimated themselves. The harsh reality, like ice water poured over her head, instantly brought her to her senses. The frustration, confusion, and inexplicable anger that had arisen earlier because Nie Tian accepted the reward had long since vanished. Instead, they were deeply shocked by Nie Tian's strength. And an even stronger curiosity about him as a person. Why did he choose that way of taking a beating? Was he practicing some kind of special technique? Just how many secrets is this guy hiding? Yi Qingyu's large, grape-like eyes sparkled with a spirit of inquiry. Chapter 26 Iron-Faced Director Son, live broadcast? I want to watch it too. The dedicated training room for Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. At this moment, an eerie atmosphere, completely different from usual, permeated the training room. There was no deafening clang of metal striking metal, no heavy breathing, and no coaches' shouts. A dozen or so students in training uniforms were gathered in layers around a computer screen. On the screen, a blurry figure is desperately escaping from the claws of a giant Rat King. It was Ma Fei's personal computer that was playing a live stream of Nie Tian's ID 95022 battle against the elite Rat King. At the bottom of the screen, the eye-catching system announced added fuel to the fire. System announcement: the streamer 95022 has accepted the Yacht X10 reward from Jiangcheng's most affectionate and will turn off the face blur effect after this match to show his true face to all viewers. Holy crap! 100,000 yuan. Just to see a face? Who is this Jiangcheng's most affectionate person? So arrogant. Is it possible that some rich woman has taken a fancy to this new anchor? Do you guys think that this 95,022 could really be that kid Nie Tian? Impossible, right? Nie Tian has been on leave from school for so long. Where did he get the money to enter the virtual arena? And he even dares to challenge the elite Rat King? But didn't Ma Fei say that the ID and profile picture matched? The students whispered among themselves, discussing amongst themselves, having long forgotten about their training tasks. Zhang Xiaotian stood on the periphery of the crowd, his face ashen, like the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white from the force. The scrolling comments on the screen, especially those blessings like "Congratulations to the rich sister for winning the heart of a handsome man and a talented man and a beautiful woman," felt like a red-hot steel needle, piercing his nerves. He spent 100,000 yuan to expose Nie Tian and to see Nie Tian embarrass himself in front of everyone. It's not to encourage these ignorant onlookers to ship him and Nie Tian as a couple. His handsome face began to contort with intense anger and humiliation. Just as the training room was in a state of noise and chaos. Bang! The heavy metal door of the training room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A figure, exuding a chilling aura, strode in. The man who arrived was around 50 years old, with a square face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He was none other than Sun Yangyan, the dean of students at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, who was in charge of discipline and was known for his impartiality, strictness, and harshness. What are you doing? Sun Yangyan's roar was like a thunderclap in the training room. His powerful voice contained an undeniable authority and suppressed anger. The once noisy training room fell silent instantly. The air seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. All the students, including Zhang Xiaotian, felt a jolt. Director Sun's reputation was so great that it could stop children from crying at night. What he hates most is students slacking off and not making progress during training time. Splash. The students who had been watching scattered like startled birds, rushing haphazardly to their training equipment and pretending to train diligently. Only Ma Fei, holding the quantum computer and standing in the very center of the crowd, was fixed on by Sun Yangyan's icy gaze. Ma Fei was so frightened that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and his hands holding the personal terminal were trembling slightly. He couldn't even take a step to run away. Sun Yangyan walked a few steps to Ma Fei, his eyes so cold they could frost 3 feet deep. Ma Fei. And you guys. The martial arts exam is just around the corner, and instead of focusing on improving your skills, you're gathering to watch this nonsense. Don't you have any respect for school discipline? Sun Yangyan spoke sternly, each word like a whip lashing at the students' hearts. Ma Fei, for leading the group and slacking off, 10 points are deducted from your training assessment. You will have to make a self-criticism at the flag-raising ceremony next Monday in front of the entire school. Your personal terminal is confiscated. Sun Yangyan announced the punishment without any mercy. His gaze swept over the other students, preparing to increase the punishment. Jiang Xiaotian took a deep breath, quickly stepped forward, and forced a smile, saying, "Director Sun, please don't be angry. We're not watching a regular livestream, we're confirming something that could be very important to our class, no, even to our school." Sun Yangyan frowned, his sharp gaze turning to Jiang Xiaotian. "Important matters? I think you guys are just bored." He didn't believe Jiang Xiaotian's nonsense at all. He reached out to turn off the personal terminal in Ma Fei's hand. God-level movement? An immortal tank? Zero-game rookie challenge to become the elite mouse king. On the computer screen, the huge title of the live broadcast room was the first thing that caught Sun Yangyan's eye. A disdainful sneer appeared on his lips. It's that same clickbait headline again. Young people these days are wasting their energy on these crooked and unethical practices. Just as his finger was about to touch the close button. "Chief, Director." "Wait." Mustering all the courage he had ever possessed, Ma Fei said in a trembling voice, "This streamer, we suspect that he might be Nie Tian, the student in our class who dropped out." Nie Tian? Sun Yangyan's hand, which was reaching for the quantum computer, suddenly stopped in mid-air. His gaze suddenly sharpened. He recognized the name Nie Tian. He was incredibly talented when he entered high school and was hailed as a once-in-a-century talent at the school. Unfortunately, he later chose to suspend his studies during the crucial senior year of high school due to poverty. He regretted it for quite a while. And a bolder student next to him couldn't help but add, the streamer's personal information shows that he is a quasi-martial artist, with 220.4 calories of chi in blood. What? Quasi-martial artist. Chi in blood, 220.4 calories. These two pieces of information struck Sun Yangyan like two thunderbolts from the heavens. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he almost choked on his breath. Incredible! A high school senior who dropped out of school not only reached the standard of a quasi-martial artist, but also had a staggering 220.4 calories of chi in blood? How is that possible? Sun Yangyan knew full well what this meant. Those who can reach the standard of a near martial artist before graduating from high school are already extremely rare geniuses. What does it mean when the chi in blood value exceeds 200 calories, reaching 220 calories or more? In the decades since Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School was founded, let alone 220 students, even having a student with 180 students before graduation is considered a great achievement. He was constantly overshadowed by Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and could never lift his head. If what Nie Tian said is true, then Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School may produce a super genius that will cause a sensation in the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire education sector of Donghai Province. The school's status, prestige, future resource allocation. Everything will change completely because of this. Thinking of this, the anger in Sun Yangyan's heart was instantly dispelled by an even more intense joy and excitement. Training discipline and penalty points for slacking off all become insignificant at this moment. The anger on his face vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and focus, and a burning light that could not be suppressed deep in his eyes. He shoved aside the student who was blocking his way. He walked straight to Ma Fei's personal computer and unceremoniously sat down in the best viewing spot that the students had just given up, the so-called center position. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the still blurry figure on the screen like a hawk's, as if trying to see through the thin mosaic to its true form. Quiet down. Watch carefully. Without turning his head, Sun Yongyan gave the order in a deep voice. Ma Fei, zoom in on the live stream. I need to see it clearly. This sudden 180-degree turn left the surrounding students dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. Is this still the same stern and unsmiling Director Sun they know? Chapter 27. Jiang Tao and his nephew in despair. Please, it can't be him. An eerie silence, unlike anything seen before, fell over the training room. Sun Yongyan, the head of the teaching department known for his strictness, was now leading the way in watching the live broadcast. He also solemnly asked the students to keep quiet and cooperate with him while watching. Although the students were all bewildered and found it utterly unbelievable, none of them dared to voice any objections, much less disturb Director Sun's refined interest. They could only cautiously gather around again, and together with Director Sun, they stared intently at Ma Fei's small quantum computer screen. The atmosphere was indescribably strange. Zhang Xiaotian stood not far behind Director Sun, his face growing increasingly grim. Sun Yongyan's extraordinary attention to Nie Tian was like a resounding slap in the face. This highlights how narrow-minded and ridiculous his previous actions were. Intense jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He was unwilling to accept it. Why is it that poor wretch, that mudfish whom he trampled underfoot, can gain such favor from Director Sun? But at the same time, he couldn't help wanting to witness it with his own eyes. Witness the moment when that blurry figure reveals its true form. He needed to be 100% certain that the person was indeed Nie Tian. In this eerie atmosphere, Jiang Tao, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12, finished dealing with some miscellaneous matters and came to the training room in a rather good mood. He was preparing to conduct a routine inspection. However, when he pushed open the metal door of the training room, the scene before him left him speechless, thinking he had gone to the wrong place. Inside the training room, there were no familiar sounds of equipment clanging or students shouting. There was only a group of students, who were strangely surrounding one person. Surrounded in the middle was none other than the school's dean of students, Sun Yongyan, who was the last person who should be present at such a slacking-off scene. Director Sun was sitting upright, his eyes gleaming, staring intently at a student's personal computer screen. His face even carried a hint of focus, seriousness, and anticipation. Jiang Tao blinked hard, wondering if he was hallucinating. Sun Yongyan? Should they take the lead in watching the live stream with the students? Are you still watching with great interest? What's wrong with this world? Jiang Tao felt that his worldview had been violently impacted like never before, and his mind went completely blank for a moment. He stood at the doorway, unsure whether to go in or back, and a fine layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped from his forehead. My mind was filled with only one huge question mark: what happened on Earth? Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang. What brings you here? A sharp-eyed student spotted Jiang Tao standing at the door with an extremely embarrassed expression and instinctively called out to him. This sound, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered the eerie silence in the training room. All eyes, including Sun Yongyan's slightly annoyed gaze, turned to Jiang Tao at the door. Jiang Tao couldn't escape now. He could only force a smile that looked worse than a grimace and walk in. He, Director Sun, students, is this a practical simulation case analysis? Not bad, work-life balance, right. Jiang Tao tried to explain the scene before him with a flimsy reason. Professor Jiang Tao, you've come at just the right time. Sun Yongyan interrupted him directly, beckoning him with a serious expression. Come and take a look together. This isn't slacking off. We're concerned about the future of our number 2 middle school, a future that could potentially change the entire educational landscape of Jiangcheng. Sun Yongyan's words were resounding and solemn. Jiang Tao was even more confused. How did watching a live stream become connected to the future of number 2 middle school and changing the educational landscape of Jiangcheng? He approached, full of suspicion. Just then, his beloved nephew, Zhang Xiaotian, with a livid face, whispered in his ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Uncle, Director Sun and the others suspect that the anchor on the screen is Nie Tian. Director Sun looked at his personal information. He is a quasi-martial artist, his chi and blood. 220.4 calories. Director Sun said that Nie Tian might be the hope that can lead our number 2 middle school to rise again. Zhang Xiaotian's voice trembled with every word he spoke. These keywords, like icicles in the dead of winter, pierced Jiang Tao's heart one by one. Nie Tian. Quasi-martial artist. Chi and blood, 220.4 calories. The hope of number 2 middle school. Boom. Jiang Tao felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, the world spinning around him, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He suddenly remembered. He recalled how, in order to curry favor with his nephew Jiang Xiaotian and for a mere few thousand yuan, he conspired with others to embezzle Nie Tian's life-saving poverty relief fund. It was because they misappropriated that money that Nie Tian, a genius student, was forced to drop out of school and work because he couldn't afford tuition and living expenses. If the streamer on this screen really is Nie Tian, if he really does return with such amazing talent, if he were to make what happened back then public. So those two, uncle and nephew. Jiang Tao dared not think any further. A chilling fear, like countless slimy tentacles, gripped his heart tightly, almost suffocating him. His reputation was ruined. He could foresee the terrible fate that awaited them. He stiffly turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaotian beside him. From Jiang Xiaotian's face, which was also deathly pale and filled with terror and despair, he knew that his nephew had also thought of the same consequences. Embezzling subsidies for impoverished students. To ruin the future of a peerless genius. Either of these two charges would be enough to condemn them to eternal damnation. Director Sun's level of attention to Nie Tian's suspected speaks volumes. Once Nie Tian's identity is confirmed, the news will quickly spread throughout the school and even alarm the Education Bureau. They had no chance to cover it up or stop it. The time bomb they planted themselves has quietly grown stronger without their knowledge, and is about to explode above their heads. A virtual arena, inside the Colosseum in ancient Rome. After solving the immediate problem of needing the 100,000 yuan reward, Nie Tian was completely focused on his work. He was completely immersed in his intimate interaction with the elite Rat King. Enjoy the wonderful experience of leveling up by getting hit brought by the black tortoise skin. Each attack from the elite Rat King no longer caused him the unbearable pain he initially felt. Instead, it felt like countless fine silver needles piercing deep into the skin. It brings a slight tingling, a slight itching, and even a touch of indescribable comfort. Just like the top acupuncture master, using special techniques to temper his physical body. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 8199. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 8399. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 8699. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 8899. Nie Tian could clearly sense it. Beneath his skin, that strange energy was becoming more and more condensed and resilient with each knock. It's as if some impurities within the body are being constantly removed and refined. Once the damage reduction value exceeds 80 points, the elite Rat King's normal attacks become almost like tickling him. The Wind Breath Lung Qi recovery ability provides him with a continuous supply of stamina. This allows him to maintain this high level of dodging and movement for extended periods without feeling fatigued. In comparison, the poor elite Rat King, after a long period of frantic chasing and almost ineffective attacks, was beginning to show obvious signs of fatigue. Its attack frequency has decreased significantly. The power of each pounce and tail whip is also much less than before. The heavy breathing sounded like a broken bellows. Meanwhile, Nie Tian's wind and thunder steps became increasingly refined and masterful through this almost self-torturing training. His body seemed to blend into the surrounding wind. Sometimes it is elusive, like a ghost. Sometimes it would surge forward with lightning speed, as fast as thunder. He always managed to narrowly avoid the Rat King's seemingly inevitable attack with the smallest possible margin and the most precise timing. Occasionally, he would even deliberately slow down, using non-vital parts of his body to withstand the Rat King's attack, just to stack up that precious damage reduction value. His movements, which were initially somewhat clumsy, gradually became more composed and unhurried. It even carried a hint of mockery. Outside the live stream room, the popularity is soaring. Wang Hao, the manager of the virtual arena's technical backend, was so excited that his face turned red as he watched the popularity curve of Nie Tian's live broadcast room soar like a rocket. It's already approaching 40,000. It's still rising. 45,000. It's surpassed 50,000. This newbie with the ID 95022 is a real gem. It generates buzz. It creates hype. And that damn, incomprehensible yet irresistibly captivating quality. This achievement is a gift from God. Quick! Increase the promotion. Use all available resources to prioritize promoting this livestream. Make it incredibly popular. Wang Hao roared into the communicator, spittle flying everywhere. The trend of bullet comments has also begun to subtly change with the influx of more and more new viewers, as well as the observations of some truly knowledgeable martial arts practitioners and sharp-eyed individuals. The initial barrage of comments, those that seemed to enjoy the drama, mocked the streamer as a masochist, and obsessively shipped Jiang Cheng's most affectionate person and the streamer as a couple, was gradually replaced by comments filled with shock and admiration. This newcomer's movement skills are so unpredictable. He always manages to dodge at impossible angles. Damn! Did you guys notice? It seems like he's doing it on purpose. He's deliberately getting hit. Could it be some kind of special body refining technique? Using the attacks of the elite Rat King to temper the physical body? This is terrifying to think about. This is definitely not an ordinary newbie. This is a hidden master pretending to be weak while actually being strong. I take back what I said earlier, this streamer is something else. Reputation, without anyone noticing, began to reverse. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction is 90-99. Finally, 9 or 10 points. When the adaptive damage reduction value of Black Tortoise Skin steadily jumps to the number 90-99. Nie Tian keenly noticed that the elite Rat King opposite him was becoming increasingly sluggish, and the fierce light in its eyes had dimmed considerably. This guy is almost out of energy. Nie Tian knew that with his current strength and the Berserk skill, he could kill this exhausted elite Rat King relatively easily. However, he did not do so. It's almost 9 o'clock. 9 points of damage reduction will reach the current stacking limit of Black Tortoise Skin. We cannot waste it. Thus, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, Director Sun and others in the training room, and Yi Qingyu in the rest area, with her complex gaze, Nie Tian did something that shocked everyone. He stopped in his tracks. He put away the alloy battle sword in his hand. Standing there leisurely, it even gave the panting elite Rat King a smile that could be described as kind. He is waiting. Wait until this poor Rat King recovers some strength. In order to complete the harvest of the last 9 points of damage reduction. At this moment, Jiang Tao and his nephew Jiang Xiaotian were filled with endless regret. I regret it so much. Why did I have to provoke that wicked Nie Tian? Now, all they can do is pray frantically in their hearts. I pray that the new streamer with the ID 95022 on the screen is, please don't be Nie Tian. As long as it's not him, there might still be a sliver of hope to salvage the situation. Sun Yongyan was completely absorbed in his thoughts, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, expectant and nervous, waiting for the final confirmation of the identity of the blurry figure. Chapter 28 Iceberg Goddess Ling Fei, this newcomer is so special. Zhangcheng, the virtual arena. Top floor helipad. A maglev sports car, entirely black with a sleek design resembling a phantom of the night, landed silently. On the vehicle, an inconspicuous yet significant silver-winged badge reveals its special military background. Wang Hao, the manager of the virtual arena, had already changed into a brand new high-end suit, and his hair was slicked back and shiny. He was waiting at the edge of the tarmac with a fawning smile on his face, his back bent 3 degrees more than usual. Because he knew what an important person was sitting in that car. The banner of the younger generation in the Southeast military region. At only 20 years old, he was already a genuine 3-star warrior. He is also an awakener, 1 in a million, who has awakened a special ability. Ling Fei. This name shines like a comet among the younger generation of martial arts practitioners throughout the Southeast province and even the entire country. Her arrival made Wang Hao's heart pound with excitement. If one could make contact with this person, even just to become acquainted with him, it would be an immeasurable boost to his future. The car door opened silently upwards. A tall, slender figure slowly stepped out of the car. The silver-white, tight-fitting combat suit perfectly outlined her breathtakingly hot curves. Her waist-length, ice-blue hair shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the afternoon sun in Zhangcheng. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be God's most perfect masterpiece. Especially those pale purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet exuding an indifference and aloofness that keeps people at a distance. Like an ancient, unyielding iceberg, cold, powerful, and unapproachable. She is Ling Fei. Miss Ling Fei, welcome to the Jiangcheng Virtual Arena. I am Wang Hao, the venue manager. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Hao hurriedly went to greet him, his tone was extremely respectful. Ling Fei simply nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Her voice, like her, was clear and melodious, yet devoid of any emotional color. I need to rest for an hour first and get myself ready. Then we can talk about work. Yes, yes, yes. The VIP lounge is ready for you. Please follow me. Wang Hao led the way hurriedly, adopting an extremely humble posture. Wherever Ling Fei went, staff members and other alike customers cast admiring, awe-inspiring, and curious glances her way. But she remained indifferent to it, her pale purple eyes calm and still, as if nothing in the world could arouse her the slightest interest. After entering the top-tier luxury private room, Ling Fei waved her hand, declining Wang Hao's request for further services. She did not rest immediately. Instead, they walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the somewhat unfamiliar city for a moment. Then, she gracefully sat down on the comfortable sofa and unfolded a personal quantum computer that looked like a bracelet on her wrist. Although I came to Jiangqing this time with a secret mission. But she will also take her live streaming tour as a military ambassador seriously. Understanding the tastes of the local audience and seeing what's trending is a routine part of her preparations before going live. She opened the official live streaming platform and filtered through the currently popular live streaming rooms in Jiangcheng. Headlines and covers flashed past her eyes. Most of them are tutorial matches by skilled streamers or comedic battles by entertainment streamers, nothing special. Suddenly, her gaze paused slightly. I stopped at a live stream room with a title and cover that seemed rather odd. God-level movement? An immortal tank? Zero game rookie challenge to become the elite Mouse King. The cover image is a blurry picture of a figure being chased and fleeing in a disarrayed manner by a giant rat king. If that were all, Ling Fei would probably just skip it. After all, she'd seen plenty of clickbait headlines and low-quality covers like this. But what made her frown slightly was the real-time data following the livestream. Online users, 49,875. Approaching 50,000. Total value of gifts, 113,500. Over 110,000. Among them, a user with the ID Jiangqing's first deepest affection contributed more than 100,000 yuan in tips. A newcomer with 0 appearances. The challenge is against the mutated Rat King of the Elite template. The livestream content appears to be nothing more than a simple being hunted down. How could it have such an abnormally high number of online users and donations? Based on her rich experience and keen intuition, Ling Fei concluded that either the platform was deliberately creating hype in this livestream, or the streamer was extremely extraordinary. A strong sense of curiosity drove her to want to know. How did this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat comical, new streamer manage to attract nearly 50,000 viewers and receive such a huge amount of donations? She barely hesitated before gently tapping the light screen with her slender, jade-like fingers. I entered the live stream room with the ID 95,022. She wanted to see what the mystery was all about. At this moment, in the live stream room of ID 95,022, Nie Tian remained standing in the same spot, with a smile on his face, looking at the elite Rat King opposite him. The Rat King took a breath, seemingly finally catching his breath from extreme exhaustion. Its scarlet beastly eyes stared intently at Nie Tian, filled with savagery and incomprehension. This tiny human being before me had several opportunities to escape, or even to fight back. But he refused. He just kept himself hanging on like that. Is this a mockery of me? Squeak. The elite Rat King is furious. It let out another sharp roar, squeezing out its remaining strength. With a sudden burst of power from its limbs, its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt. Once again, and the one with the longest charging power, it pounced fiercely at Nie Tian. The sharp, giant claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Its gaping maw opened wide, and a stench assaulted the senses. The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Watch out, streamer. It seems the Rat King has had a final burst of energy before death. That attack was incredibly powerful. Inside the training room of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Director Sun Yangyan's breathing changed slightly, and his eyes widened. In her private rest area, Yi Qingyu instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with nervousness. Zhang Tao and his nephew Zhang Xiaotian were screaming in their hearts, "Kill him! Kill him!" Only Ling Fei, who had just entered the live stream, showed a subtle ripple in her pale purple pupils. She could sense that the Rat King had used all his strength in this attack. If this new streamer continues with her previous simplistic avoidance tactics, I'm afraid. However, just when everyone thought Nie Tian would narrowly avoid the danger as before, Nie Tian moved. He did not dodge. Instead, he took a step forward. Yes, just one step. It landed perfectly on the side of the elite Rat King's deadly attack. What is he doing? Are you looking for death? Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 91.99. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 92.99. The crisp system notification sounds, like the most beautiful music, rang continuously in Nye Tian's mind. The Rat King's sharp claws were slammed into his chest, his shoulder, and his arm. However, the bloody scene of Nye Tian being torn to pieces that was expected did not occur. He only swayed slightly a few times. The immense force, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, seemed to be greatly weakened by an invisible barrier when it landed on him. It only brought him a series of slight vibrations and tingling sensations. Under effective attack, adaptive protection stacks, current damage reduction 95.99. 95 points. Only 5 points left. The adaptive protection of the black tortoise skin can be fully stacked. A relieved smile appeared on Nye Tian's lips. The elite Rat King, after several all-out attacks that were like throwing a stone into the sea, only managed to make the human in front of it sway a few times. Finally, the ferocious light in its beast eyes was completely replaced by an emotion called despair and fear. It was afraid. I was truly scared. This human is not made of flesh and blood. He's a monster. Chapter 29. The school beauty is jealous again, Ling Fei's insight. The moment Ling Fei clicked to enter the live stream room. Nye Tian's live stream room was already in an uproar because of the 100,000 yuan reward for showing his face incident. Suddenly, a series of system notification sounds rang out, becoming more frequent, louder, and even accompanied by some special sound effects. Ding dong! The esteemed, 3-star warrior, user Ling Fei Benfei has entered the livestream. Ding dong! The esteemed, awakener, user Ling Fei Benfei has entered the livestream. Ding dong! The esteemed, official contracted streamer of Virtual Arena, Ling Fei Benfei has entered the live stream room. 3 in a row. Each one is preceded by a striking gold prefix. Each one represents an incomparably noble status that countless ordinary martial artists and spectators look up to. These 3 glittering system announcements were like 3 heavy nuclear bombs, exploding in the live broadcast room. In an instant, the chat in the entire live stream stopped. Yes, the barrage of bullets, which was rolling wildly like a waterfall, suddenly stopped completely for a strange half-second. It was as if time itself had frozen in the face of this sudden, bombshell news. Immediately afterwards, it was a complete boiling, like a volcanic eruption. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! I'm not seeing things, am I? Ling Fei? It really is Goddess Ling Fei. A 3-star warrior. An awakened one. An officially signed streamer. My god. We've captured a wild, top-tier Ling Fei. Aha! Goddess. It really is a goddess. Wasn't she supposed to be participating in the official live stream today? How did she suddenly appear in this live stream room? Ling Fei, my goddess. I'm your biggest fan. Please give me your autograph. Front row group photo. Spotted a wild goddess. What an amazing day today. Even Goddess Ling Fei was attracted here. I declare. This is the most amazing livestream I've seen all year. Without a doubt. Could it be that even Goddess Ling Fei was alarmed by the most affectionate man in Jiangqing's extravagant behavior? Did she come to watch the show? Don't talk nonsense. How could a goddess be interested in such juicy gossip? She must have just happened to be passing by. No matter what. Welcome, goddess. The barrage of comments, like a floodgate opened, swept across the entire screen with a force 10 or even 100 times greater than before. Countless emojis and emoticons representing excitement, admiration, and welcome flooded the screen. The text is filled with words like goddess, big shot, and welcome, making it almost impossible to see any other content. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. In just a few seconds, it broke through the 50,000 mark. And it's still soaring at an incredibly alarming rate. 55,000. 60,000. 70,000. Ling Fei's ID and her officially verified, widely circulated, stunningly beautiful real-life profile picture. Like a magnet with infinite magic, it attracted countless fans and passers-by who came upon hearing the news to flock in. Wang Hao, who was in charge of monitoring data in the arena's backend, almost thought there was a system error. Even with traffic support, a new channel's livestream shouldn't see its popularity skyrocket like this. However, when he clicked into Nye Tian's livestream, he suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that goddess Ling Fei has arrived. No wonder. However, what intrigued Wang Hao was Ling Fei, a top streamer with millions of followers and a highly respected awakened one, is actually interested in a new streamer. Could there be some qualities in this new streamer named Nie Tian that he hasn't yet discovered? Wang Hao became increasingly curious about Nie Tian. Virtual arena, with a dedicated rest area. Yi Qingyu had just calmed down from the frustration of being instantly killed by an ordinary rat king when she reopened Nie Tian's livestream. She wanted to see how Nie Tian managed to do something that seemed almost impossible to her. However, she had just entered the live stream room. Before they could even observe Nie Tian's actions closely, they were shocked by the 3 golden, domineering system announcements. 3-star warrior? The awakened? Officially contracted streamer? Ling Fei herself. Yi Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. She was familiar with this name. As a young girl who also aspired to martial arts and came from an extraordinary family, she had certainly heard of Ling Fei, one of the most dazzling geniuses among the younger generation of the Federation. It is said that she is not only powerful and mysterious, but also has a stunningly beautiful appearance, making her an idol and dream lover for countless young martial artists. How could such a goddess-like figure suddenly appear in Nie Tian's livestream? Yi Qingyu glanced at the screen subconsciously at the blurry figure that was still entangled with the elite Rat King. Then there's that Zhangcheng's most affectionate guy who spent 100,000 yuan to get Nie Tian's face on screen. A complex emotion, stronger, more bittersweet, and even carrying a strong sense of crisis, instantly surged into her heart. Alright. You, Nie Tian. Let's just forget about that most affectionate person in Zhangcheng whose gender was unknown before. Now they've even managed to attract a goddess like Ling Fei. Are you live streaming yourself fighting monsters, or are you building a harem and selecting concubines? Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, her cheeks puffed out in anger, and her gaze toward Nie Tian was filled with scrutiny and resentment. Humph. Another one. This guy, he really knows how to flirt. The girl's inexplicable jealousy and sense of crisis sprouted wildly like weeds once again. She's made up her mind. After the match ends and Nie Tian shows his face, she definitely has to ask him a lot of questions. Ask him who this most affectionate person in Zhangcheng really is. Ask him how he managed to offend someone as important as Ling Fei. Unlike the fervent support from fans in the livestream and Yi Qingyu's jealousy, Ling Fei, who was at the center of the incident, appeared unusually calm at this moment. She completely ignored the barrage of comments and messages of greetings flooding her screen. Those pale purple eyes, seemingly able to see through all illusions, swept sharply and intently over every detail of the livestream. With her powerful perception as a 3-star martial artist, and the extraordinary insight that comes with being an awakened one, almost instantly, she noticed something off about the new streamer with the ID 95022. Speed. That's too fast. Although this newcomer did not use any known movement techniques, his steps even looked somewhat clumsy. However, his burst speed and movement speed when dodging the elite Rat King's attack far exceeded the level of an ordinary 1-star martial artist. Even faster than some 2-star martial artists. Moreover, the timing of evasion. That's incredibly accurate. Every dodge, every sidestep, every retreat was perfectly timed. They can always avoid the vital points at the last second before the Rat King's attack lands, with minimal cost and in the most extreme way. This grasp of the rhythm of battle and the timing of attacks is simply perfect. This is something a newcomer with 0 appearances could never have. Most importantly, defensive stance. Or rather, it's about the attitude when facing an attack. This newcomer seems completely unafraid of the elite Rat King's attacks. It even seems that he was deliberately guiding the Rat King's attack to fall on himself. After each hit, his health points barely decreased. It was as if the Rat King's attack was nothing more than a tickle to him. This effortless, even slightly enjoyed demeanor. This is definitely not the performance a normal 1-star newbie should have when facing an elite beast that could easily kill them. Suspicious points. Too many questions. Speed, timing, defense, attitude. All of this points to one conclusion. This newcomer with the ID 95022 is definitely hiding his true strength. Moreover, his current behavior of taking a beating is definitely not just for the sake of live streaming effect. He must have some ultimate motive. Ling Fei's rosy lips pursed slightly, and a growing sense of inquiry flashed in her pale purple eyes. This newcomer. That's interesting. Chapter 30, The Goddess Stole the Spotlight? I'll go all out and get it back. Nye Tian's live stream room has now completely transformed into a sea of fervor. Ling Fei? It really is Ling Fei? My goodness! The living goddess Ling Fei. Am I seeing things? Why would a goddess come to a small place like Jiangcheng? And even enter this newbie's live stream? Ah! I have no regrets in this life. To be able to bump into my goddess in a place like this. Screenshot. Take screenshots like crazy. Upstairs, what do you mean by small place? Jiangcheng is an important base city of the Federation, okay. But this is indeed the first time our goddess has come here to do a live broadcast. The key question is, why would a goddess enter this live stream? Does this beaten up streamer really have some extraordinary talent? Who cares? The goddess is here. Guys, start spamming the chat. Welcome the goddess. Look at me, Goddess Ling Fei. I'm the president of your fan club. I love you for 10,000 years. Countless comments flooded in like a tidal wave, instantly drowning out the previous discussions about Jiangcheng's most affectionate person and a rich man chasing a streamer. The audience's attention shifted dramatically at that moment. Previously, people were curious about Nye Tian's beating behavior and fascinated by gossip about nouveau riche, but their attention was instantly drawn to this suddenly appearing ice queen. Ling Fei's ID, Ling Fei Ben Fei, was flooded with mentions from countless viewers, with the screen filled with various expressions of welcome, admiration, and excitement. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed at an almost vertical angle, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. 70,000. 80,000. Within a minute or two. This newly registered live stream room has miraculously broken the 80,000 online viewers mark. And judging by the momentum, it's still heading towards 100,000. The traffic generated by the name Ling Fei and her stunning profile picture is simply terrifying. Backstage, Wang Hao was so excited by the skyrocketing data that he almost jumped up on the spot. We've won. This time we've really won. Ling Fei's arrival was like a shot in the arm, directly pushing the popularity of this live broadcast room to a height he never dared to imagine before. Now, not only will we not only meet our targets, but we might even exceed them and get a special year-end bonus. As a large number of new viewers, especially Ling Fei's die-hard fans, flooded in, the atmosphere in the livestream became even more enthusiastic. Goddess. Can you say something? I really want to hear your voice. Ling Fei, what do you think of this streamer? Does she have any special skills? Since the goddess is here, shouldn't you send some gifts to support her? Doge. There were also some viewers who considered themselves to have some financial resources. Perhaps to impress their idol, or perhaps simply out of fandom, they actually started sending gifts sporadically. Viewer Ice Blue Love donated 99 flowers. Dedicated to Goddess Ling Fei. Viewer Purple Eyed Guardian has gifted 10 coffees. Goddess, please take a break. Audience member Chasing the Wind is gifting 66 beers. Welcome, Goddess, to offer your guidance. Although these gifts were not nearly as extravagant as the previous Jiangcheng's most affectionate gift, they were all aimed at the same goal, Ling Fei. For a time, the live stream was filled with praise, adulation, and various attempts to curry favor with Ling Fei. The 100,000 yuan yacht for exposure incident that ignited the entire audience, and the mysterious most affectionate person in Jiangcheng, seemed to have been temporarily forgotten in a corner. This scene of being surrounded by celebrities created an eerie yet frenzied atmosphere in the entire live stream room. At this moment, Nye Tian, who was in the virtual arena, was still completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. Or rather, he simply doesn't care. Ling Fei's arrival? The audience's fervor? None of this concerns him. In his world, there was only the elite Rat King in front of him and the constantly fluctuating number in his mind. Adaptive protection, 9899. Just a little bit more. Nye Tian's eyes were focused, his mind highly concentrated, carefully guiding the Rat King's next attack. With a weary growl, the elite Rat King once again swung its sharp claws, aiming at Nye Tian, who was standing close by. After a long chase and futile attacks, this ferocious elite-level beast was now like a deflated balloon. Its movements became sluggish, its strength greatly diminished, and only its last instinct drove it to attack. Nye Tian's eyes were calm as he lightly tapped the wind in thunder step. His body tilted slightly to the side like a willow catkin, precisely allowing the Rat King's claws to glide past his shoulder. Attacked by the elite Rat King's claws, adaptive defense triggered, current damage reduction, 9999. It's here. When the crisp system notification sounded in his mind, Nye Tian felt a slight jolt. 99 o'clock. It's full. He could clearly feel the feedback coming from black tortoise skin. The remaining force from the Rat King's claws, when applied to the skin's defenses, which were already at their limit, could not even produce the slightest acupuncture sensation. It was truly like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace. He then deliberately endured several weak attacks from the Rat King. The values on the panel no longer change. The result remains, current damage reduction, 99.99. As expected, 99 points is the maximum damage reduction stacking that this elite Rat King can provide. Nye Tian understood. The adaptive protection ability of black tortoise skin is incredibly powerful. However, the maximum damage reduction value it can accumulate is dynamically adjusted based on the opponent's attack strength. Facing this Rat King, a 1-star advanced elite template. 99 points is the ceiling. Continuing to be beaten is pointless. The sparring partner mission has come to a successful conclusion. It's time to end this performance. Nye Tian took a deep breath and slowly straightened his body. It lasted for nearly half an hour, characterized by intense focus and extreme dodging. Before he awakened the wind breathlong, he would have been exhausted and collapsed long ago. But at this moment, under the continuous nourishment of the Qi recovery ability, he felt his limbs and bones were full of power, his mind was more focused than ever before, and his condition was at its best. Even more so because of the prolonged immersion in this acupuncture-like skin tempering. He felt that his black tortoise skin seemed to have undergone some subtle changes that were hard to describe. It becomes more resilient and more flexible. It seems to have become more tightly integrated with the muscles and fascia under the skin. This unexpected gain put Nye Tian in a good mood. He raised his head and looked at the elite Rat King opposite him, who was still panting heavily, with a hint of bewilderment even showing in his scarlet eyes. The common mockery that had lingered in his eyes for so long quietly faded away. Instead, there was a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent. Buzz. Almost the instant the murderous intent surfaced, the long-dormant thunder heart within Nye Tian's body suddenly erupted with a roar like the beating of war drums. Violent. Active skill, activated instantly. A violent and scorching power, like a volcanic eruption, surged from his heart and instantly flowed throughout his body. His muscles were bulging and knotted, exuding an explosive sense of power. Nye Tian's originally handsome face was now slightly flushed due to the rapid surge of blood and qi, and his eyes became sharp as knives. Wind and thunder step. This time, it's not about dodging. It's about attacking. The wind howled beneath my feet, and there was a faint sound of thunder. Nye Tian's figure suddenly became blurry. Like teleportation, they vanished from their original spot. The next second, he has already appeared to the side and rear of the elite Rat King. It moved so fast that it even left a faint afterimage in its place. The system-simulated alloy sword that he had held in his hand for a long time, but had never actually wielded. At this moment, under the influence of the berserk power, it emitted a humming sound, as if it could not bear the burden. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Target the elite Rat King's relatively weak point in its defenses, the nape of its neck. This sudden and astonishing reversal. This terrifying killing intent was earth-shattering. That ghostly figure moving at incredible speed. This is a stark contrast to his previous image as a meat shield who could only flee in a sorry state and passively take hits. Inside the live stream room, the noise continues. Most viewers' attention was still drawn to the Ice Queen who had suddenly appeared. The live chat was still filled with welcome messages for Ling Fei and various questions. Goddess, can you tell me what activities you have planned to do in Zhongcheng this time? Ling Fei, could you give your opinion on this streamer? Is he using some kind of special cultivation method? Quiet down. Let me quietly admire the goddess's profile picture. Meanwhile, in the training room of Class 2, Grade 12. Sun Yongyan, Jiang Tao, and the others remained tense, staring intently at the screen, waiting for the blurry figure to finally reveal itself. Exclusive rest area. Yi Qingyu was still secretly angry about Ling Fei's appearance, her heart filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. Even Ling Fei herself, who always maintained an icy demeanor and scrutinized Nye Tian with a professional eye, was affected. At this moment, her pale purple eyes mainly held a sense of inquiry and curiosity. Almost no one expected it. The rhythm of the battle will undergo such a revolutionary change at this moment. Almost no one realized it. The newcomers who was beaten by them, whether they looked down on him, felt sorry for him, were curious about him, or were jealous of him. He is about to reveal his true fangs under the spotlight. Chapter 31, Utter Crushing Victory, Deeply Affectionate Brother Mysteriously Disconnects. The virtual arena, with a ring in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum at its center. Adaptive protection, 99.99. As the last system notification faded from his mind, Nyetian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's done. Facing this Rat King with a 1-star advanced elite template, the damage reduction ability of Black Tortoise Skin has been stacked to the current limit. He could clearly feel that the strange energy beneath his skin had reached saturation, as if it had formed an indestructible, invisible barrier. Then look at the elite Rat King opposite, panting and moving slowly. The common mockery that had lasted for nearly half an hour in Nyetian's eyes receded quietly like the tide. Instead, there was a chilling, piercing, and sharp killing intent. The sparring session is over. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Buzz. As if sensing its master's killing intent, the long-dormant Thunderheart suddenly erupted with a muffled roar like the beating of war drums. Violent. The power of wind and thunder hidden deep within his heart suddenly erupted. A surge of violent power, far exceeding normal levels, erupted from his heart like a burst dam. It surged and roared through my limbs and bones along my bulging blood vessels. Nyetian's body seemed to swell slightly in that instant. Every muscle radiated explosive power. He could even hear his bones crackling with excitement. At the same time, the wind breath lung also began to operate at high speed. Take a deep breath, force a massive amount of oxygen into your lungs, and provide the most abundant energy support for the upcoming burst of power. 1 second ago, he was a meat shield struggling to escape the Rat King's attack, seemingly on the verge of collapsing at any moment. The next second, the style of the scene changed drastically. Faced with the elite Rat King's once again weak and feeble attack, Nyetian's lips curled into a cold smile, and he neither dodged nor avoided it. They even went to greet them. Roar! The elite Rat King seemed to have no idea that the human who had been dodging would suddenly confront them head-on. Instinctively, it swung its claws, using the remaining force and a sharp whistling sound, and slammed them hard into Nyetian's chest. If that claw had been used half an hour earlier, it would have been enough to leave a deep, bone-revealing wound on Nyetian. However, clang! A dull, loud bang, like metal striking leather, suddenly exploded out. The Rat King's sharp claws slammed solidly into Nyetian's chest. A violent force poured down. But strangely enough, Nyetian's body swayed slightly before becoming as steady as a rock. He didn't even take a single step back. Looking down, all that remained on that ordinary, cheap tracksuit was a faint, almost negligible white claw mark. Apart from that, there was no other damage. A whopping 99 points of damage reduction. Faced with the terrifying ability of Black Tortoise Skin, which is almost absolute defense, the elite Rat King's all-out attack, powerful enough to tear steel apart, was completely nullified. Just as I thought. Nyetian felt much more at ease and had no more reservations. Just as the Rat King was momentarily stunned because his attack was ineffective, Nyetian made his move. Wind and Thunder Step. With coordinated heart and lung movements, the power of wind and thunder erupts beneath your feet. This time, it's not about dodging, but about the ultimate charge. Whoosh! Nyetian's figure suddenly became blurry, like a lightning bolt that swept across the ground, instantly breaking the sound barrier. It left behind a fading afterimage. The air was torn apart, producing a piercing explosion. The distance of just over 10 meters between him and the Rat King was completely erased in the blink of an eye. He instantly appeared to the side and behind the elite Rat King. Extremely fast. The seemingly ordinary system simulation alloy knife that he had held in his hand for a long time. Under the extreme infusion of berserk power, the blade trembled violently, emitting a hum that seemed unable to bear the strain. Even the air around the blade was slightly distorted due to the high-speed friction. There are no advanced martial arts techniques. No complicated moves. Pure, ultimate speed. Only the absolute power that condenses the berserk force of Thunderheart. Die! Nyetian let out a low shout and suddenly flicked his wrist. The alloy blade transformed into a silver lightning bolt, carrying the resolute determination to sever everything, striking at a tricky and swift angle. It slashed sharply and precisely at the relatively weak nape of the elite Rat King's neck. Put! A dull thud as a sharp blade sliced into flesh. There are no obstacles. The rat's skin looked tough, its muscles were thick, and even its cervical spine was strong. Before Nyatian's thunderous strike, infused with the power of Berserk, it was as fragile as paper. The blade pierced through instantly. Cut horizontally. Whoosh! The system simulated a gushing out of blood. A huge, ferocious rat head, with an incredulous expression, shot into the sky. It tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the yellow sand. The massive rat body, now headless, seemed to have lost all its strength and collapsed forward with a thud. Its heavy body crashed to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up clouds of dust. Immediately, the enormous corpse began to rapidly become illusory, transforming into tiny specks of golden light. Like fireflies, they rise gently and eventually disappear completely into the air. Sold out instantly. A complete and utter crushing defeat. From Nye Tian's decision to counterattack and withstand the Rat King's attack, to his dash forward with the V-Wind and Thunderstep and Decapitation Strike. The whole process was smooth, clean, and breathtakingly fast. The entire process took no more than 15 seconds. This is a stark contrast to the previous performance that lasted for more than half an hour, was slow and hesitant, and he was on the defensive. Call. Nye Tian slowly sheathed his sword and stood up, his chest rising and falling slightly. The power burst in the Berserk state also consumes a lot of his own energy. But the thrill of slaying a powerful enemy, and the surging power within him, made him feel exhilarated. At that moment, the cold, impersonal system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the 1-star mutated Rat King Elite template. You have earned 10 battle points. Your admission fee of 5,000 yuan has been refunded via the original payment method. You have received an additional victory bonus of 10,000 yuan. The above rewards have been automatically credited to your personal account. Please check your account. A prize of 10,000 yuan is in hand. With the refunded 5,000 yuan entrance fee, it was like getting a high-quality sparring partners session for free, and even making 15,000 yuan. Good. Nye Tian nodded in satisfaction. Next, it's time to fulfill the promise and receive that even bigger reward. He opened the live stream interface, preparing to turn off the facial blur. However, he frowned slightly. The top female fan with the ID Jiangqing's most affectionate has a gray profile picture? Offline? What the hell? They paid 100,000 yuan to have me appear on screen, and then they ran away first? Nye Tian was speechless. However, he did not immediately exit the virtual scene. According to the rules of the arena, this designated tipping requires the tipper to be online. The funds will only be credited to the account after the streamer fulfills their promise and the system confirms it. If the donor is offline or the streamer refuses to fulfill their promise, the donation amount will be automatically refunded to the donor. In other words, in order to ensure that the 100,000 yuan could be safely pocketed, he still has to wait here until that Jiangqing's most affectionate person goes online again, and he can witness him make an appearance in person. Alright, then let's wait. Nye Tian shrugged and put away the alloy knife. He stood with his arms crossed, leisurely in the center of the empty arena. He's in a good mood now and is very patient. He wanted to see when that guy who spent 100,000 yuan to see him make an appearance would actually come back. Chapter 32. Shockingly, young Master Zhang's mentality collapses. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Time seemed to freeze the instant the elite Rat King's enormous head shot into the sky and crashed to the ground. Inside the training room, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Ma Fei's personal computer screen. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and his face was filled with indescribable shock and bewilderment. What happened? What just happened? The streamer who was being chased all over the place by the Rat King just a second ago, looking like a rat crossing the street. What happened the next second? They just wiped out that seemingly ferocious elite Rat King in an instant. Moreover, it's the kind of clean, decisive, and swift kill that doesn't even give you time to react, an instant kill. This is the same person? Silence. A deathly silence. It lasted for a full 5 or 6 seconds. Until a student, in a dreamlike, stuttering voice, painstakingly broke the suffocating silence. He instantly killed that Rat King? It was like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake. This sentence instantly ignited the tense atmosphere. Exclamations, gasps of shock, and incredible murmurs erupted like a tidal wave. Holy crap! He did it in a second. He really did it in a second. Am I seeing things? Too fast. I didn't even see his movements. I only saw a shadow flash by, and the Rat King's head flew off. That speed, that power, is he even human? Wasn't he supposed to only dodge? Liar. This is definitely a liar. He was acting all alone. He was pretending to be weak to fool others, just for the sake of the show. Damn. This strength, let alone a 1-star martial artist, even some 2-star martial artists couldn't do it so decisively, right? No wonder a newcomer like him dared to challenge the elite Rat King. He was so confident. This is incredible. Is this really Nha Tian? The Nha Tian who dropped out of school? The students were absolutely furious. The contrast before and after is just too great. It's so revolutionary. The previous half-hour-long beating performance led them to have a preconceived notion. This streamer, who is suspected to be Nha Tian, has amazing defensive capabilities, but his offensive capabilities are probably very weak. He can only dodge. But who could have imagined it? They don't fight unless they're absolutely sure, but once they do, it's a devastating, lightning-fast annihilation. The intense visual impact and psychological contrast left everyone feeling like their brains couldn't keep up. The dean of students, Sun Yangyan, also began to breathe heavily. His eyes, peering through his glasses, shone with an unprecedented fervor. Powerful. That's incredible. That speed. That explosive power. That clean and decisive kill. This is definitely not the kind of strength that an ordinary quasi-martial artist could possess. He was even stronger than many of the newly promoted 1-star martial artists he had ever seen. Genius. A true genius. A rare gem, worth $1 million. Sun Yangyan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. If this streamer really is Nha Tian, then Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School has struck gold. I've found an incredible treasure. As long as we can confirm his identity, as long as we can keep him at No. 2 Middle School. In Sun Yangyan's mind, various plans, preferential treatment conditions, and resource allocations were already rapidly being conceived. However, just as the training room was completely ignited by Nha Tian's amazing performance, and was filled with excited and shocked discussions. Snap! A crisp, unusual sound suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Xiaotian standing at the edge of the crowd, his face as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. His eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, filled with boundless fear and utter collapse, as if he had seen the most terrifying and incomprehensible thing in the world. His body was trembling violently, like a sieve. The latest wrist-mounted computer that he had been holding tightly in his hand slipped from his trembling grasp. With a thud, it crashed heavily onto the hard floor. The computer screen went black instantly, flickered a few times, and then began to restart automatically. This is precisely why Nha Tian discovered in the livestream that Jiangcheng's most affectionate person had suddenly gone offline. Zhang Xiaotian. I was so scared I disconnected. His defenses were completely shattered by the ghostly figure on the screen and the earth-shattering instant kill. How is that possible? How could this be Nha Tian? That poor wretch whom he regarded as an ant, whom he easily trampled under his feet, whose subsidies were even embezzled by him and his uncle. How could someone possess such terrifying strength? Instantly kill the elite Rat King? Even the 2-star martial arts bodyguards that his father hired at great expense might not be able to do it so easily. Gap. A huge gap, like an insurmountable chasm. His family background and resources, which he was so proud of, and his 160-plus calorie health points were all rendered useless in the face of the absolute power that Nha Tian had just displayed. It seems so ridiculous. So insignificant. So easily defeated. Fear. Boundless fear, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed his reason. He couldn't even imagine how he would face himself at school if that streamer really was Nha Tian. If his previous embezzlement of subsidies comes to light, how will he face Nha Tian's retaliation? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head like a rattledrum. Unable to accept the reality before him, he could only desperately try to numb himself with words. No. Impossible. That streamer is definitely not Nha Tian. Zhang Xiaotian screamed in his heart, trying to deny the facts before him. But the fleeting glimpse of that instant kill was etched deeply into his mind like a brand, impossible to erase. His pride, his confidence, his sense of superiority. At that moment, it was shattered to pieces by Nha Tian's thunderous blade. My mind and soul are shattered. Zhang Xiaotian's loss of composure naturally did not escape Sun Yongnian's notice. The stern-faced director was initially stunned by Nie Tian's amazing performance and was extremely excited. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian's distraught, ghost-like appearance, and recalling the student's fragmented words from before, it was clear that I instantly understood 7 or 8 parts of it. It seems that Zhang Xiaotian and Nie Tian have quite a grudge against each other. Even Nie Tian's forced suspension of school was likely related to Zhang Xiaotian. Thinking of this, Sun Yongnian's face darkened, and his gaze toward Zhang Xiaotian became undisguisedly cold and stern. Normally, he might have considered the Zhang family's influence. But now, in front of a peerless genius whose future is in the hands of the school. Let Zhang Xiaotian alone. Even if his father Zhang Xiao came to his door in person, he wouldn't be able to shake his determination to protect Nie Tian. Sun Yongnian suddenly stood up. The tall figure, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, walked up to Zhang Xiaotian, who looked lost and disoriented, as if he had lost his soul. His tone was icy, and his command left no room for argument. Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian trembled violently like a startled rabbit, and raised his head blankly. What are you standing there for? Sun Yongnian shouted sternly, his voice like thunder. If the personal computer is broken, use the backup. Immediately. Log back into the live stream. That streamer is still waiting for you. Keep your promise when you gave him the tip. Make him show his face. Director Sun's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable air of authority. He desperately needs confirmation. 100% confirmed. Is that genius on the screen really Nie Tian? Zhang Tao stood to one side, looking at my nephew's absent-minded, zombie-like appearance. Then he looked at Sun Yongnian's cold and stern expression, which clearly showed that he was genuinely angry. My heart sank to the bottom. It's over. This time it's really over. Sun Yongnian's sharp gaze swept over the uncle and nephew like a knife. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the warning and scrutinizing look in his eyes sent chills down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Under Sun Yongnian's powerful aura and unquestionable commands, Zhang Xiaotian was like a puppet that had lost its soul. His body was still trembling uncontrollably, and he mechanically and numbly pulled out another spare wrist-mounted computer from his pocket. His fingers were stiff with fear, and after several attempts, he finally managed to press the power button with trembling hands. Inside the training room, the students' excited discussions continued. Inside the VIP room of the virtual arena. Like most viewers in the live stream, Ling Fei watched with anticipation as Nie Tian's face, blurred by the system, appeared on the screen. A storm is brewing to reveal identities. Chapter 33 Goddess's Personal Verification. Talent no less than awakened ones. The virtual arena, Nie Tian's live stream room. The moment the elite Rat King's massive body vanished into specks of light, the clamor of the comments section eerily paused for half a second. Then, like a long accumulated volcano erupting. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What just happened? Am I seeing things? 15 seconds? From counterattack to decapitation, at most 15 seconds. Instant kill. He instantly killed an elite Rat King. Holy crap! Is this the same guy who was being chased and beaten up just now? The contrast is too much. It's an act. It's definitely an act. He did that on purpose. He was playing with that Rat King. My god. Zero martial arts skills, guys. He didn't use any martial arts skills at all. He just overwhelmed everyone with pure speed and strength. What kind of monster talent is this? This is impossible. How could a one-star quasi-martial artist achieve this level? He must be hiding his true strength. The live stream chat went completely crazy. If Ling Fei's arrival had pushed the popularity to its peak, then Nie Tian's earth-shattering, lightning-fast kill completely ignited the emotions of all the viewers. Detonate. The refresh rate of the bullet comments reached an unprecedented peak, so fast that it was almost impossible to see the content of each bullet comment. The viewers who were previously flooding the screen with welcomes for Goddess Ling Fei have now turned their attention back to the blurry figure that just completed a stunning comeback. The scandalous gossip of rich people chasing after live streamers? Nobody cares about that for now. Ling Fei's stunning beauty? Let's put that aside for now. Now, everyone has only one thought in their minds. Who exactly is this streamer with the ID 95022? Where is he from? With such terrifying strength and potential, he could never be an unknown nobody. Investigate. We must investigate. This is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. This strength, this talent. He must be a secret weapon hidden away by some powerful family or force. That's right. To reach this level of strength before the martial arts exam, one must have a powerful background. There are only a handful of big families in Jiangcheng, if you count them on your fingers, right? The Zhang family, with their immense wealth, controls the economic lifeline of Jiangcheng. The Wang family, with deep military connections and a low profile? Is it still the Lin family, with Jiangcheng's #1 martial artist, knife maniac Lin Fengnian, in charge, making them the strongest in martial arts? Don't forget the Yi family. The most mysterious Yi family, who are said to have countless connections with the military, business world, and martial arts world. Yes. It could be the Yi family. They love being all mysterious. Bullshit. I think it's from the Lin family. That movement speed and the ferocity of his attacks have the shadow of the madman of the blade back in the day. I think it's like the Zhang family. The Zhang family is wealthy and powerful, so it's not surprising that they could use resources to create a super genius. On the live chat, all sorts of speculations about Nie Tian's identity and background emerged, with everyone having their own reasons and arguing fiercely. The four major families of Jiangcheng Zhang, Wang, Lin, and Yi, as well as some other slightly less powerful local forces, were all thoroughly analyzed. Countless viewers transformed into detectives like Conan, trying to find clues from Nie Tian's earlier behavior. Many people are now frantically tagging the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng who just went offline. Hey, rich lady. Where are you? Come online now. Let the streamer show her face. Let's verify her identity. Yeah. Don't be a coward. You've already spent 100,000 yuan, hurry back and check which family's prodigy this is. At Jiangcheng's most affectionate sister, calling for the rich lady. If you don't come back soon, the streamer is going to run away. Virtual Arena, Central Control Room. Wang Hao was so excited that he trembled as he watched the number of views on the screen soar to over 100,000 in the heated discussions about the four major families in the comments. Shocking. An unparalleled and breathtaking experience. He once again redefined his understanding of Nie Tian. At first, he thought Nie Tian was just a lucky pretty boy who got lucky and managed to hook up with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Later, seeing that Nie Tian had withstood the attack of the elite Rat King for more than half an hour without falling, he felt that this kid was something special and might be a special talent in defense or technology. But now, this was a thunderous, instantaneous kill. This was an overwhelming display of power. This is no gigolo. This is no special talent in defense or technology. This is clearly a hidden dragon. A mighty dragon about to soar into the sky. Wang Hao couldn't help but felt embarrassed and ridiculous about his initial idea of living off a woman. With his strength and potential, does Nie Tian really need to rely on a woman? As long as he's willing to release the information. It's likely that this applies to the major powers and families throughout Jiangcheng and even the surrounding base cities. They would all waive checks and offer various generous terms, vying to win him over. 18 years old. Aspiring martial artist. It is suspected that it possesses terrifying combat power far exceeding that of its peers. This prodigy's future achievements are limitless. He might even become a pillar of strength like Lin Fengnian. Huge potential value. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he made an extremely decisive decision in an instant. He immediately picked up the internal communicator and gave the order in a hurried and firm tone. Shao Li. Immediately. Right now. Check the backend registration information of the streamer ID 95022. Use the highest privileges. Then, regardless of whether he has signed a contract with us or not, upgrade him to the highest level VIP account in our arena. Open all privileges. From now on, every time he streams, I'll get featured on the homepage. A top-tier resource spot. A guaranteed push. And another thing. His monthly arena challenge attempts have been increased from 3 for regular users to the maximum of 10 for VIPs. Yes, Manager Wang, came the slightly surprised reply from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the call, Wang Hao's assistant couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Manager, this is too extravagant. The highest level VIP card costs 200,000 yuan a year just for the annual fee. And he hasn't even signed a contract with us yet, this is practically free. You don't know anything. Wang Hao glared at his assistant, but his tone was filled with undisguised excitement. This is called investment. A timely investment. What we're giving away now is a VIP card worth 200,000 yuan. When this guy soars to great heights in the future, we might reap 10 times or even 100 times the return. This positive connection might even elevate the Jiangcheng arena to a higher level within the entire Southeast province. We must take a long-term view. This prodigy with unlimited potential must be firmly tied to our cause before he fully takes off. At all costs. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, as if he could already see a bright future of abundant wealth and meteoric rise to power. Just as Wang Hao was making bold investments backstage, another wave of trouble has broken out in the livestream. The ID that had been silently watching the game and ignited the popularity of the entire audience, Lingfei Benfei, suddenly spoke up again. Moreover, as she spoke, a special effect of a sports car gift worth 1,000 yuan flashed across the screen. Although $1,000 is not particularly surprising for viewers who have just experienced the baptism of a $10,000 yacht. But the one who sent the gift was Ling Fei. More importantly, it was the content of her speech. Lingfei Benfei. Excellent. Brilliant. This is the most fundamentally sound and most promising one-star martial artist I have ever seen. Especially the speed, explosiveness, and timing of your finishing moves that you just displayed were almost on par with some speed-specialized one-star awakened. You have a bright future. I believe in you. Boom. If Nie Tian's swift victory ignited the audience's emotions. Ling Fei's words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The entire live stream exploded and boiled over. This is a public certification from a top-tier female live streamer. A Samsung warrior. An awakened one. And such high evaluation. A solid foundation. Incredible potential. His speed and explosive power are comparable to those of a novice awakened. A bright future awaits. I believe in you. This is practically a definitive conclusion. It completely confirms Nie Tian's reputation as a monstrous talent. Holy crap! Goddess Ling Fei herself has personally confirmed it. The goddess said he's no less powerful than a one-star awakened. My god! What kind of monster is this streamer? It's confirmed. He's definitely a hidden master. He's been playing dumb to fool everyone. Why, not only is she beautiful, but she also loves encouraging younger generations. I love her so much. Oh no! The goddess has publicly expressed her admiration for him, he's even more sought after now. At Jiangcheng's most affectionate sister, if you don't come back soon, the person you've set your eye on will be snatched away by the goddess. The comments section went wild again, this time filled with amazement at Nie Tian's strength, admiration for Ling Fei's foresight, and various jeers and jeers from those who loved watching the drama unfold. The atmosphere in the entire live stream room was pushed to a new and even more frenzied climax. Chapter 34: The moment of truth has arrived amidst all the attention. Virtual arena, exclusive rest area. Yi Qingyu stared blankly at the screen, at the comment praising Ling Fei's gift of a sports car. Ling Fei herself, great. Brilliant. This is the most fundamentally sound and most promising one-star martial artist I've ever seen. A bright future awaits. I have high hopes for you. Each word was like a tiny needle, gently pricking her heart. When the viewers in the livestream compared Nie Tian to the geniuses of the four major families, Yi Qingyu felt proud and honored. Because she knew that Nie Tian's strength did not stem from any illustrious family background, but from his own hard work and talent. This feeling of only I know what the world doesn't filled her heart with sweetness and a sense of superiority. But Ling Fei is a goddess who is top-notch in terms of strength, background, appearance, and fame. He also publicly expressed his appreciation for Nie Tian and his optimism about him. The little bit of pride and sweetness in Yi Qingyu's heart was instantly replaced by an even stronger surge of bitterness. A sense of crisis. An unprecedented sense of crisis. The gift, though worth 1,000 yuan, was accompanied by undisguised words of appreciation. Combined with Ling Fei's astonishing background and her unparalleled beauty that could make any man fall for her. What does this mean? Yi Qingyu was almost 100% certain that Ling Fei had definitely developed an interest in Nie Tian. She even fell for him. Do they know each other? Are they old acquaintances? Or was Ling Fei simply attracted by the amazing talent Nie Tian had just displayed? Regardless of the possibility, Yi Qingyu felt a tremendous threat. She subconsciously compared herself to Ling Fei. Family background? Ling Fei's mysterious military background is no less powerful than any family's. Strength? I only have 165 units of chi and blood right now. I'm not even a quasi-martial artist. Ling Fei is already a 3-star martial artist and an awakened one. It's a world of difference. Appearance? Yi Qingyu has always been very confident in her appearance. But even she couldn't guarantee a win against Ling Fei's near-perfect beauty and her aloof, icy demeanor. Fame? Then there's no need to compare Ling Fei as a top-tier streamer with nearly 1 million followers. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, was just the school beauty at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. The more she compared, the heavier Yi Qingyu's heart became. The more she compared, the stronger the sour jealousy in her heart became, almost overwhelming her. No. Absolutely not. Nye Tian is her lover. He's the one she's always silently supported and loved. She absolutely couldn't stand by and watch him be taken away by another woman. We can't wait any longer. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. We must catch up with Nye Tian as soon as possible. Only by possessing the strength and status to match him can she firmly hold on to this outstanding man. Only then can he drive away all those swarms of suitors who covet him. Awaken. We must awaken to this as soon as possible. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Qingyu's mind. That method. It is taboo within the family and is said to be extremely dangerous, with a success rate of less than 40%. But if successful, it can greatly increase the probability of awakening, and even grant some powerful superpowers that can be considered forbidden. Originally, she planned to wait until she broke through to the quasi-martial artist level and her foundation was more stable. I'll try again. But now it seems I can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Nye Tian will be snatched away by someone else. We must do it in advance. Even at great risk. She must awaken as soon as possible. And become stronger as soon as possible. Yi Qingyu's once clear and bright eyes were now turbulent, flickering with struggle, hesitation, and fear. But in the end, all the emotions turned into an unwavering determination and resolve. For Nye Tian. For their future. She had no other choice. Just as Yi Qingyu secretly made up her mind to take the risk for love. In the training room of Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Zhang Xiaotian was under the stern gaze of Sun Yongyan, the dean of students, who was practically spitting fire. With trembling fingers, he operated the backup computer and logged back into the live stream room that had shattered his spirit. As soon as he went online, a barrage of comments flooded his view. Some were amazed by Nye Tian's strength, some praised Ling Fei as a goddess, and quite a few were teasing him as the most affectionate man in Jiangcheng. The rich girl is finally back. Hurry! Show the streamer's face. I can't wait. 10,000 yuan. Just for a glimpse. You're amazing, rich girl. Voice cracks. Hey, rich lady, who's richer, you or goddess Ling Fei? Every comment was like an invisible slap in the face, stinging painfully. Humiliation. Anger. Fear. All sorts of negative emotions intertwined, almost causing Zhang Xiaotian to collapse again. But he dared not. He could clearly feel Sun Yongyan's icy gaze behind him, like thorns in his back. He took a deep breath, then another, forcibly suppressing the complex emotions surging within him. With all my might, I controlled my trembling fingers and typed a line of text on the public screen. Jiangcheng's deepest affection, host, as agreed before, please turn off the facial blur now and show your face to the public. That short sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength. The moment he sent it, he felt completely exhausted, and cold sweat poured down his face. Inside the virtual arena, Nye Tian was waiting, feeling utterly bored. Suddenly, I received a system notification. The designated tipping user, Jiangcheng's deepest affection, is now online. Please check their messages and complete the tipping request. Oh? You're back? Nye Tian raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the top of the screen, where the prominent figure displayed amount of rewards pending settlement, 118,000 yuan. A slight smile curved at the corners of his lips. The money is almost in my hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he responded crisply and decisively to the virtual interface. I will keep my promises. His reply, delivered clearly through the cold system announcement, resonated throughout the entire livestream. Ding! Streamer ID 95022 is about to fulfill their promise to publicly reveal their face and participate in tipping. In an instant, the once bustling and lively livestream seemed to have been paused. The rapidly scrolling barrage of comments suddenly thinned out and then came to a complete stop. All viewers watching the live stream, whether they were fans or casual observers, whether they were amazed by Nia Tian's skills or captivated by Ling Fei's beauty. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Inside the training room, Sun Yangyan, the director of teaching, suddenly stood up from the ground, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Jiang Tao and Jiang Xiaotian didn't even dare to breathe loudly, their hearts were in their throats. In the private rest area, Yiqing's beautiful eyes, filled with complex emotions, and Ling Fei's pale purple eyes, gleaming with a probing light, both focused on the center of the screen. We are the only ones being watched. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for that secret worth 100,000. Waiting for that identity that will ignite the entire audience. The moment it's finally revealed. Chapter 35, Second Disconnection. Jiang Xiaotian's mentality collapses. I will keep my promises. Nia Tian's decisive response was broadcast throughout the entire livestream via a system announcement. The noisy barrage of comments froze instantly, as if struck by a spell. All eyes were on them. Whether it was the teachers and students in the training room, Yiqingyu and Ling Fei in the rest area, or the more than 90,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the blurry figure in the center of the screen. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. An indescribable tension and anticipation filled the air. Nia Tian faced the invisible gazes coming from all directions with a calm expression. With a thought, he gently tapped the virtual interface in front of him. I selected that option, turn off facial blurring. Buzz. It was as if an invisible veil had been gently lifted. The hazy halo that enveloped Nia Tian's face dissipated quickly, like ice and snow melting away. A young and handsome face. He could even be described as having an extremely handsome face. It was presented to everyone clearly and without reservation. It was a face that looked about 17 or 18 years old. With distinct features, a high nose bridge, and slightly pursed lips, he possessed the youthful innocence characteristic of a teenager. Having just experienced a high-intensity battle, his forehead was covered with a fine layer of sweat, and his face showed signs of fatigue from the fight. But this does not diminish his handsome features at all. What's particularly striking are his eyes. It was pitch black and deep, like obsidian that had been tempered by fire, yet it was exceptionally bright and sharp. His eyes lacked the confusion or restlessness common among his peers. Instead, they held a calmness and resilience beyond his years. Even a hint of world weariness. His unique gaze, coupled with his youthful and handsome appearance, and the overwhelming and terrifying strength he had just displayed, set him apart from the world. This creates a striking and unforgettable contrast. Young, handsome, powerful. When these three labels appear on one person at the same time, the impact is unparalleled. The brief silence in the livestream was like the calm before a storm. The next second, the comments section exploded. Holy crap! So young. Am I blind? This guy is at most 18. He's still a high school student? My God. Young, handsome, and a great fighter. What kind of divine looks and talent is this? God is so unfair. Ah! I declare. From today onwards, he is my new male god. No wonder. No wonder the most affectionate man in Jiangcheng was willing to spend 100,000 yuan just to see his face. This face, it's worth more than 100,000, it's worth 1,000,000. Wake up, you fangirl upstairs. You're missing the point. The point is his age and strength. To be so young and yet have the power to instantly kill an elite rat king. He's no ordinary person. Yes. This is definitely not something an ordinary family could raise. Tell me quickly. Which family's young master are you, host? Is it the Lin family? The Wang family? Or that most mysterious Yi family? The direction of the comments changed instantly. The initial shock at Nia Tian's overwhelming power quickly shifted to a frenzy of comments about his age, appearance, and background. The audience's curiosity was completely ignited, like a raging fire. They were eager to know what kind of amazing background this young genius, who appeared out of nowhere like a comet, had. Countless comments began frantically tagging the newly re-released Jiangcheng's most affectionate person. Hey boss. At Jiangcheng's most affectionate one, you have a sharp eye. Come out and tell us, which young master has descended to Earth to experience life? Sister Xincheng. Stop lurking. The streamer has already shown her face. Give me a straight answer. Rich lady. Tell us who he is. Satisfy our curiosity. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the revelation from this insider. However, just then, a system notification that left everyone speechless suddenly popped up again. System notification: user Jiangqing's deepest affection has left the livestream. Leaving the livestream? They've run away again? This is the second time. Moreover, this happened at a crucial moment when the streamer had just revealed his true face and everyone was waiting for him to confirm his identity. That move was absolutely outrageous. The viewers in the livestream were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Immediately, an even more intense wave of discussion erupted, filled with all sorts of jokes and criticisms. They ran away again? What's going on? No way? Boss, are you kidding us? We've already taken our pants off, Tui. We've shown our faces, and you're gone? But I get it. The big shot must have seen his idol's face and was so excited that he had a heart attack and unplugged the internet cable. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The comment above is spot on. This is definitely the behavior of a true fan. I saw that look in her eyes. She's the kind of person who can't handle it. Goodbye, rich lady. Spend 100,000 yuan just to see it once, and then get so excited that he disconnected twice? I would call this the most bizarre tycoon of the year. The live stream room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. This was completely different from the joyful, teasing atmosphere in the live stream. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Xiaotian's mood at this moment could be described as frozen at the lowest point. The moment Nie Tian's young and familiar face clearly appeared on the screen, Zhang Xiaotian felt as if a thunderbolt from the heavens had struck him squarely on the top of his head. Suddenly everything went black. My ears were ringing. It really is him. It really is Nie Tian. That poor wretch who was constantly targeted and looked down upon by him, and whose poverty allowance was even withheld, was destined to never turn his life around. He did not struggle, sink, or disappear at the bottom of society as he had imagined. Instead, he made a powerful comeback in a way that he could not understand or accept at all. Quasi-martial artist. Instantly kill the elite rat king. Young. Limitless potential. She even received public praise from Ling Fei, a woman of exceptional talent. And what about myself? They wasted 100,000 yuan and almost became the laughingstock of the entire internet. Even just standing in this training room, I felt like I was being pricked by needles, as if I would be pierced through by Director Sun's cold gaze at any moment. Immense fear. Boundless jealousy. And the humiliation of being completely crushed and having one's dignity swept away. Like countless venomous snakes, they frantically tore at his heart and devoured his sanity. He could even clearly foresee the reckoning that he and his uncle would face next. Director Sun won't let them get away with this. The school won't let them get away with this. Once the matter is exposed, there will be no place for them in the entire Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Ah! An uncontrollable scream, filled with fear and despair, suddenly burst from deep within Zhang Xiaotian's throat. His eyes suddenly rolled upwards, revealing large areas of white. His body trembled violently, like a leaf falling. Immediately afterwards, snap! The wrist-mounted computer that he had just turned on slipped from his hand again. Like a curse that keeps repeating itself. It was slammed heavily onto the cold floor. This time, the force was even greater. There was a crisp snap sound. The computer screen shattered instantly. Everything went completely black. Zhang Xiaotian's psychological defenses completely collapsed under the immense stimulation and fear. Chapter 36, Collective Accusation. Zhang Tao and his nephew become drowned dogs. This is the second time. Zhang Xiaotian was so scared by Nie Tian's performance that he completely lost his mind. Looking at Zhang Xiaotian, who was slumped on the ground like a lump of mud with a vacant look in his eyes. The other students in the training room were stunned at first, and then burst out with undisguised mockery and disdain. Put! It fell again. This time it even smashed the computer screen. I'm dying of laughter. Ma Fei was the first to burst out laughing, his tone full of glee. He and Zhang Xiaotian were already at odds, and now he was even more gloating. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant before? He even teamed up with the homeroom teacher to bully Nie Tian. Another classmate who was on good terms with Nie Tian said indignantly. Exactly. If those two hadn't embezzled Nie Tian's stipend, how could Nie Tian have had to drop out of school? Our school almost lost a peerless genius because of those two scoundrels. Yes. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. They must be severely punished. They are harming the interests of our entire school. The crowd was outraged. Previously, because of Jiang Xiaotian's family background and Jiang Tao's status as the homeroom teacher, everyone dared not speak out against him. But now, Nie Tian has returned with a strong presence and is clearly receiving extreme attention from Director Sun. The pent-up resentment and sense of justice that everyone had been holding back erupted instantly. Several bolder students even walked directly up to Sun Yongyan, whose face was ashen, and petitioned with righteous indignation. Director Sun. You saw it. That anchor is Nie Tian. He's Nie Tian from number 2 middle school. He suffered so much injustice, was forced to drop out of school, yet he still managed to become a near martial artist on his own. He's a true genius. He's the pride of our number 2 high school. Director. We beg you. You must bring Nie Tian back to school. Give him the best resources. Let him represent our number 2 middle school in the martial arts exam. Furthermore, Jiang Tao and Jiang Xiaotian, that shameless uncle and nephew, must be severely punished. They embezzled poverty relief funds and almost ruined a genius. Such scum do not deserve to stay in our number 2 middle school. Yes. Punish them severely. Give Nie Tian justice. Give our number 2 middle school an explanation. The students spoke up excitedly, and they all signed a petition. Sun Yongyan looked at the students in front of him who were indignant, then glanced at Jiang Xiaotian who was lying on the ground, and Jiang Tao who was pale and sweating profusely beside him. His eyes became incredibly sharp and cold. A tidal wave of emotions was already surging within him. Confirmed. It really is Nie Tian. That boy he had felt sorry for, yet was powerless to change. He not only returned, but in such an amazing and brilliant way. Ecstasy. Excitement. Sun Yongyan felt his blood was boiling. A bright future for number 2 high school. It was as if it was beckoning to him. At the same time, an uncontrollable rage was rising in his chest. Jiang Tao. Jiang Xiaotian. Those two idiots. Scoundrels. For a mere small subsidy, they almost destroyed the school's hopes for a brighter future. They deserve to die. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement and anger, and swept his stern gaze across all the students, saying in a deep voice. Quiet. After the students had calmed down a bit, he said in a firm and resolute tone. I understand how you all feel. The school will take the matter of Nie Tian and the issues you've raised regarding Jiang Tao and his nephew very seriously. I, Sun Yongyan, hereby assure everyone that I will personally investigate this matter thoroughly. If the facts are true, the school will not tolerate it. We will definitely give Nie Tian justice and an explanation to all the teachers and students of the school. He paused here, his gaze shifting to Jiang Tao, whose face was ashen, his tone growing even colder. Jiang Tao, you are suspended from your duties immediately and are under investigation. Right now. Go to the administration office with your good-for-nothing nephew and wait for further notice. Until the truth comes out, neither of you, uncle and nephew, is allowed to leave the academic affairs office. Anyone who violates this rule will be expelled. Although in my heart I wish I could skin the uncle and nephew alive right now. But the reason was given to Sun Yongyan. Jiang Xiaotian is, after all, a member of the Jiang family. His father, Jiang Xiao, wields considerable influence in Jiangqing's business community, so dealing with this requires some procedures and strategies. We cannot rush things. Suspension from duty pending investigation is already an extremely severe initial measure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He knew he was finished. Utterly finished. He dared not offer any rebuttal. Amidst the disdainful and gloating gazes of his classmates, he dragged Jiang Xiaotian, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and fled in a disheveled state. As the uncle and nephew disappeared from view, a burst of barely suppressed cheers erupted in the training room. Sun Yongyan immediately took out his personal computer. We are preparing to contact Principal Hao Jian to report this earth-shattering discovery that will shake the entire education sector in Jiangcheng. In the virtual arena, Nie Tian was naturally unaware that his appearance had already caused a huge upheaval in the real world. He was only slightly speechless at the repeated disconnections of Jiangcheng's most affectionate friend. I have no idea what this guy is up to. However, this does not affect his ultimate goal. With the face-revealing agreement reached, the related tipping amount can finally be withdrawn smoothly. Dear user 95022, the gifts from your viewer Jiangqing's deepest affection, a yacht valued at 100,000 renminbi, a rocket valued at 10,000 renminbi, and a sports car valued at 5,000 renminbi have been successfully settled because you fulfilled their additional request, turning off face blur. The gift of a sports car valued at 1,000 yuan sent by your viewer Lingfei Benfei has been successfully settled. Your victory arena bonus of 10,000 renminbi has been credited to your account. Your admission fee of 5,000 yuan has been refunded. Other miscellaneous tip settlement information. A series of payment notifications flooded the screen. Nye Tian opened his virtual arena backend account. All I could see was the account balance column. What was originally a mere few hundred yuan in balance has now become a heart-pounding number. Available funds, 143,500 yuan. More than 143,000. Looking at this number, Nye Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. A tremendous sense of satisfaction and security instantly filled his heart. That's enough. This money is enough for him to buy a decent low-grade yellow-level attack martial arts technique. That's enough for him to buy a handy alloy weapon. There might even be some left over to buy some basic protective equipment. The financial problem that had plagued him for so long was finally resolved at this moment. All the hard work and risks before were worth it. Phew. Nye Tian let out a long sigh of relief, revealing the most relaxed and carefree smile he had shown since transmigrating. The objective has been achieved, and the money is in hand. The most urgent task now is to convert this money into strength as soon as possible. He ignored the barrage of comments in the live stream, which were still frantically flooding the screen and speculating about his identity. They also ignored that weird affectionate sister who kept disconnecting. All he wanted to do right now was to leave the virtual arena and head to the martial arts tower to buy the martial arts techniques and equipment he wanted. Thinking of this, Nye Tian did not hesitate and raised his hand to click the exit scene button on the virtual interface. However, just as his finger was about to touch the button, a sudden system notification popped up, abruptly interrupting his operation. System notification: user Lingfei Benfei has initiated a live chat request to you. Is the call connected? Options: yes, no. Lingfei? That Samsung Awakener from the military, a goddess streamer with millions of fans? She wants to connect with me on video. Nye Tian's movement to leave abruptly stopped in mid-air. He looked at the pop-up request box. And then there was the dazzling ID that represented Lingfei herself, her brows furrowing slightly. A hint of surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. What does she want from me? Chapter 37: Goddess connects with the military, an olive branch from the military. System notification: user Lingfei Benfei has initiated a live chat request to you. Is the call connected? Options: yes, no. Lingfei. That icy goddess who has 3 prestigious identities and just gifted him a sports car? She wants to connect with me via live stream? Nye Tian's attempt to withdraw was abruptly halted in mid-air. He looked at the pop-up request box and the long string of dazzling identity verification codes behind it, and his brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. A clear look of surprise and deep doubt flashed in his eyes. What does she want from me? They met by chance and didn't even exchange a single word. Could it be because of the instant kill performance just now? Nye Tian's mind raced, and he hesitated for a moment. He doesn't want to be exposed to the public eye too much. Especially when doing a live stream with such a high-profile top streamer, who knows how much unnecessary trouble and attention it will attract. But the other party is, after all, a 3-star awakened individual from the military, and had just been given a reward. Refusing in front of nearly 100,000 viewers in a live stream seems incredibly disrespectful. In those few seconds when Nye Tian was briefly struggling with his decision, on the screen, another dazzling gift effect flashed by. A viewer Lingfei Benfei is giving away a sports car. Another $1,000. This is the second sports car that Lingfei has given away. Their attitude was undeniably sincere. The viewers in the live stream went wild again. Holy crap! The goddess sent gifts again. She's determined to do a live stream with the streamer. Don't hesitate, host. Answer the call. Being able to connect with goddess Lingfei is something so many people dream of. Accept it. I have to accept it. Let me hear the goddess's voice. If you dare to refuse, believe me, our 100,000 viewers will drown you with their spit. Looking at the scrolling comments on the screen and feeling Lingfei's undeniable sincerity, Nye Tian sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll just accept it. Let's see what this big shot is trying to say. He stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly on the virtual screen. The answer is yes. Almost the instant he confirmed it, a burst of light shimmered on the open ground in front of him. Countless tiny data streams converge, intertwine, and take shape like fireflies. In the blink of an eye, a graceful and slender, almost perfect female figure materialized out of thin air and appeared opposite him. It was Ling Fei. Although it is just a data projection simulated by a virtual arena, its realism is as high as 99%. Her silver-white, tight-fitting combat suit perfectly accentuated her stunningly beautiful figure. Her long, icy blue hair flows like a waterfall, cascading freely. That exquisite, flawless pretty face. Even with the soft lighting effect unique to virtual projection, it is still breathtakingly beautiful. Especially those pale purple eyes. Even through the projection of data, it seems to contain some kind of strange magic. A cool, profound gaze, carrying a hint of scrutiny, fell upon Nye Tian. A goddess has descended. The real Ling Fei appeared right there on the livestream. Face to face with Nye Tian. Boom! The live stream chat exploded. Ah! Goddess. It really is a goddess. Alive. Moving. So beautiful. Her looks. Her figure. Her aura. I'm swooning. AWSL. To see the goddess and the streamer on the same screen in person, I have no regrets in this life. Host. Quick. Make room for my goddess. Don't get so close to her. Get out of here, you upstairs. This is the historic meeting between my idol and my goddess. The frenzy in the livestream comments even surpassed that of when Nye Tian instantly killed the Rat King and when Ling Fei first entered the livestream. Countless small gifts such as flowers, beer, and coffee began flooding social media. Although the unit price is not high, the number of people is too large. Without exception, their purpose was to dedicate themselves to this ice goddess who descended to Earth. However, faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm in the live broadcast room, the two people at the eye of the storm appeared unusually calm. Ling Fei's beautiful, pale purple eyes scrutinized Nye Tian from head to toe with great interest, as if trying to discern more from his young face. Nye Tian simply looked back at her calmly. There was not a trace of the awkwardness or nervousness that ordinary people would show when meeting important figures. There was only polite calmness, and a hint of curiosity and amazement. Neither humble nor arrogant, calm and composed. This composure, far beyond that of his peers, only deepened Ling Fei's admiration for him. Hello, Ling Fei said first, her voice clear and melodious, like the tinkling of an ice spring. My name is Ling Fei. Hello, Miss Ling Fei. Nye Tian nodded slightly in response, his tone equally calm. What brings you here? He doesn't like beating around the bush. Ling Fei seemed to have gotten used to this direct approach, a faint smile playing on her lips, a smile that could drive countless fans wild. Nothing special, I just watched your fight and thought it was really exciting, so I wanted to chat with you for a bit. She paused, her gaze returning to Nye Tian, her tone becoming serious. You are younger than I imagined. The speed and power you displayed just now, as well as your control of the aircraft, were truly astonishing. To be honest, for your age, the potential you have shown is something I have never seen before. Faced with such straightforward praise, Nye Tian simply said, You flatter me. Ling Fei seemed unconcerned by his modesty and continued her story. But her next words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, causing a huge uproar not only in Nye Tian's heart, but also in the entire live broadcast room. Your talent shouldn't be buried in a place like Zhangcheng. Ling Fei's tone carried an undeniable confidence and a subtle, almost imperceptible allure. If you'd like, I can recommend you for a position in the military. It's not an ordinary military unit, but a very important and special department. There, you will receive the best resources, the most systematic training, and the broadest platform. Regarding the compensation. Ling Fei smiled slightly, a smile as icy as a thawing iceberg, enough to eclipse the world. It will absolutely exceed your expectations. Military. Important and special department. The treatment was beyond my imagination. Nye Tian's heart skipped a beat. It felt like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Although he didn't know much about the top-level structure of this world, he had some vague knowledge of it through various channels. In this era where ferocious beasts abound and martial arts reign supreme, what exactly does the word military mean? That's not just an armed force protecting the country. It is also synonymous with power, status, top-tier resources, cutting-edge technology, and the advancement channels that countless ordinary martial artists dream of. Joining the military, especially the important and special department that Ling Fei mentioned, is far more tempting than just money. This is practically a chance to rise to the top. The viewers in the live stream went completely wild after hearing Ling Fei's words. After a brief silence, a barrage of comments erupted, more intense and frenzied than ever before. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! What did I just hear? The goddess is going to recommend a streamer to the military. And a special department at that. My god! What kind of incredible plot is this? Even if a pie fell from the sky, it wouldn't be this outrageous. A meteoric rise. This is absolutely a chance to rise to the top in one step. A special military department. What does that even mean? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Why can't I have such a good thing? I'm like a lemon on a lemon tree, but I'm all alone under the lemon tree. Hey host. What are you waiting for? Say yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change your destiny. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Please say yes, streamer. This is like a second life. Countless comments were frantically urging Nie Tian to agree, their words filled with unbelievable shock and undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. If the previous donation of 100,000 yuan by Jiang Cheng's most affectionate person only made everyone think that the rich person was being capricious, so the military olive branch that Ling Fei is extending at this moment is a truly earth-shattering opportunity that can change a person's life. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Nie Tian's response. Chapter 38: Trying to snatch him? The battle to protect Nie Tian begins. Faced with this sudden and enormous temptation, enough to drive any ordinary person crazy, Nie Tian stood there, falling into a brief silence. His eyes flickered uncertainly, and he was clearly going through a fierce internal struggle and weighing of options. The military's invitation was indeed tempting. But he knew absolutely nothing about Ling Fei. What exactly is the nature of the military department behind her? After joining, will it be an opportunity or a constraint? There is no such thing as a free lunch. What price must be paid for such enormous benefits? Ling Fei looked at Nie Tian, who had fallen silent. Her beautiful face showed no impatience, but the corners of her mouth still held that interesting smile. Deep within her pale purple eyes, an unfathomable light flickered. She was waiting. We await the final answer from this young man with unlimited potential. Virtual arena, exclusive rest area. When Ling Fei said, "I'll recommend you to join a very important special department in the military. The benefits will definitely exceed your imagination." When it is clearly transmitted to the ears through live streaming, Yi Qingyu felt as if all the blood in her body rushed to her head in an instant, and her vision went black. It's here. Her worst fears have come true. That Ling Fei, an ice queen who has suddenly appeared. Her interest in Nie Tian was definitely more than just a simple matter. She actually started poaching our clients. And the first move he made was such a deadly killing move. Military. Special department. Unimaginable treatment. This is an irresistible temptation for any young person who aspires to martial arts, desires to become stronger, and wants to stand out from the crowd. Let alone Nie Tian, even she herself, if she weren't a direct descendant of the Yi family, would probably be tempted by such an opportunity. What to do? Will Nie Tian agree? Will he be swayed by Ling Fei and this enormous temptation, and then leave Jiangqing for that so-called special department? The thought that Nie Tian might leave him or be taken away by this woman who was so powerful in terms of appearance, strength, and background, was unbearable. Yi Qingyu felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by a cold, large hand, and the pain was so intense that she could hardly breathe. His face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly. Her fingernails dug deep into the tender flesh of her palm, causing a series of stinging pains, but they did nothing to alleviate the panic and anger in her heart. No! This must never be allowed to happen. Nie Tian belongs to her. No one can take him away. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Panic and anger solve nothing. The most crucial thing now is to find a way to keep Nie Tian. He must understand his feelings. He needs to know. Yi Qingyu is the one most suitable for him and the one he should cherish the most. Who does that Ling Fei even mean? She's just trying to poach someone's girlfriend because of her status, background, and looks. Dream. An unprecedented determination and resolution flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Upon returning, they immediately mobilized the Yi family's resources. We must investigate Ling Fei thoroughly, at all costs. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Furthermore, starting today, she will completely change her strategy towards Nie Tian. We can no longer act like before, keeping our distance because of the girl's reserve and shyness, waiting for Nie Tian to take the initiative. Happiness is something you have to strive for. She needs to take the initiative. We must treat Nie Tian even better. We need to spend more time with him, care for him, and support him. You need to make him feel your sincerity and love at all times. Use all your tenderness and passion to keep him firmly by your side. We must not give anyone any opportunity to take advantage of this. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu's eyes became incredibly determined, like a female general about to go to the battlefield, full of fighting spirit. The battle to protect Nie Tian has officially begun. Meanwhile, in the training room of Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. After the initial elation and excitement, Sun Yongnian, the director of education, also witnessed the scene where Ling Fei extended the military invitation to Nie Tian. His heart leaped into his throat. Holy crap! The military has come to take him away. Moreover, it was someone of Ling Fei's caliber who personally came forward to recruit them. This is outrageous. Nie Tian is their only hope for the rise of No. 2 Middle School. He is the key to their surpassing No. 1 Middle School and finally getting their heads held high. If the military poached them directly, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? No. Absolutely not. Sun Yongnian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He must do it immediately. Right now. Report this situation to Principal Hao Jian. The school leadership should come up with a solution as soon as possible and offer the most favorable conditions to retain Nie Tian. He picked up the personal terminal again and dialed the principal's number. This time it rang for a long time before being answered, and Principal Hao Jian's slightly impatient voice came from the other end. Old son, I'm busy right now. Didn't I say we'd talk later? At this moment, in a private room of a high-end private restaurant in Jiangcheng, Hao Jian, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, was toasting a middle-aged man sitting opposite him with a big smile on his face. This middle-aged man is Lin Heping, the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. Hao Jian specially hosted a banquet for Lin Heping tonight, with only one purpose. Indirectly try to find out information about the genius student who caused a sensation during the martial arts certification and whose qi and blood stat reached 220.4 calories. He wanted to know which student from No. 2 Middle School this genius was. This is a major event that will affect his political achievements and the school's reputation for the next few years. He was just about to start getting drunk and trying to get information out of her when Sun Yongnian called, saying he had an important work report to give. Hao Jian was a little unhappy at the time. What job could be more important than finding geniuses? So he just brushed it off. But I never expected this. No sooner had he hung up than Sun Yongnian called again with a second call. Principal. It's extremely urgent. Sun Yongnian said urgently. It's a matter of utmost importance. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Principal, please come back quickly, we need to talk face to face. What's all this fuss about? Hao Jian interrupted him, his tone even more dissatisfied. I'm attending an important gathering, a gathering that concerns the future of No. 2 Middle School. What could possibly be more important than the future of No. 2 Middle School? Well, it's not convenient to go into too much detail over the phone. Anyway, the genius student you mentioned who broke through to the quasi-martial artist level has been found. Please come back soon. Sun Yongnian was sweating profusely with anxiety. If you don't come back soon to discuss countermeasures, they might get poached by the military. What? The genius candidate has been found. And is being recruited by the military? Hao Jian's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. I understand. Old son, hold on. I'll be right back. Hao Jian decisively hung up the phone, his previous smile vanishing, replaced by a look of seriousness and anxiety. Across from him, Lin Heping held a wineglass and looked at him with some confusion. Old Hao, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Hao Jian gave a wry smile and helplessly put down his wineglass. Old Lin, I'm so sorry. There's been a bit of an emergency at school, and I have to rush back to deal with it. Tonight's dinner. I understand. Lin Heping waved his hand and smiled understandingly. Business is important, you should go ahead. Hao Jian said goodbye in a hurry, picked up his coat and walked out. He got into his maglev car and ordered the driver to return to school as fast as possible. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Hao Jian's eyes were solemn and resolute. That genius student he was so obsessed with was crucial to the future of number 2 high school. No matter the cost, we must keep that student at number 2 middle school to develop. Otherwise, he might as well go home and raise pigs instead of being the principal of number 2 middle school. Chapter 39. The principal is furious. You two, uncle and nephew, are finished. In the virtual arena, Nye Tian and Ling Fei's livestream continues. The military's olive branch struck like a thunderbolt, resonating with everyone watching, both inside and outside the livestream. In the training room of Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng number 2 middle school. After a brief silence, things completely erupted. Holy crap! The military. Goddess Ling Fei personally invited Nye Tian to join a special military department. My god! This is like a meteoric rise to the top. As expected of Nye Shun. He's amazing. He just showed his strength and was immediately noticed by a high-ranking military officer. I knew it. Nye Tian is definitely a hidden dragon in the abyss. Ha ha ha. That's great. Our number 2 high school has produced such a prodigy. Let's see if those bastards from number 1 high school still dare to be arrogant. Yes. When Nye Tian comes back, we must make him the top student in our school. Give him the best resources. Ma Fei and most of Nye Tian's classmates, who had a decent relationship with him, were beaming with excitement and pride. They chattered excitedly about Nye Tian's amazing performance, Ling Fei's impressive invitation, and the brilliant future Nye Tian might have. It's as if I can already see the day when Jiangcheng number 2 middle school will completely turn the tide and overpower its arch-rival, city number 1 middle school. The training room was filled with a cheerful and excited atmosphere, and the previous tension and depression were swept away. However, Sun Yangyan, the director of teaching affairs, was extremely anxious. The military has come to take him away. The school must act immediately. However, the principal himself was still on his way back to the school. This is driving me crazy. Quiet down, all of you. Sun Yangyan cleared his throat, and his authoritative voice, like a booming bell, instantly drowned out all the noisy discussions. The training room fell silent again, and all the students looked at the stern-faced headmaster. Sun Yangyan's gaze swept across the room with lightning speed, his tone carrying an unprecedented seriousness and warning. What you see and hear here today, especially the information about Nye Tian's identity, must not be circulated to anyone. Anyone who dares to leak even the slightest information before the school officially announces the relevant news will be dealt with as a serious violation of school rules and regulations. Report this directly to the Municipal Education Bureau and record it in your personal file. You can decide for yourselves how serious the consequences will be. Did you understand? Understood. The students were startled by Director Sun's stern words and responded in unison, realizing the extreme seriousness of the matter. When it comes to the future of the school and the potential ownership of geniuses, secrecy is the top priority. We must not allow other forces, especially our competitor number 1 middle school, to obtain too much information in advance and thus gain the upper hand. Seeing the students' terrified silence, Sun Yangyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most urgent task is to discuss countermeasures with the principal immediately. We must mobilize all available resources at the school and show our utmost sincerity to ensure that Nye Tian willingly returns to number 2 middle school. Representing number 2 middle school in the martial arts exam. Thinking of this, Sun Yangyan could no longer suppress his anxiety and waved to the students, continue training. No one is allowed to slack off anymore. After saying that, he didn't even bother to maintain his usual dignified image and turned around to run towards the outside of the training room. Target the principal's office. Jiangcheng number 2 middle school, principal's office. Principal Hao Jian had just finished a dinner with Lin Heping, the president of the Martial Arts Association, that had ulterior motives, and was rushing back to the school in a hurry. He had just sat down behind his large mahogany desk and hadn't even had a chance to drink some water or catch his breath. The office door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. The dean of students, Sun Yangyan, rushed in, panting, his face bearing a complex expression of excitement and anxiety. Old Sun? What's wrong with you? Hao Jian was startled by Sun Yangyan's out-of-control appearance and was about to ask. Sun Yangyan had already rushed to his desk, projecting his wrist-mounted computer onto the huge monitor on the wall, his voice urgent like a machine gun. Principal. We've found him. The near martial arts genius you mentioned before. We've found him. Who? Who is it? Hao Jian suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes widening instantly, his breathing becoming rapid. Which student from our school is it? See for yourself. Sun Yongyan didn't answer directly, but instead quickly operated on the computer, bringing up the key replay clip recorded in Nie Tian's live broadcast room. The video began playing on the huge monitor. First, Nie Tian's ghostly movements allowed him to easily withstand the attacks of the elite Rat King. Then came the earth-shattering, lightning-fast annihilation. That clean, decisive cut, brimming with violent aesthetics. Finally, after Nie Tian turned off the facial blur, his face was revealed to be young, handsome, yet with a hint of vicissitude and resilience. Hao Jian stared intently at the screen. As the video played, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider. The expression on his face went from initial confusion to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to a look of ecstatic joy at sudden realization. Nie Tian. It's actually Nie Tian. Hao Jian exclaimed in shock, slapping his thigh hard. That's right. It's him. Although they hadn't met many times, he was deeply impressed by the boy's eyes. Moreover, this strength. This talent. Hao Jian instantly connected the boy on the screen with the mysterious genius from No. 2 middle school that Lin Heping had vaguely mentioned before, who caused quite a stir during the Martial Arts Association certification, whose chi and blood value far exceeded that of his peers. That's right. It's him. It's definitely him. So this prodigy really is a student from our No. 2 middle school. Hao Jian paced back and forth in his office, his face beaming with barely suppressed elation. That old fox Lin was still hiding things from me. Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping Jiangcheng No. 2 middle school. The pent-up frustration of years of suppression and the depression caused by being held back by No. 1 middle school seemed to find an outlet at this moment. As long as we can firmly control Nie Tian, why should we worry about the prosperity of No. 2 middle school? Why should we not be able to hold our heads high? However, after the initial elation, Hao Jian suddenly frowned, a deep look of confusion on his face. That's not right, Lao Sunday. I went through all the files of the top senior students in the school to find this genius. How come I never saw Nie Tian's name? Sun Yongyan's excitement subsided slightly, and he quickly explained. Principal, Nie Tian chose to suspend his studies 6 months ago because his family was poor and could not afford the expensive cultivation resources. He is no longer on your list. Nonsense. Hao Jian interrupted Sun Yongyan abruptly before he could finish speaking. His voice suddenly rose, and an angry expression appeared on his face. I remember it clearly. Nie Tian came from an orphanage, and his situation was special. I personally approved a special poverty relief grant of 50,000 yuan from the National Support Fund for him. It was specifically for his spiritual practice and living expenses. This amount of money, while not exceptionally large, is definitely enough to support him until the martial arts exam. Why would he have to suspend his studies due to financial difficulties? Hao Jianyue felt increasingly uneasy as he spoke, and his gaze shot towards Sun Yongyan like lightning. Old Sun, what exactly is going on? Upon hearing this, Sun Yongyan's expression became complex and angry. He lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. Principal, that's the problem. Nie Tian's leave of absence wasn't voluntary at all. He was forced into it. What? Hao Jian's expression changed. Who forced you to do this? Who else could it be? Sun Yongyan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. It's his bastard homeroom teacher, Jiang Tao. And his lawless nephew, Jiang Xiaotian. Sun Yongyan reported to Hao Jian in detail what he had learned in the training room. Principal. According to the students' feedback, the 50,000 yuan special hardship allowance that you personally approved for Nie Tian never reached Nie Tian's hands. Instead, it was embezzled by Jiang Tao and Jiang Xiaotian, a greedy uncle and nephew duo. It was because of the loss of this life-saving money that Nie Tian was forced to drop out of school at this crucial moment in his senior year. He almost had a peerless genius completely ruined because of these two scumbags. This is outrageous. Hao Jian flew into a rage, his chest heaving violently, and veins bulging on his face. He instantly understood the trickery involved. Jiang Tao. And his nephew Jiang Xiaotian, who bullies everyone at school because his family is rich. What a shameless uncle and nephew. How dare they? How dare they reach for the life-saving money of impoverished students? It was a special hardship allowance that he personally approved. No wonder Nie Tian dropped out of school. No wonder such a gifted genius was buried. These two scumbags are the ones who did this. You bastards! Scoundrels! Corrupt officials! Hao Jian roared, trembling with rage, pointing at the door. Go! Immediately! Call Jiang Tao and that little beast Jiang Xiaotian over here. I'm going to interrogate them myself today. Let's see just how bold they really are. Thunderous fury. The entire principal's office seemed to tremble violently because of Hao Jian's anger. Looking at the enraged principal, Sun Yongnian felt a mix of fear and relief. Fortunately, Nie Tian proved himself and wasn't completely destroyed. Otherwise, he, as the dean of students, would probably also be held responsible. He dared not delay and immediately replied, "Yes, principal. I'll go right away." After saying that, he turned and quickly left the office, with only one thought in his mind. Jiang Tao. Jiang Xiaotian. You two, uncle and nephew, are completely finished this time. Chapter 40 Sacrificing a Pawn to Save the King? Dream on. I, the principal, quit. Temporary custody room of the Academic Affairs Office at Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The air was so oppressive it felt like you could wring water out of it. Jiang Tao slumped into the cold chair, his face ashen, his eyes vacant, muttering repeatedly as if in a dream, "It's over, it's all over." He knew that if his embezzlement of the subsidy was exposed, given Sun Yongnian and Hao Jian's personalities, they would definitely not let him off easily. Being dismissed from public office is the least of your worries. You might even face imprisonment. Compared to Jiang Tao, who was in utter despair, Jiang Xiaotian, after his initial panic and fear, managed to calm down. No. We can't let it end like this. He's the young master of the Jiang family. He's the most valued son of Jiang Xiao, the richest man in Zhangcheng. He's the designated heir to the family. How can you ruin your future over such a trivial matter? He abruptly stood up, walked up to the dazed Jiang Tao, his eyes dark and his tone commanding. Uncle. There's only one way now. Jiang Tao looked up blankly. What method? Sacrifice the pawn to save the king. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Xiaotian's eyes. You take all the blame. Just say it was all because you were bewitched, and that I was young and ignorant, and that you deceived and used me. As long as you handle this alone, my dad will find a way to protect you. Even if he can't keep your job, at least he can make sure you suffer less. He deliberately emphasized the words "my dad" to remind Jiang Tao of the power he represented. Jiang Tao shuddered, his face showing intense struggle. Should we make him take all the blame? That would ruin his reputation and could even land him in jail. But, if he didn't do this, and offended the future heir of the Jiang family, offended Jiang Xiao, his fate would probably be even worse. He had heard a little about Jiang Zhao's methods. Moreover, the pie-in-the-sky Jiang Xiaotian promise that Jiang Xiao would protect him, though vague and uncertain, was still the only glimmer of hope in his despair. Ultimately, immense fear and apprehension about the Jiang family's power overwhelmed everything. Jiang Tao, deflated like a punctured balloon, nodded listlessly, his voice hoarse, "Okay. Xiaotian. Uncle. Uncle will listen to you." Seeing Jiang Tao yields, a hint of smugness and contempt flashed in Jiang Xiaotian's eyes. Nail it. As long as Jiang Tao is willing to take all the blame, he himself will at most be an accomplice who was deceived and used, and at most receive some criticism and education. Given his status as the young master of the Jiang family, what could the school really do to him? No matter how powerful Hao Jian and Sun Yongnian are, they still have to consider the consequences of offending the Jiang family. Nie Tian. So what if you've become a quasi-martial artist? Before the power of my Jiang family, you're still nothing. Once this blows over, see how I deal with you. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaotian's fear dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of smugness in control of the situation and a certainty about the future. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Sun Yongnian, the dean of students, walked in expressionlessly. The principal wants to see you. Come with me. Sun Yongnian's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Xiaotian took a deep breath, straightened his clothes which were wrinkled from fear, and stood tall with his head held high. He even forced a smile to appear calm, as if he were just going to answer a routine question. He followed Sun Yongnian with confidence, while Jiang Tao, like a walking corpse, was supported by security guards as they walked together toward the principal's office, where their fates would be decided. The atmosphere in the principal's office was heavy and somber. Principal Hao Jian sat upright behind his large desk, his face ashen, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see right through people's hearts. Sun Yongyan stood to the side like a door god, expressionless. Thump! As soon as Jiang Tao entered the room, he met Hao Jian's icy gaze, and his mental defenses collapsed instantly. His legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground, just like the script he had rehearsed beforehand. Principal. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to the school. I'm so sorry to Nye Tian. Jiang Tao cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with sobs, and began his performance. It was all me. I did it all. I was blinded by greed and got greedy when I saw that subsidy. I used sweet talk to deceive Xiao Tian and get him to help me with some procedures. Xiao Tian knew nothing about it. He's still a child. I begged the principal to investigate thoroughly. I will take full responsibility. He cried and kowtowed repeatedly, trying to gain sympathy and take all the blame upon himself. Zhang Xiaotian stood to the side, head down, trying to appear guilty and deceived, but inwardly he was sneering. Keep acting, you idiot uncle. Once we get through this, I'll have my dad give you some compensation, since you took the blame for me. However, Hao Jian's reaction completely exceeded their expectations. Faced with Jiang Tao's tearful confession, Hao Jian's face remained completely unmoved, not even showing the slightest ripple. He simply stared coldly at Jiang Tao, as if he were looking at a clown. Only after Jiang Tao's crying subsided did Hao Jian slowly speak, his voice calm yet carrying a chilling undertone. Jiang Tao, your performance was brilliant. Unfortunately, it was full of flaws. He picked up a stack of documents from the table and gently pushed them forward. This is a joint testimony signed by all the students in Class 2 of Senior 3, detailing how you and Zhang Xiaotian used your power to target and suppress Nye Tian on multiple occasions over the past 2 years. He then pointed to another document. These are the transaction records that the finance department just urgently retrieved. They clearly show how the 50,000 yuan subsidy ultimately flowed into your and your nephew Zhang Xiaotian's private pockets through several hidden accounts. The evidence is irrefutable. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Hao Jian's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap. Do you still want to deny it? Do you still want to push all the responsibility onto yourself and exonerate your good nephew? Jiang Tao's face turned ashen instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, without even the last bit of strength to argue. Zhang Xiaotian was struck dumb. The composure and smugness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by disbelief and terror. How could this be? Student testimonies? Financial statements? How dare Hao Jian? How dare he investigate so thoroughly? Isn't he afraid of offending my dad? No. Impossible. These are all fake. Zhang Xiaotian screamed, completely losing control of his emotions. Hao Jian! You dare touch me! Do you know who I am? My father is Jiang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangcheng. You've offended the Jiang family, believe me or not, my father will make sure you lose your position as principal. He made reckless threats, attempting to use his family's power to overwhelm the other party. However, Hao Jian just looked at him coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and an unprecedented determination. The Jiang family? Jiang Xiao? Hao Jian slowly stood up, a powerful aura emanating from him, his voice resounding and forceful. Zhang Xiaotian, listen to me carefully. Nye Tian is a once-in-a-century genius for Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. He is our school's hope for breaking free from its constraints and achieving a resurgence. For such a genius, to give him justice, and to uphold the school's reputation and the fairness of education. Don't even mention a junior member of the Jiang family like you. Even if your father, Jiang Xiao, stood here personally, even if he used all his power to threaten me, I, Hao Jian, will never back down even a single step. I quit this principal job. I will definitely get justice for Nye Tian. I will make you two shameless uncles and nephews pay the price you deserve. Hao Jian's voice echoed in the office, filled with unwavering determination and courage. He wasn't just saying that for show. He was really going all out. For Nye Tian. For the future of No. 2 Middle School. He was even prepared to lose his position as principal. Zhang Xiaotian was completely stunned by Hao Jian's righteous and resolute words. He was speechless, unable to utter another threatening word. He finally realized that this time, his family background, which he was so proud of, seemed to have failed him. Hao Jian ignored the distraught uncle and nephew and directly announced the decision regarding Jiang Tao's punishment. Jiang Tao. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from your public office. You are required to return all embezzled funds within 3 days. Otherwise, you will be handed over to the Public Security Bureau for further processing. After dealing with Jiang Tao, Hao Jian's gaze fell on Jiang Xiaotian, who was slumped on the ground. Sun Yongyan stepped forward at the opportune moment and whispered a few words in Hao Jian's ear. Principal, I think that the resources and preferential treatment offered by our school alone may not be enough to completely sway Nietian, especially since the military has also extended an olive branch. If you want Nietian to feel our school's sincerity to the fullest extent, I have a suggestion. Make Jiang Xiaotian publicly apologize to Nietian in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Great idea. Brilliant, old son. After listening, Hao Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement and approval, and he nodded. He looked at Jiang Xiaotian again and said in an icy tone, Jiang Xiaotian, considering that you are still a student, the school can give you a chance to reduce your punishment. Jiang Xiaotian, as if grasping at a lifeline, suddenly raised his head. Now. Immediately. Log into Nietian's live stream with your own account. Hao Jian said, each word distinct and his voice as cold as ice. Connect with Nietian. Publicly admit to Nietian and all viewers that you and your uncle embezzled the subsidy funds. And sincerely apologize to Nietian. What? Jiang Xiaotian bristled instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Make me apologize to that poor bastard Nietian in front of hundreds of thousands of people and admit my crimes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is worse than death for me. Jiang Xiaotian screamed hysterically. He had always been very proud of himself and could not accept such a humiliating disgrace. Impossible? Hao Jian sneered, his eyes turning incredibly dangerous. Jiang Xiaotian, have you thought this through? If you refuse, what awaits you is far more than just a school-wide reprimand and a major demerit. You will be expelled from the school immediately. Furthermore, your eligibility to participate in this year's National Unified Martial Arts Examination is revoked. Expelled from school. Disqualified from the martial arts exam. These two sentences were like two of the sharpest ice knives, piercing Jiang Xiaotian's heart. Expulsion from school means he will lose the opportunity to enter any regular martial arts university. Disqualifying him from this year's martial arts exam means he will be a full year behind his peers. He may even lose the chance to catch up forever. In this world where martial arts are revered and strength is paramount, falling behind even one step can lead to falling behind every step of the way. He will completely lose the right to compete with other geniuses his age. More importantly, he will completely lose his father Jiang Zhao's favor. He will lose his status as the heir of the Jiang family. He knew very well that his father had more than one son. His several half-brothers are all eyeing his position. Once he loses his eligibility to compete, those people will absolutely trample him underfoot without any mercy. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaotian trembled violently all over. On one hand, there was an unbearable and humiliating disgrace. On one side lies a future of losing everything in utter ruin. After weighing the two options, tears of humiliation finally rolled uncontrollably from his eyes. He clenched his teeth so hard that bright red blood seeped from his gums from the excessive force. Finally, as if he had used all his strength, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. His voice was hoarse, filled with endless humiliation and resentment. Okay, I apologize. Chapter 41 Young Master Jiang apologizes live, shocking the livestream. Inside the principal's office at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan stood on either side of him, like two guardian deities, staring solemnly at Jiang Xiaotian on the quantum computer screen in front of them. Jiang Xiaotian's face was ashen. His hands were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. Humiliation, resentment, and bitterness surged within him, almost bursting him apart. He apologized publicly during a live stream. This is worse than killing him. But Hao Jian's words, expel him from school and disqualify him from the martial arts exam, lingered in my ears like a nightmare. He dared not gamble. For the sake of his future in martial arts, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure the pain. Inside Nietian's private live stream room in the virtual arena, Nietian took a deep breath, calming the slight fatigue from the fierce battle with the elite Rat King. The conditions proposed by Ling Fei were indeed tempting. Join a special military department and enjoy top-tier resources, a meteoric rise to power. He could feel the sincerity in Ling Fei's eyes, and her recognition of his potential. Nietian was about to respond. Ding dong! A crisp system notification sound interrupted his thoughts. User Jiangqing's deepest affection has requested a live chat with you. Would you like to connect? Note, Zhang Xiaotian of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, on the orders of the school leaders, hereby publicly apologizes to Nie Tian and begs for your forgiveness in order to retain his student status and eligibility for the martial arts exam. Nie Tian's pupils contracted slightly. The deepest affection in Jiangcheng? Zhang Xiaotian. He realized it almost instantly. The guy who spent 100,000 yuan to force me to show my face was Zhang Xiaotian. The purpose is self-evident, to confirm whether the rising star 95022 in the virtual arena is indeed himself. After he killed the elite Rat King in 15 seconds, demonstrating a strength far beyond his imagination, the guy was so scared that he disconnected twice. It now appears that the school's higher-ups knew the truth. In order to win over this commoner genius, he began to settle scores with Zhang Xiaotian and his nephew, using this as a way to curry favor with him. Interesting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Nie Tian's lips. He originally wanted to refuse this inexplicable live stream connection. Now, he has changed his mind. He not only wanted to accept the offer, but also wanted to show everyone the true colors of certain people at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and how Zhang Xiaotian would reap what he sowed. Nie Tian turned to Ling Fei, and said with a hint of apology, "Senior Ling Fei, could you please wait a moment? I have some personal matters to attend to." He then switched to the live stream's public chat and said loudly, "Dear viewers, brothers and sisters in the live stream. Next, I will be connected with a special guest. He is the most affectionate man in Jiangcheng who previously rewarded me with a yacht worth 100,000 yuan and asked me to show my face. He is also my classmate in Zhang Xiaotian, the son of Zhang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangcheng. According to him, he came to my live broadcast room on the orders of the leaders of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School to publicly apologize to me." These words were spoken. The entire live stream room, with over 90,000 online viewers, instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Shocking news! The most affectionate person in Jiangcheng is actually a streamer's classmate? And he even has to issue a public apology? The son of Jiangcheng's richest man? What kind of unbelievable plot is this? A feud between wealthy families? I get it. I was sending gifts to verify the streamer's identity, but I was terrified by their abilities, and now the school is forcing me to apologize? Exciting! So exciting! Hurry up, hurry up! The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire screen. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for this dramatic apology to unfold. Virtual Arena Rest Area. When Yi Qingyu saw the announcement, she was first taken aback, then suddenly realized what it meant. A look of relief appeared on her delicate face. It turns out that the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng is that annoying Zhang Xiaotian. Very good. One less potential rival. Her big, watery eyes were fixed on Nie Tian's livestream, full of anticipation. A hint of surprise flashed across Ling Fei's cool blue eyes. She wasn't interested in the feuds and grudges between high school students. But the form of a public apology surprised her slightly. She nodded slightly, "Do as you please." Nie Tian took a deep breath and clicked agree to connect via video. A flash of light. Zhang Xiaotian's virtual projection appeared opposite Nie Tian. His face was pale, his lips trembled, his eyes darted around, and he kept his head down, not daring to look at Nie Tian at all. He was completely different from the arrogant and domineering young Master Zhang he always was. "Zhang Xiaotian, how have you been?" Nie Tian's calm voice rang out, yet it carried an invisible pressure. More than 90,000 spectators, including Senior Ling Fei, are watching. Begin your performance. Zhang Xiaotian trembled. He clenched his teeth so hard that his gums bled slightly from the force. Humiliation overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He could feel countless gazes fixed on him, burning hot. Ultimately, the harsh reality crushed his last shred of pride. He spoke with difficulty in a voice that was barely audible, yet clearly amplified throughout the entire live broadcast room. I, Zhang Xiaotian. I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have been jealous of Nie Tian's talent for cultivation. It's wrong of me to show favoritism towards Nie Tian out of jealousy towards Yi Qingyu. They inspired with my uncle, Zhang Tao, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. Taking advantage of his position. At this point, his voice trembled violently, and he almost burst into tears. He embezzled the 50,000 yuan poverty subsidy that the school gave to student Nie Tian. Boom! This statement was like a bombshell, completely detonating in the livestream. Holy crap! What the hell? Embezzling poverty relief funds? Is this person even human? What does 50,000 yuan mean to a student from a poor family? It could be an opportunity to change their destiny. Jiang Tao? A teacher, how could he commit such a despicable act? He must be severely punished. Jiang Xiaotian, the son of Zhongqing's richest man, actually embezzled his classmates' life-saving money? How disgusting! The barrage of comments was completely overwhelmed with anger. Countless viewers expressed the strongest condemnation and contempt for the despicable behavior of Jiang Xiaotian and his nephew. This behavior has crossed everyone's moral bottom line. Jiang Xiaotian continued his humiliating confession. Under immense pressure, he revealed everything about how he targeted Nie Tian, how he spread rumors, and how he sabotaged him behind his back. But what shocked the viewers in the live stream even more was something else. As Jiang Xiaotian narrated, Nie Tian's background gradually became clear. Born in an orphanage. Powerless and without influence. No background whatsoever. This young genius, who displayed top-tier near martial artist strength in the virtual arena and was recruited by Ling Fei, a 3-star awakened warrior in the military, turned out to be such a commoner genius. He rose from the mire step by step entirely through his own talent and iron will. This discovery instantly brought Nie Tian closer to countless ordinary viewers. A sense of resonance arises spontaneously. So Nie Tian's life was so tough. He's had it so hard. I'm a fan now. A genius from an orphanage. This is a true underdog story. Jiang Xiaotian, that trash, isn't even worthy of shining his shoes. Go Nie Shun. We support you. Kill those two sons of bitches, uncle and nephew. Before Jiang Xiaotian began his apology, Nie Tian's livestream only had a little over 1,000 followers. At this moment, the number skyrocketed like a rocket. 5,000. 10,000. 15,000. 23,000. And it continues to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. The number of online users has exceeded 120,000. Countless viewers went from being neutral to becoming fans, and from haters to becoming fans. Sympathy, admiration, and a mix of other emotions mingled together, transforming into fervent support for Nie Tian and even more intense condemnation of Jiang Xiaotian. Virtual Arena Operations Department. Manager Wang Hao was so excited by the terrifying increase in data in Nie Tian's livestream that he trembled with excitement and almost knelt down to Nie Tian on the spot. This isn't a newbie streamer, this is clearly a walking traffic magnet, a windfall of wealth. Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened. She felt sorry for the injustices and suffering that Nie Tian had endured. At this moment, I am genuinely happy that he has been exonerated and has gained the recognition of the people. Her lover was meant to be this dazzling. Across from Nie Tian, a genuine emotion also flickered in Ling Fei's deep blue-purple eyes. Born into a commoner family, with no one to rely on, yet possessing such talent and character. This reminded her of some of her past experiences. Such people are the true prodigies. The military absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. She parted her lips slightly, and her voice came through the live stream clearly. Classmate Nie Tian, your experience and your talent make me even more certain that you are the person I'm looking for. My previous conditions still stand, and I can add one more. If you agree, I can use my authority to exempt you from all the assessments during the recruit stage and directly grant you official status in our Snow Owl squad. You will directly enjoy all the benefits and resource allocation of a formal member of the Snow Owl squad. These words caused the livestream to erupt in excitement once again. No assessment required. Formal establishment. This is practically a meteoric rise to the top. Jiang Xiaotian listened blankly to the conditions Ling Fei offered to Nie Tian. Top-tier treatment, the spotlight, the aura of genius. That should have belonged to Jiang Xiaotian. But now, he is infamous, despised by everyone, and is wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog. Why should I? Why should this country bumpkin get all of this? The immense disparity, the boundless humiliation, and the deep-seated resentment instantly overwhelmed his taut nerves. Ah! Jiang Xiaotian suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Nie Tian, and let out a shrill scream. Nie Tian! I'm not done with you yet. Before he could finish speaking. Bang! His virtual projection seemed unable to withstand the extreme emotional impact, and it exploded on the spot, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. The live stream room fell silent for a moment, followed by bursts of laughter and endless mockery. Nie Tian remained calm. He knew that his feud with Jiang Xiaotian and the Jiang family had only just begun. However, what's more important right now is the olive branch that Ling Fei has extended an even more tempting and substantial offer. Chapter 42. Nie Tian refuses recruitment, defiantly challenges a 3-star awakened being. Jiang Xiaotian dramatically stormed off in a fit of rage, but the atmosphere in the livestream only grew more heated. The barrage of comments mocking Jiang Xiaotian lasted for a full minute before gradually subsiding. All eyes were once again focused on Nie Tian and Ling Fei. The formal establishment of the military's special unit, Snow Owl Squad, exempt all new recruits from assessment. They directly enjoy the top-level benefits and resource allocation of official team members. This condition is enough to drive any prospective martial artist in Jiangcheng, no, even a 1-star or 2-star martial artist, crazy. Will Nie Tian agree? Is that even a question? Unless he's lost his mind. Wang Hao, the manager of the virtual arena, was excitedly rubbing his hands together in his office. Driven by the combined effects of Jiang Xiaotian's apology controversy and Ling Fei's increased recruitment efforts, Nie Tian's livestream fan count has soared to over 25,000. This data surpasses that of over 90% of the livestreamers in Jiangcheng. Wang Hao made a decisive decision and ordered the technical department to raise the recommendation level of Nie Tian's live broadcast room again. He decided that he would personally contact this amazing streamer after the live stream ended. We must keep him on the virtual arena platform at all costs. Even if a deep bond cannot be formed, a good relationship should at least be maintained. Rest area. Yi Qingyu's heart started pounding uncontrollably. Ling Fei's offer was too generous. Snow Owl Squad. She had vaguely heard her father mention it. It was one of the military's top special squads, and every member was an elite among elites, a prodigy among prodigies. If Nie Tian goes, will they be separated forever, each going their own way? The girl's heart was filled with a sense of crisis and a hint of indescribable loss. But she quickly took a deep breath, and her eyes regained their resolve. No matter what choice Nie Tian makes, she will support him. She cannot restrict his development because of her own selfish desires. True affection should be a driving force for mutual achievement and progress. She needs to work even harder. She needs to try her best to catch up with him. Inside the live stream room, Nie Tian fell into a brief silence. He was analyzing the situation calmly. The military's resources are undoubtedly top-notch. The name Snow Owl Squad sounds extraordinary. However, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The military has many rules and restrictions, which is inevitable. The tasks performed are inevitably accompanied by extremely high risks. More importantly, his core ability, Plunder Evolution, requires a free hunting environment. By continuously killing ferocious beasts and absorbing energy, one can strengthen their own organs. Following a set training regimen or passively accepting assigned tasks is probably far less efficient than actively farming in the wild. His path was different from the very beginning. A steady and pragmatic approach, taking things one step at a time, might be more suitable for him. And Nie Tian's mind flashed to Yi Qingyu's pretty face, which was filled with shyness and concern. Their relationship was just beginning to blossom. He didn't want to be separated so soon and have a long-distance relationship where they rarely saw each other. The most crucial point. Nie Tian had absolute confidence in his Plunder Evolution system. As long as he has enough ferocious beasts to kill, he can become infinitely stronger. He is fully capable of being self-sufficient, and may even have access to more and better suited resources than the military can provide. Why sacrifice your precious freedom and the time you spend with Yi Qingyu for a so-called shortcut? Having figured this out, Nie Tian no longer hesitated. He raised his head, his gaze clear and firm, looking directly at Ling Fei. Senior Ling Fei. Nie Tian's voice was steady and clear, reaching every corner through the live streaming equipment. Thank you very much for your high regard, and thank you to the military for giving me such a valuable opportunity. It is my honor to receive your recognition. But a remarkably clear turning point. Inside the live stream, everyone held their breath. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My current strength is still shallow. Whether it is my cultivation level or combat experience, I still have many shortcomings. I prefer to explore martial arts freely at this stage, hone my skills, and lay a more solid foundation. Entering the system too early might not be suitable for me. Nie Tian's words were resounding and powerful. He stated his position clearly and humbly. I politely declined. He actually declined. He rejected the enormous opportunity offered by the military. No assessment required. Formal employment. Dedicated resources. Snow Owl Squad. He rejected all of this with a nonchalant air. The entire livestream fell into a deathly silence the moment Nye Tian finished speaking. It was as if time had been paused. All the spectators stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. After a brief silence, it was an uproar like a volcanic eruption. Did I hear that right? He rejected me? He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. The Snow Owl Squad. A place so many people would kill to get into. They've gotten arrogant. They've definitely gotten arrogant. They've only just gained a little fame and they already know their own limitations. Foolish. Utterly foolish. This is absolutely the worst decision he's ever made. Unbelievable. How does he think like that? He just let go of such a golden opportunity? The barrage of comments exploded. Shock, confusion, doubt, and even undisguised mockery. 99% of the audience thought that Nye Tian had made an extremely foolish choice. The moment Yi Qingyu heard Nye Tian's refusal, she covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. It wasn't sadness, it was joy, it was emotion, it was an indescribable sweetness. He chose to stay. He did not choose to go to that distant Snow Owl Squad. At that moment, it was as if countless fireworks were bursting brilliantly in the girl's heart. The principal's office at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. When Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan heard that Nye Tian had refused the military's offer of recruitment, they were so excited that they almost jumped out of their chairs. Good. Good lad. You've got guts. Hao Jian slapped his thigh, his face flushed. I knew it. I knew this kid was sentimental. We made the right bet. Sun Yongyan was also very excited. The pressure on the military has been temporarily relieved. The chances of Nye Tian, this unparalleled genius, staying in Jiangcheng have greatly increased. A clear look of surprise flashed in Ling Fei's azure eyes. She hadn't expected Nye Tian to reject her so decisively and thoroughly. She could tell that Nye Tian wasn't playing hard to get or being coy. He made this decision after careful consideration. This young man possesses a calmness and independent thinking beyond his years. They have a clear plan for their future. Although she felt a little regretful, Ling Fei was more impressed. She nodded slightly, her voice still cool, but less formulaic. I respect your choice. The military's doors are always open to true geniuses. If you change your mind at any time, you can contact me through the official channels of the virtual arena. After saying that, Ling Fei prepared to end the live stream. In her view, the main objective for today has been achieved. Although the attempt to recruit Nye Tian failed, it still resulted in a positive connection. The viewers in the live stream also thought that this dramatic and unpredictable show was about to come to an end. However, just as Ling Fei was about to end the live stream, Nye Tian suddenly spoke up and called out to her. Senior Ling Fei, please wait. Ling Fei paused, her blue eyes looking at Nye Tian with a hint of inquiry. At this moment, Nye Tian's eyes suddenly became incredibly fervent. It was as if two flames were burning in his eyes. It was a pure, unadulterated, fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, his voice was not loud, but it was earth-shattering. This junior is Nye Tian, and I am not talented. I've heard that you are a 3-star awakened one, and your strength is unfathomable. This junior dares to ask the senior for a few pointers. Senior, may I ask for your guidance? A 1-star quasi-martial artist challenging a 3-star awakened one? Boom! The entire world seemed to fall completely silent at that moment. The live stream chat was instantly cleared, as if it had never existed. In the rest area, Yi Qingyu's smile instantly froze. In the virtual arena operations department, Wang Hao, who had just taken a sip of water, suddenly sprayed it all over the screen. In the principal's office, the smiles on Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan's faces froze, like two stone sculptures. On the other side was Nye Tian. Ling Fei's stunningly beautiful face, which had been frozen in time for ages, finally revealed an expression that could truly be described as astonishment. Her red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful blue-purple eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 43 The Goddess Accepts the Challenge. The opportunity for Xuanwu Skin's advancement. This is absolutely shocking. As soon as Nye Tian said this, the entire virtual arena's live streaming platform seemed to crash for a few seconds. Countless viewers watching other live streams received an urgent pop-up notification from the system. streamer 95022 challenges Ling Fei, a Samsung Awakener. In an instant, countless onlookers flooded into Nie Tian's livestream. The number of online users has surged again at an alarming rate. 150,000. 180,000. 200,000. Everyone wanted to witness this incredible scene firsthand. How dare a newly certified one-star quasi-martial artist publicly challenge Ling Fei, a well-known 3-star awakened individual and top military streamer? Is this kid really crazy, or is he tired of living? Nie Tian was definitely not crazy. He dared to defy public opinion and challenge Ling Fei, naturally because he had his own reliance and calculations. His confidence stemmed from his awakened third organ ability, Black Tortoise Skin. The passive skill of Black Tortoise Skin is adaptive protection. When attacked, the skin will gradually increase its damage reduction ability against attacks of that type and lower intensity, depending on the strength of the damage received. The core of this skill lies in increasing the damage reduction cap based on the intensity of the damage received. During his battle with the elite Rat King, he had already maxed out the physical damage reduction effect of Black Tortoise Skin against ordinary one-star ferocious beasts. To continue improving, you need more powerful attacks and higher-level opponents. Ling Fei, the awakened one from Samsung, is undoubtedly the best sparring partner he can find at this stage. He wants to gamble. Betting on this Ice Queen's competitive spirit. I'm betting that her pride as a strong person will not refuse a junior's overestimating challenge. If he wins the bet, his Black Tortoise Skin will advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, gaining a huge boost. Losing the bet doesn't seem like a huge loss. At most, you'll die once in the virtual arena and be ridiculed by everyone. Compared to the potentially huge gains, this risk is worth taking. Nie Tian met Ling Fei's gaze, which was filled with astonishment and inquiry. His eyes burned with an intense desire to become stronger. Ling Fei was indeed taken aback by Nie Tian's sudden challenge. Even in the calm, still lake of her heart, a barely perceptible annoyance stirred. A mere one-star quasi-martial artist dares to challenge her? This is absolutely ridiculous. If it were a different occasion or with a different person, she probably wouldn't even lift an eyelid. But at this moment, facing Nie Tian's eyes burning with pure fighting spirit, looking at this young man who had just rejected her and the military's top recruitment offer. The slight annoyance in Ling Fei's heart gradually dissipated as if by magic, replaced by a very subtle curiosity and anticipation. She wanted to see if the boy was truly arrogant and ignorant, or if he had something to rely on. So be it. Let's just consider this a lesson to this arrogant junior. Ling Fei parted her red lips slightly, and her clear, cool voice rang out again, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. You want to challenge me? Nie Tian nodded solemnly. I humbly request your guidance, senior. Okay. Ling Fei's answer was simple and direct. I accept your challenge. However, the difference in strength between us is too great, so to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. In this sparring match, I will limit my blood and chi output to the upper limit of a 2-star martial artist, which is less than 500 calories. If I exceed the limit by even a fraction, I lose. The maximum number of 2-star warriors is 500 cards. These words caused the livestream to explode once again. Holy crap! Goddess Ling Fei agreed. She really agreed. Limited to the 2-star martial artist level? 500 health points? That's giving Nie Tian way too much credit. A 1-star quasi-martial artist versus a limited edition 3-star awakened warrior, just thinking about it is thrilling. The hype is off the charts. Guys, record it. Record it now. This is absolutely a historic moment. Although it's still a one-sided victory, at least, can Nie Tian hold out for a few more seconds? The number of online users surged again after the controversy surrounding Jiang Xiaoyan's apology and Nie Tian's refusal to be recruited, directly exceeding 250,000. Countless people came upon hearing the news, ready to witness this highly anticipated yet mismatched duel. Virtual Arena Operations Department. Manager Wang Hao's heart was pounding in his throat as he watched the data soar. He had previously concluded that Nie Tian's challenge to Ling Fei was pure nonsense, a self-inflicted wound, and that he would be instantly defeated. They even secretly ordered that all recommendations for Nie Tian's livestream be stopped immediately after he was defeated and went offline. All traffic will be directed to Ling Fei in order to support the company's upcoming top streamer support program. But now it seems Nie Tian is simply a traffic generator. Whatever he does sparks discussion and attracts attention. Perhaps my previous judgment was somewhat wrong? Wang Hao muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. Inside the fighting arena. Upon hearing Ling Fei's proposed conditions, Nie Tian felt a great weight lifted from his heart. He knew that even if Ling Fei limited her blood and chi burst to 500 calories. However, as a 3-star awakened one, her combat experience, combat skills, and even the martial arts master, she might be far superior to his own as a 1-star quasi-martial artist. Their strength is still overwhelming. But this is exactly what he needs. Only with sufficiently strong pressure can the potential of Black Tortoise Skin be maximized. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Nie Tian bowed deeply in respect. He knew that this was the biggest concession Ling Fei could make. After both parties confirmed the rules of the competition. Buzz. The virtual arena scene changes instantly. A circular alloy fighting arena with a diameter of 100 meters rose from the ground. A pale blue energy shield rose from the edge of the fighting arena, enveloping the entire area. The cold, emotionless system notification echoed through the fighting arena. Challenger, 950221 star quasi-martial artist. Challenger, Ling Fei 3-star awakened. According to the agreement between both parties, the challenger's maximum HP burst during this sparring match must not exceed 500 cards, otherwise, they will be automatically disqualified. Venue, standard circular alloy fighting arena 100 meters in diameter. The duel is about to begin, countdown begins. 10. 9. The cold countdown numbers slowly appeared in the sky above the arena. Nie Tian took a deep breath, his eyes focused with unprecedented concentration. Thunderous Heart is running at full power, and the blood and chi in the body are surging and roaring like a river. Wind Breath Lung subtly pulsates, adjusting his breathing to the most perfect combat state. The Xuanwu skin on its body surface seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, emanating a heavy and solid aura. His gaze was fixed on the stunningly beautiful figure with blue hair and purple eyes opposite him. At that moment, his mind was free of all distractions. There is only one way out. Bet everything, and rise to the challenge. Chapter 44, Xuanwu Skin Limit Breakthrough. Persistence pays off. The battle begins. The cold, impersonal system notification sound was like the fuse that lit a powder keg, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere in the room. Almost the instant the last word was uttered. Whoosh! A streak of icy blue light tore through the air as if it had teleported. Ling Fei moved. She didn't even give Nie Tian any time to react or prepare. Samsung Awakeners have mastered the art of timing in battle. Even if one deliberately suppresses their blood and chi burst to the level of a 2-star martial artist with 500 calories. However, her superhuman physical abilities and reflexes still made her exude a suffocatingly powerful aura. Considering that Nie Tian was only a newly certified 1-star martial artist and had never even seen a decent martial skill, Ling Fei still retains a trace of the pride of a strong person and a little bit of affection for a rough gem. She didn't want to kill Nie Tian instantly with martial arts skills right away, that would be too ungentlemanly and too boring. Therefore, she did not use any martial arts techniques in this attack. He relied solely on his pure, extreme physical strength and years of honed, superb fighting skills. His right leg, like a taut steel whip, whistled through the air as it drew a sharp arc, aiming straight for Nie Tian's vital ribs. Simple. Direct. Swift. The speed and power of this whip kick far exceeded the range of ordinary 2-star martial artists. A fierce wind swept over us. The terrifying force even made Nie Tian feel a stinging pain in his cheek. The pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Danger. Deadly danger. Nie Tian's hair stood on end instantly. There was no time to think. Thunderbolt Heart, Berserk. The intense heat of blood and chi erupted like a volcano, instantly flooding the limbs and bones. The rudimentary form of the View Wind and Thunder Step, beneath his feet, was unconsciously activated to its maximum extent under the stimulation of a life or death crisis. It felt as if an invisible current was enveloping and propelling his body, causing him to retreat frantically to the side and rear in an almost instinctive manner. Quick! Nie Tian's reaction was already at its limit. However, Ling Fei is even faster. That seemingly simple whip kick was executed at an extremely tricky angle, as if it had already predicted all of his evasive routes. Bang! A dull, resounding crash, like the sound of leather being struck. Despite Nie Tian's best efforts to dodge, the edge of the whip-like leg, carrying terrifying power, still struck his hastily parrying left arm squarely. Click! The illusion of bones shattering came over me. An indescribable, excruciating pain, like an electric current, instantly swept through Nie Tian's entire body. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling his entire left arm instantly lose sensation, becoming numb and heavy, as if it would break at any moment. His body staggered backward 7 or 8 steps uncontrollably before he could barely regain his balance. Attack power of 492 cards received. An attack exceeding the current withstand limit has been detected. Xuanwu Skin's adaptive protection limit has been increased. Current damage reduction, 100-299. Adaptive protection effect triggered. Xuanwu Skin reduces damage by 100 calories, actually withstanding 392 calories of damage. The cold, impersonal system notifications rang in my mind one after another. Seeing the attack power figure of 492 calories and the prompt that followed, Nie Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Nearly 500 calories. This was Ling Fei's casual attack, which suppressed her to the 2-star limit. But what shocked him even more was the change in Black Tortoise Skin. The damage reduction cap has been increased. It jumped from 99 points to 299 points. Moreover, the actual damage reduction value immediately begins to stack upon receiving this attack. It jumped 1 point from the previous 99 points to reach 100 points. Although it only increased damage reduction by 1 point, it meant that his guess was correct. The growth potential of Black Tortoise Skin has truly been unleashed. A stark difference in strength. However, it is also an excellent source of nourishment for the evolution of Black Tortoise Skin. However, before Nie Tian could fully appreciate the surprise within, Ling Fei's attacks came one after another, like a sudden storm. Having landed a successful blow, she showed no sign of stopping and pressed forward. Fist, palm, elbow, knee. She wields various simple yet deadly close quarters combat techniques with ease, as fluid as flowing water, yet with the force of thunder. Every attack was aimed at Nie Tian's defensive gaps and vital points. Each burst of energy is consistently maintained at the critical point of 500 calories of qi and blood. They both kept their promise and maximized their destructive power. For a moment, the entire fighting arena was filled with excitement. All that remained was the icy blue figure flickering like a ghost, and Nie Tian's disheveled and feeble attempts to dodge. Bang! Bang bang! Smack! The dull thuds of impact continued unabated. Nie Tian was almost completely on the defensive. He could only push the ferocity of Thunder Heart to its limit. He squeezed every last bit of energy from the Wind Breath Lung skill, desperately trying to unleash his still immature Wind and Thunder step. He maneuvered nimbly within a small space, narrowly avoiding fatal attacks. The incredibly hard alloy floor of the virtual arena groaned under the strain of the two people's high-speed movement and the impact of their forces. Sweat instantly soaked Nie Tian's forehead and back. Each time Ling Fei's attack grazed him, it brought excruciating pain and a severe depletion of his vital energy. In just over 10 seconds of fighting, he felt even more exhausted and more dangerous than when he fought the elite Rat King for half an hour. Outside the stadium, inside a luxurious spectator box, Yi Qingyu's two delicate hands were already clenched tightly together, her knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. Her beautiful face was filled with tension and worry, her heart was practically in her throat. Seeing that Nie Tian suffered a setback at the start, with a clear injury to his left arm, she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, her eyes slightly reddening. Oh no! That kid really did go up there to deliver the food. Wang Hao happened to walk into the private room, intending to appease the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Seeing Nie Tian's miserable state of being completely suppressed in the arena, he immediately revealed an expression that said, "Just as I expected." He walked to Yi Qingyu's side, forcing a professional smile, and offered words of comfort in a seemingly relaxed manner. Esteemed Miss Yi, please don't be too nervous. Nie Tian is already extremely outstanding, really. To dare to challenge a 3-star awakened at the 1-star martial artist stage, that courage is truly admirable. Losing to a prodigy like Miss Ling Fei is not shameful at all. Being able to exchange a few blows with her will also benefit Nie Tian's future growth. Wang Hao spoke with such sincerity that it was as if Nie Tian was not being unilaterally beaten, but rather receiving careful guidance from a senior. However, upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu simply shook her head slightly. She didn't look at Wang Hao. Her clear, bright eyes remained fixed on the figure on the screen, who, though disheveled, still had a resolute gaze. She bit her lower lip and murmured in a voice only she could hear. No. It can't be. I always felt that since Nie Tian dared to challenge Senior Ling Fei, he must have his reasons and confidence. Even Yi Qingyu herself found the idea somewhat absurd and unrealistic. After all, the situation on the field was far too lopsided. But for some reason, looking at Nie Tian's eyes, which still held undiminished fighting spirit even in the midst of a raging storm, deep in her heart, she couldn't help but harbor a faint hope. Looking at Yi Qingyu's worried, anxious, yet blindly trusting expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. My goodness! What kind of bewitching potion did Nie Tian give this young lady of the Yi family? They've been beaten to a pulp, and you still think he's confident? This art of seducing women is simply masterful, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Wang Hao felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and secretly made up his mind. Another day, I'll have to swallow my pride and ask this guy for some tips on dating. It'll be good for me, old Wang, to finally escape this damned single dog fate. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The atmosphere was equally tense and oppressive. Ma Fei and the other classmates who supported Nie Tian felt their hearts clench as they watched Nie Tian being completely suppressed on the screen. Nie Tian, he really pushed himself too hard. Senior Ling Fei is too strong. Even if she suppressed her strength, her speed and power are simply on a completely different level. Hold on, Nie Tian. Don't give up. Voices of concern and encouragement rose and fell. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaotian, who had just been treated for the after-effects of the explosion in the emergency room and whose face was still somewhat pale, let out an extremely discordant cold snort. He stared at Nie Tian's face on the screen, a face he hated to the core yet was powerless to change, his eyes filled with resentment and schadenfreude. Ha, courage? I think it's just greed and a desperate desire for fame. He spoke in a sarcastic tone, his voice not loud, but just loud enough for those around him to hear. Knowing exactly what kind of person you are, you still insist on fighting when you can't win. Aren't you just trying to ride on the coattails of Goddess Ling Fei's popularity? What a clown trying to attract attention. You deserve to be beaten to a pulp. Zhang Xiaotian. Shut the fuck up. Ma Fei was the first to lose his temper, turning around abruptly to glare at Zhang Xiaotian. Don't you know whether Nie Tian is that kind of person or not? Do you think everyone is as despicable and filthy as you? Exactly. Nie Tian got to where he is today through his own abilities, why would he need to ride on anyone's coattails? As for you, besides relying on your family's money and your corrupt uncle, what else can you do? You apologized in public like a dog, and now you still have the nerve to bark here? Zhang Xiaotian's words were like salt sprinkled into a boiling oil pan, instantly igniting the anger of the students in the training room who supported Nie Tian. What started as a relatively restrained argument quickly escalated into a heated quarrel and a shouting match. The two factions of students, one supporting and the other belittling Nie Tian, were once again clearly divided, and the training room was filled with tension. Inside the principal's office, as the dean of students, Sun Yangnian, watched Nie Tian's perilous situation on the screen, his brows furrowed and his face filled with worry. Sigh, principal, you see, I told you, Nie Tian is still too impulsive. He sighed and said to Hao Jian beside him, challenging a 3-star awakened one, even with strength restricted, the gap is too big. There's almost no chance of winning. Young man, you're too arrogant, you're likely to suffer a great loss. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian waved his hand, his face showing no worry, but rather a strange appreciation in his eyes. Old son, you can't say that. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, and said slowly. Young people have a strong, competitive spirit, which is a good thing. If they are always timid and hesitant in everything they do, can they still be called young people? To do what you know is impossible, and to dare to challenge seemingly impossible limits, is itself an extremely valuable quality. Hao Jian's gaze fell on Nie Tian's bloodied and battling figure on the screen, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible approval. Our Jiangcheng No. 2 high school needs students like this, students with a wolf-like spirit, daring to fight and struggle. This kid is just my type. Sun Yangnian opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. He sometimes really couldn't understand the principal's ideas. Inside the virtual arena, the battle is still raging. Nie Tian felt his physical strength being rapidly depleted. The recovery provided by the recovery skill gradually became insufficient to keep up with Ling Fei's relentless and stormy attack rhythm. The excruciating pain in his left arm had not subsided, and every time he was forced to block, he felt as if his bones were screaming. However, it was within this desperate suppression. The black tortoise skin is undergoing an amazing transformation. Bang! Another heavy elbow strike landed hard on Nie Tian's right shoulder. A sharp pain shot through me. Nya Tian groaned again, his steps faltering. However, his mood became increasingly excited and thrilled. The clear notification sound rang in my mind again. Attacked with 485 calories of power. Xuanwu skin reduces the damage by 115 calories, so the actual power absorbed is 370 calories. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 115-299. It's gone up again. As time goes by, the damage reduction value increases. Although the individual increases were still small, this continuous growth was like a shot of adrenaline for Nya Tian. 115, 116. As long as you persist, your damage reduction value will keep increasing. Sooner or later, we can weaken Ling Fei's attack power to a level that we can tolerate. At that time, the situation will reverse. Nya Tian's face, which was originally tense due to the intense pain, involuntarily curved into a very subtle smile, even with a hint of enjoyment. This seemingly self-humiliating challenge was actually the perfect training ground tailor-made for him to develop the black tortoise skin. As long as we can hold on. As long as we can withstand the onslaught of this 3-star awakened one long enough. For him, this challenge will be an unprecedented, incredible opportunity. Chapter 45 Damage Reduction Cap. The Goddess of Stand and Fight. The virtual arena, inside the alloy fighting arena. 5 minutes had passed since the start of the match. The battle has already reached a fever pitch. More accurately, the one-sided beating has reached a fever pitch. The icy blue figure, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, darted rapidly around Nya Tian. Ling Fei's every move was concise and sharp, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air and landed precisely on Nya Tian. The wind howled from the punches. The kicks moved like whips. The explosive power of 500 calories of energy and blood is poured out without reservation. Bang! A tricky elbow strike slammed into Nya Tian's shoulder blade. Ugh! Nya Tian let out another suppressed groan, his body swaying uncontrollably, and the alloy floor beneath his feet vibrated dully. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, stimulating every nerve in his body. Sweat had already soaked through his clothes, streaming down his forehead, blurring his vision. The lungs are overloaded, and each breath brings a brief gasp, only to be quickly overwhelmed by new, intense pain and shock. The numbness in my left arm hadn't completely subsided when I got a new injury to my right shoulder. How pathetic! Utterly pathetic. Outside the live stream, the hearts of more than 200,000 viewers were on tenterhooks. This is so tragic. Why did the streamer have to do this to herself? They were completely thrashed, they had no chance to fight back at all. Did Goddess Ling Fei hold back? Otherwise, the streamer would have been unable to fight long ago. Don't say anything, it hurts just looking at it. However, no one noticed. Beneath that seemingly collapsing body, beneath that pained and contorted expression, Nya Tian's eyes grew ever brighter. Like a raging flame in the night, it was filled with an almost insane obsession and excitement. Because only he himself knows what earth-shattering changes are taking place inside his body. Attack power of 488 cards received. Attack exceeding current withstand limit detected. Xuanwu skin adaptive protection limit increased. Current damage reduction, 151-299. Adaptive protection effect triggered. Xuanwu skin reduces damage by 151 units, actually absorbing 337 units of damage. It's here. Another upgrade. From the start of the battle until now, only 5 minutes have passed. The damage reduction stacking of Black Tortoise Skin has increased from the initial 99 points. Ling Fei's relentless barrage of attacks knocked his points down to over 150. Although each stack is still weak, most of the time it can only increase by 1 point, and occasionally it can jump by 2 points. But Ling Fei's attack frequency was simply too high. Every heavy blow, every intense pain, has become nourishment for the growth of Black Tortoise Skin. This feeling of pain and pleasure at the same time almost made Nya Tian addicted to it. Again. More intensely. Nya Tian even let out a silent cry in his heart. He endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body and pushed the ferocity of Thunderous Heart to its limit. Wind and thunder steps the ground thuds as you dodge and block with all your might. What he needs to do now is not to fight back, but to hold on. The longer you can withstand the damage, the higher the damage reduction of Black Tortoise Skin. His chances of winning are thus greater. Time passed by second. The sounds of blows inside the fighting arena remained as dense as raindrops. But gradually, some sharp-eyed viewers seemed to notice something was amiss. Hey, don't you guys think the streamer seems less disheveled now? It seems so. Just now, when Goddess Ling Fei kicked him, he had to retreat 7 or 8 steps, but now it seems he's only retreated 3 or 4 steps. And look, his blocking stance seems to be getting more and more stable? Is it just my imagination? How could I possibly get stronger after being beaten up for so long? The audience's doubts were quickly confirmed by the more obvious changes on the field. Bang! Ling Fei delivered a swift straight punch, landing squarely on Nie Tian's chest. Based on previous experience, this punch was enough to make Nie Qi's blood surge, his body tremble violently, and he might even fall down directly. However, this time, Nie Tian swayed slightly and took less than 2 steps back before regaining his footing. It's as if the force of that punch wasn't as great as I thought. Attack power received, 495 calories. Xuanwu skin reduces damage by 213 calories, actual damage received, 282 calories. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 213-299. It's broken 200 points. Nie Tian was overjoyed. The actual damage received has been reduced from nearly 400 calories initially to less than 300 calories. Although it still hurts a lot, it's now completely within his tolerance. The Qi recovery effect of Wind Breath Lung is more than enough to make up for the small amount of energy consumption. He even felt that his physical strength was gradually returning. Again! A startling light flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. Instead of showing any fear, he charged forward to meet Ling Fei's next attack. Although he still mainly relied on dodging and blocking, his movements were noticeably more relaxed than before. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 258-299. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 259-299. Bang! Ling Fei delivered a powerful sidekick, striking Nie Tian's thigh hard. Nie Tian groaned, feeling a sharp pain in his thigh muscles, but he only paused slightly before regaining his balance. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 281-299. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 282-299. Smack! Ling Fei delivered a karate chop to Nie Tian's neck. Nie Tian's vision went black, and his neck felt like it was about to break, but he still managed to pull through thanks to his strong willpower. Adaptive protection stacking. Current damage reduction, 299-299. Finally! When that final notification sounded in my mind. When the damage reduction value of Black Tortoise Skin stubbornly increased to a new upper limit 299 points. Nie Tian felt as if an invisible shackle had been removed from his entire body. An unprecedented sense of resilience and solidity welled up from deep within the skin and flowed to every part of the body. Just then, Ling Fei had accumulated some strength. A powerful punch, condensing nearly 500 calories of energy, slammed into Nie Tian's chest like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. This punch was faster and more powerful. If this had happened just a few minutes ago, it would have been enough to render Nie Tian incapable of fighting. However, faced with this earth-shattering punch, this time, Nie Tian actually didn't choose to dodge. His feet were firmly planted on the ground as if nails, he took a deep breath, and his chest rose slightly. There was even a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bang! A loud bang, deeper and heavier than ever before, exploded in the fighting arena. A visible shockwave emanated from the point where the two fists made contact, spreading outwards in all directions. All the viewers in the live stream instinctively held their breath. It's over. Has the streamer been knocked senseless? He didn't even dodge. That punch would probably pierce right through him. However, the next second, what happened made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Nie Tian, who had taken Ling Fei's full force punch, only had his body jerk backward. It felt like being hit in the chest by an invisible hammer, without causing any pain or discomfort. He didn't even back down. His feet remained firmly planted on the ground. Aside from a slight blush from the impact, there was absolutely no sign of pain on his face. Attack power received, 498 calories. Black Tortoise Skin reduces damage by 299 calories. Actual power received, 199 calories. A dull, throbbing sensation came from my chest, and my blood and qi surged slightly. But this impact was like a gentle breeze to Nie Tian, who was already used to high-intensity attacks. 199 cards of actual damage. For his current total qi and blood of 220 calories, it is completely negligible. With a gentle tremor of wind breath lung, qi recovery is activated, and that negligible consumption is instantly replenished. Call. Nya Tian let out a long, comfortable breath. My nerves, which had been tense for several minutes, completely relaxed at this moment. He raised his head and looked at the stunningly beautiful face opposite him, slightly out of breath from exerting all his strength. A confident smile involuntarily curved his lips. He discovered that he had completely adapted to Ling Fei's attack rhythm. Even amidst his opponent's lightning-fast moves, he began to detect some subtle flaws in habits. This is absolutely amazing. This scene was clearly transmitted to every corner inside and outside the virtual arena through high-definition live streaming. Dead silence. After a brief silence, it was a complete, overwhelming, tsunami-like, boiling over. Chapter 46 Ling Fei goes away? The principal's grand gesture. Holy crap! Am I blind? Someone hit me and tell me this isn't real. He took a punch from Goddess Ling Fei? And he didn't even budge. This is fucking tickling. It's definitely tickling. It's acting. It's definitely acting. It's undeniable. Absolutely undeniable. Previously, Nya Tian gradually gained a foothold under Ling Fei's attacks, which could be explained by strong willpower and Ling Fei holding back slightly. However, at this moment, Nya Tian took a heavy punch from Ling Fei with a calm and even somewhat comfortable expression. It completely shattered the audience's values. Release the water. This is definitely a case of letting the water go. And they did it so blatantly. Unbridled. In an instant, the live stream chat exploded like a volcano that had been hit by millions of tons of TNT. It's confirmed. Goddess Ling Fei has definitely fallen for our streamer. That doting look in her eyes, those gentle little fists, they're killing me. Why, my ice queen has crumbled. She's actually a love-struck fool. She even faked a match for a cute little guy. Normally, when Goddess Fei encounters a challenger, she's swift and decisive, finishing the fight within 3 moves. Today, it's been almost 5 minutes, and she's still gently feeding him moves. This is definitely true love. Upstairs, is it possible that it wasn't that Goddess Ling Fei was going easy on you, but rather that the streamer was just too strong? Strong my ass. He's only a 1-star quasi-martial artist. Goddess Ling Fei is a 3-star awakened one. Even if Goddess Ling Fei is suppressed to 2 stars, it's still a crushing victory against streamers. Tell me how she played like this? Is there any other explanation besides throwing the game? Exactly. The streamer must have used some kind of sorcery to bewitch the goddess. No matter what, the streamer is awesome voice cracks. To get Goddess Ling Fei to go easy on you to this extent, you're the first person in history to do so. Ha ha ha. I hereby announce the birth of a new couple. Their name is Ice Queen Goddess's charming training partner. Hey up there, watch out, Fei Wong's fans might tear you apart. The barrage of comments teasing, jeering, and pairing up flooded the entire screen like a tidal wave. Its density even exceeded the peak value when Jiang Shaotian apologized. The number of viewers in the live stream has exceeded 250,000 and continues to climb. Countless passers-by, drawn by the title 1-star fights against 3-star awakened one, flooded into the live stream to witness this magical scene that could be described as the biggest show of the year. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The atmosphere had long since transformed from tension and worry into complete revelry. Ma Fei and other supporters of Nya Tian. Seeing Nya Tian on the screen, who had taken a punch from Ling Fei without a scratch, everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. After a brief moment of stunned silence came an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy and excitement. Holy crap! Awesome! Nya Tian is awesome. Did you see that? He took a punch head-on. It was Goddess Ling Fei's punch. This is simply a monster. Although they also felt that Ling Fei might have gone easy on them, that didn't stop them from cheering for Nya Tian's amazing performance. Ma Fei was so excited that his face turned completely red. He grabbed Jiang Shaotian, whose face was ashen and lips were trembling, by the collar, spitting almost onto his face. Jiang Shaotian! What the hell did you just say? Saying Nya Tian couldn't possibly win? Saying he's a clown trying to attract attention? Saying he deserved to be beaten to a pulp? Say that again right now. Ma Fei's voice was a little hoarse from excitement, but it was full of exhilarating joy. Yes. Jiang Xiaotian. What else do you have to say? Where's your face? Is it swollen? Does it hurt? Jiangcheng's most affectionate man? I think you're more like Jiangcheng's most clown. You went and apologized like a lapdog, and now you still have the nerve to bark here? The surrounding classmates also gathered around, bombarding Jiang Xiaotian with their opinions. All the frustration and anger from before turned into mockery and contempt at this moment, like a series of slaps hitting Jiang Xiaotian's face hard. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Xiaotian's face turned a deep purplish red, and he was trembling with rage, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. He wanted to argue, to curse, to tear these damned guys to pieces. But, looking at Nie Tian on the screen, who seemed to be possessed by a god of war, enduring the attacks of a 3-star awakened being while still smiling. Look at the disdainful and mocking looks around me. He discovered that he couldn't utter a single word. All I can do is scream madly and helplessly inside. Ling Fei. Ling Fei, that bitch. It was definitely intentional. Absolutely intentional. How dare she so blatantly help that bastard Nie Tian? Are they really willing to abandon all shame as a 3-star awakened just to win him over? Why? Why does Nie Tian get all the good things? Why does everyone favor him? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Boundless resentment and jealousy gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes, almost making him faint from anger again. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, in the principal's office, the atmosphere was equally eerie. Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yangnian watched on the screen as Nie Tian seemed to handle Ling Fei's gentle little fists with ease. Then I looked at Ling Fei, the ice queen, who seemed tired and constrained. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and a sense of absurdity that was both funny and sad. Old son, this. Hao Jian rubbed his temples, his tone uncertain. Ling Fei, wasn't she being a little too obvious in her willingness to go easy on me? He pointed to the screen. Look at that punch she threw just now. It looked really powerful, but Nie Tian didn't even flinch. Her acting, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Is she afraid people won't notice she's helping Nie Tian? Sun Yangyan also looked solemn, pushed up his glasses, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Principal. This isn't just simple leniency, it's practically lowering themselves to the point of paying to be praised. He took a deep breath, his tone filled with deep apprehension. I see now. The military has gone all out to poach Nie Tian this time. They're willing to sacrifice Ling Fei's reputation and image, a top star, just to curry favor with Nie Tian and build a closer relationship. This determination, this commitment, it's truly astonishing. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a strong sense of crisis in each other's eyes. The military has gone to such lengths. If No. 2 Middle School doesn't produce something truly special, Nie Tian, this peerless genius, might really be poached. No. Absolutely not. Hao Jian slammed his hand on the table, his eyes became incredibly determined, even carrying a hint of ruthlessness. The more unscrupulous the military becomes, the more it proves that Nie Tian's value is immeasurable. He is the hope for the rise of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. He is the key to our breakthrough in the educational landscape of Jiangcheng and our challenge to become one of the top high schools in the province and even the country. We absolutely cannot let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Hao Jian suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the office, his racing mind. A moment later, he suddenly stopped, a resolute glint in his eyes. Old son. We can't wait any longer. We must immediately intensify our efforts to win over Nie Tian. In the time leading up to the college entrance examination, no matter the cost, we must make Nie Tian stay at our No. 2 high school willingly. To represent our No. 2 high school in the martial arts exam. Without further hesitation, he immediately grabbed the internal phone on the table and dialed the school's finance office. Chapter 47: The Goddess's Misunderstanding. Is he also an awakener? The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, is this Shaoli? This is Hao Jian. The principal's voice was steady and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. Regarding the special talent grant for senior high school student Nie Tian, I have just considered it and feel that the previous amount was too low and did not reflect our school's emphasis on top talents. Shaoli on the other end of the phone seemed to be taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. That's settled. Hao Jian waved his hand decisively, from the original 50,000. Directly increase it to 100,000. No. 150,000. Yes. You heard me right. It's 150,000. A one-time payment. Under the name of advance bonus for special talent contributions. Implemented immediately. 150,000. This amount of money is an astronomical sum for a high school student from an ordinary background. That's enough to buy 2 or 3 decent yellow-level martial arts techniques, or a large amount of cultivation resources. Hao Jian believed that this investment would be enough to make Nie Tian feel the school's sincere sincerity. Even after hanging up the phone, Hao Jian still felt it wasn't enough. He then looked at Sun Yangnian, his eyes gleaming. Old son. Money alone isn't enough. We also want to give Nie Tian something that no one else can give. The top floor of the school library. That's where the martial arts techniques and skill learning notes collected by the past principals of our number 2 middle school are kept. Was it previously stipulated that only teachers who made outstanding contributions to the school could be admitted? Sun Yangnian nodded. Yes, principal, that's always been the rule. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Hao Jian waved his hand, his tone domineering. From this moment on, immediately grant Nie Tian the highest level of reading access. Let him come in, look around, and learn as he pleases. How much he learns is up to him. I refuse to believe it. Hao Jian's eyes gleamed with determination. Our second high school has poured all its money, resources, and even our knowledge of martial arts techniques into him. Seeing his principal's willingness to spare no expense, Sun Yangnian's heart was filled with excitement. That's right. To snatch people from the military, you need to show that kind of courage. He immediately nodded and replied, Okay, principal. I'll get on it right away. Just as the outside world was making huge misjudgments due to the strange battle between Nie Tian and Ling Fei, and each side was stirring up waves. Ling Fei, who was at the center of the battle, was going crazy. The virtual arena, inside the alloy fighting arena. For the first time, Ling Fei's beautiful face lost its usual composure and calmness. Instead, there was an incredulous astonishment and a deep confusion. There was even a barely perceptible, suppressed feeling. Release the water? Acting? Gentle little fists? That was clearly her all-out effort. If I go easy on him again, this kid will probably be out of control. Ling Fei was internally ranting, but on the surface she maintained the aloofness of an ice queen. Only she herself knew best that she hadn't held back at all when she threw that punch. Not only can the burst of qi and blood be precisely controlled at 498 calories. It also incorporates the crushing fist technique, which is the most explosive technique in military combat. A truly devastating blow. Let alone a quasi-martial artist who has just stepped into the first star realm. Even a battle-hardened, highly defensive 2-star warrior. Taking that punch without warning would break at least a few ribs and instantly reduce one's fighting ability by more than half. But what about Nie Tian? He actually just stood there and took it. Apart from a faint fist mark on her chest and a relaxed expression on her face that made her increasingly annoyed, she was almost completely unharmed. What exactly is going on? Ling Fei felt that her worldview had been shaken like never before. She remembers it clearly. At the very beginning of the fight, even a casual flick of my leg could send him staggering backward. But what about now? I used all my power, up to the limit of 2 stars, to bombard his vitals, but the effect was getting worse and worse. From the very beginning, it caused his blood to surge and his body to tremble violently. In the end, he just let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. And now? It's almost like scratching an itch. Compared to her initial performance, she's like a completely different person. Is this scientifically sound? Ling Fei's sharp gaze was fixed on Nie Tian. She was horrified to discover. This guy is not only incredibly resilient, but his breathing is also becoming increasingly steady. Even the movements of dodging and blocking have become increasingly fluid and methodical. He seems to have no energy depletion whatsoever. Moreover, is he using himself as a sparring partner? This realization made Ling Fei, a proud and arrogant 3-star awakener, feel a sense of absurdity and fear. Ling Fei suddenly took a step back, like a startled cat, instantly creating a distance of more than 10 meters between herself and Nie Tian. Instead of immediately giving chase as she had done before, she stopped where she was. A pair of beautiful eyes with a pale purple glow stared intently at the boy in the distance, who had also stopped and was looking at her with a slightly puzzled and somewhat unsatisfied gaze. An unprecedented sense of shock and unease hung over Ling Fei's heart like dark clouds. A fine bead of cold sweat even appeared on her forehead. Upon careful recollection, the feeling of that punch hitting Nia Tian just now. It was as if she were facing not a body of flesh and blood, but an indestructible city wall. This feeling is something that ordinary martial artists can never provide. Ling Fei had only ever experienced similar sensations with defensive specialists of the same level, or even stronger than her. Could it be? An extremely bold, even subversive, idea flashed through Ling Fei's mind like lightning. Could it be that her initial judgment was wrong from the very beginning? Nia Tian is not simply someone with extraordinary talent or a special physique. He's just like me. He is also an awakened one. Moreover, what awakened was a kind of extremely rare defensive ability that could stack up defensive power with each battle. The moment this thought appeared, it was like opening Pandora's box. All the previously inexplicable questions seemed to have been answered at this moment. Why would a 1-star martial artist dare to challenge me, a 3-star awakened individual? Because he has a special ability as his trump card. He's fearless because he's confident in his abilities. Why was he able to withstand his own attacks for so long, and even become more and more easy as the fight went on? Because his superpower allows him to adapt and reduce damage at lightning speed. Why did he refuse the military's top recruitment offer? Perhaps he simply doesn't care about the military's resources, or his special ability requires a special way of developing. Everything seems to make sense now. Ling Fei's heart began to pound uncontrollably. If Nia Tian really is an awakened one, and the awakened one is this kind of growth-type superpower with unlimited potential, then what is his value? It will far exceed my previous assessment. Even her strategic significance and training priority will be no less than her, Captain Snowhawk herself. Thinking of this, Ling Fei's gaze towards Nia Tian completely changed. The previous contempt and instruction mentality are gone. Instead, there is a solemn and scrutinizing attitude towards peers, or even towards some extremely rare strategic resources. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil surging within her. Then, he spoke slowly, with an unprecedented seriousness and inquisitive tone. The sound traveled clearly throughout the arena and reached the ears of every spectator. Little brother, you. He can't be an ordinary person, right? Chapter 48 Frost Ability, Ling Fei goes all out. One was shattered. 1 in 10,000. Each and every one of them is a key focus of the country and the military for training and development. If Nia Tian is indeed an awakened one, and has awakened this kind of defensive ability with unlimited potential and the ability to continuously evolve, then what is his value? This will far exceed the previous assessment based solely on martial arts talent. They might even be rarer than myself, a 3-star ice-type awakener. Even more important, the military must spare no expense to acquire such a peerless genius. Call. Ling Fei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves churning within her. Her icy blue eyes were fixed on Nia Tian without blinking. His previously relaxed and playful expression had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, as if he had met his match. Even a barely perceptible heat. Little brother. Ling Fei parted her red lips slightly, and her voice, amplified by the arena's sound system, resounded throughout the entire arena and clearly reached Nia Tian's ears. Her tone was no longer the light-hearted banter of before, but carried an unprecedented seriousness and admiration. You are very strong. Far beyond my expectations. Ling Fei spoke slowly, each word seemingly carrying a special magic, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It seems my previous warm-up was too easy for you. She paused, her eyes suddenly turning sharp as ice blades, and an invisible pressure emanated from her, making the air inside and outside the live broadcast room seem to freeze. I take back what I said before. You're not just special in terms of physical constitution. Ling Fei's gaze was so intense, it seemed she could see right through Nia Tian, inside and out. You. She spoke clearly and deliberately, enunciating each word. Should be like me. Is he an awakened one? Awakened some kind of extremely powerful, growth-type defensive ability. Boom. This is absolutely shocking. When the words awakener came from Ling Fei's mouth, a recognized top prodigy, and were directed at Nia Tian, the whole world seemed to have been muted. The livestream chat, which was previously flooded with comments like letting the water go, acting, and shipping, instantly froze. The more than 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were as if they had been collectively petrified, their eyes wide with disbelief and their minds blank. Ling Fei, what are you saying? The streamer is an awakened one? How is this possible? Ling Fei, a genuine Samsung Awakener, personally certified that Nye Tian is also of the same kind. The impact of this was like a nuclear bomb. Inside a luxurious spectator box in the virtual arena, Yi Qingyu's heart, which had been slightly relieved because Nye Tian was no longer being beaten, instantly jumped into her throat again. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Nye Tian is an awakened one. She's been with Nye Tian for so long, how come she never knew? Could it be that this is the real reason why he dropped out of school and his strength improved by leaps and bounds? In an instant, countless questions and speculations flooded her mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. The live streaming back-end control room. Snap. The water glass in the hand of Wang Hao, the virtual arena manager, fell to the ground and shattered. But he was completely unaware of it, and stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, staring intently at Ling Fei's serious and focused face on the screen, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. One was shattered. Nye Tian, that small-time streamer whom he deemed attention-seeking and had ordered to stop streaming. Could it be someone even rarer than Ling Fei, an awakened individual with a growth-type ability? It's over. Wang Hao felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. If this is true. So what about his command just now to stop streaming and redirect all resources to Ling Fei? That was absolutely the stupidest and most fatal mistake of his career. Hurry! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Wang Hao roared at the equally dumbfounded technicians beside him. Put all the available recommendation resources back into the 95,022 livestream. Immediately. Right now. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Ma Fei and the others, who had been cheering for Nye Tian and mocking Jiang Xiaotian, all fell silent at this moment. They all gaped, looking at each other in disbelief and shock. Nye Tian is an awakened one? This news was even more unbelievable to them than when Nye Tian withstood Ling Fei's attack. Jiang Xiaotian, standing in the crowd, looked like a duck with its neck being choked, his eyes wide open and all color draining from his face instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nye Tian, that bastard from the orphanage. That poor wretch he trampled underfoot. How could it be an awakened one in 10,000? If this is true, then all the humiliation and suppression he had inflicted on Nye Tian before, wouldn't that mean? Jiang Xiaotian dared not think any further. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Inside the principal's office, the smiles on Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan's faces freeze completely. The two of them were frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen, their eyes filled with unprecedented astonishment and ecstasy. An awakened one? Sun Yangyan pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. Principal, did I hear that right? Ling Fei said Nye Tian is an awakened one? Hao Jian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He swallowed and, having stood up in excitement, slumped back into his chair with a thud. His heart was pounding like a drum. If the previous Nye Tian was merely a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent, someone they were willing to do everything in their power to recruit, then. Now, the identity of Awakener has directly elevated Nye Tian's value to a strategic level that they never dared to imagine before. No wonder. No wonder the military went to such lengths. They even went so far as to have Ling Fei lower her status to win her over. So, they had already seen through Nye Tian's true trump card. And their No. 2 middle school almost missed out on such a future pillar of strength due to a misjudgment. Quick! Old son! Hao Jian snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented light, his tone urgent and firm. The previous conditions are not enough. Far from enough. At this moment, Hao Jian could no longer care about his composure or shrewdness. He was in a state of extreme excitement. One was shattered. This is an abandoned one. As long as we can firmly bind Nye Tian to the No. 2 middle school's chariot, let alone aiming for the top spot in the province, even winning the national championship isn't impossible. Inside the virtual arena, faced with Ling Fei's earth-shattering certification and the huge wave of controversy from the outside world, Nye Tian's heart also stirred slightly. Awakened one? She actually thought of herself as an awakened one. Is it because the characteristics of black tortoise skin have been discovered? This misunderstanding seems rather interesting. However, he did not deny it immediately. Firstly, it's too complicated to explain, as it involves the secrets of the system and is impossible to explain clearly. Secondly, it seems that causing the other party to have this kind of misjudgment is not such a bad thing. At least, it will make her take the upcoming battle more seriously. This will promote the further growth of black tortoise skin. Just as Nie Tian's mind was racing, Ling Fei, on the other side, spoke again. Her gaze remained fixed on Nie Tian, ignoring any commotion outside, and her tone became extremely solemn. In that case, I will no longer hold back. You have every reason to be proud that I can use my true power. Watch out. Before the words were even finished, buzz. A terrifying chill, far colder and more bone-chilling than ever before, suddenly spread wildly in all directions from Ling Fei's center, like an invisible tide. Click. Click click. The air temperature seemed to be sucked out in that instant, dropping to extreme cold. A layer of white frost, visible to the naked eye, even condensed on the alloy floor. Beneath Ling Fei's fair, jade-like skin, wisps of icy blue cold air seeped out, like living spirits, rapidly swirling and circling around her. Her waist-length, ice-blue hair moved wildly without wind, with sparkling ice crystals condensing at the ends, shimmering with a dangerous light. At this moment, her aura underwent a tremendous transformation. If Ling Fei in the past was like an iceberg covered with snow, beautiful and aloof, so, at this moment, she is. It's like a god who holds the reins of endless frost and harsh winter. It exudes an absolute zero that keeps people at arm's length. The entire virtual arena seemed to be enveloped by this sudden, biting chill. Inside and outside the livestream, countless viewers felt a chill spread along the internet cable, making them shiver and filled with awe and fear. So it turns out that Goddess Ling Fei really was holding back just now. Now, is the true power of the Samsung awakened? Chapter 49, comparable to a high-grade Earth-level item. The strongest whetstone. Inside the virtual arena. The icy blue chill spread and rose wildly, almost completely enveloping Ling Fei's graceful figure. She hovered in mid-air, her long, icy blue hair dancing wildly. His pale purple eyes flashed with inhuman indifference and majesty, as if he had transformed into a god who controlled ice and snow. The terrifying chill emanated into the air, causing the hard alloy floor to creak under the weight. Fine frost spread out like a spider web. Inside and outside the live stream room, more than 200,000 viewers were completely silent. The previously noisy and chaotic barrage of comments has now become sparse. Everyone was completely stunned by the miraculous sight before them. Is this Ling Fei's true strength? Is this the true power of the Samsung Awakener and the Frost ability? That's terrifying. Compared to the previous petty squabbles of you punching me and me kicking me, this is a world of difference. Plop. In the training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Ma Fei swallowed hard, his face turned pale. How are we supposed to fight like this? The students around him were also horrified, their hearts pounding for Nie Tian. Only Jiang Xiaotian had a smug smile on his lips. He had no doubt. If I were to face Ling Fei right now, I probably wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. I would be swallowed up by that terrifying chill. Nie Tian, he's doomed. Inside the principal's office. The excitement on Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan's faces cooled slightly, replaced by a deep solemnity. Such overwhelming power. Sun Yongyan pushed up his glasses, his voice dry. Is this the superpower that awakened ones are so proud of? No wonder the military values it so much. Hao Jian frowned and said in a deep voice, this power is probably far beyond the scope of an ordinary two-star martial artist. Can Nie Tian withstand it? Although they believed that Nie Tian was also an awakened one, they still couldn't help but feel worried in the face of such terrifying power. Under the spotlight. Ling Fei, who was suspended in mid-air, slowly raised her right hand. Slender and fair, her 5 fingers, like those of a perfect work of art, are gently spread open, palm facing upwards. In an instant, the icy blue aura that swirled around her, dancing like living things, seemed to be summoned and drawn by an invisible force. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they frantically converged, compressed, and condensed towards her palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of teeth-grinding freezing sounds echoed in the air. Visibly, a ball of energy radiating extreme cold rapidly formed in Ling Fei's palm. The energy was initially just a blurry mass, but as more and more icy blue cold air poured in, its form began to become clear and solid. Final. An ice cone, roughly the size of a fist and seemingly carved from millennia-old ice, floated silently in Ling Fei's palm. Inside the icicle, it seemed as if countless tiny ice crystals were flowing, appearing, and disappearing. Just one glance is enough to make you feel like your soul is frozen and torn apart. This is my martial arts skill, a low-grade Shin level technique, Extreme Ice Break. Ling Fei's voice became cold and ethereal, devoid of any emotion. Like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, it blows into everyone's heart. It needs to be used in conjunction with my frost ability to be cast. Its power is comparable to that of an ordinary high-grade Earth-level martial skill. Top grade, prefecture level. Upon hearing those 4 words, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted both inside and outside the livestream. Martial arts skill levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Due to factors such as aptitude and financial resources, the vast majority of martial artists can only learn and use yellow-level martial arts techniques in their lifetime. As for Xian-level martial arts techniques, only the core members of large families, or the elites of the military and martial arts associations, have the opportunity to come into contact with them. This is enough to cause a qualitative change in a martial artist's strength. And Earth-level martial arts. That's something that's legendary. It is said that in the entire Jiangcheng base city, there are only a handful of martial artists who possess the skills of the Earth level. Each and every one of them is a top-tier expert who can suppress a region. Ling Fei's move, Extreme Icebreak, although it is only a low-grade Shin-level move, is so powerful that it can rival a high-grade D-level move when combined with her Ice-type abilities. This is simply a case of being outmatched. Moreover, Ling Fei's voice remained icy as she continued to explain, as if pronouncing a death sentence for Nie Tian. Extreme Ice True Qi is formless and intangible, yet it penetrates everywhere. Ordinary movement techniques have little effect against it. The only way is to rely on absolute strength to withstand it. This is my true strength as the captain of the military's Snow Owl Squad and a 3-star Frost Awakener. That's also my true fighting strength. As she finished speaking, the extreme icebreaker, ice cone that was floating in her palm suddenly burst out with an even more dazzling blue light. A terrifying aura of destruction suddenly erupted. It's over. The battle is completely over. This is the common thought in the minds of almost everyone, both inside and outside the live broadcast room. Faced with such a terrifying energy attack, comparable in power to a high-grade Earth-level martial skill. Faced with this massive area of effect attack that is almost impossible to dodge and can only be withstood. Nie Tian, a quasi-martial artist who has just stepped into the threshold of the 1st star, even if he is a defensive awakener, what can he use to resist? I'm afraid, they wouldn't even last a second before being frozen into ice sculptures by that terrifying extreme ice energy, and then shattered into dust. Countless people held their breath for Nie Tian, some even unable to bear watching any longer. Yi Qingyu's face turned pale with nervousness, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. However, just when everyone thought Nie Tian was doomed to lose, Nie Tian, who was at the center of the storm, felt completely different from everyone else. When he heard Ling Fei admit that she was going to use her real killer move, Nie Tian felt no fear or despair at all. Instead, at this moment, the blood in his body was completely ignited. His eyes were incredibly dark and bright. They're here. They've finally arrived. Nie Tian was screaming inwardly. This is it. This is the feeling. This is real pressure. This is the energy that can bring about a qualitative change in my black tortoise skin. He could feel it clearly. The invisible black tortoise skin on the surface of his body actually trembled slightly when it sensed that powerful and pure ice energy. It's not because I'm scared. Instead, like parched land receiving rain, it exudes an instinctive, almost greedy, desire for that powerful ice energy. A strong premonition instantly surged in Nie Tian's heart. Ling Fei's extreme icebreak. This is exactly what he has been dreaming of. What could allow black tortoise skin to break through its limits again and even undergo a qualitative change? The ultimate whetstone. This possibility made Nie Tian's heart almost leap out of his chest. If successful, his defensive capabilities will reach a whole new level. At that time, among those of the same rank, who could harm him in the slightest? Bring it on! Nie Tian suddenly raised his head, his fists clenched, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed on the spinning ice cone in Ling Fei's palm. His muscles tensed instantly, like a fully drawn bow. The surging blood and energy of 220 calories in my body are rushing and roaring without reservation. Wind breath lung is operating at full capacity, and every breath feels like inhaling molten lava, injecting a continuous stream of power into the body. The black tortoise skin on his body surface was like an invisible armor, covering his entire body. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. As long as we can withstand this attack, his gains will far exceed his expectations. Let me see. The power of a level 1 martial skill. Let me see. My black tortoise skin, where exactly is its limit? Nye Tian's eyes blazed with a desperate determination and boundless anticipation for a huge reward. Battle spirit. Soaring to the heavens. Chapter 50, The Arctic Storm. Nowhere to escape. Inside the virtual arena, time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. All eyes were fixed on the icy blue figure in midair. Ling Fei. This nationally recognized top prodigy, a 3-star Frost Awakener, is the captain of the Snow Owl Squad. At this moment, she finally revealed her true fangs. The biting cold that spread wildly from her center was no longer the simple low temperature before, but an absolute zero that seemed to freeze the soul and shatter the will. The frost on the alloy ground spread and grew wildly like living vines, making a crisp crackling sound, as if the entire arena was about to be completely swallowed up by this terrifying ice. Inside and outside the live stream, more than 250,000 viewers almost forgot to breathe at that moment. The comments section became sparse, as if frozen. All the previous noise, jokes, and doubts seemed so pale and powerless at the moment Ling Fei revealed her true power. Fear. An indescribable emotion, like an icy tide, everyone's heart is overwhelmed. Plop. In the training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Ma Fei swallowed hard, feeling a chill run up his spine, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. His classmates next to him were also pale-faced, their eyes filled with horror. This isn't even a battle from a different dimension. This is no longer a martial skill, this is simply a miracle. It's a natural disaster. Standing in the center of the arena, facing this terrifying power, Nye Tian felt an unprecedented excitement. His blood was boiling. Every cell in his body was trembling. It wasn't out of fear. It was because of a primal, instinctive desire for greater power. Black tortoise skin. He could clearly feel that the invisible defensive layer on his body was trembling slightly when it came into contact with the extreme ice true energy emitted by Ling Fei. It was as if a sleeping behemoth had smelled blood and was slowly awakening. Bring it on! Nye Tian raised his head, his dark eyes shining brightly, like stars burning in the night. It was locked onto the icy blue energy that had been condensed to its limit in Ling Fei's palm. That ice cone, about the size of a fist, seemed to be carved from millennia-old ice. It floats silently, with countless tiny ice crystals inside flowing and dying, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Break the extreme ice. Ling Fei's cold and ethereal voice, like a divine pronouncement, echoed throughout the arena. The words had barely left his mouth. A cold killing intent suddenly flashed in Ling Fei's pale purple eyes. She no longer hesitated at all. He pushed his palm forward sharply. Buzz. The extreme icebreaker, ice cone, which was condensed with endless cold energy, did not shoot out in a straight line as everyone expected. Instead, the moment it escaped Ling Fei's palm, it suddenly exploded. Boom! A dull, deafening bang, seemingly capable of tearing eardrums apart. That fist-sized ice spike was like a supernova that had been detonated. It instantly shattered into billions of tiny, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet shimmering with a deadly cold light. These ice crystals did not scatter and splash randomly. Instead, under the control of an invisible force, it transformed into a all-encompassing, extreme ice storm. Like millions of bloodthirsty, ice-blue butterflies, fluttering and dancing. It was like a devastating hailstorm that swept across the land. They instantly filled every inch of the virtual arena. Up and down. Left and right. Front and back. No blind spots. Full coverage. A pale blue ice crystal storm, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound as it cut through the air. Like a flood bursting its banks, it swept wildly toward that tiny yet towering figure in the center of the field. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be nothing but the icy blue that filled the sky. Asphyxia. An unparalleled feeling of suffocation. There was absolutely no chance of dodging. Just as Ling Fei said, in the face of the true form of extreme icebreak, any movement technique becomes meaningless. The only option is to tough it out. Holy crap! What kind of attack is that? A full screen area of effect attack? How the hell am I supposed to dodge that? It's over. The streamer is doomed. This power, it's terrifying. After a brief silence, the live stream chat erupted again like a volcano. Everyone was completely stunned by the devastating scene before them. This is beyond their understanding of martial arts. This is simply a natural disaster. Inside the luxurious viewing box, Yi Qingyu's face turned pale with nervousness. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, tears welling up uncontrollably in her eyes, and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She had never seen such a horrific attack. Nye Tian, can he stop him? In the back-end control room, Wang Hao, who had just ordered all resources to be poured back into Nye Tian's livestream, was also dumbfounded and sweating profusely. Is this Ling Fei's true strength? Poor him, he had just managed to get his resources back when Goddess Ling Fei unleashed her ultimate move and wiped him out. Isn't this just walking right into the line of fire again? He now only hoped that Nye Tian, on whom he had placed so much hope, would not be instantly killed by this move. Otherwise, his actions today would have truly become a huge joke. At this moment, Nye Tian was in the center of the extreme ice storm. Faced with this overwhelming and unavoidable baptism of death. His expression, however, remained unusually calm. Even, there was a hint of almost fanatical anticipation. Good timing. He let out a deafening roar in his heart. Take a deep breath. The surging blood and energy of 220 calories in my body, like a rushing river, are circulating wildly at an unprecedented speed. Violent. The thunder heart pounded wildly, bursting out with a thunderous roar, channeling its power to every corner of the body. Take a breath. Wind breath lung is fully activated. Each breath seems to be breathing in and out wind and clouds, maintaining the peak operation of bodily functions. Adaptive protection. Black tortoise skin, the invisible defensive layer shone brightly, as if sensing an unprecedented and enormous threat, exuding an ancient and unchanging weight and resilience. 3 major organs. Perfect coordination at this moment. Nye Tian abandoned all thoughts of dodging. His feet were firmly planted on the alloy ground, like the roots of an old tree. His body sank slightly, his spine straightened, like a spear piercing the sky. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling ice crystals, and stared directly at the icy blue figure at the source of the storm. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Only a burning fighting spirit and the ultimate challenge to one's own limits. Bring it on! Breaking the extreme ice? Let me see your power. Let me see if black tortoise skin can withstand the baptism of this frozen world. Rebirth from the ashes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Billions of sharp ice crystals, like a swarm of bloodthirsty bees that have found their target, carry a chilling cold and destructive power. Finally, it crashed hard into Nye Tian's seemingly thin, yet rock-solid body. Chapter 51: The Frozen Throne. Nye Tian, though defeated, is still glorious? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like millions of red-hot steel needles piercing into scalding hot butter. It's like countless sharp blades, frantically cutting through the toughest leather. The moment that overwhelming storm of icy blue crystals truly touched Nye Tian's body. An indescribable pain and extreme cold, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed all his senses. Ugh! Even though Nye Tian had already prepared himself mentally and had pushed the defense of Xuanwu's skin to its limit. Even as he endured this terrifying impact, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan of extreme pain. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and a hot, metallic liquid almost gushed out, but he forced it back down. That's too fast. Too many. It's so cold. There are just too many ice crystals. They're so densely packed. Each tiny ice crystal contains at least several hundred calories of penetrating power and an extremely cold true energy that seems capable of freezing the soul. As if they were alive, they frantically burrowed into Nye Tian's skin and muscles, and even tried to invade his bone marrow and internal organs. Attacked by a combination of attacks. Base physical penetration damage, 500 units. Ice attribute additional energy erosion damage, 500 units. Total damage, 1000 units. Warning. High-intensity energy erosion attack detected. Far exceeding current defense limits. Xuanwu skin analysis, encountered unknown high-level ice attribute energy. Begin analyzing and deciphering the energy structure. Energy structure analysis in progress. 1%. 3%. 7%. Warning. Energy intensity too high. Resolution speed too slow. Defense layer is suffering continuous high damage. Mystic skin adaptive protection activated. Initiating trial layering of energy resistance. Ice attribute energy resistance plus 0.1%. Ice attribute energy resistance plus 0.1%. Ice attribute energy resistance plus 0.2%. A series of urgent and chaotic system notifications rang out in Nye Tian's mind like an alarm. Total energy, 1000 calories. This number made Nie Tian's heart skip a beat. Really? The most terrifying aspect of Ling Fei's move, Extreme Icebreak, is not its power, but the pervasive corrosive effect of its ice attribute energy. The power of physical damage and ice attribute energy attack is doubled when combined. It far exceeds the limits he can currently stand. Black Tortoise Skin doesn't seem to be as omnipotent as imagined when facing such pure energy attacks. Although the system indicated that it had begun parsing the energy structure and was attempting to stack energy resistance. But the slowly increasing percentage, along with the constant defense layer damaged warnings, all speak volumes. The Xuanwu skin requires time to defend against and adapt to this high-level energy. Right now, what he lacks most is time. Snap. Snap, snap. Just as Nie Tian was thinking rapidly, something even more terrifying happened. The icy blue crystals that struck his body were not deflected or dissipated like the previous physical attacks. They clung tightly to Nie Tian's body like sticky maggots. Moreover, like a virus, it spread wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ice layer. A thick layer of ice, radiating a chilling aura, was rapidly condensing on his body. Start with your feet. Almost in the blink of an eye, the ice covered his ankles. Next comes the calves, knees, thighs. Extreme cold energy rushed into his body through the ice layer, and Nie Tian felt his lower body rapidly losing sensation, as if his blood was about to freeze into ice shards. Hold on. Nie Tian let out a low growl like a wild beast. He frantically activated the thunderous heart, attempting to use his raging blood and qi to resist the invading cold energy. The wind-breathing lung is also operating at overcapacity, with each difficult breath bringing out large wisps of white mist, trying to maintain the last bit of heat in the body. But it didn't work. The power of Extreme Icebreak is simply too strong. That ice attribute energy seemed to be the nemesis of all qi, blood, and heat. Nie Tian's resistance seemed so pale and powerless in the face of it. The ice layer is spreading faster and faster. Waist and abdomen. Chest. Arms. Neck. Snap. Finally, accompanied by a crisp freezing sound. The ice completely covered Nie Tian's head. The fierce, indomitable, and fanatical expression on his face, along with his passion for pushing the limits, was forever frozen in that moment. The storm gradually subsided. The icy blue crystals that filled the air gradually dissipated. The entire virtual arena was in complete disarray. The alloy fighting arena, with a diameter of 100 meters, was now completely covered by a thick layer of frost that exuded a chilling aura, as if it had been transformed into a polar ice field. And right in the middle of the ice field, a lifelike ice sculpture of a human figure stands there quietly. The ice sculpture maintains a posture with its feet firmly planted, chest out, and head held high, as if it is welcoming a grand baptism. The ice was crystal clear, and you could even vaguely see the young and resolute face inside. However, at this moment, he was motionless, his eyes closed, as if he had completely lost all vitality. The frozen throne. The battle appears to be over. Call. In mid-air, Ling Fei slowly descended onto the ice surface. Looking at the work of art she had created herself, her tense nerves finally relaxed completely. She exhaled a breath of thick, white steam, and a fine layer of fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead. Using Extreme Icebreak also consumes a huge amount of her energy. In particular, to ensure its power, she pushed her superpower to its absolute limit. What a perverted guy. Looking at Nie Tian's frozen face in the ice sculpture, Ling Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. She never imagined that an opponent who was only a one-star quasi-martial artist could force her to use her trump card move, Extreme Icebreak. This guy's defense is unbelievably strong. If I hadn't decisively used the more powerful, Extreme Icebreak, which also has energy-eroding properties, I would have been able to avoid it. It's quite possible that we might actually suffer an unexpected setback in this small virtual arena today. As expected of an awakened one. Moreover, it's a defensive ability with unlimited potential for growth. Ling Fei became increasingly certain that Nie Tian was an awakened one. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he hadn't been overconfident because he underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, once this guy's defensive abilities fully adapt to his attack rhythm, the outcome will be hard to predict. However, now, it's all over. She knew best the power of Extreme Icebreak. It was not just a physical attack of frost, but also contained the extreme ice energy capable of freezing everything. Even a 3-star martial artist of the same level would be severely injured and on the verge of death if hit head-on. Although Nie Tian's defense was astonishing, he was ultimately just a new awakener with shallow foundation. Completely frozen by the extreme icebreak, their life force has probably already been extinguished. I won this match. Although the victory was not as easy as expected. Ling Fei shook her head slightly, dispelling the chill around her, and waited for the system to determine the end of the match. However, we are still waiting. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the ice sculpture that held Nie Tian frozen in ice. His pupils suddenly contracted. It was as if I had witnessed something unbelievable. Chapter 52: The Faces of All Beings. On the eve of reversal. A chill permeated the virtual arena. Thick frost covered the entire alloy fighting arena, reflecting a pale blue glow, like a giant frozen hell. In the center of the arena, the ice sculpture of Nie Tian, frozen in ice, stood silently, like an ancient monument, recounting the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Everything seems to have settled down. Inside and outside the live stream, more than 250,000 viewers, after a brief moment of stunned silence, finally erupted into a massive wave of discussion. It's over. It really is over. Holy crap. Is this the power of extreme icebreaker? That's terrifying. The streamer was frozen solid. Although she lost, the streamer is still glorious. To force Goddess Ling Fei to use such a powerful move and hold on for so long is simply a miracle. Yeah. A 1-star quasi-martial artist withstood a 3-star awakened warrior's ultimate attack for over 5 minutes. This feat is something to brag about for a lifetime. The streamer did his best, but the opponent was just too strong. It wasn't his fault. I feel so sorry for the streamer. I hope he won't be too devastated. There's nothing we can do, Goddess Ling Fei is just too strong. Losing to her isn't shameful. The barrage of comments scrolled like a tide, a mix of emotions including amazement, regret, and admiration. Although Nie Tian ultimately lost, his amazing defensive capabilities and tenacious will displayed in the battle have completely won over the vast majority of viewers. Those voices that previously questioned his attention-seeking behavior and mocked his overestimation of his abilities have now completely disappeared. People were more impressed by Ling Fei's strength than Nie Tian's honorable performance despite his defeat. This lopsided challenge came to an end in a way that everyone anticipated, yet the process was incredibly convoluted. Training room of Class 2, Grade 12, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The atmosphere, however, was completely different from the regret and admiration expressed in the live broadcast room. The moment I saw Nie Tian completely frozen by the extreme icebreak, turning into an ice sculpture. Zhang Xiaotian's face, which had been twisted with jealousy and resentment, instantly blossomed into a smug and sinister smile. He whirled around, his gaze sweeping over Ma Fei and the others who had mocked him like a venomous snake. His voice was sharp and piercing, filled with the pleasure of revenge. Did you see that? Ha! Look at it carefully. He pointed at the ice sculpture on the screen and roared arrogantly. What did I say? This is what fucking power looks like. This is the true power of a 3-star awakened being. Crushing. Understand? Utter and complete crushing. He approached Ma Fei step by step, spitting almost onto the other man's face, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. That good-for-nothing Nie Tian. That bastard from the orphanage. How dare he compare himself to Senior Ling Fei? How dare he challenge her? He's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. He's just asking for humiliation. Still trying to tough it out? Did you even manage to tough it out? Now you're frozen inside like a dead dog. You can't even move. Useless. Always useless. Zhang Xiaotian seemed to want to vent all the humiliation and frustration he had suffered before, and his words were extremely vicious. Ma Fei and the others were so angry at him that their faces turned ashen, and their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. They wanted to argue back, and they wanted to rush up and beat up this smug bastard. But, looking at the cold statue on the screen, and at Ling Fei's unparalleled, godlike aura, they sadly discovered that they were unable to refute it. Yes, Nie Tian is lost. They lost completely. He was completely overwhelmed by the opponent's absolute strength and frozen on the spot. Although Zhang Xiaotian's words were harsh, judging from the results, he didn't seem to be wrong. A deep sense of powerlessness and regret welled up in my heart. Inside the training room, the students who supported Nie Tian fell silent, their faces grim, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Only Zhang Xiaotian's smug and arrogant laughter echoed in the silent training room, sounding particularly jarring. Inside the principal's office, Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness and a deeper sense of shock in each other's eyes. Sigh. Hao Jian sighed deeply, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. Below the awakened, all are ants. This saying is indeed true. He looked at the ice sculpture on the screen, his tone complex. Ling Fei's move, Extreme Icebreak, is far too powerful, completely exceeding the scope of conventional martial arts. Nie Tian, although he is also an awakener, his awakening time is too short, and his foundation is still far inferior. He has done his best to get to this point. Sun Yangyan nodded, his face showing a hint of solemnity, but even more so, anticipation for the future. Yes, principal. Although Nie Tian lost this time, his potential is beyond doubt. Especially his identity as an awakened one, that's the most important thing. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. According to the information I have, our old rival next door, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, has not yet produced a single awakened individual in this year's graduating class. As long as we can train Nie Tian well, the title of champion in the city's martial arts exam this year, and even the top ranking in the province, will definitely belong to our No. 2 middle school. The advantage of an awakened one is simply too great. It's enough to make up for our shortcomings in other areas. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian's spirits lifted. That's right. Although Nie Tian has lost, it does not diminish his value. His identity as an awakened one is his greatest trump card. With this status, No. 2 High School has enough confidence and resources to compete with Jiangcheng No. 1 High School and even the top high schools in the province. You're right. Hao Jian's eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. Victory and defeat are common in war. A single sparring match doesn't prove anything. The key is future growth. We must immediately develop a detailed training plan. We must allocate the school's best resources to Nie Tian without reservation. We must ensure that he fully unleashes his potential before the martial arts exam. The 150,000 yuan prize and library access are just the first step. Hao Jian's eyes gleamed. Next, wheel. Both of them tacitly accepted the fact that Nie Tian had been defeated, and began to actively discuss how to appease, win over, and focus on cultivating Nie Tian, this awakened one with unlimited potential. It seems that everyone has already made up their minds. This earth-shattering challenge has attracted countless attention and caused a great stir. It has already ended in Nie Tian's failure. On the frozen throne, no more miracles will occur. However, is that really the case? Virtual Arena. A full half-minute passed, and the system's decision to end the match was still pending. Ling Fei stared intently at the ice sculpture that held Nie Tian frozen in the ice. Under her incredulous gaze, a barely perceptible crack slowly formed and expanded on the ice. Chapter 53: A heartbeat beneath the frozen ground. A shocking turn of events behind the scenes. Inside the virtual arena, a chilling atmosphere prevailed, and the land was frozen solid for miles. The alloy fighting arena, with a diameter of 100 meters, has been transformed into a crystal-clear world of ice and snow. In the center of the venue, the ice sculpture of Nie Tian, frozen in ice, stood out conspicuously under the pale blue light, yet remained lifeless. The battle seems to have come to an end. Inside and outside the live stream, more than 250,000 viewers, after the initial shock and silence, finally erupted into a tidal wave of discussion. It's over. It really is over after all. This is too powerful. Goddess Ling Fei's Extreme Icebreak is practically a cataclysmic force. It's a miracle that the streamer lasted this long. He deserves credit even in defeat. Yeah, a 1-star tanking a 3-star awakens killing move, that defensive power is insane. No wonder he lost. Regret, admiration, and emotion, all these feelings intertwined and converged into a torrent, washing over every corner of the live broadcast room. Although the result was a failure, Nie Tian's tenacity and incredible resilience in the face of adversity have earned him everyone's respect. This challenge, which was unequal in strength from the start and full of twists and turns and magic, seems to have finally come to an end in a logical way. Virtual Arena, Back-End Control Room. The atmosphere, however, was not as settled as it was outside. Manager Wang Hao looked at the ice sculpture on the screen and the terrifying popularity of the live broadcast room, which remained above 250,000, and felt a mix of emotions. On the one hand, he felt a sense of relief that Nie Tian had lost. It at least proved that the world still followed basic logic, and that it was normal for a 1-star to lose to a 3-star. On the other hand, he was also incredibly excited by the amazing potential Nie Tian had shown and the huge amount of traffic he had generated, and even felt a little scared. Fortunately, Fortunately, I reacted quickly and managed to switch the recommended resources back in time. Otherwise, missing out on such a promising newcomer would be a huge regret for Wang Hao, and could even jeopardize his future at the head office. Phew! Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat that had seeped from his forehead due to nervousness, and forced a shrewd and mercenary smile back onto his face. He cleared his throat, preparing to give the order again. When the focus of subsequent promotion shifted to Ling Fei's own live stream, a sudden change occurred. Mr. Wang! Mr. Wang! Look! Look at this! A sharp, shocked cry suddenly burst from the mouth of the technician who was monitoring the real-time combat data. The technician's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling violently with excitement as he pointed intently at a data monitoring screen in front of him. Wang Hao was interrupted, and his brows furrowed in displeasure. What are you looking at? What's the big deal? Didn't I say we were going to prepare? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. My gaze followed the technician's trembling fingers to the screen displaying Nie Tian's combat status. The next second, the impatience on Wang Hao's face vanished instantly, replaced by a shock and horror 10 times more exaggerated than that of the technician. His eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. His mouth opened unconsciously, wide enough to fit an egg. At the top of the screen, the indicator light representing Nie Tian's overall status was not as expected. It turns into gray or red, indicating incapacitated or eliminated. Instead, it stubbornly maintains its vibrant green color, as if the battle is still in progress. Green light? Still alive. Still fighting. How is that possible? He was hit head-on by a killing move of the level of extreme icebreak, and was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. It hasn't been eliminated by the system yet? Wang Hao felt as if he were being trampled by 10,000 mutated giant rats, his ears were ringing and his mind was blank. This is completely beyond his understanding of the rules for judging the virtual arena system. However, this was not the most serious incident that caused his heart to stop. What truly terrified him and sent chills down his spine was, next to that stubbornly lit green status light, a real-time data bar representing a player's overall combat strength assessment index. This data bar is a comprehensive strength assessment value calculated in real time by the virtual arena system based on multi-dimensional data such as the player's blood and chi fluctuations, energy response, and mental state. Now, this data bar, representing Nie Tian's overall combat strength, did not plummet to the bottom despite being frozen. Instead, it's skyrocketing upwards at an incredibly terrifying and illogical speed. Plus 35. Plus 48. Plus 62. Almost every second, the number representing the combat power index was jumping and increasing wildly by tens of points. In just a few seconds, the value had nearly doubled from what it was before it was frozen. It was as if, beneath that cold layer of ice, there was not a body on the verge of death. It's not a volcano, it's frantically accumulating energy, about to erupt, a supervolcano. What the hell is going on? Wang Hao could no longer contain his horror and screamed. He rubbed his eyes hard and then pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that what he was seeing was not an illusion. Not eliminated? Still fighting. And the combat power index is still skyrocketing? Is the system bugged? Or am I fucking crazy? Wang Hao roared incoherently, on the verge of a complete breakdown. In all his years in the industry, he had never seen anything so bizarre or outrageous. Inside the control room, the other staff members were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They gathered around, staring at the soaring numbers, their faces filled with bewilderment and disbelief. The entire back-end control room fell into a deathly silence, with only Wang Hao's heavy breathing as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Hao's exclamation could be faintly heard in the luxurious viewing room next door. Yi Qingyu was heartbroken because Nie Tian was frozen in ice, tears welling up in her eyes as she silently prayed for him. Suddenly hearing Wang Hao's exclamation, especially the words "not eliminated" and "combat power sword," she abruptly raised her head. In an instant, an unbelievable light burst forth from those beautiful eyes that had been dimmed by worry. You didn't lose?" She almost instinctively stood up, staggered to the next private room, and went to the display screen connected to the back-end data. When she clearly saw that the indicator light on the screen representing Nie Tian's status was still that vibrant green. When she saw that the number representing the combat power index was jumping upwards at an almost frantic pace. Yi Qingyu's breathing instantly became extremely rapid. My heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and then suddenly released. Overwhelmed by immense surprise and disbelief, she was completely overwhelmed. He really hasn't lost yet. Under that devastating attack, he actually survived. And he's even getting stronger. What exactly happened? Could it be? She couldn't help but recall that time, in the training room of the Rock Martial Arts Academy. This was the first time Nye Tian accompanied her in a real combat sparring session. At first, Nye Tian was somewhat overwhelmed by her entangling silk fist attacks and had to constantly dodge and block. But as time went on, she was horrified to discover Nye Tian's body seemed to become increasingly hard and resilient under her attacks. In the end, she even felt as if her fist had hit an incredibly tough piece of cowhide, not only failing to cause any effective damage but also making her wrist go numb. That feeling, that strange ability to constantly adapt and grow stronger in battle. How similar it is to the present. Really? Yi Qingyu's delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at the still ice sculpture on the screen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, understanding, heartache, pride, a mix of emotions. Ultimately, it all transformed into an unwavering determination. As expected, he really is an awakened one. The girl murmured softly in a voice only she could hear. His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, and carried an even stronger sense of urgency. I understand. Is this your real trump card? Breakthrough in battle, transform under pressure. Nye Tian, you really do always bring me surprises. She raised her hand and gently touched her chest, where a certain restless power seemed to be hidden. The confusion and worry in his eyes completely faded away, replaced by an unprecedented firmness and persistence. I absolutely cannot let you leave me too far behind. That plan must be implemented as soon as possible. The backend was thrown into chaos due to data anomalies. Just as Yi Qingyu's resolve was strengthened once again because of Nye Tian's identity as an awakener. Inside the virtual arena. An anomaly. Something suddenly happened. Snap. A cracking sound, extremely faint yet incredibly clear on the silent ice field. Suddenly. The sound came from inside the human-shaped ice sculpture that held Nye Tian frozen in ice. Like a small pebble thrown into a calm lake. Moment. It attracted the attention of all viewers, both inside and outside the livestream. First and foremost is Ling Fei, who is closest to the ice sculpture. Her beautiful, icy blue eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared intently at the newly appeared, hair-thin crack on the ice sculpture. He actually still had energy left. How is that possible? Chapter 54, Breaking Through the Ice. Frost Resistance. Snap. That crisp cracking sound was like a signal. In the silent, frozen arena, the sound was particularly jarring, and also particularly eerie. All eyes were on them. Whether it was Ling Fei inside the arena or the hundreds of thousands of viewers inside and outside the live broadcast room, they all subconsciously focused on the human-shaped ice sculpture standing in the center of the arena. There, on the surface of the crystal-clear ice, emanating a chilling aura. An extremely fine crack, like a spider web, quietly appeared. At first, it was inconspicuous, as if it were just a flaw caused by the natural freezing of ice. But snap! Snap, snap! Immediately afterwards. More intense. A crisper cracking sound, like popping beans, came continuously from inside the ice sculpture. Accompanied by these sounds, that initial tiny crack began to spread and expand wildly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1, 2, 10, 100 paths. In the blink of an eye. Countless clear cracks, like ferocious lightning bolts, quickly covered the entire surface of the ice sculpture. From the soles of your feet to the top of your head. Not a single one is missed. The thick ice layer, which originally seemed indestructible and could freeze everything for eternity, is now covered with shocking cracks, like porcelain about to shatter. Inside the ice sculpture, there seems to be an unimaginable, violent power accumulating and brewing. It was as if a primordial beast that had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years was about to break free from its restraints and burst forth. This is... Ling Fei, who was closest to the scene, was completely stunned by what she saw. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and horror appeared on her usually icy and beautiful face. She could feel it clearly. A scorching, explosive aura was seeing wildly from inside the cracked ice sculpture. This aura. Even she, a 3-star awakened one, felt a faint, heart palpitation. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He was hit by her extreme icebreak and was completely frozen. Even if they were awakened at the same level, they should have completely lost the ability to resist and had their life force frozen by the extreme ice true energy. How did Tian, how did he do that? Could it be that his defensive ability can even adapt to and be immune to energy attacks of the level of extreme icebreak? This thought made Ling Fei's heart skip a beat. If that's really the case, Tian's value and potential are probably several times higher than her previous highest assessment. This isn't just genius. This is a monster. Evildoer. Just as Ling Fei was shocked and in disbelief, the cracked ice sculpture had finally reached the critical point of accumulating power. Bang! A deafening roar, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded out. The thick, incredibly hard layer of ice covering Tian. It was like a high explosive bomb being detonated from the inside. Moment! It exploded with a deafening roar. Billions of ice shards, like a rain of flowers, shot out wildly in all directions with terrifying force. Whoosh whoosh! The shattered ice whistled through the air like bullets. It was slammed hard against the energy shield at the edge of the arena, producing a series of crackling sounds and splashing up countless tiny energy ripples. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with excitement. Ice shards flew everywhere, and a chill permeated the air. Our vision was completely obscured by the sudden explosion of ice and snow. Inside and outside the live stream, everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts pounding as if they were about to leap out of their chests. It's broken. The ice has really been broken. Is he really still able to fight? As the ice shards gradually dissipated, the cold air slowly settled. The scene in the center of the venue was finally clearly presented to everyone again. All that could be seen was the ravaged, frosty ground. A tall and straight figure stood proudly. It was Tian. At this moment, he was radiating heat from head to toe. On the surface of the skin, there were even traces of white frost that had condensed due to the extreme cold. But the frost is melting and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. His clothes, though somewhat wrinkled, were not torn in the slightest. Even more shocking is his current state. Although her face was slightly pale, her eyes were frighteningly bright. His breathing was steady and long, showing no signs of having just experienced a life or death crisis. Even a faint, confident, and satisfied smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Unharmed. After enduring Ling Fei's devastating, extreme icebreak, Tian actually broke through the ice unscathed. This scene, like the most incredible miracle, shocked everyone's eyes and understanding. Dead silence. A long, deathly silence. The room was completely silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the godlike figure on the screen, their minds completely blank. At this moment, Tian was immersed in an unprecedented feeling of comfort and power. Just now, in his final moments, when he was completely frozen by the extreme icebreak, and his consciousness was almost frozen by the bone-chilling cold, a series of heavenly system notifications rang in his mind. Energy structure analysis in progress. 35%. 58%. 81%. 99%. Analysis complete. High-level frost energy core rune structure discovered. Begin targeted adaptation, simulate energy confrontation, build countermeasure models. Adaptation complete. Further development of the black tortoise skin's potential. Unknown benign mutations have occurred in cell structure. Congratulations, host. Your organ skin Xuanwu skin has successfully learned and solidified a new property, Frost Resistance Basic. Frost Resistance Basic, you gain a permanent 50% damage reduction against all ice elemental attacks. This resistance increases as you evolve your Xuanwu skin. It's done. It really worked. An overwhelming surge of joy welled up in Tian's heart. Really? Just as he had predicted. Stimulated by the powerful and pure energy attack, extreme icebreak, Black Tortoise skin did not collapse. Instead, it was like a divine object that grew stronger when faced with a stronger opponent, successfully analyzing the opponent's energy characteristics and comprehending a brand new ability from it: frost resistance. Permanent. 50% reduction in ice damage. What does that mean? Tian's mental arithmetic speed is as fast as lightning. Ling Fei's extreme icebreak has a total power rating of 1000 calories. 500 cards are physical penetration, and the other 500 cards are ice attribute energy erosion. Now, with this 50% frost resistance, The 500 calories of ice attribute energy damage were halved, leaving only 250 calories. In addition, the black tortoise skin itself has a base damage reduction of up to 299 points. Based on simple calculations, Ling Fei's extreme icebreak move can only deal about 200 calories of actual damage to him in the end. His current total chi and blood is 220.4 calories. Although a single hit can still break through the defense, it is far from being as deadly as before, or even capable of freezing him. What's more, he also has the Wind Breath Lung skill that restores his energy. As long as Ling Fei can't kill him instantly, he can quickly recover using Qi Recovery. As one side gains and the other loses, Ling Fei's strongest killing move has lost its threat to him. Call. Nie Tian slowly moved his muscles and bones, which were stiff from being frozen, making a series of crackling sounds. Feel the surging, powerful energy within my body, and the firmer, heavier feeling emanating from my skin. He raised his head and looked calmly at the person opposite him. The Ice Queen, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her red lips slightly parted, her face filled with disbelief. A bright and confident smile appeared on his face. The scales of victory tipped in this moment. It's already completely tilted in his favor. Chapter 55. The goddess loses her composure, undercurrents rage. The virtual arena was completely silent. The extreme icebreak technique, which could instantly freeze a 2-star martial artist into an ice sculpture and even pose a great threat to a 3-star martial artist, had its core frost energy storm dissipated. Instead, there was a mess of ice crystal fragments, and in the center of the fragments, a figure stood calmly. Nie Tian flexed his wrists, feeling the strange, cool sensation emanating from the black tortoise skin and the surging, immense blood and chi within his dantian. Frost resistance basic reduces ice damage by 50%. Combined with the already stacked 299 points of adaptive protection from the black tortoise skin. Ling Fei's extreme icebreak, which was comparable to a high-grade earth-level martial arts skill, actually caused negligible damage to him. He even felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin, without experiencing any pain whatsoever. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Nie Tian raised his eyes and looked across at the other side. The goddess, who had always been as aloof and proud as an iceberg, completely lost her composure at this moment. Ling Fei's beautiful pale purple eyes, which could outshine the stars, were wide open at this moment, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly because of her shock. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her delicate chin was slightly raised, with an unbelievable stiffness. Even her body involuntarily took a half step back. Yes, half a step. This subtle movement was clearly seen by Nie Tian and all the viewers. Ling Fei's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Break the ice. This is not just a low-grade Shin-level martial skill, but also her trump card that perfectly combines her frost-based superpowers with her martial skills. This move is enough to give her an absolute advantage among 3-star awakened warriors of the same level, and even pose a fatal threat when fighting against some weaker 5-star warriors. She once used this move to freeze 3 4-star peak ferocious beasts whose strength was comparable to a 5-star martial artist. But now, Nie Tian. This newcomer, who was only a quasi-martial artist with a mere 220 calories of chi and blood, not only withstood her extreme icebreak, but also broke through the ice unscathed. The clothes remained neat and tidy, without a single wrinkle added, except for a few ice chips. His face was relaxed and carefree, even carrying a hint of satisfaction. How is this possible? Ling Fei felt that her worldview had been violently impacted at this moment, like never before. Even a defensive awakener couldn't possibly possess such abnormal resistance at the quasi-martial artist stage. This isn't just about powerful defense, it's practically immune to frost energy. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant before, taking my attack head-on. It turns out he really was fearless. At this moment, Ling Fei felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and apprehension about Nie Tian's strength. Her prized frost ability, her trump card, extreme icebreak, seemed to become a joke in front of this mysterious newcomer awakener. A deep sense of defeat, like an icy tide, overwhelmed the heart of this once proud woman for the first time. For the first time, she felt a strong sense of helplessness and powerlessness towards an opponent whose level was far below her own. Gulp. In the silent live stream room, someone swallowed hard, their voice unusually clear in the otherwise quiet environment. The next second. Boom. The entire live stream room exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? It's a hallucination. This must be a hallucination. Break the ice? Completely unharmed? What kind of interstellar joke is this? That was the extreme icebreaker of Goddess Ling Fei. Ouch, I feel like my brain has crashed. Someone pinch me and tell me this isn't real. Monster. This Nye Tian is definitely a monster. Is he really a newbie? Or is he some big shot using a Smurf account to smuff? This is too fake. This is definitely an act. Goddess Ling Fei must have gone easy on her, otherwise how could a quasi-martial artist withstand such an attack? Upstairs, you can donate your eyes if you don't need them anymore. Did you see the shocked and out-of-control expression on Goddess Ling Fei's face? That's something you can fake. Too strong. Too monstrous. This is a true genius. The pride of the common people. The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami, instantly flooding the entire screen. A flood of comments expressing amazement, skepticism, and fervor swept through the screen. The popularity of the livestream skyrocketed at that moment, jumping from over 200,000 to over 300,000 in an instant, and it continues to climb at an alarming rate. Nye Tian felt the surging power within his body, looked at the distraught Ice Queen opposite him, and a slightly mocking smile appeared on his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Senior Ling Fei. The warm-up exercises are over. The real battle. It's time to begin. This is absolutely shocking. If Nye Tian breaking through the ice was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, then his casual declaration was like detonating a depth charge. The entire live stream room erupted in excitement once again. Ah! What did he say? The real battle is just beginning? He's going to fight back? So domineering. So arrogant. I love it. This is a real man. Could it be that he's really going to defeat Goddess Ling Fei, who's a much stronger opponent? This is insane. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Goddess Ling Fei hasn't even used her full strength yet. She's just strong in defense. Support Nye Tian. Take her down. Shut up all those who look down on you. Inside the manager's office of Jiangcheng Virtual Arena. Manager Wang Hao sprang up from his seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared intently at Nye Tian's confident and composed smile on the screen, and at the terrifyingly high number of viewers that had already surpassed 350,000. Smack! A crisp sound. Wang Hao slapped himself hard across the face, and his cheek instantly swelled up. What an idiot I am. I actually wanted to have his livestream shut down? I must have been out of my mind. He roared furiously into the communicator. Technology department. Listen up. Immediately. Upgrade the promotion level of ID 95022's livestream to SSS. Use every available resource to boost its popularity. Also, the legal department. Draft a top-tier exclusive contract immediately. I want to talk to him personally. This Nye Tian is absolutely a born star streamer. He's our arena's cash cow. No. He's our pillar of strength. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Senior 3-2 Classes Exclusive Training Room. Oh. When Ma Fei and the rest of Nye Tian's supporters saw Nye Tian break through the ice and make that domineering declaration, they erupted in a thunderous cheer. Nye Tian is awesome. So handsome. This is our idol. Ma Fei, his face flushed with excitement, whirled around, pointed at Zhang Xiaotian in the corner, whose face was ashen and body trembling slightly, and loudly questioned him. Zhang Xiaotian. Didn't you just say Nye Tian was a piece of trash? Didn't you say he was a clown? Now. Tell me, who's the real loser? Who's the clown jumping around like a fool? Exactly. Some people are incompetent themselves, all they do is be jealous of others. Jiangcheng's most affectionate man? I think he's more like Jiangcheng's most clown. The surrounding classmates echoed his sentiments, their mocking gazes shooting at Zhang Xiaotian like sharp arrows. Zhang Xiaotian felt a burning pain in his cheeks, even more painful than if he had been slapped dozens of times. He trembled all over, his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Nye Tian's strength, Ling Fei's loss of composure, the popularity of the livestream, the classmates' ridicule. All of this felt like sharp knives, stabbing deeply into his heart. You all. Zhang Xiaotian scanned the room with venomous intent, finally letting out a low growl like that of a wounded beast. Just you wait. Before he could finish speaking, amidst the laughter of the crowd, he fled the training room in a sorry state, like a stray dog. Running to a secluded corner, Jiang Xiaotian's handsome face was twisted and distorted by extreme jealousy and resentment. He suddenly pulled out his personal computer and dialed an encrypted communication. "Hello? Is this Water Ghost Studio?" A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "Young Master Jiang? What brings you here? What are your orders?" Jiang Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a crazed light as he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care what methods you use. Get people together and immediately flood into the live stream room with the virtual arena ID 95022. I want you all to go crazy and spread rumors. Say that Nie Tian cheated. Say that Goddess Ling Fei deliberately let him win and cooperated with his act. I want him utterly disgraced. I want him to become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. I want him to admit defeat and get out of the arena. Money is no problem. 500,000. As long as this is done, the 500,000 is yours." Jealousy and resentment had long since driven Jiang Xiaotian to irrationality. He firmly believed that even if he could never surpass Nie Tian in strength, he would still use such despicable means to completely destroy Nie Tian. May he never be able to rise again. Chapter 56 The Principal's Decision. Help him awaken at all costs. Inside Nie Tian's livestream, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, with countless viewers cheering for Nie Tian's outstanding performance. A sudden change has occurred. Was it an act? Goddess Ling Fei's acting is superb, the collaboration is seamless. Upstairs +1, it's obviously scripted, otherwise how could a near martial artist be so powerful? 95022, just admit defeat already, stop wasting everyone's time. Do you really think you can beat a 3-star awakened? Exactly. It's all thanks to Goddess Ling Fei going easy on you, otherwise you would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. Disgusting. This kind of trash streamer who gets to the top through hype and scripts should get out of the arena. A large and well-trained online army flooded into Nie Tian's livestream like a tidal wave. They used uniform negative comments, spreading rapidly like a virus, and in the blink of an eye, they flooded the entire bullet screen area. The voices that had originally supported Nie Tian were instantly suppressed by these harsh and defamatory remarks. Some uninformed bystanders began to waver after seeing this overwhelming amount of insider information. Ha! Could it really be an act? Does Goddess Ling Fei really need to do this? It's hard to say. After all, the difference in strength is too great. It's really unbelievable that Nie Tian could withstand the killing move. If this is a script, then Nie Tian is disgusting, exploiting the feelings of us, the audience. The public opinion in the live broadcast room underwent a stunning reversal within just a few minutes. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of gunpowder. Inside the principal's office, Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan were watching the live broadcast with great excitement, their hearts pounding with pride at Nie Tian's performance. When he saw those online troll comments, Principal Hao Jian's smile instantly froze. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and angrily rebuked. This is outrageous. It's a complete distortion of the truth and an insult to intelligence. These remarks are clearly an organized and premeditated smear campaign. There must be a mastermind behind them. Sun Yongyan's face turned pale with anger. Principal, this is clearly someone targeting Nie Tian. The methods are too despicable. Hao Jian took a deep breath, his eyes grew even brighter. He looked at the figure on the screen, so composed even in the face of icy frost, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. Yongyan, do you see that? She withstood the supernatural attacks of a 3-star awakened being with ease. Ling Fei called him an awakener, and now it seems that it was absolutely true. Our Jiangcheng No. 2 high school is really about to produce a true awakener. In the end, the usually stern principal's eyes even became slightly moist. Sun Yongyan was also deeply moved and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Principal. This is definitely an ability that only awakened beings possess. Our No. 2 middle school is about to rise. A truly awakened individual is a treasure that can change the fate of any martial arts high school. Moreover, Nie Tian is a genius who rose from humble beginnings, and this legendary experience can inspire countless ordinary students. Hao Jian's gaze hardened. Yongyan, we can't let these foul words affect Nie Tian's mindset. We can't delay the growth of such a genius. Awakened beings are 1 in 10,000. Each awakened being has unique supernatural abilities, which need to be tested and guided through a professional awakening ceremony in order to maximize their potential. Although our Jiangcheng No. 2 middle school doesn't have professional awakening testing equipment, I must do this. Sun Youngyan hesitated for a moment. Principal, what do you mean? Hao Jian waved his hand, his tone resolved. Contact Jiancheng number 1 middle school. Borrow their awakening testing device. Sun Youngyan was shocked upon hearing this. Principal. Jiancheng number 1 middle school and we have always been mortal enemies. That Chen Shuwen is an old fox. How could he easily lend us such a precious awakening testing device? He's probably going to ask for an exorbitant price. Hao Jian snorted coldly. Humph, I know what kind of person that old bastard is. But for Nye Tian, for the future of our number 2 middle school, even if he rips me off, I'll accept it. What does my pride matter compared to the rise of number 2 high school? Contact Xian Shuwen immediately. I want to speak with him personally. Looking at the principal's resolute expression, Sun Youngyan felt a surge of admiration. He knew that Principal Hao had gone to great lengths and demonstrated the true responsibility of an educator. The communication was established very quickly. A middle-aged man with a neatly combined slicked-back hairstyle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a faint smile appeared on the screen. It was Chen Shuwen, the principal of Jiancheng number 1 middle school. Hey, isn't this Principal Hao? Did the sun rise in the west today? You actually contacted me on your own initiative? Chen Shuwen's voice carried a hint of sarcasm and surprise as he spoke with a forced smile. Old Xian, stop with the sarcastic remarks, Hao Jianxiang said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. I'm here to talk to you about something important. Chen Shuwen pushed up his glasses, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. Oh? Serious business? Could it be that your number 2 middle school is trying to poach students from our number 1 middle school again? The two schools have a long-standing feud, and poaching each other's talent is a common occurrence. Hao Jian was too lazy to waste words with him and went straight to the point. I need to borrow your school's awakening test device. Awakening test device? Xian Shuwen's lazy smile vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of surprise and barely perceptible wariness in his tone. He looked Hao Jian up and down, as if trying to glean some clue from his face. Hao Jian, you're not kidding me, are you? That thing is incredibly expensive, costing over 1 million yuan to build, and the annual maintenance fees are enough to support an entire top class at your number 2 middle school. Our own students are lining up to use it, how could we possibly lend it out? Hao Jian cursed the old fox inwardly, but forced a smile onto his face. Old Xian, we've been old friends for years. You wouldn't refuse to help with this little thing, would you? Don't worry, we only need it once, and the rent is negotiable. Xian Shuwen's eyes darted around, and he slowly extended one palm, making a 5 gesture. Since Principal Hao has said so, out of consideration for our long-standing friendship, I'll grant you 500,000 yuan for this one-time use. This is already a friendly price, no bargaining allowed. You! Hao Jian was so angry he almost spat out blood. Chen Shuwen! You're taking advantage of my misfortune. 500,000? Why don't you just rob me? Xian Shuwen shrugged, looking completely innocent. Principal Hao, you can't say that. The awakening testing device is so sophisticated. What if something goes wrong with you? Who can I complain to? 500,000 is already a concession based on our years of friendship. Hao Jian's chest heaved violently as he stared intently at Xian Shuwen's smug face. For Nye Tian. For the sake of number 2 high school. He gritted his teeth and practically forced out the words, fine. 500,000 it is. Chapter 57 The Principal's Vicious Scheme Turns the Tide. When Xian Shuwen heard Hao Jian grit his teeth and agreed to the 500,000 yuan rent, the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Readily. Then it's settled. I'll send someone to deliver the equipment tomorrow morning. Principal Hao, please be prepared with 500,000 yuan. Our school doesn't accept credit. Humph. Hao Jian snorted heavily, hung up the call, and paced back and forth in his office in anger. That old fox. That vampire. That opportunistic bastard. Sun Youngyan shook his head inside. 500,000 was no small sum for Jiancheng number 2 middle school. But when he thought of Nye Tian, the future awakener, he felt that the money was well spent. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Jiancheng number 1 middle school. After hanging up the call, Xian Shuwen's smug smile slowly disappeared, replaced by a solemn and thoughtful expression. Something's not right. He muttered to himself. That old bastard Hao Jian, although impulsive at times, is definitely not stupid. He actually agreed to 500,000 so easily? Something unusual must be going on. Chen Shuwen knew that there was only one possibility that would make Hao Jian go to such lengths to borrow the awakening testing device. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School had very likely discovered a potential awakener. Moreover, this young talent is probably extraordinary, which is why Hao Jian is so reckless. The awakened. Chen Shuwen's eyes sharpened. The reason why Jiangcheng No. 1 High School can maintain its position as the No. 1 martial arts high school in Jiangcheng is that it can recruit more talented students than No. 2 High School every year, as well as the occasionally awakened one. If Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School also produces a top-tier awakened one, it would undoubtedly pose a huge threat to No. 1 Middle School's dominant position. You think you can rise up right under my nose? Not so easy. A cold glint flashed in Chen Shuwen's eyes. He immediately made an internal communication call. Jiang Tao? I am Chen Shuwen. A fawning voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, Principal Chen. I'm so flattered that you called me personally. This Jiang Tao is the uncle of Jiang Xiaotian, who was previously suspended from his post at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School for investigation, but was later recruited by Chen Shuwen to work as an ordinary employee at No. 1 Middle School. Chen Shuwen asked in a calm tone, Jiang Tao, let me ask you, has Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School recently produced any extraordinary genius students? Especially, those who might be related to awakening? Jiang Tao was taken aback when he heard this, and then a thought flashed through his mind, and he thought of Nie Tian, who had recently caused a great uproar at No. 2 Middle School. He hurriedly recounted everything he knew that Nie Tian had fought against Ling Fei, a 3-star awakened individual from the military, in the virtual arena, and that Ling Fei had even referred to him as an awakened individual, embellishing the story and spilling it all like beans from a bamboo tube. Principal Chen, you have no idea. That Nie Tian is simply a monster. Even Goddess Ling Fei's extreme icebreak couldn't do anything to him. Now Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan from No. 2 Middle School are practically worshipping him like an ancestor. After listening to Jiang Tao's report, Chen Shuwen's face turned completely gloomy. Just as I thought. Hao Jian, you old geezer, you've really struck gold. But, this treasure, I can't let you shine so smoothly. A wicked thought quietly took root in Chen Shuwen's mind. He immediately contacted Mr. Li, the head of the school's technical department. Old Li, we need to lend an awakening test device to Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School tomorrow. Get the No. 03 machine, which we purchased at a high price from the capital, the one with the highest precision but is also the most sensitive, ready. Before you send it over, you need to tamper with it a little. Old Li on the other end of the phone was startled. Principal, you mean? A sinister glint flashed in Chen Shuwen's eyes. I want that so-called genius from Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School to have his test results show as awakening failure. Your bonus will be doubled if you succeed. Yes, Principal. I understand what to do. Old Li's voice carried a hint of excitement. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shuwen's lips curled into a cold smile. Nie Tian, right? A genius awakener, right? I will let you experience firsthand what it's like to fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Inside the virtual arena. Since Nie Tian's black tortoise skin successfully comprehended frost resistance basic, the situation on the field has undergone earth-shattering changes. With a 50% reduction in ice attribute damage, coupled with the nearly 300 points of base damage reduction from the black tortoise skin, Ling Fei's prized ice-type attacks became almost ineffective against Nie Tian. The ice blade struck Nie Tian, but it was like scratching an itch through a boot. The ice picks pierced through the skin with difficulty. Nie Tian completely changed his previous passive and defensive strategy. With the superior defensive, black tortoise skin, the abnormal energy recovery speed and stamina provided by Wind Breath Lung, and the powerful burst of energy granted by Thunder Heart, he adopted a fighting style that was almost like that of a reckless man. He dodged nor evaded, letting Ling Fei's ice-based attacks neither land on him, and then seized every opportunity to counterattack with the simplest and most brutal punches and kicks. This kind of shameless fighting style, which involves trading injury for injury, or rather, showing no fear of getting hurt, made Ling Fei, who was skilled in exquisite moves and techniques, feel extremely restricted and uncomfortable. Her attack did not cause any real harm to Nie Tian. Nie Tian's powerful and heavy fist, imbued with the power of wind and thunder, caused her blood and qi to surge and her internal energy to be greatly depleted with each strike that hit her ice shield or blocking arm. With the balance of power shifting, Ling Fei gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Her speed and skill, which she was so proud of, were completely useless against Nie Tian, who was like a berserker clad in heavy armor. She could clearly feel her strength rapidly draining away. Especially since using Extreme Icebreak earlier had already consumed nearly half of her supernatural power. Now, facing an opponent who was almost unaffected by her ice-type abilities and was also thick-skinned, Ling Fei felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. She, a dignified 3-star awakened, the captain of the Snow Owl Squad, and a rising star of the military's younger generation, is she really going to lose to a 1-star quasi-martial artist? Once this thought arose, it clung to her like a leech, making it difficult for her proud and arrogant self-esteem to accept. I'm not reconciled. A strong sense of resentment flickered in Ling Fei's pale purple eyes. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, those casual viewers who had previously been misled by online trolls were now beginning to see the signs. Holy crap! Something's not right. Why does it seem like Ling Fei's attacks aren't working on Nie Tian anymore? Yes. Nie Tian is acting like nothing happened, but Goddess Ling Fei is sweating and breathing a little rapidly. Where are those trolls who said this was a handicap? Come out and show yourselves. Does this look like a handicap? Nie Tian clearly has the upper hand. Nie Tian's die-hard fans were now even more elated and began to launch a fierce counterattack in the live chat. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that slap you in the face? I'm asking you online trolls, doesn't your face hurt? Nie Shin is mighty. He crushes all villains with his strength. Who said Nie Tian was acting? Now open your dog eyes and see clearly who is really in control of the battle. Faced with the facts, the weak and feeble arguments of the online trolls regarding letting the water go and scripted arguments fall apart on their own. More and more casual viewers who have come to their senses have joined the chorus of condemning the online trolls. The streamer is awesome. Get out of here, you online trolls. Support Nie Shin. Let's crush those trolls. The trend of comments on the screen has completely reversed. Those professional online trolls, seeing that the tide had turned and that no amount of sophistry could reverse the situation, all chose to temporarily avoid the limelight. The atmosphere in the livestream reached an unprecedented climax, with viewership once exceeding 400,000. The audience felt exhilarated by Nie Tian's amazing strength and the victory in this battle against public opinion. On the battlefield, Ling Fei felt the energy rapidly draining from her body, and Nie Tian's increasingly fierce and seemingly tireless attacks, and the resentment in her eyes grew stronger. She can't lose. In particular, one cannot afford to lose to a quasi-martial artist who is 2 major realms below oneself. This is not only about her personal glory, but also about the reputation of the Snow Owl Squad and the prestige of the military. A strong obsession sustained her. Since conventional ice attacks are ineffective against you, then I'll show you just how terrifying power beyond the limits truly is. Ling Fei suddenly retreated, widening the distance between herself and Nie Tian. She quickly formed a strange and complex hand seal in front of her chest. A surge of immense, icy blue energy, far exceeding that of when she used extreme icebreak, erupted wildly from her body. An unnatural blush appeared on her fair face, and her pale purple eyes shone with an icy blue light as intense as flames. Buzz! A terrifying energy fluctuation that sent chills down one's spine suddenly spread out. The virtual arena's back-end monitoring system immediately sounded a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! In Arena Room 10086, contestant Ling Fei Benfei has exceeded the pre-match energy limit. Current energy fluctuation peak, 2,200 calories. This significantly exceeds the 500-calorie Qi and Blood Burst protocol. Manager Wang Hao, who was overjoyed at the surge in popularity of his livestream, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the alarm and rushed to the main control room. Chapter 58 Xuanwu evolves again. Defeat is still glorious. Virtual Arena. Just as Nie Tian was organizing the next offensive, preparing to completely defeat Ling Fei in one fell swoop, Ling Fei suddenly shouted, her voice carrying a resolute determination like that of someone who had given up all hope, and a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. She suddenly took a step back, like a startled butterfly, instantly creating a distance of more than 10 meters between herself and Nie Tian. She no longer tried to wear down Nie Tian's abnormal turtle shell with ordinary ice attacks, as she had done before. Instead, take a deep breath. A complex and unfathomable look flashed in those pale purple eyes, as if she had made some difficult decision. She slowly raised her arms and quickly formed a more complex and profound hand seal in front of her chest than before. Buzz! In an instant, a far more terrifying energy surge than before, like an ancient god awakening, suddenly erupted from Ling Fei's petite body. Click! Click, click! The air seemed to be completely frozen by this sudden burst of terrifying cold. The temperature in the entire virtual arena plummeted again in that instant. Countless ice blue energy particles, as if summoned by an invisible force, frantically converged on Ling Fei from all directions. They were no longer the slightly scattered ice crystals they had been before, but had transformed into streams of incredibly solid, shimmering, deadly blue light. These streams of light, like living spirits, swirled and danced rapidly around her, forming a huge vortex of ice blue energy. Ling Fei, meanwhile, floated quietly in the center of the vortex. Her waist-length ice blue hair moved wildly without wind, with dazzling ice crystals condensing at the ends, shimmering with a dangerous light that sent chills down one's spine. Beneath her fair, jade-like skin, faint icy blue patterns emerged, as if she had blended into the surrounding icy world. At this moment, her momentum reached an unprecedented peak. It's no longer the upper limit for two-star warriors that was deliberately suppressed before. Rather, it was her true, unreserved, full power as a three-star awakened being. It is her true trump card as the captain of the Snow Owl Squad, which allows her to stand out from her peers. On the other side of the field, Nie Tian was still organizing an offensive, preparing to press his advantage. When they felt this terrifying pressure that suddenly increased several times, they were slightly startled. His dark eyes narrowed instantly, locking onto the figure in the distance enveloped in icy blue energy. He could feel it clearly. The power that Ling Fei is unleashing at this moment has far exceeded the previously agreed upper limit for a two-star martial artist. It was even far more powerful than he had previously estimated. This force was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. She broke the contract? When she was about to be defeated, she chose to disregard everything and use her true strength. After a brief moment of surprise, Nie Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. He was not angry because of Ling Fei's violation. On the contrary, Nie Tian was incredibly excited and thrilled at that moment. It's here. The perfect opportunity to break through the limits of the Black Tortoise Skin has appeared once again. Same as before. Black Tortoise Skin is trembling violently as it senses the approaching terrifying ice energy. It's not because of fear. Instead, it was like a gluttonous beast that had smelled an unparalleled delicacy, and it felt an unprecedented greed and desire for that pure and powerful energy. Good timing. Nie Tian let out a deafening roar in his heart. Instead of retreating, the person advanced. His feet were like the roots of an old tree, firmly nailed to the cold alloy floor. He took a deep breath and poured all the remaining blood and energy in his body into his limbs and bones without reservation. Thunderous Heart roars like a war drum, instantly unleashing a thunderous force. The wind breath lung operates at full speed, providing a continuous source of physical strength support. Black Tortoise Skin shines brightly, like an indestructible black tortoise armor, exuding an ancient and unchanging weight and toughness. At this moment, the three major organs worked together in unprecedented harmony, operating beyond their capacity. Nie Tian pushed all his defenses to the limit. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling ice blue energy particles, locking onto Ling Fei's figure. That ice cone, which was forming at an astonishing speed, was more solid, more dazzling, and more dangerous than ever before. Whether in terms of size, color, or the energy fluctuations it emits, it far surpasses the previous one. The terrifying power it contains has completely exceeded the scope of a two-star martial artist. This is Ling Fei's full-force attack as a three-star ice-type awakened being. It was also she who, in order to maintain her last shred of dignity, was willing to break the agreement and unleash her ultimate trump card. Extreme Ice Break. A clear and resolute shout, like a phoenix's cry echoing through the entire virtual arena. Ling Fei's beautiful, pale purple eyes gleamed with a madness and obsession that would stop at nothing. Her fair, jade-like right hand suddenly thrust forward. In an instant, the extreme icebreaker, ice cone, which embodied all of her power, hovered in front of her. The moment it escaped Ling Fei's palm, it suddenly exploded. Boom! A dull, deafening bang, seemingly capable of tearing eardrums apart. That once dazzling ice cone was like a supernova that had been detonated. It instantly shattered into billions of tiny, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet shimmering with a deadly cold light. These ice crystals did not scatter and splash randomly. Instead, under the control of an invisible force, it transformed into an overwhelming, extreme ice storm. Like millions of bloodthirsty, ice-blue butterflies, fluttering and dancing. It was like a devastating hailstorm that swept across the land. They instantly filled every inch of the virtual arena. Up and down. Left and right. Front and back. No blind spots. Full coverage. A pale blue ice crystal storm, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound as it cut through the air. Like a flood bursting its banks, It swept towards the tall figure in the center of the field. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be nothing but the icy blue that filled the sky. Asphyxia. An unparalleled feeling of suffocation. There was absolutely no chance of dodging. Just as Ling Fei said, in the face of the true form of extreme icebreak, any movement technique becomes meaningless. The only option is to tough it out. Boom! The deafening roar seemed to shatter the entire virtual arena. The icy blue light instantly engulfed Nie Tian's figure. The violet energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami, blasting a huge crater into the hard alloy ground. Warning! Warning! Under attack far exceeding current defense limits. Attack power assessment in progress. Frost resistance basic activated. Ice damage reduced by 50%. Black tortoise skin adaptive protection activated. Base damage reduction of 299 points. Comprehensive assessment. Actual power absorbed, 1,201 calories. A pain powerful enough to tear your soul apart. It raged wildly inside Nie Tian's body. Each tiny ice crystal contains terrifying penetrating power and extreme cold. As if they were alive, they frantically burrowed into Nie Tian's skin and muscles, and even tried to invade his bone marrow and internal organs. Even with his iron will, he couldn't help but feel his vision go black and his consciousness become blurred the moment he was subjected to this terrifying impact. He felt as if his body had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, and every cell was screaming in agony. The internal organs were violently churning and shifting. Every bone in his body was groaning under the strain, as if it would break at any moment. Blood. It gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, nose, and ears. His young and resolute face was stained a shocking crimson. Puff. Nie Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His consciousness had completely fallen into chaos and darkness. My bodily functions are declining at an alarming rate. The breath of life is like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. However, just as he was about to completely lose consciousness, lines of system notifications, faintly glowing and visible only to him, stubbornly appeared. Extreme overload attack detected. The black tortoise skin's potential is unleashed. It begins absorbing dissipated energy from the outside world, repairing and strengthening its own structure. The upper limit of Xuanwu skin's adaptive protection is starting to increase. Current damage reduction cap, 300-599. Current damage reduction cap, 305-599. Current damage reduction cap, 310-599. Current damage reduction cap, 315-599. Current damage reduction cap, 320-599. Current damage reduction cap, 325-599. The damage reduction number stubbornly remained at 325 points. Furthermore, the damage reduction value has reached a new upper limit 599 points. Nie Tian watched the constantly refreshing data and felt the rebirth and transformation that, black tortoise skin, was undergoing on the verge of destruction. Even as the body endures unimaginable pain, consciousness is about to completely succumb. A satisfied smile still crept onto his lips uncontrollably. This time, the harvest has been too huge. As he muttered to himself, everything went black before his eyes, and he completely lost consciousness. At the same time, the cold, unforgiving voice of the virtual arena's system judgment slowly echoed in the livestream. 95,022 participants have vital signs below the safe threshold. Judgment failed. Winner of this match, Ling Fei Benfei. The battle is finally over. Nie Tian's digitized body was covered in cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. The moment the system's judgment was made, it transformed into countless specks of light, slowly dissipating into the cold air. All that remained was a scene of devastation, like an arena that had witnessed a small-scale war. As well as the ice goddess, who floated silently in mid-air, her face as pale as paper and her breathing somewhat disordered. Ling Fei looked at the spot where Nie Tian had disappeared, then at her right hand, which was trembling slightly from forcibly activating her superpower. Her expression was extremely complicated. She won. But winning was not honorable. By violating the pre-match agreement and using all the power of the three awakened beings, they barely managed to achieve this Pyrrhic victory. There was no joy of victory in her heart. Instead, an indescribable sense of frustration welled up within them, along with shock and curiosity about Nie Tian's incredible defensive power. She knew it perfectly well. If I strictly adhere to the previous agreement, I will only use the strength of a 2-star martial artist. She's 100% the one who'll lose today. His future. Limitless potential. Ling Fei silently withdrew the chill emanating from her body, slowly descended to the ground, and stared at the direction where Nie Tian had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. For the first time, she felt a sense of admiration for an opponent whose level was far below her own. As well as a hint of anticipation that she herself was unaware of. I look forward to the day when I can face this monster boy again. Chapter 59. The principal sees through it but doesn't say anything. Zhang Xiaotian falls into demonic possession. It has gone through multiple reversals. This extraordinary challenge ultimately came to an end in an unexpected way. There were over 300,000 viewers both inside and outside the live stream room. My emotions were like a roller coaster, going up and down dramatically. After a brief silence, the comments section exploded. It's over. Nie Shen actually lost. Goddess Ling Fei's last move was too powerful, it was a complete crushing defeat. I can't believe it. The streamer had such a big advantage, but Ling Fei managed to turn the tide and win. No way, how could the gap be so big? Was Goddess Ling Fei deliberately acting when she was at such a disadvantage earlier? Regret, admiration, fervor, doubt, a complex mix of emotions has left the entire live streaming platform reeling from the aftermath of this battle. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Principal's Office. Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan stood side by side in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, silently watching the final scene on the screen as Nie Tian's data body dissipated. He picked up the cup of strong tea on the table, which had long since gone cold, and gently blew away the foam. Hao Jian's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Hee, this little girl from the military, she still can't keep her composure. Upon hearing this, Sun Yongyan smiled and nodded, adjusting his glasses to reveal a sharp and clear gaze behind the lenses. Yes, the power fluctuations that erupted at the end clearly exceeded the limits of a 2-star martial artist. But young people are competitive, and they were pushed to that point, so they couldn't control themselves for a moment. It's understandable. One of them was a soldier with an iron will who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the other was a veteran teacher with decades of teaching experience and a long history of dealing with people. What a sharp eye! Ling Fei's final, desperate outburst might not seem problematic to the average viewer. But in their eyes, the characteristics of a full-force burst are very obvious. However, they both tacitly chose not to say anything despite seeing through it. Ling Fei, after all, represents the military and is a genius from a special department like the Snow Owl Squad. They were unwilling to offend the military over such a trivial matter and make enemies for no reason. Of course, only a very small number of viewers can see through the truth at a glance like them. For most people, the outcome of this battle was that Nie Tian failed in his challenge, and Ling Fei proved to be more skilled. In the toilet stall of Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Ha. He lost. That piece of trash finally lost. He got instantly killed. Serves him right. He really deserved it. Zhang Xiaotian hid in the narrow toilet stall, watching Nie Tian's defeat on the computer screen, laughing so hard that tears were about to stream down his face. All negative emotions seemed to find an outlet at this moment, and were swept away. Instead, there is endless joy. Nie Tian. Aren't you very arrogant? Now he's just like a dead dog, crushed into dust. Zhang Xiaotian returned to the training room with a smug look on his face. Inside the training room, Ma Fei and a group of Nie Tian's supporters were gathered together, quietly discussing the thrilling battle they had just witnessed. Although Nie Tian ultimately lost, their admiration and awe did not diminish in the slightest. Oh, what a pity! It was just a tiny bit short. Nie Tian is just too strong. Yes, to be able to push a 3-star awakened person to that level, Nie Tian is definitely the number 1 among the younger generation of our No. 2 middle school, no. He is the number 1 among the younger generation of our entire Jiangcheng. Senior Ling Fei's last attack felt many times more powerful than before. Nie Tian's defeat was well deserved. Although they also vaguely sensed that Ling Fei's final burst of power was somewhat off, their understanding and insight were limited, and they couldn't see through it as clearly as Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Nie Tian, a discordant, sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. How come everyone's quiet now? Ha? Zhang Xiaotian had his hands in his pockets and his chin held high. He walked up to Ma Fei and the others who had previously confronted him, and said in an extremely irritating and sarcastic tone. Weren't you all so arrogant just now, saying that Nie Tian was going to fight back, saying that Nie Tian was the strongest? He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over the flushed faces of the crowd, his lips curving into a wider, arrogant grin. And now? Facts have proven that you ignorant rabble are nothing but frogs in a well. Now do you know what true strength is? Now do you know what a true chosen one of heaven is? Comparing Nie Tian to a 3-star awakened being like Senior Ling Fei? Does he even deserve it? Jiang Shaotian's voice grew louder and louder, as if he wanted to return all the ridicule and humiliation he had suffered to himself. Jiang Shaotian's sarcastic remarks were like pouring a ladle of cold water into a calm oil pan, instantly igniting the anger of Ma Fei and the others. Jiang Shaotian! You're talking nonsense! Ma Fei could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide with anger, and pointed at Jiang Shaotian's nose, shouting angrily. He was already feeling down because of Nie Tian's narrow defeat, and Jiang Shaotian's smug face only fueled his anger. Nie Tian lost. But he lost honorably. He dared to challenge a powerhouse far beyond his own level. He earned everyone's respect with his strength and will. Ma Fei's voice trembled slightly with anger, but every word was firm and resounding. Even if he can't beat a 3-star awakened one right now, he's still the strongest student at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. He's a hero in all our hearts. He's the one who can lead our school to create miracles in the martial arts exam. And you, Jiang Shaotian. Ma Fei stepped forward, his gaze like two sharp swords, staring intently at Jiang Shaotian's distorted face, his tone revealing no disdain or contempt. Besides relying on your rich father and your corrupt uncle to bully others, what else can you do? Do you dare to challenge Senior Ling Fei like Nie Tian did? Do you dare to show your true strength in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers across the entire platform? You don't dare. You're just a coward who hides in the shadows and spouts sarcastic remarks. Useless. Ma Fei's words came out like a machine gun, fast and urgent, each word piercing the heart. It shattered Jiang Shaotian's smug face, revealing his true nature of being all bark and no bite. Well said, Ma Fei. Another short-haired boy who had always supported Nie Tian suddenly stood up and indignantly chimed in. Jiang Shaotian. What right do you have to point fingers at Nie Tian here? Are you even worthy? His gaze was like an X-ray, as if scanning out the darkest, most sordid aspects of Jiang Shaotian's heart. His tone was icy and sharp. Unlike some people. As top students whom the school is focusing on cultivating, instead of thinking about how to study hard and bring glory to the school, they do despicable things like harming their classmates and embezzling national poverty subsidies. 50,000 yuan. That's the government's life-saving money for impoverished students. If it weren't for Nie Tian's own hard work, his life would probably be ruined by you. The buzzcut boy became increasingly agitated, his voice growing louder and louder, almost shouting at Jiang Shaotian's nose. If Nie Tian is disheartened by this incident and refuses to represent our No. 2 middle school in the martial arts exam, then you, Jiang Shaotian, will be the eternal sinner of our No. 2 middle school. You will be nailed to the pillar of historical shame and never be able to rise again. Boom! These words struck Jiang Shaotian like a bolt from the blue. You all. Jiang Shaotian was hit where it hurt the most by these words, and his face instantly turned purplish-blue, as ugly as a pig's liver. His lips were trembled as he tried to refute, but he found himself unable to find any words to defend himself. The only option was to forcibly change the subject. That Nie Tian, he just had a lucky increase in his qi and blood. That's all. What kind of skill is that? His achievements today are all due to luck. Awakened ones. Only the truly awakened are the chosen ones of this era. They are the ones truly worthy of awe. You bunch of mortals, what do you know? Jiang Shaotian seemed to have grasped at the last straw, trying to use the lofty title of Awakener to belittle Nie Tian's efforts and achievements. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei let out a disdainful sneer, looking at Jiang Shaotian as if he were an idiot, and mocked him mercilessly. Awakened ones are indeed powerful, the chosen ones of heaven. But what does that have to do with you, young Master Jiang? Could it be that you, Jiang Shaotian, can also awaken? And be able to manipulate events like Senior Ling Fei, turning the world upside down with a flick of your wrist? Stop dreaming. Take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of person you are. How dare a despicable, shameless, and narrow-minded person like you mention the words awakened one? It's an insult to this sacred title. Jiang Shaotian was rendered speechless by Ma Fei's barbed sarcasm. He felt an indescribable surge of anger stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall, almost making his lungs explode with rage. He looked at the disdainful and contemptuous eyes of his classmates around him, feeling those gazes as sharp as needles. Shame and anger. Boundless shame and anger. It erupted in his heart like a volcano. Awa. Jiang Shaotian suddenly let out a hysterical scream, as if he had gone mad. You just wait. You all just wait, you fucking bastards. After uttering a few harsh words, Jiang Shaotian stormed out of the training room without looking back, leaving behind a sea of astonished and disdainful stares. Jiang Shaotian walked home like a lost dog, completely dejected. As the sun set, it cast a long, lonely shadow of his humiliation, resentment, jealousy, hatred. All sorts of negative emotions, like countless cold, venomous snakes, were frantically gnawing at his heart, making him feel like he was about to suffocate. Why? Why is everyone siding with that bastard Nietian? Why is it that even though I have a better family background and am just as talented, I am always overshadowed by that orphan Nietian? Even Yi Qingyu, whom he had been pursuing relentlessly, favored Nietian and looked down on him. This world is so unfair. Just as Jiang Shaotian was filled with resentment, feeling that he was about to be completely consumed by these negative emotions, and even his mind was somewhat dazed, a mysterious voice, neither clearly male nor female, suddenly entered his ears. Being ostracized by classmates, ignored by teachers, disliked by the one you love, and completely crushed by your love rival. Do you feel very painful, powerless, and desperate right now? Who? Jiang Shaotian jumped in fright, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stopped abruptly, his face pale, and looked around warily. However, there was no one around, only the long shadows of the trees stretched by the setting sun swaying gently in the breeze, which looked particularly eerie. No need to look anymore, I am right in your heart. The mysterious voice rang out again, carrying a chilling and bewitching magic. Do you want to change all of this? Do you want those who once looked down on you to grovel at your feet? Do you want to crush Nietian, who stole everything from you, under your feet and never let him rise again? I want it. I dream about it. Jiang Shaotian blurted out, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot and filled with crazed veins. As if grasping at the last straw, all his reason was completely overwhelmed by this sudden temptation. Very good. The mysterious voice seemed very satisfied with Jiang Shaotian's reaction, with a hint of a smile in its tone. Come on, join us. Follow my instructions, and I guarantee you will gain the unimaginable power you've ever dreamed of. You will become the most powerful awakened one in Jiangcheng. Without exception. At that time, what will a mere Nietian be? The entire Jiangcheng will grovel at your feet. He. Follow my guidance. Avoid those annoying eyes. A mysterious voice began to guide Jiang Shaotian, like the whispers of a devil, leading him astray from his original route home. We headed towards the outskirts of the city, where surveillance was scarce and people were rarely seen. Finally, in a dark corner where even the setting sun could not reach, Jiang Shaotian arrived at the entrance of a long-abandoned underground air raid shelter located on the edge of the safe zone. The cave entrance was pitch black, like the mouth of a giant beast ready to devour its prey. Chapter 60, The Online Army's Frenzy, the goddess can't hold back anymore. Inside a luxurious private room in the virtual arena. The soft light poured down, casting a hazy glow on Ling Fei's stunningly beautiful, icy face. She had just finished a thrilling duel with Nietian and was now sitting on a soft sofa, taking deep breaths, trying to calm the complex emotions still churning in her chest. That battle had a tremendous impact on her. Nietian's incredible defensive power, his terrifying potential that erupted against the odds in the frozen predicament, and his calm eyes that seemed to see through everything at the last moment were all deeply imprinted in her mind. Shock, admiration, a hint of indescribable anticipation, and even a touch of relief at surviving a disaster. Yes, thank you. If she hadn't broken the agreement at the last moment and unleashed a power far exceeding the agreed-upon 3-star awakened being, she was almost certain that she, Ling Fei, would have been the one defeated today. This realization made even this proud young woman, the captain of the military Snowhawk squad, feel a chill of fear. Who? Ling Fei exhaled another breath, forcing herself to temporarily suppress those chaotic thoughts. She also has her own tasks. In addition to the unexpected challenge match, she also needs to conduct a scheduled livestream in this collaboration with the Jiangcheng Virtual Arena platform. The content can be a demonstration of hunting high-difficulty ferocious beasts, or a sharing of insights on martial arts training. This is a necessary step to maintain and enhance the popularity of her top-tier live streaming account, Ling Fei Benfei. After tidying up her slightly messy, ice-blue long hair, Ling Fei's eyes regained their usual cool and professional expression. He nodded at the holographic camera in the room, indicating that the live stream could begin. The familiar live stream interface lit up, and her image appeared simultaneously on the screens of millions of fans. Hello everyone, I'm Ling Fei. Thank you for watching. Next, I will. Before she could finish speaking, she frowned slightly. Something is not right. The atmosphere in the live stream is really off. In the past, when she went live, the barrage would be filled with enthusiastic praise and adulation such as "Goddess is so beautiful," "Fashion is awesome," and "Wife, I'm here again." But at this moment, although the barrage of comments was still dense, the content was sharp, sarcastic, and full of aggression. Moreover, the target of her attack was none other than Nye Tian, with whom she had just finished a battle. That clown from 95022 is finally gone. What bad luck! He wasted my goddess Ling Fei's time. Exactly. The goddess was clearly showing mercy, giving him face because he's a newcomer, but he was ungrateful and insisted on putting up a fight. He deserved to be killed in one move. Ha ha ha, weren't you so arrogant when you were frozen into an ice sculpture? Why are you so quiet now? Trash. What kind of genius from humble beginnings? I think he's just a clown trying to attract attention. He dares to challenge goddess Ling Fei? He should take a piss and look at his own face to see how much he's worth. We strongly urge the platform to ban this kind of malicious, disruptive, and trashy streamer who pollutes the arena. They're polluting the environment. Poor Fei Wong, she's been entangled with this kind of scumbag. She's really had the worst luck ever. One vicious barrage of comments after another, like maggots clinging to a bone, flooded the screen and instantly took over the entire live stream. These comments were from the professional online trolls that Zhang Xiaotian had hired. Although Zhang Xiaotian has temporarily left, the online troll team he hired has not gone offline. These online trolls are well trained and their rhetoric is highly inflammatory and deceptive. They deliberately distorted the facts, portraying Ling Fei's final breach of contract as a natural punishment for Nye Tian's ungratefulness and anger towards the goddess. Nye Tian was indeed instantly killed by Ling Fei in one move, which became their most powerful evidence. This blatant and outrageous smear campaign, which turned black into white, quickly produced extremely negative results. Many people who previously had a favorable impression of Nye Tian, believing that he was still honorable despite his defeat, or who were simply casual spectators watching the spectacle, were also there. Incited by these carefully orchestrated online trolls, many began to waver and even defect. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that's indeed the case. Senior Ling Fei clearly held back for a long time at the beginning, and her attacks were very restrained. Yes, Nye Tian kept getting beaten up after that. Senior Ling Fei probably wanted to give him some face, but he just got more and more excited, as if he really thought he could win. If he hadn't broken through the ice and tried to fight back at the end, Senior Ling Fei probably wouldn't have used such a heavy hand. So, that Nye Tian guy really is a bit ungrateful and doesn't know his place. A 3-star awakened being was just playing around with you, and you actually took advantage of that? Sigh, I used to think highly of him, that he was a commoner genius with backbone, but I didn't expect him to be such a bad person, a sore loser who keeps pestering me. I'm so disappointed. I even gave him some small gifts before, but now it's disgusting. I'm unfollowing him. This kind of streamer with such a collapsed persona isn't worth supporting. That's right. Get out of the arena now. Stop embarrassing yourselves. In an instant, the accusations and condemnations against Nye Tian surged like a tsunami in the live broadcast room, completely drowning out other rational voices. Calls for Nye Tian to apologize have been growing louder, and some people have even started attacking viewers who had previously spoken up for Nye Tian, calling them brainless fans and the same kind of trash streamer. The entire live stream room was filled with smoke and hostility. Seeing this scene, Ling Fei's pretty face, which was already pale from the fierce battle, became even more bloodless and deathly white. Her fingers, gripping the water glass tightly, turned slightly white from the force, and she felt extremely nervous and panicked, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She never imagined that her impulsive breach of contract, driven by a competitive spirit, would escalate into this situation thanks to the influence of online trolls. To make the other party suffer such overwhelming public opinion attacks and injustice for her. Clearly she broke the promise. She was clearly bullying a quasi-martial artist with the strength of a 3-star awakened being. If it weren't for her, Nye Tian would never have lost. Intense guilt and self-blame overwhelmed her instantly, like a cold tide. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to tell everyone the truth, but the words stuck in her throat and she swallowed them back. She can't tell. Once she admits to breaching the contract and to bullying the weak. Then her carefully cultivated perfect image of Ice Queen, Genius Awakener and Military Flower will collapse instantly. She will go from being a highly sought-after top streamer to a despicable person who is untrustworthy, a sore loser, and bullies the weak. Her reputation, her career, her future in the military, will all be ruined. She can't afford the consequences. The military she represents would absolutely not allow her to have such a stain on her record. The battle data in the background. The thought flashed through Ling Fei's mind, and her heart tightened suddenly. Yes, the backstage of the virtual arena must have recorded the peak energy she unleashed at the end. That's irrefutable evidence. If Nie Tian chooses to make that data public in order to prove his innocence. Ling Fei's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. No. Don't. Now she can only pin her hopes on Nie Tian not doing that. Alternatively, she could hope that the arena platform would choose to suppress the data and not expose it in order to protect her image as a top streamer. She bit her lower lip tightly, her pearly teeth almost drawing blood from her tender lips. Large beads of sweat seeped from her smooth forehead and slid down her delicate cheeks. At this moment, the Snow Owl team captain, who was invincible on the battlefield and radiant in front of countless fans, experienced for the first time what torment and fear meant. She looked at the barrage of comments on the screen that were still relentlessly attacking Nie Tian. Each one felt like a needle piercing her heart. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and anxiety filled her heart. The originally smooth live stream plan has now become incoherent. She managed to answer a few questions from fans about cultivation, but her voice was hoarse, her eyes were darting around, and she was completely out of sorts. The astute audience had already noticed that something was wrong with her. What's wrong with our goddess today? She seems a little distracted. Yeah, you seem really nervous? Did you get angry at that lousy streamer from earlier? Definitely. Don't cry, Goddess Ling Fei. We will always support you. That kind of despicable person isn't worth your anger. The online trolls immediately seized the opportunity to blame Ling Fei's unusual behavior on Nie Tian again, further inflaming fans' anger towards Nie Tian. As Ling Fei looked at the comments, she felt a tightness in her chest, almost making it hard to breathe. She knew she had to get back into the swing of things as soon as possible. If this continues, she might really be exposed. I'm sorry everyone, I'm not feeling well today, please don't mind. Ling Fei forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace, suffering terribly in the livestream. Cold sweat had soaked through her clothes. What should she do? What should she do? Chapter 61: Exposing or Tolerating? Nie Tian's Choice. The virtual arena, and the central control room behind the scenes. On the huge circular screen, countless data streams flashed rapidly like a waterfall, monitoring the operational status and combat data of all the simulation pods in the entire arena. Wang Hao was frowning, staring at one of the split screens. The screen displayed the final result of the challenge match between Nie Tian and Ling Fei that had just ended. ID 95022 failed the challenge. Could they really have breached the contract? Wang Hao rubbed his chin, a hint of suspicion on his face. The defensive strength and resilience that Nie Tian had previously demonstrated. Even if Ling Fei ultimately lost to a 3-star awakened being, she shouldn't have been defeated so decisively, without even a shred of room for resistance. In particular, the scene of Nie Tian breaking out of the ice while in a frozen state, and the amazing fighting spirit and strength that erupted in adversity, left a very deep impression on him. Retrieve detailed back-end data from that battle, down to every single energy fluctuation, Wang Hao instructed the staff beside him. Command received, retrieving data. Soon, an incredibly detailed data report appeared on Wang Hao's personal terminal. The report clearly records the energy fluctuations of every attack by both sides during the battle. Accurate to 2 decimal places. Wang Hao's gaze quickly locked onto the final stage of the battle, the moment when Ling Fei unleashed her full power. When Wang Hao saw the data report clearly showing the peak energy Ling Fei unleashed at that moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and he gasped. This. ID, Ling Fei Benfei, peak instantaneous energy output, 2017 calories. 2017 calories. This number far exceeds the 500-calorie health limit for a 2-star martial artist that was previously verbally agreed upon by both parties. It has even surpassed the peak level of an ordinary 3-star martial artist. Senior Ling Fei actually broke the contract. Wang Hao's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Shocked, he felt a deep sense of sympathy and regret for Nie Tian. How can this be considered a failed challenge? It was clearly a complete and utter defeat. An unfair and crushing defeat. To be able to withstand such an attack until the very end before being judged as defeated by the system, this kid's defensive ability is simply monstrous. Wang Hao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew very well that Ling Fei was a top-tier partner invited by the virtual arena headquarters with a hefty sum of money, and the military power she represented was unfathomable. Releasing this data will undoubtedly put Ling Fei in the eye of the storm, and it would be tantamount to completely offending Ling Fei and the headquarters. This responsibility is something he, a mere branch manager in Jiangcheng, cannot bear. But in Wang Hao's mind, Nie Tian's young yet resolute face appeared, along with the astonishing potential and will he displayed in battle. From the perspective of an operations manager, he simply couldn't bear to see it. Such a promising new star was unjustly smeared and completely destroyed by unfair public opinion. Zhang Xiaotian's hired online trolls are currently stirring up trouble in Ling Fei's livestream, throwing all the mud at Nie Tian, and he has witnessed it firsthand. If he doesn't do something, Nie Tian might really be branded as ungrateful and attention-seeking. After a moment's thought, a resolute glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He quickly got to work, making a copy of the complete back-end data report and then performing some technical processing. Some data that was too sensitive and could directly expose Ling Fei's military technical details were omitted, but the most critical energy burst peak was retained. This evidence is sufficient to prove that Ling Fei has seriously breached the contract. After doing all this, he quietly sent the process data report to another person through the arena's encrypted channels. He believed that someone might be more suitable to handle the matter than the platform itself. That distinguished young lady with the black card, Yi Qingyu. This young lady has a very close relationship with Nie Tian. Moreover, given his prestigious status, he is not afraid of offending Ling Fei or the military. She is probably the most suitable person to handle this matter. This was already the limit of what Wang Hao could do for Nie Tian within his authority. Inside another luxurious spectator box in the virtual arena, Yi Qingyu was fidgeting, her delicate face filled with worry and disappointment. Nie Tian ultimately lost. Although she firmly believed that Nie Tian had done his best, to outsiders, being killed in one move was undoubtedly an embarrassing outcome. She could imagine how frantically those people on the internet who already harbored ill will towards Nie Tian would attack him now. Just then, her personal computer on her wrist vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted email from the official arena channel. Sender, unknown? Yi Qingyu was puzzled and quickly opened the email. Lines of combat analysis data were clearly presented before her eyes. And when her gaze finally landed at the end of the report, on the number highlighted in bold red, peak instantaneous energy output, 2017 calories. Boom! Yi Qingyu felt an uncontrollable rage erupting from the bottom of her heart like a volcanic eruption, rushing straight to the top of her head. 2017 calories? Her voice trembled slightly with extreme anger, and her beautiful eyes burned with a fierce flame. She actually breached the contract. That's outrageous. The heart that was already feeling stifled by Nie Tian's defeat was now filled with immense anger and injustice. That Ling Fei. They completely disregarded the pre-match agreement. They'll stop at nothing to win. This isn't some friendly competition, it's bullying clearly. That's too much. That's too much. Yi Qingyu suddenly stood up from the sofa, her pretty face flushed with anger. Her chest heaved rapidly, and her two delicate fists were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. It was clearly her who broke the agreement and used power far exceeding that of a 3-star user. Now, Nie Tian is being made to bear all the blame and criticism. This is so unfair to him. She couldn't sit still any longer. Nie Tian cannot suffer this injustice in vain. She has to do something. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath, her eyes became incredibly determined. She turned and left the private room, her beautiful face filled with determination and resentment, and walked straight towards the simulation chamber where Nie Tian was. At this moment, Nie Tian had just emerged from the deep-sea simulation chamber. Black tortoise skin, the damage reduction cap has been increased to 599 points, and frost resistance has been learned. The sense of accomplishment from the huge improvement has not yet completely faded from his heart. Although he was ultimately judged to have failed by the system, he knew that he was the real winner. If Ling Fei hadn't breached her contract at the last minute, his black tortoise skin wouldn't have been able to achieve such a huge improvement. Although he lost the match. But the outcome of this battle can be described as a win-win situation. Nie Tian was very satisfied with this. This virtual arena trip was far more rewarding than I expected. However, before he could fully process this joy, he saw A familiar yet anxious figure, her face filled with urgency and anger, strode towards him. Nya Tian. Yi Qingyu rushed to him in 3 steps, her clear eyes glistening with tears, filled with both grievance and anger. Qingyu? What's wrong? Nya Tian was slightly startled when he saw her like this, and the smile on his face disappeared. I just got the back-end data. Yi Qingyu grabbed Nya Tian's arm, her voice urgent and excited, with a hint of sobs in it. That Ling Fei. She cheated in the end. She broke the rules. She used power far exceeding that of a 2-star martial artist. You didn't lose because of a lack of strength, it was because she broke her promise. She showed Nya Tian the data report on her personal terminal, and the glaring 2017 card made her voice rise several decibels. Nya Tian, look. This is irrefutable evidence. Yi Qingyu gripped his arm tightly, her eyes filled with urgent hope as she looked at him. Hurry! Go and release this data now. Tell the truth to everyone in the arena. Tell those who are cursing you online. Tell them you didn't lose. It was Ling Fei who broke her promise. We can't let her bully you like this. We can't let you suffer this injustice for nothing. She desperately hoped that Nya Tian would stand up immediately, hold this evidence, clear his name, and return the mudslinging against him intact. Drag that hypocritical goddess down from her pedestal. Chapter 62 Strategic Vision. Nya Tian's astounding choice. The atmosphere in Ling Fei's private live stream room had frozen to a freezing point. Even her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the deep weariness and anxiety between her brows. She forced a smile and tried to interact with the comments, but the dense barrage of negative comments, like a swarm of locusts, made her feel uneasy. Nya Tian, get out here and apologize. You ignorant fool. Goddess Ling Fei is so magnanimous that she gave guidance to such trash, yet he still dares to pester her? If you can't handle losing, don't play. You're just a clown trying to attract attention. I heard that Nya Tian has a terrible character and a long history of bad behavior at school. Each shocking word, like a sharp dagger, not only pierced Nya Tian, who was far away, but also deeply sank into Ling Fei's heart. Guilt, self-blame, and a hint of unspeakable fear churned and surged within her. She knew that most of those so-called exposés were just online trolls stirring up trouble and maliciously slandering her. But she simply couldn't bring herself to speak up and clarify. Once she admits to breaching the contract and using far more power than agreed, her reputation and the military's assessment of the cooperation will be utterly destroyed. Back-end data. Could they actually get hold of the back-end data? This thought, like a venomous snake, gnawed at her nerves. She could only watch helplessly as the situation was manipulated by those dark forces, and as Nya Tian was innocently pushed into the abyss of public opinion. Every breath carries a heavy burden of pressure. Meanwhile, at the other end of the virtual arena, Nya Tian had just stepped out of the simulation pod when he was met by Yi Qingyu's clear eyes burning with anger. Nya Tian. Yi Qingyu's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and indignation as she almost lunged at him. Look! This is the back-end data. That Ling Fei, she cheated. She completely breached the contract. On the girl's fair wrist, the personal terminal screen flickered. A striking line of numbers, peak instantaneous energy output, 2017 calories, was deliberately enlarged, as if silently protesting the injustice. She used power far exceeding that of a 2-star martial artist. You didn't lose because of a lack of strength, you lost because she broke her promise. Yi Qingyu gripped Nya Tian's arm tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force, her chest heaving rapidly. We'll release this data now. Tell everyone the truth. Tell those who are cursing you online. Her eyes were red, a mixture of sympathy for Nya Tian's injustice and extreme contempt for Ling Fei's behavior. We can't let her bully you like this. We can't let you suffer this injustice for nothing. Seeing Yi Qingyu's extremely anxious appearance, Nya Tian was first taken back, and then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He could clearly sense the pure and unadulterated care and concern in the girl's words. He reached out and gently patted the back of Yi Qingyu's hand, which was gripping his arm tightly, signaling her to calm down. Whisper, thank you for telling me all this. Nya Tian's voice was calm, yet carried a reassuring power. However, let's forget about releasing the data. Forget it? Yi Qingyu's voice rose instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Nya Tian, do you know what people outside are saying about you? I know. Nya Tian interrupted her, a faint smile on his face, his eyes clear and deep. I don't care what others say or think. I have already achieved my goal in this challenge. He moved his body slightly, feeling the new power brought by the upgrade of black tortoise skin. This was his greatest gain from the trip, far more substantial than any empty fame. Seeing Ye Tianyan's nonchalant attitude, Yi Qingyu was even more furious, her lips pouting slightly, but this is too lenient on her. She clearly did something wrong. Ye Tian patiently explained, Qingyu, listen to me. First of all, I don't care about the so-called fame of live streaming, nor do I care what the viewers think of me. It's not worth offending a 3-star awakened person with a military background just to have a moment of verbal sparring. His gaze fell on Yi Qingyu's pretty face, which still held a hint of anger, and his tone softened slightly. Think about it, if she really loses all her reputation, what real benefit will it bring us? Besides venting our anger, it will probably only bring us unnecessary trouble. Yi Qingyu bit her lower lip, seemingly trying to process Nie Tian's words. Nie Tian continued, secondly, I would much rather make friends with someone like Senior Ling Fei than compete with a group of unfamiliar audience members. Having more friends means having more options. She's in the military, and she might be able to offer unexpected help in some areas in the future. This time, I'm doing her a favor. Third, Nie Tian paused, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Although Senior Ling Fei broke the rules this time, she did not intentionally try to kill me. She has her own stance and her own concerns. After all, I initiated this challenge, and I would feel guilty if it ruined her future. He shrugged, his tone became more relaxed. So, in this way, she has protected her reputation, and I have achieved my goal of practical training in self-improvement. For me, this is the biggest victory. Both sides get what they need, isn't that great? Nie Tian's words were clear, logical, and thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons. Yi Qingyu gradually calmed down from her initial excitement and anger. She stared blankly at Nie Tian, at his calm yet all-seeing eyes. This guy, his perspective on problems is always so unexpected, yet damnably reasonable. Even though he was clearly the one at a disadvantage, he was able to analyze the situation and find the most advantageous aspects for himself, and even take into account the other party's position. Such magnanimity, such vision. Yi Qingyu's face flushed slightly, and a strange feeling quietly sprouted in a corner of her heart. Humph, at least you have some sense of the bigger picture. As expected of someone who can make me, Yi Qingyu, look at you differently. She muttered to herself, her cheeks burning slightly. She gave Nie Tian a reproachful glare, but her tone softened considerably. But we can't just let those online trolls talk nonsense. It's outrageous. Nie Tian smiled confidently, don't worry, I have a way. As he spoke, he opened his personal terminal and skillfully logged into his account on the live streaming platform. Ignoring the flood of private messages and mentions, Nie Tian's sharp eyes led him directly to Ling Fei's livestream. At this moment, the chat in Ling Fei's livestream was still surging. The screen was almost flooded with all sorts of foul language and gloating comments. Ling Fei tried to remain calm as she answered some trivial questions, but the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and her occasional darting eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. She was also waiting for a result, or rather, waiting for a verdict. Sudden. A system notification with an official certification mark suddenly appeared at the top of the live stream screen, instantly drowning out all the noisy comments. VIP user 95077 has entered the live stream room. A single line of text, yet it seems to possess boundless magic. The once bustling live stream room fell into an eerie silence at this moment. All the viewers instinctively held their breath. Ling Fei's body trembled, her pupils contracted sharply, and she stared intently at the screen, her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her throat. He's here? What is he going to do? Are they here to release evidence and put her on trial? In the midst of this intense, suffocating silence, Nie Tian slowly typed out a series of comments. Nie Tian, hello everyone, I'm streamer number 90577, Nie Tian. I just finished a sparring session with Senior Ling Fei, and I benefited greatly from it. Nie Tian, I must admit that Senior Ling Fei's strength is far beyond my reach. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Nie Tian, thank you so much, Senior Ling Fei, for your generous guidance. It has made me deeply aware of my many shortcomings. If I have the opportunity in the future, I would like to continue to learn from Senior Ling Fei. The three comments were neither humble nor arrogant, but clear and sincere. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone in the livestream. Chapter 63: The Benefits of a Strategic Vision. Ling Fei's amazing return gift. Dead silence. A deathly silence that lasted for several seconds. It was as if the entire online world had been silenced after Nie Tian's three comments appeared. Those online trolls who were previously clamoring for Nye Tian to come out and apologize are now like ducks with their necks choked. They were all dumbfounded, their prepared follow-up attacks stuck in their throats, unable to utter a single word. What kind of operation is this? That's not how the script was written. Shouldn't he be angry or crying out about the injustice? How come he's become so humble, even admitting defeat and speaking with such respect for Ling Fei? It was like punching cotton. No, it was like punching an indestructible city wall. After a brief silence, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! Nye Xin is so amazing. Such vision. Such magnanimity. I'm instantly a fan. No, a die-hard fan. Accept defeat, learn from it. That's the true spirit of a martial artist. What about those who criticized him before? Don't you feel ashamed? In comparison, those maggots hiding behind keyboards spewing filth are simply unworthy of being human. I'm a fan now. Just for that honesty and integrity, Nye Tian, you'll be my idol from now on. Goddess Ling Fei truly has a discerning eye. Her willingness to mentor such a junior is truly admirable. In just a few seconds, the wind direction underwent a dramatic 180-degree reversal. Those casual viewers who were truly paying attention to this challenge were all impressed by Nye Tian's openness and magnanimity. The slight annoyance I felt from being misled by online trolls vanished instantly, replaced by heartfelt respect. The carefully constructed propaganda offensive by the online trolls crumbled and collapsed completely in the face of Nye Tian's 3 nonchalant bullet comments. Some online trolls tried to struggle and wanted to continue their smear campaign. But as soon as their comments appeared, they were instantly drowned out by countless righteous comments, like waves crashing on the beach, failing to even create a ripple. Standing next to Nye Tian, Yi Qingyu stared at the dramatic turn of events on the screen, her mouth agape in astonishment before she burst out laughing. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently punched Nye Tian, scolding him playfully, "Humph, you're pretty good. You turned the situation around with just a few words." Even so, her bright, beautiful eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and pride. This man always manages to make the most unexpected, yet most correct, choices in dire situations. Ling Fei froze completely in front of the live broadcast camera. She stared blankly at Nye Tian's speech on the screen, and the sudden reversal of the barrage of comments, her mind completely blank. He didn't expose me? Not only did he not expose her, but he even took the initiative to stand up and protect her reputation in this way? An indescribable, complex emotion, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed all her psychological defenses. It was shock, disbelief, boundless guilt, and a trace of a warm current called gratitude that she herself had not even noticed. She recalled the moment when, in order to save face, she recklessly broke the contract and caused a scene. In contrast to Nye Tian's act of repaying evil with kindness at this moment, his magnanimity and uprightness are like a mirror, reflecting the pettiness and wretchedness in her heart. She had always considered herself a favored daughter of heaven, decisive in her actions, but at this moment, she felt a deep sense of shame and inferiority. This is a young man named Nye Tian. His magnanimity and vision were far greater than she had imagined, and even more so than many of the so-called important figures she knew. The intense impact made her nose tingle slightly and her eyes moist. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady herself, and spoke to the camera in a slightly trembling but still professional voice. Thank you for your recognition, Nye Tian. Your potential is truly amazing. I also learned a lot from you in today's battle. Especially your unwavering will and broad-mindedness. I hope we will have the opportunity to learn from each other in the future. Her voice carried an unprecedented sincerity. The viewers in the live stream naturally couldn't hear the deep guilt and gratitude hidden in her words. They simply took it as normal encouragement and expectations from a senior to a junior, and they praised her again. Ling Fei managed to maintain the pace of the live stream and interacted with the audience for a while before abruptly ending the eventful broadcast, citing excessive mental exertion. The moment the live stream went dark, she almost immediately slumped into her chair, letting out a long sigh of relief, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from her shoulders. A moment later, with a complicated expression, she opened the platform's internal communication system, found Nye Tian's ID, and without hesitation, sent a friend request. It was approved almost instantly. A friend notification sound rang out crisply. Ling Fei's fingertips trembled slightly on the virtual keyboard as she typed a message and sent it. Ling Fei, Nye Tian, I'm sorry. This time, it was my fault. I shouldn't have broken my promise. Thank you for not exposing me. Her pride vanished at that moment, leaving only the purest apology and gratitude. Nye Tian's reply was quick and simple. Nye Tian, Senior Ling Fei, you're too kind. It was just a friendly exchange. Winning and losing are common occurrences. I have indeed learned a lot from you, and gained a great deal as well. His words carried no blame, but instead pointed out that he had gained something, which made Ling Fei feel even more guilty. She bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. Ling Fei, this is just a small token of my appreciation, a little compensation from me. Please accept it, it might be of some use to your future cultivation. Immediately afterwards, an encrypted file was quickly transmitted. The name of the attachment clearly caught Nye Tian's eye. Square-inch step yellow grade high-level body technique. Nye Tian's pupils contracted slightly. A high-grade yellow-level movement technique. This is no ordinary item. On the market, a low-grade yellow-level martial arts technique costs around 60,000 yuan, while a high-grade one costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, usually only affordable to wealthy families. Either they must be seasoned martial artists. For a newcomer like Nye Tian, who is just starting out, saving up enough money to buy a high-grade yellow-level martial arts technique is an extremely difficult task. Ling Fei's compensation was quite substantial. It seems that my strategic retreat not only averted a potentially huge crisis, but also unexpectedly yielded a generous reward. More importantly, he has initially established a relatively friendly relationship with Ling Fei, a genius awakener with a military background. Its value far exceeds what a single martial arts manual can measure. Nye Tian took a deep breath, tapped his fingertips, and received the file. Nye Tian, thank you so much, Senior Ling Fei, for your kind gift. I really need it. He did not refuse too much. Since the other party genuinely wants to make amends, accepting it readily is the best course of action. On the other side of the screen, Ling Fei saw Nye Tian accept Feng Siyuanbu, and the huge weight that had been hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. She let out a long sigh of relief, a complex smile of relief spreading across her face. This favor has been partially repaid. But she understood that the magnanimity and wisdom Nye Tian displayed today were far more valuable than a high-grade yellow-level martial arts technique. Feng Siyuanbu, Nye Tian murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the martial arts document he had just received on his personal terminal. Its introduction clearly states, within a small space, it moves in shifts, as if it were a ghost. When mastered, one can evade countless attacks within a small space, and in an instant, approach the enemy and launch a thunderous strike. This method itself is practically tailor-made for him. His black tortoise skin provides amazing defense, while wind and thunder steps grant him terrifying speed. The only problem is the lack of effective pursuit and evasion techniques. Once he masters the Feng Siyuanbu technique, his overall combat strength will surely soar once again. Chapter 60 for the military's closely guarded secret? The value of a single step. Fangkanbu? Just as Nye Tian was deep in thought, a clear female voice, tinged with doubt and curiosity, rang out beside him. He turned his head and met Yi Qingyu's bright eyes, which were sparkling with inquiry. She had obviously seen the name of the attachment as well, and was now tilting her head slightly, her delicate nose almost touching Nye Tian's terminal screen. Yes, it was a gift from Senior Ling Fei, Nye Tian replied casually, pointing to the screen. Yi Qingyu hummed in agreement, her gaze falling on the three characters Feng Siyuanbu square-inch step, examining them carefully. At first, her expression carried a hint of scrutiny and assessment, as if she were recalling something. However, a few seconds later, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as if she had seen something incredible. A suppressed gasp escaped from her slightly parted cherry lips. Ah! It's actually Feng Siyuanbu? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with shock. Nye Tian was taken aback by her sudden and intense reaction, and a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. What's wrong? Is this technique really that rare? Although he knew that high-grade yellow-level martial arts techniques were precious, Yi Qingyu's current loss of composure seemed to go far beyond what the word precious could describe. Yi Qingyu did not answer immediately, but suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Nye Tian with a complicated expression. In that gaze, there was an element of surprise for him, but also a hint of sourness. It's more than just amazing. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath, trying to calm her slightly rapid breathing. She organized her thoughts, then explained to Nye Tian in a somewhat solemn tone. Although the Feng Siyuanbu technique is only rated as a high-grade yellow level in the military's ranking system, its true value and rarity in the martial arts community far exceed many ordinary low-grade black-level martial arts, and even some mid-grade black-level martial arts. Oh? Nye Tian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity growing even stronger. The fact that even the well-informed Miss Yi highly praises it and even compares it to a Shen-level martial art suggests that Feng Siyuanbu square-inch step clearly hides a secret unknown to her. Because it... Yi Qingyu leaned closer, her voice unconsciously lowering as if she were revealing an important secret. It is an extremely rare martial art that can give birth to intent after being cultivated to perfection. Artistic conception? Nye Tian heard this term for the first time, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. This term was beyond his current understanding of the martial arts training system. Yes. That's the artistic conception. Yi Qingyu nodded vigorously, a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks from excitement. She stretched out her slender fingers and gestured in the air, trying to explain to Nye Tian more vividly. The martial arts cultivation levels we usually talk about are generally divided into 5 basic levels: beginner, minor mastery, proficiency, mastery, and perfection. Reaching perfection means that the moves and power generation techniques of this martial art have been cultivated to the extreme that can be achieved at the current level. But she changed the subject, her tone became more mysterious and longing. A very small number contain some kind of ultimate principle of heaven and earth, or rather, they represent an ultimate martial art. After being cultivated to perfection, they will comprehend a special realm that transcends technique, that is, artistic conception. The square-inch step is a special martial art that can generate artistic conception. Yi Qingyu's voice was full of amazement. It is said that when a cultivator cultivates the square-inch step to perfection and has a high enough level of comprehension, they will have the opportunity to comprehend a legendary movement technique within a square inch. Within a small space? Nye Tian murmured repeatedly. These 4 words seemed to possess some kind of magic, attracting his mind and spirit. That's right. Yi Qingyu's eyes shone brightly, as if she had witnessed such a scene firsthand. Once one masters the square-inch realm, the cultivator's movement will be as unpredictable as the legendary shrinking of the earth to an inch. Within a true square inch, the speed can reach unbelievable extremes, and the ability to dodge is terrifyingly unparalleled. Although it is merely an artistic concept derived from a yellow-level movement technique, its effect in actual combat is enough to easily rival, or even surpass, an ordinary high-grade profound-level movement technique. Do you know what this means? As Yi Qingyu spoke, Nye Tian's heart began to pound uncontrollably faster. He seemed to already see himself strolling leisurely through a vast army, effortlessly outmaneuvering powerful enemies, all within the confines of a small space. Seeing the longing gleam in Nye Tian's eyes, Yi Qingyu continued. More importantly, the small space is not only powerful, it is also one of the prerequisites for cultivating certain martial arts techniques of earth level or above. In other words, mastering it will give you a much wider range of choices on your path of martial arts in the future. In short, Yi Qingyu concluded, a hint of envy in her voice, the martial art Feng Ciyuanbu is extremely precious and exceptionally powerful. Moreover, it is one of the military's unique martial arts skills, which usually requires accumulating a fairly high level of internal authority or making outstanding military achievements before one is qualified to exchange for it. It is absolutely impossible to buy in the open market of martial arts houses or in major auction houses. It is a truly non-sale item. This Ling Fei really went to great lengths to make it up to you. You owe her a huge favor. After listening to Yi Qingyu's detailed explanation, Nye Tian was completely bewildered. Freebie. He actually managed to get such a precious and powerful military martial arts technique for free, which even came with hidden attributes. Moreover, it is the type of movement technique that he currently lacks the most and desires the most. It was like a huge pie falling from the sky, landing squarely on his head. His primary goal in signing up for the virtual arena was to earn enough money to purchase martial arts techniques and make up for his shortcomings in combat skills. Looking back now, they've made a fortune. Not only did they earn far more startup capital than expected through their winning streak in the arena. Now, even more unexpectedly, I have acquired a top-tier movement technique manual whose value far exceeds my imagination and which I cannot buy even if I go bankrupt at this stage. Braving Ling Fei back then was definitely one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Nye Tian was filled with mixed emotions. An indescribable joy surged forth like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming him. With this book, step by step, his battlefield survival ability and combat flexibility will be dramatically improved. Once he can successfully enter the door, and even comprehend the legendary space within a square-inch artistic conception. Combined with the explosive power provided by Thunder Heart, the endurance brought by Wind Breath Lung, and the top speed of Wind Thunder Step, it delivers unparalleled power. What terrifying level will he reach in the realm of movement techniques? Nye Tian could hardly believe it. These 3 organ abilities are a perfect match for the Feng Ciyuanbu technique. Just as Nye Tian was immersed in the joy of obtaining Feng Ciyuanbu, his personal terminal emitted another crisp notification sound. DD. New message, please check. Nia Tian was slightly taken aback and subconsciously glanced at the screen. The sender was still Ling Fei. Chapter 65: A Secret Meeting with the Goddess? Warning: a love triangle. Ling Fei, handsome boy, did you receive the martial arts skills successfully? He. Seriously, thank you so much for helping me out in front of so many people. I'm so touched. The message was much more casual than the previous one, which included an apology and a gift of martial arts skills. It conveyed a sense of familiarity and intimacy between the lines. Especially the title handsome young man and the playful hee at the end made Nia Tian's heart skip a beat for no reason. Before he could think it through, Ling Fei's second message arrived. Ling Fei, to express my sincerest gratitude, how about we find an opportunity to meet privately and have a deeper conversation, okay? I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Especially your grand and powerful speech at the end, it was just so cool. This message is even more direct and bolder than the previous one. Meeting in private, having in-depth exchanges, plus the undisguised becoming more and more interested at the end. Even though Nia Tian considered himself to have lived 2 lives and possessed a mental fortitude far exceeding that of his peers, he couldn't help but blush upon seeing this message. What's this? Is it blatant flirting? Or some kind of test? He admitted that Ling Fei was indeed a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace and a genius awakener with a military background, possessing a dazzling aura. But this sudden and highly aggressive offensive still left him somewhat at a loss. Agree? That seems a bit too frivolous. Refuse? Would that seem disrespectful and offend the senior who just gave me such a generous gift? However, before Nia Tian could figure out how to respond, he suddenly felt something. A resentful gaze, almost tangible, came from beside him. It felt like a sharp icicle piercing his back, sending a chill down his spine. His face was stiff as he slowly turned his head away. I don't know when it happened. Yi Qingyu had already silently approached him from behind, her head slightly lowered. Those beautiful eyes, which had been sparkling with wonder at the shock of Feng Xiuanbu, were now staring intently at the screen of his personal terminal. She naturally saw every single word of the 2 flirtatious private messages Ling Fei sent. Yi Qingyu pouted slightly, her lips puffing out into an adorable bun shape, like a kitten that had suffered a great injustice. The complex emotions contained in those eyes seemed to be a silent accusation. Men, they just can't walk when they see a beautiful woman. So you're already thinking of moving on to someone else? A strong will to survive brought Nia Tian back to his senses in an instant. Almost reflexively, he raised his hands in a standard surrender gesture, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Yi Qingyu, and explained in a dry voice. Ahem, Qingyu, please don't misunderstand. There's absolutely nothing between her and me. At times like these, any explanation seems so pale and powerless. Yi Qingyu snorted coldly, abruptly turning her pretty face to the side, leaving Nia Tian with a view of her beautifully curved, snow-white neck. But Nia Tian's keen peripheral vision caught her slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly pursed lips, which showed that she was not at peace with herself. And most importantly, although she turned her head away, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Nia Tian's personal terminal screen. Clearly, they are waiting for his next performance. Nia Tian smiled bitterly to himself. It seems we have to get past this hurdle today. In front of Yi Qingyu, Nia Tian picked up his personal terminal and began to rapidly type on the virtual keyboard with his slender fingers. Every character entered reveals a strong will to survive. A reply message was quickly edited. Nia Tian, Senior Ling Fei, thank you so much for your kindness. Feng Xiuanbu is very important to me. I will remember this generous gift and thank you again sincerely. Nia Tian, as for meeting. I'm very sorry, I've been quite busy with schoolwork lately and really can't find the time right now. Let's arrange to meet again sometime in the future. Thank you again for your generosity and appreciation. The reply was neither humble nor arrogant. He clearly expressed his gratitude for Feng Xiuanbu while also politely declining the other party's invitation to meet privately. He even deliberately emphasized that he was busy with schoolwork, implying that he was still a good student who prioritized his studies and didn't have many ulterior motives. Click to send. A notification sound indicating that the message was successfully sent plays. Nia Tian almost immediately turned the screen of his personal terminal towards Yi Qingyu, forcing a sincere expression on his face. Yi Qingyu glanced at the message Nia Tian had sent out of the corner of her eye. After she finished reading the 2 replies, she let out a haughty snort, humph. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. However, Nia Tian keenly noticed that the corners of her tight lips seemed to be slightly raised in an almost imperceptible arc. And deep within her beautiful eyes, which had originally been filled with murderous intent, a hint of relieved smile and an undisguised satisfaction quietly flashed. Clearly, Nya Tian's textbook-level survival operation has passed the test for now. Nya Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. Dealing with a jealous girlfriend can sometimes be more mentally taxing than confronting a powerful enemy head-on. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside Ling Fei's private lounge, she had just finished her live broadcast and was wrapped in a bath towel, holding a glass of red wine, lounging on the sofa, checking information on her personal terminal. When Nya Tian's 2 replies came into her view, she was slightly taken aback. There was not a trace of disappointment at being rejected in those charming and beautiful eyes. Instead, a more intense look of excitement flashed across his face. "Oh, you rejected me?" Ling Fei's rosy lips curled into a playful smile. She stuck out her bright red tongue and gently licked the wine on the rim of the glass, chuckling to herself, "An interesting little fellow. The more you act all serious and reserved, the more interested I become in you." Her slender fingers gently caressed her smooth chin, her eyes gleaming with a thoughtful and calculating light, like an elegant yet cunning fox. It seems that relying solely on online contact will make it difficult to break through the current situation. Ling Fei's eyes flickered slightly, and an even bolder plan quietly took shape in her mind. "Alright, let's take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate this kid's background. Our Snow Owl Special Operations team has only been established for a short time and is in dire need of fresh blood." She picked up her wineglass, downed the remaining red wine in one gulp, and her eyes gleamed with a determined light. "We can't let such a little monster with so much potential and such an interesting personality go to waste and end up with those people from the Martial Arts Association." Chapter 66: The First Pot of Gold and the Global Ranking Tournament. The girl's tightly clenched lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Nya Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. This crisis, even more thrilling than facing Samsung's Awakeners, has finally passed for the time being. "Well, then we..." Just as Nya Tian was about to say something to ease the tension, Yi Qingyu had already returned to her usual self, taking the initiative to extend her fair little hand and naturally linking it with his arm. "Okay, I'll forgive you this time." The girl's body temperature and fragrance wafted through her thin clothes, causing Nya Tian's heart to flutter slightly. "However, if any other vixen dares to seduce you again, humph." Yi Qingyu raised her small fist, her expression full of threat, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Nya Tian smiled bitterly to himself, but immediately assured everyone, there will be no future, absolutely not. With the crisis resolved, Nya Tian finally remembered to check his final gains from this virtual arena trip. He opened the back-end earnings interface on his personal terminal, and a string of numbers instantly appeared before his eyes. Total revenue from the livestream, 286,000 yuan. Platform revenue share 50%, 143,000 yuan. Final withdrawable amount, 143,000 yuan. 143,000 yuan. Nya Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing became rapid. He transmigrated to this world and, after leaving the orphanage, endured humiliation for a few thousand yuan in subsidies, working himself to the bone at the seafood market for only a few hundred yuan a day. And now, just one live stream and one battle have brought him a huge sum of over 140,000 yuan. This money is enough for him to completely get rid of his past predicament. The intense impact left Nya Tian momentarily dazed. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yi Qingyu's clear voice pulled him back to reality. She leaned her head over, glanced at the numbers on Nya Tian's terminal, and burst out laughing. "Look at you, so easily frightened by 140,000? That's 140,000. Nya Tian couldn't help but emphasized, his voice still carrying a trace of lingering excitement. "I know." Yi Qingyu's eyes turned serious. "But you must also understand, Nya Tian, money is just a tool. For us martial artists, it only has meaning when it is converted into real strength as soon as possible." The girl's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the restlessness in Nya Tian's heart caused by his sudden wealth. He immediately calmed down. Yes, Yi Qingyu is right. In this world where ferocious beasts abound and the strong reign supreme, no matter how many numbers you have in your bank account, they are not as real as your own health and combat power. He currently possesses 220 units of vital energy, yet he lacks even a single decent offensive martial art. The newly acquired Feng Siyuanbu is a movement technique that can help him survive, but it cannot help him kill enemies more efficiently. We must convert this money into real combat power as soon as possible. You're right. Nya Tian's eyes regained their clarity and determination. Let's go to the martial arts building now. Yes. Yi Qingyu nodded heavily. Seeing that Nie Tian could adjust his mindset so quickly made her even happier than if she had made the money herself. Just as the two were about to leave the virtual arena's lounge, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Mr. Nie Tian. Please wait. A middle-aged man in a suit, slightly balding, ran over, sweating profusely, his face plastered with a fawning smile. It was Wang Hao, the virtual arena manager who had previously been somewhat indifferent to Nie Tian. Manager Wang? Nie Tian was somewhat surprised. Oh, Mr. Nie Tian, please don't call me supervisor anymore, just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Hao wiped his sweat as he handed over a card that was entirely black and inlaid with dark gold patterns. Mr. Nie Tian, this is our Jiangcheng Virtual Arena's highest level black gold VIP card. From now on, you'll get a 20% discount on all your purchases here, and you can use our top-of-the-line exclusive lounge and training equipment for free. Wang Hao's attitude was completely different from before. The way he looks at Nie Tian now is like he's looking at a walking god of wealth. The battle between Nie Tian and Ling Fei not only broke the record for the number of online players in the arena, but also ignited the entire martial arts community in Jiangcheng, bringing them immeasurable reputation and potential users. Nie Tian didn't hesitate and accepted the card that represented privilege. Thank you. Of course. Of course. Wang Hao smiled even more brightly when he saw Nie Tian accept the gift. He rubbed his hands together and finally revealed his true purpose. Mr. Nie Tian, on behalf of Jiangcheng Virtual Arena, I would like to formally invite you to become our exclusive contracted streamer. Wang Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Given Nie Tian's current popularity and potential, Wang Hao is confident that if Nie Tian agrees, it won't be long before Jiangcheng Virtual Arena produces a nationally renowned top streamer. Sign a contract? Nie Tian frowned slightly. He doesn't like being exposed to the public eye too much for him. Live streaming is just a stopgap measure to earn his first pot of gold. I don't like being tied down, Nie Tian refused directly. Don't rush to refuse, Mr. Nie Tian. Wang Hao quickly said, the terms we offer are absolutely top-notch in the industry. The contract is very lenient, you only need to stream once a month, for no less than 3 hours each time. We'll also provide you with a fixed base salary of 5,000 yuan per month, with streaming revenue calculated separately. It only airs once a month? These conditions are indeed excessively lenient. But Nie Tian remained unmoved. He was not short of money and did not want to be bound by a contract. Seeing that Nie Tian was unmoved by reason, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and unleashed his trump card. Mr. Nie Tian, I know that money and fame may not be very attractive to a genius like you. However, our contracted streamers, after passing the internal skills assessment, will be eligible for a special privilege. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said in a seductive tone. That's the qualification for the global ranking tournament. Global rankings? Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. It's a special server that connects to the top virtual arenas in all the base cities around the world. You can engage in real-time battles with genius martial artists and monstrous powerhouses from all over the world. Every victory you achieve will accumulate points for you and be added to the global combat power rankings. Fight against the world's most talented and powerful individuals? These words struck Nie Tian's heart like a bolt of lightning. For his black tortoise skin to grow rapidly, it needs to constantly withstand stronger and more diverse attacks. Although Jiangcheng is large, the number of strong individuals is ultimately limited. This global ranking competition undoubtedly opened a door to a new world for him. There, he could challenge strong opponents from all over the world without any scruples, treating them as sparring partners to improve his strength. This fatal attraction was far more appealing to him than any amount of money. Okay. Nie Tian said in a deep voice without hesitation, I'll sign. Great. Wang Hao was overjoyed, as if afraid that Nie Tian would change his mind, and immediately brought up the electronic contract. The two quickly completed the signing. Wang Hao went out of his way to offer to personally drive Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu to the martial arts building. Sitting in the car sent by Wang Hao, Nie Tian's mind had already flown to the battlefield called Global Ranking Competition. That was the stage that truly belonged to him. Soon, a magnificent building, brightly lit and full of technological features, came into view. We've arrived at the martial arts building. After seeing the two to the door, Wang Hao tactfully left. Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu walked side by side into the magnificent lobby on the first floor of the building, a place dedicated to selling martial arts techniques, elixirs, and weapons. However, the scene before them made them all frown. Long queues had formed in front of the counter selling martial arts techniques, with at least 100 people at a glance. The electronic clock on the wall shows that it is now 5:30 p.m. The martial arts skills sales area closes at 6 p.m. It was clearly too late. Chapter 67 Unwarranted Humiliation, Calling My Idol a Pretty Boy? Looking at the long, winding dragons in front of them, Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu both felt somewhat helpless. They hadn't expected that the martial arts building would be so popular even on a weekday afternoon. Looks like I won't be able to buy it today. Nya Tian shook his head and prepared to leave. At this rate of queuing, the counter will have already closed by the time it's their turn. Don't rush. Yi Qingyu pulled him back, her bright, beautiful eyes looking around as if she was thinking of a solution. Just then, behind one of the counters, a young female staff member glanced up casually and her eyes swept over Nya Tian, who was about to leave, when she suddenly froze. It's him? Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. As a staff member of the martial arts building, she had a very deep impression of the young man who came to test his qi and blood values a while ago and revealed an astonishing 192 calories. Just now, during a break from work, she and her colleagues watched the live stream of the virtual arena that had taken the city by storm. The figure that stood against a 3-star awakened being in the freezing cold, like a demon god, perfectly overlapped with the handsome young man before them. Idol. This is a living idol. Lin Wei felt like she was about to stop breathing. Seeing her idol about to leave disappointed because of the long queue, Lin Wei felt a strong sense of resentment. No way. We absolutely can't let our idol go home empty-handed. In a moment of desperation, Lin Wei suddenly remembered something. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to organize documents, but her fingers were rapidly pressing buttons on the internal communicator under the counter. She secretly dialed an internal number. Grandpa. Come quickly to the lobby on the first floor. I saw that boy named Nya Tian. Yes. The one I told you about. He wants to buy martial arts techniques, but he has to wait in line and is about to leave. Please think of something. After sending the message, Lin Wei nervously looked up, her heart pounding. Just as Nya Tian was about to turn and leave, a gentle yet powerful voice suddenly came from behind him. Is this young friend Nya Tian? Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu turned around at the same time. The VIP elevator doors on the side of the lobby slid open silently. An elderly man with neatly combed hair and a sprightly demeanor walked towards them with a broad smile. The old man exuded an air of authority, his gaze sharp yet gentle, commanding respect. Nya Tian became wary. He was certain he didn't know the person in front of him. And you are? I am Lin Heping, the director of the office in this martial arts building. The old man introduced himself with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Nya Tian, becoming more and more satisfied with him. Director Lin? Yi Qingyu whispered a reminder from the side. He's the second in command of the martial arts building, he has a lot of power. Nya Tian understood. Director Lin, is there something you need from me? It's nothing. Lin Heping waved his hand, his attitude almost excessively friendly. I just happened to see on the surveillance footage that you seem to be having some trouble. How could we waste the time of a genius like you on something as trivial as queuing? He made a pleased gesture, pointing to the VIP elevator next to him. Come, use the VIP channel. I will personally serve you. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone in line turned their gazes toward them, filled with shock, bewilderment, and deep envy. Director Lin Heping. He was a true high-ranking figure in the martial arts building. Ordinary martial artists would find it difficult to even catch a glimpse of him. Why would he personally come out at this moment to open a VIP passage for a boy who looks like he's just a high school student? Who is this young man? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Nya Tian pondered for a moment before accepting the other party's kindness. He wasn't a pedantic person. If there was a shortcut, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. Thank you very much, Director Lin. You're too kind. Lin Heping warmly led Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu into the VIP elevator, a place that ordinary people could only dream of. The elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off all outside sight. But the lobby on the first floor was in complete chaos. Am I seeing things? Director Lin personally came out to greet a mere young upstart? Who is that kid? He looks to be only 17 or 18 years old. Could he be a direct descendant of some powerful family? Definitely. Otherwise, how could we have this kind of face? Discussions arose one after another, with everyone speculating about Nya Tian's background. Just then, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly recognized Yiqingyu. Wait. I know that girl. She's the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, the little princess of the Yi family, Yiqingyu. This discovery was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The Yi family? The Yi family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng? So that's how it is. I knew it. This kid must be relying on the Yi family's little princess's connections. A young martial artist, frustrated by the long queue, looked toward the VIP elevator, his tone filled with sour envy and disdain. TCH, I thought he was some big shot, turns out he's just a gigolo who lives off women. The term pretty boy carries a strong insult, yet it instantly resonated with the resentful crowd who were waiting in line. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, how could Director Lin personally greet him, given that he's just a student? Exactly. He's using his girlfriend's powerful family to cut in line and use connections. He's shameless. Young people these days don't know how to work hard, they just want to take shortcuts and climb the social ladder to become gigolos. Rumors spread much faster than the truth. Malice and jealousy spread like a virus. The crowd transformed their dissatisfaction with privilege and their frustration with the long wait into contempt and ridicule for Nye Tian. They don't care about the truth, they just need an outlet for their emotions. The label of pretty boy perfectly satisfies their psychology. Behind the counter, Lin Wei listened to these vulgar words, her pretty face turning red with anger. Pretty boy? How dare they say that the young hero who was like a demon god descending to earth and fought against a 3-star awakened being was a pretty boy? This is the biggest insult to our idol. Lin Wei's chest heaved violently, and her hand holding the mouse trembled slightly with anger. Shut up, all of you. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and slammed her hand on the counter, making a loud bang. The crisp rebuke instantly quieted the noisy hall. Everyone looked at the young teller who had suddenly lost his temper. This is the martial arts building. Not a marketplace for you to spread rumors. Lin Wei shouted sternly. If you can't control your mouth, get out. After a brief silence, the young martial artist who had led the charge in calling him a pretty boy was publicly rebuked by a mere teller. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he immediately retorted with a cold smile. What? We can't even talk about it? He dares to do it, so we can't say anything? What's so great about a guy who relies on women? Exactly. We're stating the facts. The provocation by a few individuals reignited the tense atmosphere. Lin Wei trembled with anger at their shameless faces. She knew that it was pointless to reason with these people who were blinded by jealousy. Since words cannot persuade them, then let's use facts to utterly crush their faces. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. She turned around abruptly and began operating the main control terminal with lightning speed. A thought began to grow wildly in her mind. Didn't you guys say he was a gigolo? Don't you think he's not entitled to special privileges? Then I'll show you with your own eyes what kind of person this pretty boy you're talking about really is. The next second, the giant display screen in the center of the lobby on the first floor of the martial arts building, which was usually used to play promotional videos and product information, suddenly went black. Immediately afterwards, the virtual arena's exclusive logo lit up. A video recording of an epic duel that took place in the freezing cold is about to be shown to the public in this bustling hall. Chapter 68 Public Execution. Who is the clown? The sudden switch on the giant display screen drew the attention of everyone in the hall. What's going on? Why are they showing arena replays? Look, it's Captain Ling Fei, the goddess of Snow Owl, in battle. When Ling Fei's stunningly beautiful, icy goddess-like face appeared on the screen, a commotion arose in the crowd. As one of the strongest individuals in Jiangcheng, and a goddess with impeccable looks and figure, Ling Fei has an enormous number of fans. However, when her opponent's information card appeared, the entire audience burst into laughter. ID, 95,022. Rank, none. Certification, 1-star quasi-martial artist. Ha ha ha. A 1-star quasi-martial artist challenging a 3-star awakened one? This guy must be insane. 95,022? He didn't even change his initial name, he must be a complete newbie in the arena. Is there even a need to fight? Goddess Ling Fei could blow him away with a single sneeze, right? This is practically suicidal extortion. Mockery and ridicule rose and fell. In their view, this was not a duel at all, but a farcical performance. However, Lin Wei, behind the counter, revealed a cold smile. Laugh. The louder you laugh now, the more your faces will hurt later. Battle begins. In the video footage, Ling Fei raised her hand and waved it, and a barrage of ice spikes rained down on Nie Tian like a storm. Each icicle contains a terrifying force capable of piercing through steel plates. Oh no, this kid's going to be riddled with bullets. Why isn't he dodging? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the boy on the screen, facing the earth-shattering attack, neither dodged nor evaded, but simply stood there quietly. Bang! 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 Countless ice spikes slammed into his body, producing a series of dull thuds, and then shattered into countless ice crystals. The boy remained completely still and unharmed. The laughter that filled the hall abruptly stopped. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg. What's going on? Am I seeing things? He withstood Goddess Ling Fei's attack without a scratch? What kind of defensive power is this? Is his body made of alloy? The unexpected scene left all the mockers speechless and their minds blank. If the first time was a coincidence, then Ling Fei's subsequent, even more ferocious attacks completely shattered their hopes. Wave after wave of fierce attacks were all withstood by the boy's rock-solid body. The atmosphere in the hall had shifted from initial mockery to deep awe and reverence. Everyone realized they had misjudged the situation. This boy is not some attention-seeking clown at all. He is a ferocious beast in human skin. My God, is he even human? This defensive power is terrifying. The young martial artist who had been shouting the loudest earlier was now deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his legs were trembling slightly. He finally understood just how terrifying the pretty boy he had been mocking really was. In the scene, Ling Fei, who had been unable to break through after a long period of attack, finally lost her temper and used her killer move. Extreme Ice Break. A terrifying chill erupted instantly, freezing Nie Tian and the ground beneath his feet into a giant ice sculpture. It's over. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously thought to themselves, if Nie Tian is hit head-on by the killing move of the Samsung Awakener, there is absolutely no chance of survival. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over. Click! A crisp cracking sound came from inside the ice sculpture. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive ice sculpture shattered. The boy burst forth from the ice amidst a shower of shattered ice crystals. Not only was he unharmed, but his aura was even stronger than before. At this moment, the entire lobby on the first floor of the martial arts building fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely stunned by this inhuman scene. They felt their worldview had been shattered in that moment. Before they could recover from their shock, the battle on the screen took an astonishing turn. Nie Tian, who had broken through the ice, moved. He unleashed a ghostly movement technique that no one had ever seen before, transforming himself into a blurry afterimage as he launched an attack on Ling Fei. His speed was so fast that 99% of the people present could not catch his movements with the naked eye. The balance of power was reversed in an instant. The goddess Ling Fei, who was previously high and mighty and in control of the entire scene, was now forced to retreat step by step by Nie Tian, and was in a flustered and disheveled state. A one-star quasi-martial artist, 2 levels higher, turned the tables and suppressed a 3-star awakened individual. Witnessing this shocking scene, all those who had previously uttered malicious words in the hall were now completely numb. Their faces stung with pain. All that remained in my heart was endless awe and deep shame for my previous remarks. They finally understood why Director Lin had personally come to greet them. They finally understood why the Yi family's little princess had fallen for him. Pretty boy? Screw gigolos. This is clearly a real dragon lurking in Jiangchang. The video ends with Ling Fei unleashing her trump card at any cost, delivering a devastating blow. Although Nie Tian was ultimately defeated, the terrifying combat power he displayed in the battle, which overwhelmed common sense, completely won over everyone present. Though defeated, you are still glorious. No, this is not a defeat at all. This is a one-star quasi-martial artist launching a revolutionary war against the entire martial arts system. When the screen went dark and returned to displaying product advertisements, the lobby remained deathly silent. No one spoke. Those faces that had been so vocal before now wished they could disappear into the ground, no longer daring to look up at anyone. Behind the counter, Lin Wei looked at the ashamed faces of everyone and felt extremely pleased. It feels so good to vindicate my idol. She even watched the scene on the screen where Nie Tian and Ling Fei finally confronted each other, and strange thoughts began to pop into her head uncontrollably. You know what, my idol and goddess Ling Fei standing together actually look quite well matched? A young girl's thoughts are always so unpredictable and hard to fathom. Chapter 69 Lin Heping, by Martial Arts Techniques? I have better ones. The top floor of the martial arts building. At Lin Heping's invitation, Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu slowly stepped into an office. In stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the lobby downstairs, Lin Heping's office exuded a solemn and austere atmosphere unique to the military. The walls are adorned with medals and certificates of honor, symbolizing the owner's illustrious military exploits, silently recounting his glorious past. Young friend Nya, young lady Yi, please sit down, don't be shy. Lin Heping smiled warmly and personally poured steaming hot tea for the two of them. Make yourselves at home here. The oppressive aura of a superior quietly dissipated at that moment, replaced by a gentle, elder-like warmth. Nie Tian thanked Yi Qingyu and sat down on the large, soft leather sofa. Nie Tian didn't beat around the bush. He calmly looked at Lin Heping and went straight to the point. Director Lin, I have come here today to purchase a low-grade yellow-level sword technique from the martial arts building Instant Shadow / This was a decision he had made after careful consideration in the car. Instant Shadow / Although it is inconspicuous among the vast sea of martial arts techniques, merely a low-grade yellow level, it belongs to the most common and basic common stuff in the beginner stage of martial arts. However, its core characteristics are speed and accuracy, emphasizing instantaneous explosive power and precise cutting. This is a perfect match for the berserk characteristic of the Thunderheart in the newly acquired yellow-grade superior movement technique, square-inch step. If coordinated properly, his attack speed and burst power will be elevated to a whole new level. More importantly, the price of Instant Shadow / is relatively low. With his current funds of nearly 150,000, he could easily acquire it. There will still be a considerable surplus to purchase weapons and protective gear. For him at this stage, the most pragmatic choice is to quickly build up his combat effectiveness and maximize his advantages. However, after hearing Nie Tian's words, Lin Heping paused slightly in his teacup, then smiled and shook his head, a hint of disapproval in his deep gaze. The Shadow / This sword technique is indeed known for its speed and emphasizes killing with a single blow, which is quite a good match for your unpredictable speed and powerful explosive force. His tone suddenly shifted, tinged with regret. However, this Shadow / is ultimately the most widely circulated and popular martial art. Although it is easy to learn, its shortcomings are also obvious. The moves are relatively rudimentary, with a low power ceiling and a lack of potential for further growth. Once a martial artist reaches the 7th or 8th star level, this martial art is basically at its limit. If you want to advance further, you must spend a lot of time and energy to switch to a higher level sword technique, which is not worth it. Lin Heping put down his teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Nie Tian, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration and expectation. Young friend Nya, with your talent and potential, it would be a waste to squander your precious time on such common martial arts. A thought suddenly struck Nie Tian. The other party's words were clearly not a simple evaluation of martial arts skills, they seemed to contain a deeper meaning. He had a vague feeling that the office director of the martial arts building seemed to be referring to something else. Sure enough, just as Nie Tian's thoughts were racing, Lin Heping's voice, carrying a hint of composure and pride, rang out again. I am not very talented, but over the years I have collected some mediocre things. Fortunately, I have a sword technique in my collection that is more suitable for you. He paused, each word like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in the hearts of Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu. This sword technique is called Instant Prison / and its rank is high-grade yellow. Its core essence is also based on extreme speed and unparalleled explosive power, but its moves are far more exquisite and profound than Instant Shadow / and its power is even more formidable. Most importantly, Lin Heping emphasized his words, his eyes gleaming with confidence, it has almost limitless growth potential. Even if you become a legendary martial god in the future, this martial art will still have its uses. Exquisite moves. Limitless potential. It can even be adapted for martial god. Nie Tian's heart clenched, and his breathing became rapid. He never expected that Lin Heping would bring up such a magical martial art. Judging from the description, the power and potential of this instant prison / seemed to far exceed that of ordinary high-grade yellow-level martial arts. It should be noted that high-grade yellow-level martial arts techniques are already rare on the market. Each of these techniques is worth hundreds of thousands, and they are often priceless, with ordinary martial artists having no way to access them. Not to mention such an extraordinary and rare item. Before Nie Tian could fully recover from his shock, standing beside him, Yi Qingyu let out another suppressed gasp. Those clear, bright almond-shaped eyes were now filled with disbelief, horror, and ecstasy. She suddenly leaned close to Nie Tian's ear, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, and spoke quickly and clearly in a volume only the two of them could hear. Nie Tian. The instant prison slash. This is the Lin family's most treasured, closely guarded secret. Just like the square-inch step that Sister Lingfei gave you, it is also a martial art that can cultivate artistic conception. It is extremely rare and priceless. Its atmosphere is called infernal purgatory. Legend has it that when one cultivates to the extreme, each strike is not only incredibly fast, like teleportation, but also carries an extremely terrifying mental impact that directly shakes the opponent's mind and can even attack the enemy's very soul. Among all known yellow-rank martial arts techniques, in terms of instantaneous destructive power and the unpredictability of the attack, instant prison slash is undoubtedly a top-tier technique. It's even more terrifying than some earth-rank martial arts techniques. Moreover, according to my grandfather, this technique, instant prison slash, was created by the Lin family's ancestors. And all along, only the purest and most talented direct descendants of the Lin family have been qualified to be taught it. Outsiders have never even had the chance to see it. Yi Qingyu spoke extremely fast, each word like a bombshell, exploding in Nie Tian's mind. Artistic conception martial arts. Another martial art technique imbued with artistic conception. Moreover, it is a martial art technique that can also inflict mental attacks. This is simply unheard of. Nie Tian instantly realized that the value of this instant prison slash technique was probably much higher than he had previously estimated. It might even be more valuable than that top-grade yellow-level book, Feng Cun Bu. Because mental attack techniques are rare inherently and more unpredictable than purely physical attack techniques. It often has the effect of taking people by surprise, and can even be the decisive factor in a critical moment. Lin Heping, a heavyweight figure in the Lin family of Jiancheng, actually wanted to give such a precious family secret technique to an outsider? A strong sense of alarm instantly rose from the depths of Nie Tian's heart, causing him to quickly calm down from his immense joy. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Heping's generosity, even to the point of being described as a huge investment, suggests that his motives are far from insignificant. Nie Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, raised his head, and stared at Lin Heping with sharp, piercing eyes, asking in a deep voice. Director Lin, how could I, a junior, be worthy of such a precious family secret technique? Why would you give it to an outsider like me who has no connection with the Lin family? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of caution and inquiry. At this moment, he must figure out the other party's true intentions. Is this unexpected pie a tremendous stroke of luck, or a deadly trap wrapped in sugar? Chapter 70, The Bet on the Elite Tournament. Undercurrents are brewing. After Nie Tian asked that question, a subtle silence fell over the office. The sun was still shining brightly, and the aroma of tea was still wafting through the air, but there was a subtle tension and solemnity in the atmosphere. Yi Qingyu also held her breath, her beautiful eyes looking at Nie Tian with worry, and then at Lin Heping with a bit of curiosity. She was clearly also curious about what the head of the Lin family was really up to. Faced with Nie Tian's wary and probing gaze, Lin Heping pondered for a moment, but showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he nodded approvingly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Good lad. Just as Weiwei said, not only is he exceptionally talented, but his temperament is also far more composed and mature than his peers. Faced with such a huge temptation, he was able to remain calm and rational at the first moment and not be overwhelmed by it. This composure alone is enough to make most so-called geniuses blush with shame. He, young friend Nie is indeed meticulous and extraordinary. Lin Heping laughed heartily, breaking the silence in the room. His expression became more candid, with no longer any pretense. You're right. I didn't give you such a generous gift for no reason. This instant prison slash is indeed valuable, but it's nothing compared to the favor I need from you next. He sighed softly, and a rare look of heaviness and weariness appeared on his usually vigorous face. This subtle change in emotion sent a chill down Nie Tian's spine. To make a 6-star martial artist, an elder from the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Jiancheng, show such an expression. What he seeks is probably by no means easy to obtain. Director Lin, please speak freely. I am all ears, Nie Tian said in a deep voice, his gaze remaining calm and showing no sign of backing down. No matter what conditions the other party proposes, he needs to understand them clearly before making a decision. Lin Heping picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and seemed to be organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice low and solemn. I hope that, young friend Nie Tian can represent the Lin family of Jiangcheng in the elite martial arts tournament held every 4 years in the future. Elite martial arts tournament? Nie Tian frowned slightly, the name was unfamiliar to him. Yi Qingyu once again showed a knowing expression, clearly aware of this. Lin Heping nodded and began to explain in detail. The Elite Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event jointly organized by the Chinese Martial Arts Association, the military, top universities, and major superpowers. Its purpose is to discover and cultivate the most outstanding young martial arts geniuses in China. Participants must be between 18 and 30 years old, and their cultivation level must be at least 6-star martial artist. The competition is held every 4 years, bringing together prodigies from all over the country and even some overseas Chinese communities. The intensity of the competition, the richness of the rewards, and the far-reaching impact far exceed your imagination. It is no exaggeration to say that the geniuses who can stand out in the elite martial arts competition and achieve excellent results will, without exception, become the pillars of the entire Chinese martial arts world, and even the military, political, and business circles. Lin Heping's tone carried a hint of longing, but it was quickly replaced by heaviness. Our Lin family in Jiangcheng, as a branch of the main Lin family in Kyoto and Jiangnan province, also shoulders the assessment tasks assigned by the main family. Every time we hold an elite martial arts tournament, our branch families must send the best young generation of our clan to participate. If a member of our clan can make it into the top 10 of the tournament, we can secure a huge amount of cultivation resources from the main family, as well as a higher family ranking, and our status will rise accordingly. Conversely, if no one makes it into the top 10 in 2 consecutive competitions, then the resources that this branch family can obtain will be greatly reduced, and they may even face the tragic fate of being directly disbanded by the main family and having their members merged into other branches. Hearing this, Nie Tian suddenly felt enlightened. The competition within a large family is indeed incredibly brutal. Even the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, is not without its worries. They also face enormous survival pressure and the risk of being eliminated at the bottom. Could it be that the Lin family is in trouble now? Nie Tian asked sharply. A flash of deep pain and hatred crossed Lin Heping's eyes, and his voice became somewhat hoarse. That's right. The previous generation of my Lin family, that is, Wei Wei's father's generation, failed to achieve the desired results in the competition for various reasons, resulting in a reduction of family resources once. If we fail again this year, the consequences will be unimaginable. Originally, among the younger generation of my Lin family, the one with the most hope, and the only one, was to break through to the 6th star before the age of 30 and strive for a top 10 finish in the competition. That person was my granddaughter, Lin Ying, who is also Wei Wei's cousin. Lin Ying's talent is extremely high, even surpassing yours. She is hailed as the most dazzling pearl of the Lin family in Jiangcheng for the past century. Last year, at only 22 years old, she had already touched the threshold of a 6-star martial artist, just one step away. However, things can change unexpectedly. Lin Heping clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, and uttered a few cold words through clenched teeth. Just last year, when Lin Ying was out training, she was attacked by heretics. The Blood God cult. And those beasts from the Longevity cult. Blood God cult? Immortality cult? Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat. These 2 names, like 2 black lightning bolts, shattered the calm lake of his heart. Although he didn't know much about the specifics of these 2 organizations, he had seen their names more than once on the forums of the Wushezijia app and in some news reports. Both of these are evil organizations that have been jointly issued the highest wanted notices by the Chinese Military and Martial Arts Association. Its doctrines are extremely distorted, and its methods are cruel and bloody. With followers spread all over the world, they are as difficult to eradicate as maggots clinging to bones, and have long been regarded as a cancer on human society, which everyone should kill. Unexpectedly, the Lin family's misfortune was related to these 2 notorious cult organizations. Lin Heping took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging anger and grief in his chest, and continued. Although Lin Ying survived thanks to the desperate protection of her guards, her martial arts foundation was severely damaged, and many of her meridians were injured. She is still in seclusion in the family's secret chamber to heal her injuries, and her recovery is far from over. Let alone participating in the elite martial arts tournament 4 years from now, whether she can ever return to her peak is still an unknown. At this point, even the tough old man couldn't help but feel a barely perceptible moisture welling up in his eyes. One can imagine a woman of exceptional talent, a prodigy who carries the hopes of her entire family. But on the eve of its shining moment, it suffered such a calamity. What a heavy blow this was for her family and for her personally. After Lin Ying fell, among the younger generation of the Lin family in Jiangchang, no one under the age of 30 has any hope of breaking through to the 6-star martial artist realm within 4 years, let alone competing with the prodigies of other forces in the competition. Lin Heping's gaze fell on Nie Tian again, his eyes filled with a desperate, hopeful anticipation. Therefore, I have no choice but to seek outside help. Young friend Nie Tian, with the incredible talent and potential you've displayed in the virtual arena, you might not even break through to 6 stars within 4 years, let alone in 2. Or even 1. With your almost freakish defensive power and ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, once you reach the 6-star realm, you will definitely have the strength to compete with top geniuses from all walks of life in the elite martial arts tournament, and it is not impossible for you to achieve a top 10 ranking, or even challenge for a top 3 ranking. This instant prison slash is the greatest sincerity that the Lin family of Jiangcheng can offer. As long as you agree to represent the Lin family in the competition and achieve a top 10 ranking, then this martial art can now belong to you. Lin Heping's words were like thunderclaps, constantly booming in Nie Tian's ears. Instant prison slash. A top-tier sword technique capable of cultivating the infernal purgatory realm and inflicting mental attacks. The condition is to reach the top 10 in the elite martial arts tournament within 4 years. For Nie Tian, such conditions were undoubtedly a fatal temptation. Especially that technique, instant prison slash. For Nie Tian, who desperately needed powerful attack methods, it was like a pillow for a sleepy person, perfectly meeting all his needs. Once he masters this martial art, his strength will definitely experience another earth-shattering leap. However, along with the huge profits come equally huge risks. Representing the Lin family in the competition means facing not only fierce competition from the nation's top geniuses. More importantly, this could make them targets of cultists who are secretive and ruthless. To provoke behemoths like the Blood God cult and the Longevity cult for the sake of a martial arts technique, thus placing oneself in unknown danger. Is it worth it? Nie Tian was caught in a dilemma and hesitation. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Yi Qingyu beside him. However, the girl's clear eyes were also filled with worry and confusion. To accept or to refuse? This decision will directly affect his future path in martial arts, and even his life and death. Chapter 71 Shocking Secret. Is Yi Qingyu also a target? The atmosphere in the office fell into a brief silence. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the smooth floor. Nie Tian's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The allure of instant prison slash is immense. Its attack technique, which could almost grant him instant ascension to the top, is enough to drive any martial artist mad. However, this comes with the enormous risk of directly confronting notorious cults such as the Blood God cult and the Eternal Life cult. He subconsciously looked at Yi Qingyu, whose bright eyes were now filled with undisguised worry and determination. No. Nie Tian, this is too dangerous. Before Nie Tian could speak, Yi Qingyu spoke first. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. She grabbed Nie Tian's arm, her fair knuckles turning slightly blue from the force, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Those lunatics from the Blood God cult and the Longevity cult are utterly depraved and insidious. They have no moral bottom line and their methods are extremely cruel and bloody. Although your strength has improved rapidly, your foundation is still shallow, and you don't have a true master protecting you at all times. What if you really get targeted by those evil heretics? The consequences would be unimaginable. The girl's eyes were slightly red, and her voice was trembling with tears. No matter how good your martial arts are, you can't risk your life. I don't want anything to happen to you. That heartfelt concern and worry calmed his restless heart, which had been agitated by instant hell slash. Yi Qingyu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing the burning flame that had just risen in his heart. Yes, compared to life, what is a mere martial arts skill? He was not alone. He had Yi Qingyu and those who cared about him. What's the point of being powerful if you put yourself in a perilous situation in pursuit of power? Having figured this out, Nie Tian had made up his mind. He took a deep breath, preparing to politely decline Lin Heping's kind offer. Although missing out on instant hell slash would make him feel extremely regretful, reason told him that this might be the safest choice. However, just as Nie Tian was about to speak, Lin Heping, who had been silent all along, suddenly let out a long sigh. The sigh carried a complex, indescribable meaning, as if it already knew what Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu were thinking. He girl, I understand your concern for young friend Nie's safety. Lin Heping picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. His tone was calm, but his eyes became unusually sharp, like two drawn swords piercing straight to the heart. But, do you think that as long as young friend Nya doesn't accept my invitation, you can remain unscathed and stay out of this? Both Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu were taken aback by these words. Lin Heping put down his teacup, the bottom of which made a soft sound as it hit the table, which was particularly clear in the quiet office. His gaze slowly swept over Yi Qingyu's pretty face, which was slightly pale from nervousness, and his tone carried a chilling certainty. As far as I know, last year's frenzied hunt for young geniuses from various families was not just aimed at my Lin family of Jiangcheng. In fact, Lin Heping paused, each word striking Yi Qingyu's heart like a heavy hammer. Yi girl, you were probably one of the cultists' main targets from the very beginning. Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in my mind. Yi Qingyu felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and her mind went completely blank. WH? What? She gasped in shock, her pretty face draining of all color in an instant, turning deathly pale, and her body swayed uncontrollably, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, Nya Tian, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly and caught her slender arm, preventing her from falling to the ground. Director Lin, what did you say? I was also their target? I was attacked? Yi Qingyu's voice became hoarse with extreme shock and confusion, and her once clear and bright almond eyes were now filled with unbelievable fear and bewilderment. This news was absolutely revolutionary for her. Although she knew she came from a distinguished family, she had always lived under the protection of her family and had never truly experienced the cruelty and bloodshed of the outside world. She was mostly exposed to beautiful things, the kindness and envy of her peers. As for the terror and slaughter lurking in the shadows, they seemed incredibly distant from her. But now, Lin Heping is telling her. She herself was once a target of those vicious cult members. How could she possibly accept this? Looking at Yi Qingyu's distraught appearance, Lin Heping felt a pang of pity, but he still spoke slowly and heavily. Young lady, the only reason you don't know you were attacked is that. His voice was low, yet it carried a chilling, sinister edge. That means the person protecting you in the shadows is incredibly powerful. So powerful, that it can nip all danger in the bud before you even know it, before the attackers have even gotten close enough to get to you. Nip it in the bud. These 6 simple words were like an invisible hammer, striking Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu's hearts hard. Nya Tian felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He only knew that Yi Qingyu came from the Yi family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, and that she had a noble status. But I never expected this. Her safety was constantly under such a huge threat. In order to protect her, the Yi family was able to silently and effortlessly defuse the deadly attack from the cultists. The strength and foundation behind this are simply unfathomable. Yi Qingyu's body trembled violently, and her small hands instinctively gripped Nya Tian's sleeve tightly. It was as if only in this way could they find a faint sense of security amidst this sudden and earth-shattering secret. Her mind was in chaos, with countless thoughts rushing through her head. Could it be that my seemingly peaceful life is actually fraught with hidden dangers and lurking dangers? Could it be that all along there has been an invisible eye watching me from the shadows, ready to devour me at any moment? Thinking about all this, Yi Qingyu felt waves of fear and unease. If Lin Heping's words are true, then what kind of cruel reality was the peace and tranquility she enjoyed before built upon? How is this possible? Yi Qingyu murmured to herself, still unable to recover from the immense shock. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Lin Heping knew that his words had achieved the desired effect. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu to clearly understand that danger will not disappear just because you run away. Some destiny are predetermined from the moment you are born. So, young friend Nya, young lady Yi, Lin Heping's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of seriousness. This world is far more complex and dangerous than you imagine. Sometimes, retreating and yielding cannot bring true peace. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one truly control their own destiny and protect everything they want to protect. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Young friend Nya, your talent is your greatest treasure. Even if you don't seek out trouble will find you sooner or later. Instead of waiting passively, take the initiative and firmly grasp your destiny in your own hands. Lin Heping's every word was like a sharp carving knife, deeply dissecting the cruel reality and piercing the nerves of Nya Tian and Yi Qingyu. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became even more tense. As Nya Tian supported Yi Qingyu, he could clearly feel the slight trembling of the girl's body and the cold sweat on her palms. His heart was filled with pity and worry for Yi Qingyu. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Even a member of a powerful family like Yi Qingyu is constantly threatened by cult members. So this is a poor genius who rose to prominence entirely through the system, having no power or influence. Once they truly demonstrate the potential to make those cult organizations wary, how can they remain unscathed? As Lin Heping said, his talent itself is the original sin. Does escaping really work? Just as Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu were both engulfed in shock, confusion, and deep thought. A sudden change has occurred. Without any warning. In the corner of the office, where the air was originally empty, suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, a figure silently and slowly materialized from the illusory ripples. Chapter 72 Arriving through the sky. The Grandmaster of the Yi family. The air in the corner of the office rippled like the surface of a lake tossed with a boulder. The light twisted and refracted eerily in that area, as if connecting to another unknown dimension. Immediately afterwards, a slightly hunched figure stepped out under the horrified gazes of Nie Tian, Yi Qingyu, and Lin Heping. He was an elderly man wearing a faded, plain gray training uniform. His hair was gray and casually tied back. With a thin face and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he looked like an ordinary old man next door. He didn't even have the slightest bit of the fierce aura that a martial artist should have. However, the way he appeared was enough to make anyone who knew the difficulty of it feel a chill run down their spine. It coalesced from the void and arrived stepping through the air. This is a technique that no ordinary martial artist could accomplish. Who are you? Lin Heping was the first to react, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa, his blood and chi surging instantly. A powerful aura belonging to a 6-star grandmaster suddenly erupted, his gaze warily locked onto the uninvited guest, and he demanded an explanation in a stern voice. To be able to appear so quietly and unexpectedly in his office, right under his nose. The newcomer's strength is definitely far superior to him. This set off alarm bells in his mind, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. However, the old man who suddenly seemed not to feel the grandmaster-level pressure emanating from Lin Heping, a pressure that would make ordinary martial artists tremble. He didn't even glance at Lin Heping. In his cloudy old eyes, there was only one figure. That was Yi Qingyu, who was still in shock and confusion. Looking at Yi Qingyu's pale face and the undisguised fear deep in her eyes, the old man's originally calm gaze suddenly flashed with deep affection and heartache. Then, he spoke with a smile, his voice hoarse yet gentle, carrying a hint of the loving kindness unique to an elder. Hee, little girl, don't be afraid. It's normal that you don't know you were once ambushed by those ignorant scoundrels. Because. The old man stroked his sparse beard, speaking casually as if it were a trivial matter. Those creatures, who are not even as good as ants, were crushed to death by me before they even got within 1,000 meters of you. Just casually crush him? Not even within a kilometer? The domineering and confident tone in those words, along with the casual attitude that treated human life as worthless, sent shockwaves through Nie Tian and Lin Heping at the same time. When Yi Qingyu heard that familiar voice and saw the old man's face, her initial shock and confusion quickly faded away like a tide. Instead, there was a strong sense of surprise and reassurance. Grandpa Lin Yuan? Yi Qingyu gasped in surprise, then, like a startled rabbit, she ran quickly to the old man's side and grabbed his arm. Her tone carried a mixture of relief and lingering fear. How did you get here? She rubbed her little head against the old man's rough training clothes, as if only in this way she could completely dispel the fear in her heart. How did I get here? Ha ha. The old man, whom Yi Qingyu called Grandpa Lin Yuan, patted her hand affectionately, his cloudy old eyes full of smiles, before slowly introducing himself. I am Yi Lin Yuan, just a good-for-nothing old fellow from the Yi family. These past few years, having nothing better to do, I've barely become your personal bodyguard, little girl. He paused, then added casually, as if discussing the weather, well, just a martial arts fanatic who doesn't amount to much and only knows how to practice. Yi Lin Yuan? The Yi family's personal bodyguards? A martial arts fanatic? Nie Tian was filled with doubts. He had never heard of this name before. But judging from Yi Qingyu's familiar and dependent manner, the two were clearly very close. Moreover, the timing of Yi Lin Yuan's appearance was too coincidental. It was as if he had been secretly observing everything that was happening here all along. Just as Nie Tian was secretly speculating. Lin Heping, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he heard the name Yi Lin Yuan and saw the other party's bizarre appearance. His pupils suddenly contracted to their maximum size. Upon hearing Yi Lin Yuan's nonchalant self-introduction, Lin Heping's expression changed drastically. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his back was soaked with cold sweat almost instantly. He didn't even have time to wipe himself before he strode forward in an almost staggering manner. He bowed respectfully to Yi Lin Yuan, performing a perfectly standard junior salute, his voice trembling slightly with extreme shock and awe. Junior Lin Heping greets Senior Yi. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and have failed to greet you properly. I deserve to die for this. I beg your forgiveness. He bent over deeply, his head almost touching his chest, his posture extremely low. This is a complete contrast to the composed and all-controlling image he had in front of Nie Tian before. To make a 6-star grandmaster, a powerful figure in the Lin family of Jiangchang, lose his composure so much that he even used words like deserves to die is truly astounding. The seemingly ordinary old man from the Yi family before us has a status and strength that probably exceed everyone's imagination. Yi Lin Yuan seemed unconcerned about Lin Heping's respectful attitude, simply waving his hand dismissively, his tone remaining indifferent. All right, no need for formalities. I was just worried about my little girl and came to check on her. You can continue with your work and don't worry about me. However, how could Lin Heping really ignore him? He cautiously raised his head, his eyes filled with awe and trepidation, and tentatively asked. May I ask Senior Yi, your cultivation level, could it be that it has already? He didn't dare say what he was going to say, but the meaning in his eyes was already self-evident. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin Yuan narrowed his cloudy old eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Heping indifferently. That look seemed casual, yet it seemed to see right through people's hearts. Lin Heping instantly felt as if he had been stripped naked and exposed in front of the other party, with all his thoughts laid bare. So. Yi Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, his tone remaining calm and composed, as if he were discussing something utterly ordinary. Probably above the condensed vein and below the star seed. Above the condensed meridian. Beneath the star seed. These 8 words, though brief, struck Lin Heping like 8 bolts of divine thunder from the heavens. Hiss. Lin Heping gasped sharply, feeling a chill instantly ran from the top of his head to his heels, as if the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his legs buckled, and he almost collapsed to his knees. The next second, he bowed deeply again with an even more respectful, even somewhat pious, demeanor. His voice, hoarse and shrill from excitement and fear, was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Junior pays respects to Grandmaster. Grandmaster. These 3 words exploded like a bombshell in Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu's minds. Although they are not entirely clear about the specific meaning of this title. But judging from Lin Heping's reaction, the weight represented by those 2 words is absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Seeing that Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu both looked blank, seemingly not understanding what the term Grandmaster meant. Lin Heping suppressed the turmoil in his heart, quickly lowered his voice, and explained to the 2 of them as fast as he could. Young friend Nie Tian, Miss Yi, the division of martial arts realms is never taught in detail in ordinary textbooks, because for most people, those realms are too distant, even ethereal, like myths and legends. What you know about martial artists from 1 to 5 stars is merely the most basic stage of accumulating qi and blood, the starting point of the martial path. From the 6th star onwards, martial artists will undergo their first true transformation, condensing qi into liquid. They will condense and compress the abundant qi and blood power within their bodies into a higher level, purer spiritual liquid. This is a leap from quantitative change to qualitative change. Therefore, a 6-star martial artist is also respectfully called a grandmaster. This signifies establishing a school or sect and becoming a grandmaster of 1 generation. Every grandmaster is a top expert in a region, possessing a pivotal position and influence. Lin Heping took a breath, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism, and continued. Above the grandmaster level, when a martial artist cultivates to the peak of the 10th star, they will undergo a second, even more terrifying transformation, the condensation of liquid into veins. Further condense and compress the spiritual fluid within your body until you open up spiritual energy meridians within your dantian and sea of qi, like rushing rivers. Once successful, the martial artist's strength will undergo another earth-shattering, even transformative, change. Those who reach this level of unparalleled power are qualified to be called grandmaster. This means the grandmaster among grandmasters, the greatest achiever at the pinnacle of martial arts. Grandmaster-level experts are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, in the entire vast country of China. Each and every one of them truly stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. With a stomp of their foot, they can shake an entire region. Their will can even influence the decisions of a base. As for the realm above Grandmaster. Lin Heping's voice was filled with boundless longing and anticipation, and his eyes became somewhat dreamy. That is the legendary supreme realm that only exists in ancient records, burning veins and transforming seeds. igniting spiritual veins, nurturing starseeds, communicating with the great power of heaven and earth, transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood, almost becoming a god. That realm is revered as martial god. Martial gods are few and far between worldwide. Each one is a pillar of human civilization. An unparalleled being capable of suppressing the fate of a nation. After listening to Lin Heping's detailed and impressive explanation, Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu finally gained a preliminary and clear understanding of the classification of martial arts realms. And now I finally understand just how terrifying and noble the seemingly ordinary old man Yi Linyuan is as a grandmaster. That is an existence that surpasses countless grandmasters and is second only to the legendary god of war. The two looked at each other and saw undisguised horror and awe in each other's eyes. Immediately, they dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly followed Lin Heping, respectfully bowing deeply to Yi Linyuan. Junior Nie Tian Yi Qingyu pays respects to Grandmaster Yi. In Nie Tian's heart, a monstrous storm was brewing. He knew beforehand that Yi Qingyu came from an extraordinary family, but he never expected that her family could actually have a Grandmaster-level expert who was renowned throughout the region serving as her personal bodyguard. This is beyond what the word extraordinary can describe. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of enormous and mysterious force is hidden behind Yi Qingyu? At this moment, Nie Tian felt as if he had touched the tip of an iceberg of a higher level of this world, and an unprecedented sense of shock and insignificance arose spontaneously. Chapter 73: Concealing Breath Technique and Martial Soul Token. Nie Tian's final choice. In the silent office, the air seemed to freeze because of the words Grandmaster. Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with awe for the unfathomable old man before them. Especially Nie Tian, whose gaze toward Yi Linyuan contained not only awe but also an indescribable complexity. A Grandmaster-level expert turned out to be Yi Qingyu's personal bodyguard. This fact was like a boulder thrown into his calm lake of heart, stirring up huge waves. He originally thought that his rise to power through the system was already a series of fortuitous encounters, and that his future was promising. But at this moment, compared with the unfathomable power of Yi Qingyu's family, his achievements seemed somewhat insignificant. A strong desire to become stronger and catch up with Yi Qingyu's pace grew wildly in his heart. After the initial shock, Yi Qingyu quickly returned to normal. Clearly, although she hadn't known before that her grandfather's strength was so terrifying, her daily interactions with Yi Linyuan had already made her feel a great dependence on and closeness to this elder. She skipped and hopped to Yi Linyuan's side, hugged his arm affectionately again, tilted her little face up, and said in a coquettish tone, "Grandpa Linyuan, you're so amazing. You'll have to protect Nie Tian from now on. What if he gets bullied by those bad guys, or targeted by evil sects like the Blood God cult or the Longevity cult?" The girl's thoughts were simple and straightforward. In her opinion, since her grandfather was so powerful, it was only natural for him to protect Nie Tian. Yi Linyuan was both amused and exasperated by his granddaughter's blatant extortion. He affectionately reached out and gently stroked her pert nose, smiling helplessly. All right, I'm scared of you. You little rascal. You always side with outsiders." Immediately, his gaze turned to Nie Tian, a barely perceptible hint of approval and scrutiny flashing in his cloudy old eyes. "The boy in front of me is very young." However, when facing this grandmaster, although he was shocked, he did not show excessive flattery or fear, and his eyes remained calm and resolute. "That's a good mindset. Boy." Yi Linyuan flicked his finger, and a soft blue light flew from his fingertip, landing precisely in Nie Tian's outstretched palm, transforming into a smooth jade slip engraved with ancient cloud patterns. "Consider this my gift to you," Yi Linyuan said calmly, yet with an undeniable air of authority. "This is a special auxiliary martial art called Concealing Breath Technique. It's not some profound attack or defense method, but its effects are quite peculiar. After mastering the Concealing Breath Technique, you can perfectly conceal your own blood and chi fluctuations and energy aura. You can even disguise your cultivation level as lower than your actual cultivation level according to your wishes. As long as the other party's strength is not much higher than yours, or they have not cultivated special detection techniques, it will be difficult for them to see through your true strength. At crucial moments, this martial art might be used to confuse the enemy, catch them off guard, and launch a surprise attack. Pretending to be weak to fool others. A must-have for those who plot against others." Upon hearing Yi Linyuan's simple and straightforward introduction, Nie Tian's eyes lit up instantly. The value of this breath concealment technique is simply immeasurable. His biggest trump cards right now are the Plunder Evolution system and the ability to control multiple organs, which are secrets that cannot be easily exposed. If he can perfectly conceal his aura and true level of cultivation, it will undoubtedly give him a huge initiative and safety advantage in future battles and explorations. Imagine the sheer thrill of a scene where, just when the enemy thinks he's a weakling they can't possibly defeat, he suddenly unleashes a terrifying power far beyond their wildest expectations. This martial art is practically a divine skill tailor-made for him. Suppressing his excitement, Nye Tian carefully put the jade slip containing the concealing breath technique into his pocket. Then, he solemnly bowed to Yi Lin Yuan and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, Senior Yi. I am deeply grateful." No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Xingyu." Yi Lin Yuan waved his hand, then glanced meaningfully at Nye Tian, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Young man, I must warn you beforehand. My Xingyu is no ordinary girl. If you want to marry her openly and honestly, talent and potential alone are probably far from enough. You have a long road ahead of you, so keep working hard, young man." Upon hearing this, Nye Tian felt a slight chill run down his spine. Yi Qingyu, standing next to her, blushed instantly, her pretty face turning bright red, like a ripe apple. She stomped her foot in annoyance, but couldn't help but steal glances at Nye Tian from the corner of her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. However, this protective young woman seemed to feel that the breath concealment technique alone was not enough to guarantee Nye Tian's safety. She continued to cling to Yi Lin Yuan's arm, shaking it vigorously, her tone full of coquettishness. "Grandpa Lin Yuan. Having the concealing breath technique alone isn't enough. What if Nye Tian really encounters bad guys he can't beat, or those cultists who don't know martial ethics and use tricks to besiege him? What will we do then? You little rascal. I just can't do anything with you." Yi Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, but his face still held that doting smile. He pondered for a moment, then flipped his wrist. A palm-sized, jet-black token, neither gold nor jade, with countless mysterious and strange patterns engraved on its surface, appeared in his palm. The moment the token appeared, the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees out of nowhere, and a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble emanated from the token. All right, since you've spoken, I can't be too stingy." Yi Lin Yuan handed the ancient token to Nye Tian, his expression became more serious. "This one is a martial soul token. Within this, a trace of my martial will is sealed. Wearing it on a daily basis can nourish your soul and enhance your comprehension. But if you encounter a life or death crisis that you cannot overcome, crush it immediately. The moment you crush the token, the martial arts will seal within will erupt completely, unleashing a terrifying power equivalent to a full force strike from a peak 10-star grandmaster. That should be enough to protect you from most fatal dangers. At the same time, the moment the token was crushed, I was able to immediately sense your exact location. As long as you are still within Jiangnan province, I will come to your aid as quickly as possible. A full force strike from a peak 10-star grandmaster. It can also summon a grandmaster level expert for immediate support in times of crisis. This is practically a genuine super amulet." Holding the heavy martial soul token in his hands, Nye Tian felt his heart pounding wildly. With this martial soul token, my biggest safety concern about provoking cultists has completely vanished at this moment. Even if he were to be targeted by those evil forces, he would have enough confidence and means to protect himself. This was like a godsend, it saved his life. "Senior Yi, this is too precious. This junior." Nye Tian was so excited that he was almost incoherent. He wanted to refuse, but he really couldn't bear to part with it. "Take it." Yi Lin Yuan waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Xingyu got this for you. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting her down?" Upon hearing this, Nye Tian took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and solemnly put the martial soul token into his pocket, placing it side by side with the jade slip of the concealing breath technique. Then, he bowed deeply to Yi Lin Yuan again, his voice filled with boundless gratitude. "Many thanks to Senior Yi for saving my life. I will remember this kindness and this scene forever." Now that the biggest security threat has been resolved, Nye Tian has no reason to refuse Lin Heping's invitation. The ultimate sword technique, Instant Hell Slash, which can cultivate the infernal purgatory realm and includes mental attacks, also held a fatal attraction for him. Nye Tian turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Heping, whose face was filled with anticipation and nervousness. A confident smile played on his lips, and his voice was firm and resolute. "Director Lin, I, Nye Tian, accept your invitation. I will represent the Lin family of Jiangcheng in the Elite Martial Arts Tournament. I will certainly live up to your expectations." Great. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lin Heping was so excited that he almost burst into tears, and his clenched fists trembled slightly from excessive excitement. The huge stone that had been weighing on his heart for years seemed to have been lifted at this moment, allowing him to see a glimmer of hope. He quickly took out a delicate jade box and an encrypted USB drive that he had prepared beforehand from his pocket, and solemnly handed them to Nye Tian with both hands. Young friend Nye. This is a complete rubbing of the manual for Instant Prison / along with an electronic version containing cultivation insights and demonstration videos. From now on, it belongs to you. I hope you can master this divine skill soon and bring glory to the Lin family. Nye Tian accepted the jade box and USB drive, feeling the weight and expectations contained within them, and his heart was filled with boundless pride. Instant Prison / Elite Martial Arts Tournament. The potential threat of cult members. And the unfathomable power of Yi Qingyu's family. All of this unfolded before him like a magnificent scroll painting. The road ahead is destined to be full of challenges and adventures. But that's precisely why it's so anticipated. Isn't that right? Chapter 74: The Old Fox's Scheme. Director Lin forced to suffer a massive bleeding. With his worries resolved, Nye Tian naturally agreed to Lin Heping's conditions and agreed to participate in the elite martial arts tournament on behalf of the Lin family. This should have been a scene that brought joy to everyone. However, Lin Heping stood aside, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, showing no sign of the joy of his plan's success. There is no other reason. The pressure from Yi Linyuan, this unfathomable grandmaster, was immense. The Yi family is indeed a behemoth with unfathomable depths. This kid Nye Tian is so favored by Grandmaster Yi. They gifted him the secret technique concealing breath and bestowed upon him the heaven-defying martial soul token. It's like their ancestors' graves were emitting auspicious smoke. With such a powerful backing, coupled with Nye Tian's monstrous talent, his future achievements are limitless. Lin Heping could almost have foreseen this. This time, the Lin family of Jiangcheng might really be able to completely turn the tide and even reach a higher level because of Nye Tian. In the future, we must make more contact with the Yi family and cultivate a good relationship that would be the best course of action. Just as Lin Heping's mind raced, pondering how to further deepen his connection with the Yi family and Nye Tian. Ha ha ha. Good. Great. Yi Linyuan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly, his voice so loud that the teacups in the office hummed slightly. He looked extremely pleased with himself, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Nye Tian and Lin Heping, as if he was extremely satisfied with the happy situation before him. Seeing that Xiao Tian accepted your invitation, Lao Lin, can you finally put your mind at ease, right? Yi Linyuan said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Upon hearing this, Lin Heping immediately bowed, his face beaming with gratitude. It is all thanks to Senior Ye's mediation that young friend Nye Tian's worries were relieved. I will remember this great kindness and virtue forever. His words came from the bottom of his heart. If Yi Linyuan hadn't produced that martial soul token, completely dispelling Nye Tian's concerns about the threat posed by the cult, this cooperation might have truly fallen through. However, after hearing Lin Heping's thanks, Yi Linyuan's smile became even more unfathomable. He strolled slowly for a couple of steps, glancing at Lin Heping seemingly casually, playing a sly smile on his lips like that of an old fox. Hey Lao Lin, Yi Linyuan said calmly, look at this, I've been racking my brains over your family's little troubles. I gave away my most treasured concealing breath technique and spent a lot of effort creating a martial soul token, but... He paused, a hint of barely perceptible grievance in his voice. This old man has suffered a huge financial loss. He almost lost his entire savings for his funeral. Lin Heping's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely ominous premonition instantly surged into his mind. This Grandmaster Senior, could it be that he intends to? His smile froze slightly, and cold sweat began to pour uncontrollably from his forehead. As expected, Yi Linyuan changed the subject. A glint of light flashed in his cloudy old eyes, and he stared at Lin Heping with a half-smile, continuing slowly and deliberately. You want Xiao Tian to represent your Lin family, but all you give him is a family martial arts technique called Instant Prison / Although that thing is considered quite good in your Lin family, compared to what I have a secret technique and a protection token, doesn't it seem a bit too stingy? I can't just sit here and put on a one-man show, suffering in silence, can I? Yi Linyuan's tone suddenly rose a few notches, carrying an unquestionable air of fairness. Well, you'd better show some more respect and come up with something decent. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't people laugh at me, Yi Linyuan, for only doing losing business? Have to. This bamboo pole has really hit me on the head. Lin Heping smiled bitterly to himself, his expression even more unpleasant than if he were crying. He knew that this Grandmaster Yi was no ordinary person. His earlier act of being a smiling, kind-hearted man was just a prelude. The old fox was calculating his scheme perfectly. But unfortunately, he couldn't have his condition flare up. Firstly, Yi Lingyuan's strength is unfathomable, and he is also a generation above him. Secondly, they really did help me a lot. If others hadn't resolved Nie Tian's concerns, it's another matter whether Nie Tian would have agreed to participate. Lin Heping had no choice but to accept this favor, whether he wanted to or not. Thinking of this, Lin Heping took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the frustration and heartache in his heart. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. For the future of the Lin family, and to ensure that Nie Tian, this great Buddha, would wholeheartedly serve the Lin family. Today, the blood must be shed. He instantly forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and bowed and scraped repeatedly to Yi Lingyuan, his tone extremely respectful. Senior Yi is right. It was my oversight. I was short-sighted and stingy. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. This extremely humble posture made Nie Tian and Yi Qingyu, who were standing to the side, unable to help but chuckle. Seeing this, Yi Lingyuan nodded in satisfaction, stroked his beard, and looked at him with an expression that said, "This child is teachable." Yes, it's good to admit your mistakes and correct them. Old Lin, you do have some awareness. That's right, that's right. Lin Heping agreed repeatedly, but his heart was bleeding. He gritted his teeth, as if making a firm decision, and turned to look at the innocent-looking Nie Tian, saying sincerely, "Young friend Nie Tian, since you have agreed to represent the Lin family of Jiangcheng in this battle, the entire Lin family is deeply grateful for this kindness. In addition to the instant prison slash that we promised before, I, Lin Heping, will add another reward in my personal capacity." He took a deep breath and practically forced out the words. A complete C-grade Obsidian Series alloy combat suit, plus a Rift Wind alloy battle knife of the same top-quality C-grade. Guaranteed to be the most advanced in terms of craftsmanship and superior in performance among its peers. Grade C Obsidian combat suit. Grade C Rift Wind blade. Either of these two items would be worth millions on the market. The total price for one set would likely be close to 10 million. Moreover, these are exquisite items that are priceless and unavailable for sale. Even if an ordinary martial artist has money, they might not be able to buy it. Lin Heping has really gone all out this time. Upon hearing this, Nie Tian's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Weapons. Armor. This is exactly what he desperately needs right now. He had originally planned to wait until he obtained the instant prison slash before spending his own money to buy a suitable set of equipment. Unexpectedly, thanks to Senior Yi Lingyuan's righteous words, it was delivered right to his door for free. And it was even top-tier C-grade stuff. This is like a pillow when you're sleepy, a timely help in your time of need. His gratitude towards Yi Lingyuan instantly rose several notches. This Grandmaster Yi may seem to be extorting money, but in reality, every word he says is for his own benefit. Nie Tian quickly bowed to Lin Heping and said sincerely, "Thank you for your kind offer, Director Lin. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations." Seeing Lin Heping successfully bleed and seeing Nie Tian's overjoyed expression, Yi Lingyuan finally laughed heartily, his laughter filled with a sense of triumph. He stepped forward, patted Nie Tian heavily on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Kid, do a good job. Don't let me and Qingyu down. Remember, you have a long road ahead of you." After saying that, he didn't wait for anyone's reaction, and didn't even look at Lin Heping again. Its form, like ink merging into water, became transparent and ethereal once more, eventually disappearing silently from the spot. Lin Heping was left alone in the office, clutching his aching chest, on the verge of tears. Chapter 75 Elite Martial Arts Tournament. A legend forged in 2 months? Yi Lingyuan was like a gust of wind, arriving suddenly and leaving just as gracefully. It was as if it had never existed. The atmosphere in the office had become somewhat awkward because of his brilliant performance of extortion. Yi Qingyu pursed her lips, trying hard to suppress her laughter. She secretly glanced in the direction Yi Lingyuan had disappeared, then looked at the undisguised joy on Nie Tian's face. My respect for my old rascal grandfather has grown even stronger. Grandpa Lingyuan wasn't extorting Nie Tian at all, he was clearly showing his kindness. In comparison, Lin Heping let out a long sigh of relief after watching Yi Lingyuan leave. My tense nerves finally relaxed. He raised his hand and wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. The pained expression on his face was gradually replaced by a complex look full of expectation. Although he was severely fleeced by Grandmaster Yi. However, by using a set of C-grade equipment, they could completely bind Nie Tian, this prodigy with unlimited potential, to the Lin family's chariot. In addition, he also gained a potential favor from Grandmaster Yi. Upon closer examination, this deal doesn't seem like a bad deal after all. Hehe, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, young friend Nie Tian and Miss Yi. Lin Heping regained his composure as a high-ranking member of the Lin family in Jiangcheng, a wry smile on his face, and said to Nie Tian, Senior Yi is just a man of strong emotions. However, as long as you, young friend Nie Tian, can help my Lin family in Jiangcheng overcome this difficulty, all those sacrifices I made earlier will be nothing. He looked intently at Nie Tian, his tone full of sincerity. My Lin family will do everything in our power to support your future development. Nie Tian once again solemnly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Director Lin, you flatter me. I am already extremely fortunate to be valued by the Lin family. However, let me be frank from the start, the elite martial arts competition brings together the most outstanding geniuses in all of China, and you can imagine how fierce the competition will be. Although I will do my best, the results of the competition can change in an instant, and I cannot guarantee that I will make it into the top 10. I hope that no matter what the outcome, the Lin family will not hold me responsible for this. He is not one to make promises lightly, and he doesn't want to bear a heavy psychological burden because of factors beyond his control. Don't worry. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Lin Heping waved his hands repeatedly, his attitude resolute. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. As long as you've done your best and fought with all your might, no matter the final result, the entire Lin family of Jiangcheng will be grateful for your kindness. We will never have the slightest complaint. He paused, then added, moreover, given the talent and potential you've shown, young friend Nie Tian, I have confidence in you. Having received Lin Heping's explicit assurance, Nie Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Lin Heping began to explain the specific schedule of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament to Nie Tian in detail. The Elite Martial Arts Tournament is held every 4 years. The most recent tournament is actually going to officially begin in a little over 2 months. At this point, Lin Heping's tone carried a hint of regret. With your current cultivation level of a 1-star quasi-martial artist, young friend Nie Tian, it is almost impossible for you to raise your strength to the 6-star martial artist level, which is the threshold for participation, in such a short period of time. Therefore, we definitely won't be able to make it to this competition. He looked at Nie Tian, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. However, young friend, there's no need to be discouraged. Your goal should be the next Elite Martial Arts Tournament 4 years from now. Breaking through to the 6th-star martial artist level in 4 years might still be a difficult task for ordinary martial artists. But with your monstrous cultivation speed, young friend, plus the secret assistance of my Lin family and Senior Yi, you have achieved remarkable success. Lin Heping patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Reaching the 6-star Grandmaster level within 4 years is almost a certainty, there's no need to worry at all. As for the results, Lin Heping's tone was full of strong confidence, as if he could already see Nie Tian shining brightly in the competition 4 years later. Based on the terrifying defensive power you displayed in your battle against Ling Fei in the virtual arena, as well as your unpredictable and unparalleled speed that far surpasses that of others of the same level. Once you truly reach the 6-star martial artist realm, achieving a top 10 ranking in the Elite Martial Artist Tournament will be a piece of cake. Even reaching the top 3 is not impossible. Lin Heping became more and more excited as he spoke, and his smile grew even brighter. He seemed to already see the Lin family's glorious future, which would be a resurgence and even greater success, thanks to Nie Tian's outstanding performance. Nie Tian listened quietly to Lin Heping's analysis and outlook, nodding slightly without showing much expression on his face. 4 years? Breaking into the top 10? Or even the top 3? In Lin Heping's view, these goals are perhaps already extremely high expectations and achievements. But deep within Nie Tian's heart, a more intense flame quietly ignited. 4 years later? No. It's been too long. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and his deep eyes gleamed with a tenacity and confidence that were hard for ordinary people to understand. If, in the next 2 months or so, he was able to forcefully raise his strength from the current 1-star quasi-martial artist level to the 6-star martial artist level, then he will be able to participate in this year's Elite Martial Arts Tournament. This thought is like magma buried deep beneath a volcano. Once he found an outlet, it exploded in his mind with an unstoppable force. 2 months. From 1 star to 6 stars. This is absolutely unbelievable to any martial artist. That's wishful thinking. It's a crazy delusion that anyone who hears it will scoff at. Even for an ordinary genius, it would take at least several years of hard work to cultivate from 1 star to 6 stars, even with abundant resources and meticulous guidance from a renowned teacher. 2 months? This is absolutely ridiculous. But Nya Tian is no ordinary person. He possesses a system that's like a cheat code for plundering evolution. Kill and plunder energy to increase your health and vitality. There are no bottlenecks whatsoever. In addition, there are the 3 spiritual apertures that have already been awakened. It offers the ultimate burst of power with the Thunder Heart and the Wind Breath Lung with unlimited endurance. In addition, there's the Black Tortoise Skin, which increases damage reduction when attacked. This is his biggest advantage in taking on challenges beyond his level. In terms of martial arts, he has just acquired 2 precious martial arts techniques that contain profound meaning. The Yellow Grade Superior Movement Technique, Fong Cun Bu. It is possible to cultivate the artistic conception of within a small space. Once you get the hang of it, your speed will skyrocket again, giving you a significant advantage whether you're chasing or escaping. The Yellow Rank Superior Sword Technique, Instant Prison Slash. They can cultivate the infernal purgatory realm, and even incorporate mental attacks into their attacks. This will completely make up for his lack of offensive methods, and give his lethality a qualitative leap. In addition, Grandmaster Yi gave him the Concealing Breath Technique and the Martial Soul Token, providing him with the ultimate trump card for survival. Favorable timing. Favorable location. Favorable human relationships. It seems that all the conditions are pointing to one possibility: the possibility of creating a miracle. As long as there's a strong enough opponent, he can exploit the damage reduction of Black Tortoise Skin. As long as there are enough ferocious beasts for him to plunder energy and boost his health. As long as there are enough resources to support him in cultivating these 2 top-tier martial arts techniques. Perhaps, he really can accomplish this seemingly impossible feat in just 2 months. Nya Tian took a deep breath, and the crazy plan in his mind began to run at high speed like a finely tuned gear. He was about to begin preparing for this goal of defying fate. The first step is to arm yourself. Chapter 76: Shopping Mall Purchase. Space equipment acquired. After an unexpected little incident, the meeting with Lin Heping finally came to a successful conclusion. Nya Tian did not announce his crazy idea of reaching 6 stars in 2 months and aiming for this year's elite martial arts tournament in advance. He knew that before any substantial results were achieved, any grand pronouncements would seem pale and powerless. He only needs to prove everything with his actions. Outside the office, Yi Qingyu had been waiting for a long time. When the girl saw Nya Tian come out, her bright almond-shaped eyes instantly lit up with joy, but there was still a trace of worry between her brows. Nya Tian, you've really decided to participate in that elite martial arts tournament? Yi Qingyu gently tugged at Nya Tian's sleeve, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I heard that the competition is extremely dangerous, gathering the top geniuses from various factions, and you might even encounter those madmen from cults. Although she had almost blind faith in Nya Tian's strength, her heart couldn't help but clench when she thought of the hidden threats and the brutal competitive environment of the elite martial arts tournament. Looking into the girl's eyes, which were filled with concern, Nya Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled Yi Qingyu's soft hair, a confident yet gentle smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, Qingyu. I know what I'm doing. Besides, didn't your grandpa Lin Yuan give me a protection token? Nothing will happen. He didn't tell Yi Qingyu about his even more outrageous 2-month plan, because he didn't want her to worry about him unnecessarily. He can bear some of the pressure alone. Yi Qingyu nodded as if she understood, but the worry in her eyes did not completely disappear. She took out a small, exquisite jade bottle from her delicate little bag and stuffed it into Nya Tian's hand without saying a word. This is the Azure Essence pill that I usually use for cultivation. It's very effective in restoring qi and blood and nourishing the meridians. You take it. Cultivating the instant prison slash must be very hard, don't mistreat yourself. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone was unusually firm. Looking at the warm, smooth jade bottle in his hand, which exuded a faint fragrance, Nya Tian was deeply moved. Although he had never seen this azure jade pill before, just from the name, he knew it was no ordinary product, and its value was probably far greater than that of ordinary qi and blood pills. He originally wanted to decline, but when he saw Yi Qingyu's unquestionable gaze and the pure concern deep in her eyes, he hesitated. The words of refusal were on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't bring myself to say them. Okay, I'll accept it. Nya Tian solemnly put the jade bottle into his pocket, looking at Yi Qingyu with tender eyes. Thank you, Qingyu. Why are you being so polite with me? Yi Qingyu said coquettishly, her cheeks turning even redder. She lowered her head and muttered softly, You're my boyfriend. The voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet it struck Nie Tian's heart like an electric current. Looking at the girl's shy and adorable appearance, Nie Tian's heart was filled with tenderness and strength. For her, for himself, and for that magnificent future, he must become stronger. Alright, I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Nie Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the romantic feelings in his heart, and said to Yi Qingyu, You must also cultivate diligently, so that we can fight side by side when the time comes. Yes. I will definitely work hard. Yi Qingyu nodded heavily, her bright eyes filled with anticipation for the future. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Yi Qingyu, Nie Tian didn't waste a moment and immediately got to work. His net worth has skyrocketed, not only from the more than 140,000 yuan he earned from the virtual arena, but also from the C-grade set in the instant prison/manual promised by Lin Heping. It's like a complete transformation from ragtag guns to cannons. Things are not what they used to be. Instead of going home, he hailed a hover taxi at the entrance of the martial arts building and headed straight for Dishun Fa, the largest comprehensive shopping center in Jiangchang. In the past, he would rather spend more than half an hour squeezing onto a bus to save a few dollars. But now, time is the most precious resource for him. His goal was very clear. First, let's talk about space equipment. As a martial artist about to embark on the path of hunting ferocious beasts, it would be impossible to move an inch without a suitable spatial equipment. Whether it's storing weapons and armor, loot crystals, or daily supplies, sufficient space is required. Inside the Dishun Fa specialty store on the third floor, Nie Tian quickly found the counter selling space equipment. The dazzling array of spatial bracelets, rings, backpacks, and belts made him dazzled. The prices ranged from tens of thousands to tens of millions, which made him secretly gasp. Considering his current financial resources and actual needs, Nie Tian ultimately chose an entry-level silver space bracelet. Although this bracelet has an internal space of only about 20 cubic meters, which is relatively small compared to similar products, it is relatively affordable, costing only 48,800 yuan. For him at this stage, the 20 cubic meter space is more than enough to store a Class C combat suit, an alloy battle knife, some ferocious beast materials, and daily necessities. Pay by credit card, pledge blood to the master. When Nie Tian infused a wisp of his vital energy into the spatial bracelet and felt the connection established between the internal space and himself, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this thing, getting around will be so much easier. The newly acquired C-grade combat suit and weapons, along with the USB drive containing the cheat codes, etc. All of them have good storage space. Immediately afterwards, Nie Tian turned to look at the second target of this shopping trip. A super large capacity upright freezer. This might sound like a frivolous pursuit, but it is of utmost importance to Nie Tian. The meat of ferocious beasts contains abundant energy, making it a good thing for boosting blood and strengthening the body. He didn't intend to waste the remaining meat of the ferocious beasts he hunted afterward, in addition to the valuable crystal cores and special materials. However, the meat of ferocious beasts spoils very easily, especially in the hot summer. Without a sufficiently large freezer, it is impossible to preserve it for a long time. Amidst the sales assistant's surprised gaze, Nie Tian waved his hand and directly selected a top-of-the-line smart upright freezer with a capacity of up to 800 liters. The price was also quite high, costing him 49,999 yuan. Sir, are you sure you want this one? This one is mainly supplied to large restaurants for storing high-end ingredients. The sales assistant cautiously reminded him. Okay. This is it. Arrange for delivery to my door. Nie Tian said without hesitation. After purchasing the two key items, Nie Tian glanced at the balance in his bank account. The once substantial savings of over 140,000 yuan were quickly depleted, leaving only 44,000 yuan. Sigh, money really doesn't last long. Nie Tian sighed as he looked at the rapidly shrinking numbers. It seems that the real key to success is to quickly improve one's strength and then go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts and make money. Those ferocious beasts roaming the wilderness are all walking ATMs. You can also accumulate evolution points at the same time, killing two birds with one stone, so why not? With this in mind, Nie Tian was full of energy. Everything is ready, except for practice. The next step is to go back to the rented apartment. Secluded cultivation. Master the two top-tier martial arts techniques, Fangsuan Step and Instant Prison Slash, as soon as possible to develop initial combat capabilities. Then, he can leave the safe zone and head to the wilderness where danger and opportunity coexist, embarking on a true path of hunting and evolution. The vast world outside is where he can truly unleash his potential. Filled with boundless anticipation for the future, Nye Tian immediately contacted the merchant to arrange expedited delivery. He then put on his newly purchased spatial bracelet and, full of high spirits, took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Chapter 77 Martial Arts Training. Nye Tian's first setback? The night was as dark as ink. Inside the rented rooms in the urban village, the lights were dim and yellowish. Nye Tian took a deep breath. He carefully took out the brand new C-grade Obsidian Series alloy combat suit and the Rending Wind alloy battle knife, which gleamed with a chilling light, from the silver space bracelet. A cool yet resilient sensation came from my fingertips. The combat suit is lightweight and close-fitting, yet its powerful defensive capabilities are clearly perceptible. The cracking wind battle blade had smooth lines and a chilling light, as if it could easily tear the air apart. Nye Tian couldn't resist gripping the hilt of his sword and casually twirling it a few times. Swish! Swish! The blade sliced through the air, creating a soft whistling sound, a powerful gust of wind. A fine knife. A hint of excitement flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. Compared to his old, worn-out butcher knife, this C-grade alloy battle knife is far superior in terms of feel, sharpness, and power transmission. If combined with instant hell slash, its power will be astonishing. After carefully storing the new equipment back into his spatial bracelet, Nye Tianping calmed his excitement and turned his gaze to the table. The USB drive containing electronic rubbings of instant prison slash and square inch step, and the ancient jade slip containing concealing breath technique. They were all laid out on the table, waiting for him to delve deeper and uncover their treasures. Today's core task martial arts training officially begins. He decided to start with the yellow-level superior movement technique, Feng Cun Bu. Insert the USB drive into the computer, and the electronic document of Feng Cun Bu and a carefully produced high-definition demonstration video will quickly pop up on the screen. In the video, a martial artist with graceful movements moves nimbly and unpredictably in an open space. Sometimes it moves elusively like a ghost, and other times it can travel thousands of miles in an instant, as if shrinking the distance between two places. Every movement is full of indescribable rhythm and beauty. Nye Tian sat cross-legged and watched the demonstration video intently. I also carefully studied the electronic document about the breathing techniques for the beginner stage of Feng Cun Bu and the key points of the 36 basic movements. He closed his eyes and tried hard to recall every detail of the video in his mind. At the same time, he mobilized the body's qi and blood, and began to try to circulate it according to the specific route recorded in the document. However, while the ideal is lofty, the reality is shockingly harsh. Hiss! As soon as the power of qi and blood entered the first meridian branch required by the Feng Cun Bu technique, Nye Tian felt a strong sense of stagnation. The feeling was like a riverbed that had been dry and silted up for years suddenly being forcibly filled with water, with heavy resistance and no way to move forward. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to circulate his qi and blood to break through the blocked meridian. However, no matter how he tried, the circulation of qi and blood was always bumpy and difficult to achieve the smooth, effortless feeling described in the document. What troubled him even more was that Feng Cun Bu not only required precise and smooth circulation of qi and blood, but also required extremely tricky and strange steps to be taken while circulating qi and blood. These 36 introductory movements each require a high level of flexibility, balance, and coordination. Nye Tian tried to imitate the first move in the video, swallow skimming the water. This movement requires the body to dive down instantly while standing on one leg. The other leg is raised high behind like a swallow's tail, while the arm is made to move in a light and graceful manner, as if skimming across the surface of water. It seems simple, but when Nye Tian actually tried to do it, he discovered how difficult it was. Poor circulation of qi and blood leads to stiffness in the body. Clumsy footwork leads to instability in the center of gravity. Thump! He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Phew! This is so difficult. Nye Tian opened his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his handsome face, and his brows furrowed slightly. He originally thought that with his current vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people, he could achieve great success. And physical attributes enhanced by the triple strengthening of thunderous heart, wind-breathing lungs, and black tortoise skin. Even if learning a high-grade yellow-level movement technique is somewhat difficult, it shouldn't end up in such a sorry state. But now it seems he underestimated the difficulty of mastering martial arts. Even the first step of circulating qi and blood encountered such enormous resistance. There are still 35 more movements to follow, and most importantly, the understanding of the artistic conception within a small space. This road was far more difficult than he had imagined. Was I too impatient? Nye Tian rubbed his throbbing temples, a sense of frustration rising in his heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The difficulty of mastering Feng Xiuanbu is beyond imagination. Perhaps, we could try another martial art first? The offensive sword technique, Instant Hell Slash. This martial art is also of the yellow rank, and according to Yi Qingyu, its core essence is based on extreme speed and unparalleled explosive power. Its moves are exquisite and profound, and its power is unparalleled. Most importantly, it possesses near limitless growth potential and can even cultivate a terrifying realm called Infernal Purgatory, which includes mental attacks. This is undoubtedly more attractive to Nye Tian, who desperately needs powerful attack methods. Thinking of this, Nye Tian perked up, quickly closed the document of Feng Xiuanbu and opened the folder of Shenyuzhan. It also features a detailed electronic rubbing and a magnificent demonstration video. In the video, a swordsman with a stern face and a tall, straight figure stands silently on a desolate Gobi desert, holding a long, black sword. The next second, a flash of light appeared. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor any dazzling special effects. There were only streaks of pitch-black blade light, incredibly fast and sharp, seemingly capable of tearing apart the soul. Each slash carried a terrifying aura of destruction, as if dragging everything in front of it into an inescapable hell. Although the video was only a few minutes long, Nye Tian was deeply moved and his blood was boiling. This is the powerful swordsmanship he has always dreamed of. However, when he turned off the video and began studying the electronic copy of Instant Prison Slash and trying to understand its introductory techniques, the expression on his face was several times uglier than when he was practicing the square-inch step. How is this possible? As Nye Tian looked at the convoluted and incredibly profound methods of circulating qi and guiding mental energy in the document, he felt a chill run down his spine. If we say that the difficulty of practicing Feng Xiuanbu is at the difficult level, then this Instant Hell Slash is simply hell level. It not only demands an almost abnormal level of mastery over swordsmanship, but also involves a mysterious power that Nye Tian has never encountered before: spiritual power. The document describes in detail how to perceive mental energy, how to guide mental energy, and how to integrate mental energy into sword techniques. This creates a terrifying effect that can shake the opponent's mind and even attack their very soul. But these descriptions are like gibberish to Nye Tian right now. He tried to follow the instructions in the document, closing his eyes, concentrating, and trying to feel the so-called fluctuations and flow of spiritual energy. Result: there's nothing there. The feeling was like trying to grasp a wisp of invisible and intangible smoke in a pitch-black room, ethereal and unreal. Gulp. Nye Tian swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A deep sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He originally thought that with his talent and the system's assistance, learning martial arts would be relatively easy. Unexpectedly, these two top-tier martial arts techniques of the yellow rank were so difficult that they were almost unbelievable. Forget about comprehending any artistic conception or cultivating any mental attack. Even the most basic introductory techniques of these two martial arts are beyond his grasp. He can't even get to the door of them. Could it be that cultivating advanced martial arts techniques is really this difficult? Nye Tian murmured to himself, his voice filled with a bitter disbelief. Based on his current preliminary understanding of the difficulty of learning these two martial arts techniques, I just want to master either Feng Xiuanbu or Shenyuzhan to the most basic entry-level stage. Even if he trains relentlessly without eating, drinking, or sleeping, it will probably take him at least a month. As for the higher level of minor achievement, that's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. In 2 months, they probably won't even get close to achieving minor success. This cruel reality was like a bucket of ice water poured over Nye Tian. So refreshing. He was originally ambitious, planning to break through to the 6th-star martial artist realm within 2 months and participate in that year's elite martial artist competition. But now it seems this goal instantly became an unattainable, even somewhat laughable, dream. A 6-star martial artist has more than just strict requirements for health and vitality. An even more crucial requirement is that one must master at least one martial art to the minor mastery level. Small achievement means that one's understanding and application of martial arts have reached a certain depth, and one can more freely display the essence of martial arts. This level of difficulty is far beyond what is considered beginner level. Could it be that I'm really destined to miss this year's elite martial arts tournament? Nye Tian leaned against the cold wall, his eyes filled with disappointment and resentment. The burning fighting spirit that had been ignited seemed to be slowly eroded by the ruthless reality. Chapter 78: A Twist of Fate. The Divine River Brain Awakens. The lights were still on inside the rented room. Nie Tian leaned against the cold wall, his chest filled with indescribable frustration and loss. The Qi cultivation method of Feng Cunbu is as complex as a maze, while the spiritual power guidance of Shen Yuzhan is even more ethereal. Two insurmountable mountains weighed heavily on his heart. His once proud comprehension ability seemed to lose its luster in the face of these truly top-notch martial arts techniques. That intense sense of powerlessness caused his original boundless enthusiasm to deflate rapidly, like a punctured balloon. 2 months, to break through to 6 stars? Nie Tian gave a bitter smile and shook his head self-deprecatingly. In retrospect, this goal seems incredibly far-fetched. Perhaps, he really should set his sights on the next elite martial arts tournament 4 years from now, just as director Lin Heping hoped. 4 years of gradual refinement and steady progress might be the right choice. As for this year's session, he looked up, his gaze somewhat blank as he stared at the computer screen. On the screen, a high-definition demo video of Instant Hell Slash that he had previously paused was playing. Because it hadn't been used for a long time, it automatically started playing again at some point. The cold-faced swordsman continued to practice his extremely fast and sharp sword techniques time and time again on the Gobi Desert. Each strike carries a resolute and domineering force capable of destroying everything. The blade flashed, like lightning in the night, tearing through the sky. Despite feeling frustrated, Nie Tian was once again drawn to the scene in the video. He could tell that the swordsman demonstrating his martial arts skills had reached an unbelievable level of strength. His understanding and application of instant prison slash has long reached a state of perfection. Every movement, every technique of exertion, even the rhythm of each breath, is perfectly in sync with the swordsmanship, without the slightest hint of frivolity. That was no longer just a demonstration of martial arts skills, but more like a manifestation of the Tao. Nie Tian was completely mesmerized. He temporarily forgot the hardships of cultivation, the urgency of time, and the disappointment in his heart. His entire mind was immersed in the constantly repeating yet infinitely varied sword moves. He could almost feel the pure and resolute intent in the swordsman's heart as he swung his sword. He could almost see the trajectory of the air being silently torn apart by the blade. He even vaguely caught a trace of that ineffable true meaning of the sword integrated into the sword moves. Time slips away unnoticed. Nie Tian watched quietly, motionless, like an old monk in deep meditation. His mind became unusually clear and calm at that moment. And at that very moment, a sudden change has occurred. As the demonstration video showed the swordsman practicing a set of the most exquisite and complex consecutive sword moves, Nie Tian suddenly felt as if something deep within his brain had been touched. It was an extremely subtle yet incredibly clear feeling of excitement. Immediately afterwards, a strange, indescribable power, like an ancient deity that had been sleeping for billions of years, was slowly awakening from the deepest part of his brain. Buzz! A deep, soul-shaking roar suddenly exploded in his mind. It's not a real sound, but a resonance from the depths of the soul. The next second, the Plunder Evolution system interface in his mind suddenly started flashing violently. Streams of pale golden data cascaded across the system interface like waterfalls. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented system notification clearly appeared in his mind. High concentration and high purity of basic martial arts principles elements detected, meeting the prerequisites for spiritual awakening. The comprehension process has started. It has begun analyzing and absorbing relevant law information. A new spiritual aperture, the Divine River Brain, is being activated. Shenhe Brain Awakening Progress, 0.01%. A series of system notifications struck Nie Tian's heart, which had already been dormant, like a thunderbolt from the heavens. What? Nie Tian was suddenly jolted awake from that strange state of immersion, his pupils contracting to their maximum size. My heart almost jumped out of my chest at that moment. The Divine River Brain? His brain's spiritual aperture, the Divine River Brain, actually began to awaken at this moment. Moreover, what triggered its awakening was actually this demo video of Instant Hell Slash. Nie Tian stared wide-eyed at the constantly jumping progress bar in his mind, his face filled with unbelievable joy and excitement. Shenhe Brain Awakening Progress, 0.02%. Shenhe Brain Awakening Progress, 0.03%. Although the progress bar moves very slowly, every percentage point of growth is precious. But it is indeed growing steadily. This discovery was like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness, instantly illuminating Nie Tian's heart, which had been shrouded in loss and frustration. A miraculous escape. A glimmer of hope appears after a period of despair. He never imagined that the third spiritual aperture he had been searching for so desperately, the divine river brain, would awaken quietly in such an unexpected way, at such a moment of near despair. Martial arts demonstration video, basic martial arts principles and elements. Nye Tian muttered to himself, his brain racing at this moment. He understood instantly. The awakening of the divine river brain does not require specific energy stimulation like the thunder heart. Unlike wind breath lung and black tortoise skin, it does not require specific combat or attack states to activate. What it needs is knowledge. It's information. It is the nourishment of knowledge that contains the ultimate principles of martial arts and represents the origin of laws. These advanced martial arts demonstration videos are undoubtedly the best medium to carry this knowledge. Every movement, every exertion of force, and even every subtle change in rhythm in the video embodies the martial artist's understanding of their own power and their perception of the laws of heaven and earth. For ordinary martial artists, they may only be able to imitate the form of these techniques, but find it difficult to grasp their essence. But for Nye Tian, who possesses the Plunder Evolution system, it became the key to activate the mysterious door of the divine river brain. That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. Nye Tian was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. He suppressed his inner elation, staring intently at the computer screen, afraid of missing any detail or interrupting the hard-won awakening process of the divine river brain. Time passed by, second by second. When the several-minute-long demo video of Instant Hell Slash finally finished playing from beginning to end on the screen. In Nye Tian's mind, the awakening progress of the divine river brain was barely at the 0.1% mark. 0.1%. Although this number seems insignificant, it is just a drop in the ocean compared to the 100% goal of full awakening. But for Nye Tian, this was a huge breakthrough, from nothing to something, from 0 to 1. This means that his divine river brain has truly embarked on the path of awakening. Just a demo video of Instant Hell Slash can provide 0.1% awakening points. A huge wave surged in Nye Tian's heart, and a bold idea sprouted wildly in his mind like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Chapter 79, Taking a Different Approach. Accessing the official knowledge base. A demonstration video of the Yellow Grade Superior Instant Prison Slash can provide 0.1% awakening level. Nye Tian's brain was working at an unprecedented speed at this moment, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. If I could find more videos demonstrating different kinds of martial arts techniques, would that allow the awakening progress of the divine river brain to continue to increase? Once this thought arises, it's like a wildfire that can never be contained. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly moved the mouse, the cursor landing precisely on the replay button of the Instant Hell Slash demo video. Click. The familiar Gobi Desert scene reappeared, and the cold-faced swordsman once again began practicing his incomparably sharp swordsmanship. Nye Tian held his breath, focusing intently on sensing the activity within the divine river brain, deep within his brain, hoping that the awakening progress bar would start moving again. However, a second passed. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. The awakening progress bar in his mind remained completely still, steadily stuck at the 0.1% mark, showing no further signs of increasing. Nye Tian frowned slightly, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Could it be that repeatedly watching the same video no longer provides awakening points? This guess made his heart sink slightly. If that's the case, then things could get a bit complicated. He quickly closed the demo video of Instant Hell Slash and lightly clicked the cool mouse. Without hesitation, I opened another important file on the USB drive, an electronic copy and demonstration video of the Yellow Level Superior Movement Technique, Fong Cun Bu. The screen image changed. The desolation of the Gobi Desert has been replaced by a spacious and elegant training ground. In the video, the martial artist moves with graceful movements, his clothes fluttering and his footwork agile. Sometimes it's like a gentle breeze brushing against willows, sometimes like a startled swan casting its shadow. It perfectly captures the essence of a small space, yet a world apart from the song Fong Cun Bu. And just as the demo video for Fong Cun Bu began playing, buzz! Nye Tian once again clearly felt that strange resonance coming from the depths of his brain. Immediately afterwards, the divine river brain awakening progress bar in his mind, which had been stagnant, actually, began to jump slowly and steadily again. Shenhe brain awakening progress, 0.11%. Shenhe brain awakening progress, 0.12%. Although the growth rate was similar to that when I watched the instant hell slash video before, every percentage point increase seemed extremely difficult. But it is definitely growing. Just as I thought. Nye Tian slapped his thigh, his eyes bursting with uncontrollable elation. The awakening of the divine river brain requires entirely new and unique martial arts knowledge as stimulation. No matter how many times you watch the demonstration video of the same martial art, it can only provide one awakening level. This discovery made Nye Tian so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Found it! He has finally found a way to keep the divine river brain continuously awakened, and to make it a controlled and directional awakening. Although this method sounds a bit outrageous. But for him, who possesses the Plunder Evolution system, anything unbelievable seems possible. After the initial excitement subsided, Nye Tian quickly calmed down and began to carefully consider his options. A martial arts demonstration video can provide approximately 0.1% of the divine river brain awakening level. So, in order for the divine river brain to reach a 100% fully awakened state, theoretically, it would need to watch at least 1,000 movies. 1,000 different martial arts demonstration videos. 1,000? When this number clearly appeared in Nye Tian's mind, the flame of excitement that had just been ignited seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. This number is just too enormous. It should be noted that the number of martial arts techniques that can be sold publicly on the market is already limited. Yellow-level martial arts techniques are somewhat better, but each one above the Xian level is extremely precious. The prices are outrageously high, and they are often unavailable, making them inaccessible to ordinary martial artists. Even if he searched the market for every single martial art he could find, from the most basic to the highest ranking, he probably still wouldn't be able to gather that terrifying number of 1,000. Not to mention. Nye Tian touched his empty pockets and a bitter smile appeared on his face. All he has left is less than 50,000 yuan. With this amount of money, let alone buying 1,000 martial arts techniques, I'm afraid I can't even afford a single low-grade yellow-level martial arts technique. It seems that relying solely on purchasing martial arts techniques from the market is not a viable option. Nye Tian frowned, lost in deep thought. Insufficient funding is a huge problem. The scarcity of martial arts techniques makes it an insurmountable gap. Could it be that the path to awakening of the divine river brain, which had just seen a glimmer of hope, is about to be halted again due to these real-world obstacles? No. This absolutely cannot be done. Nye Tian shook his head fiercely, his eyes flashing with resentment and determination. If it doesn't work in the market, there must be other ways. There must be somewhere that stores a massive amount of martial arts knowledge, far exceeding the quantity available on the market. A flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind, instantly locking onto a possible direction. Official Chinese website. That's right. Only the Chinese government, representing the power of the entire nation, could possess such a vast and comprehensive knowledge base of martial arts. There, the wisdom of countless martial arts pioneers and top geniuses has been gathered since the revival of spiritual energy. It contains not only practical martial arts techniques that have been tested in the market and widely circulated. It is more likely to contain a large amount of, which failed to circulate for various reasons. Even unorthodox martial arts techniques and ancient cultivation methods that have been eliminated by history, as well as various strange and bizarre cultivation methods that lack universality. These things might be considered garbage or useless by martial artists who seek practical combat effectiveness. But for him, who only needs non-repetitive martial arts knowledge stimulation, it is precisely the most precious nutrient to activate the divine river brain. The awakening mechanism of the divine river brain does not seem to care about the grade of the martial arts itself. They don't care whether it has practical value, nor do they care whether it has any flaws. All it needs is to be different. It's the kind of information that can touch upon the fundamental laws of martial arts. As long as one can access the unimaginably vast martial arts knowledge base controlled by the Chinese government. Let alone 1,000 martial arts techniques, I could probably find information on 10,000 different kinds of martial arts techniques with ease. At that time, wouldn't the full awakening of the divine river brain be just around the corner? Once the infinitely potential of the divine river brain is fully awakened, his comprehension of martial arts techniques will increase dramatically. Even the understanding of the entire martial arts principles will undergo a complete transformation. By then, let alone the mere yellow-grade superior-level techniques Feng Cunbu and Shen Yuzhan. Even higher-level Shen-level martial arts techniques, or even legendary D-level and Tian-level martial arts techniques. Before him, they would probably no longer be an unattainable figure. 2 months, to reach 6 stars. This was a dream that he had previously considered unattainable, even somewhat laughable. At this moment, because the awakening path of the divine river brain became clear, it was revitalized and even became within reach. The disappointment and frustration in Nie Tian's eyes vanished instantly. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of excitement, longing, and urgency. He had to find a way to access the official martial arts knowledge base. But how could he, as an ordinary quasi-martial artist, obtain access to a national-level core database? This is probably harder than climbing to heaven. Nie Tian frowned slightly again as he began searching his mind for all possible relationships and clues. Among the people he knew, there were those with connections to the government who might be able to help. The first person who came to his mind was Lin Heping, the director of the martial arts building office, who had just reached a cooperation agreement with him. As a powerful figure in the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangchang, Lin Heping certainly has considerable connections and influence at the official level. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from him? Besides Lin Heping, another figure quietly appeared in Nie Tian's mind. That person with stunning beauty and a cold demeanor, belonging to the military's mysterious Snow Owl squad. Ling Fei. This 3-star ice-type awakener, a genius that the military is focusing on cultivating, probably has considerable power behind him. If I could get her help. Nie Tian's eyes became incredibly firm at this moment. For the complete awakening of the divine river brain. Also for that crazy goal of reaching 6 stars in those 2 months. No matter the cost, he had to try. Chapter 88 Twist of Fate, Good News from Ling Fei. The night was deep, but the office on the top floor of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Building was brightly lit. Lin Heping put down the encrypted communicator in his hand, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Just now, he received a rather strange message from Nie Tian. The young man who had just displayed astonishing potential in front of him and was even regarded with special regard by the Grandmaster of the Yi family was actually asking about access to the official martial arts knowledge base? What's this kid up to? Lin Heping picked up his teacup, his gaze deep. The official martial arts knowledge base is not a place that just anyone can access. It is a treasure trove of martial arts wisdom accumulated by countless martial arts masters since the founding of the Chinese nation, and is one of the nation's most core martial arts treasures. Its level of secrecy is even equivalent to that of some important military facilities. Even if Nie Tian, a high school student who is not yet an adult, has extraordinary talent, he would not have the right to direct access. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Heping replied to Nie Tian politely and formally, clearly stating the strict conditions for access permission. They are either experts and scholars who have made outstanding contributions to the study of martial arts theory, or full professors at top martial arts universities. Even a martial artist like him, who has fought on the front lines for many years, does not have direct authority. This bucket of cold water was poured quickly and accurately. On the other side, in that slightly cramped rented room in the urban village, Nie Tian looked at the reply Lin Heping sent on his phone screen. The raging flames that had just been ignited by the awakening of the divine river brain were extinguished by more than half in an instant. As expected, it's not that easy? He shook his head with a wry smile, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Lin Heping had no reason to lie to him. The official control over such core resources must be watertight. Could it be that the path to awakening of the divine river brain, which had just seen a glimmer of hope, is about to be completely interrupted by this insurmountable hurdle? He was unwilling to accept it. That's the divine river brain that's crucial for mastering martial arts. Once fully awakened, his speed of comprehension of martial arts techniques and his understanding of the laws of martial arts will undergo earth-shattering changes. At that time, let alone reaching the 6th star level in 2 months, it wouldn't be impossible for me to even reach a higher level. It's not working with director Lin Heping. Nie Tian took a deep breath, himself to calm down, his mind racing. Then, what about the military? A cool and beautiful figure quietly appeared in his mind. Ling Fei. The captain of the Snow Owl Special Operations Team, a 3-star ice-type awakener, and a genius that the military is focusing on cultivating. The resources controlled by the military, in terms of depth and breadth, are probably far beyond what a place like the martial arts building can compare to. Although his interactions with Ling Fei were limited to that earth-shattering duel in the virtual arena and some brief exchanges afterward. But for some reason, Nie Tian always felt that this Ice Queen was not as unapproachable as she seemed on the surface. Let's try anything, even if it seems hopeless. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Nie Tian's eyes. He quickly opened Ling Fei's contact information and began editing a message. He carefully adjusted his wording, naturally making no mention of the existence of the divine river brain. He only vaguely expressed his desire to access a wider and more diverse range of martial arts knowledge. The idea was to broaden one's horizons and improve one's martial arts skills. They tentatively inquired whether the military had any relevant channels to obtain this information. The message was sent successfully. Nye Tian held his phone, his palms slightly sweaty, his heart filled with trepidation. This is practically the only hope he can think of right now. Time passed by, and each second felt incredibly long. Just when Nye Tian was about to give up waiting. Ding dong! A crisp, pleasant notification sound rang out, and Ling Fei's avatar lit up. Nye Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly clicked on it. Ling Fei, hey, little brother Nye Tian, still awake so late? Are you diligently cultivating? Or, thinking about your big sister? He. Seeing this reply, which carried a hint of mockery and teasing, Nye Tian's tense mood relaxed slightly. At least, Ling Fei's attitude was not as serious and formulaic as Lin Heping's. Nye Tian, Senior Ling Fei, you flatter me. I do have some questions about martial arts and would like to ask you for guidance. Ling Fei, tell me about it. If I know, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Accompanied by a cute winking emoji. Nye Tian took a deep breath, polished his previously edited speech again, and sent it over. A moment later, Ling Fei's reply came again, her tone much more relaxed and cheerful than before. Ling Fei, oh, little brother, you're so eager to learn? Of course, I understand. A broad perspective is very important on the path of martial arts. Ask away, just say whatever you want to know. Upon seeing this, Nye Tian was overjoyed and quickly expressed his desire for the official martial arts knowledge base in a more subtle way. However, Ling Fei's next reply plunged him into an icy abyss once again. Ling Fei, obtaining official background information, is obviously difficult through ordinary channels. After all, much of it is non-public information. You are not a formal member of our military, so you certainly cannot obtain the necessary permissions. Moreover, the military's martial arts database is managed much more strictly than that of local martial arts associations, and its level of secrecy is also higher. Unless it's a special mission or there's special approval from high-ranking military officials, don't even think about it. Each word, like a cold blade, shattered the faint hope that had just risen in Nye Tian's heart. It seems that the military's path is also blocked. Is there really no other way? Is he really going to give up on the heaven-defying path of awakening the divine river brain and go back to the old path of painstakingly cultivating martial arts? Just thinking about those two seemingly incomprehensible techniques, Feng Xiuan Bu and Shun Yuzhan, gave Nye Tian a headache. Just as he was filled with disappointment, Ling Fei's message box suddenly popped up with a new message. The room was dimly lit. Nye Tian stared at the new message Ling Fei had just sent on his phone screen. His heart pounded violently because of the sudden turn of events, and his breathing became rapid. That short line of text was like a thunderclap in the dark night, instantly illuminating Nye Tian's heart, which was almost sinking to the bottom. Ling Fei, oh, right, I just remembered something. You're a senior in high school now, right? Are you preparing for the martial arts exam? I have a resource that might be useful to you. Senior year of high school? Martial arts exam? Channels? These keywords were like a person groping in the dark suddenly grasping a lifeline, instantly invigorating Nye Tian. He replied almost instinctively, at top speed. Nye Tian, yes, Senior Ling Fei. I am indeed a senior high school student and will soon be facing the martial arts exam. Please give me some guidance. The urgency and longing in his voice almost leaped off the screen. Ling Fei seemed to sense Nye Tian's feelings at that moment and quickly sent a detailed explanation, her tone light and teasing. Ling Fei, look how anxious you are. Don't panic, let me explain slowly. Chapter 81 Early Admission for Martial Arts Exams? The real opportunity has arrived. Ling Fei, the channel I will focus on below is the special early admission for the martial arts exam. Did you know? Every year, in addition to the regular unified recruitment, there are also martial arts examinations. There are always some top martial arts universities that set up special early admission channels for outstanding talents in certain special fields. Ling Fei, these early admission special admissions, in addition to having certain requirements for candidates' basic health and combat ability, place more emphasis on candidates' outstanding contributions or special talents in certain specific fields. For example, formation research, pill refining, rune inscription, and even ferocious beast taming. If you can demonstrate talent and potential far exceeding your peers in a certain field, you will have the opportunity to enter top universities that ordinary candidates would fight tooth and nail to get into through special admissions. Early admission? Special talent? Nie Tian's heart stirred, and he vaguely sensed that what Ling Fei was about to say was probably the real key. Sure enough, Ling Fei's message followed soon after. Ling Fei, and now, the Chinese government, and even the entire martial arts education system, attach great importance to a new but crucial professional field: martial arts. Martial arts? Upon seeing those two words, Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have a premonition of something. Ling Fei, yes. That's right, it's martial arts. Specializing in the study of martial arts techniques, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, improving their shortcomings, and even creating entirely new martial arts techniques. Think about it, what is it that allows us human martial artists to fight against those physically powerful and diverse mutated ferocious beasts? Aside from the ever-improving chi and blood and awakened supernatural abilities, the most important thing is the various exquisite martial arts techniques created and passed down by generations of martial arts predecessors. Ling Fei, so, martial arts is related to the future development direction of human martial arts and whether we can more effectively deal with the increasingly severe threat of ferocious beasts. Its importance is self-evident. The government's investment and support in this field is also unprecedented. Students who demonstrate exceptional talent in this field naturally become highly sought after by top universities. As he listened to Ling Fei's explanation, Nie Tian's premonition grew stronger and stronger, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to his long-cherished goal. Ling Fei, here comes the important part. Little brother, listen carefully. Ling Fei seemed to deliberately keep everyone in suspense, pausing for a few seconds before sending the crucial message that would make Nie Tian ecstatic. Ling Fei, for those students who signed up for the early admission special program for martial arts majors, in order to facilitate their relevant theoretical research and thesis writing during the preparation period. The top universities that host the special recruitment will collaborate with the Chinese Martial Arts Association and relevant military departments to temporarily grant them access to a portion of the official Chinese martial arts knowledge base. Boom! These words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Nie Tian's mind. You can gain access to the official martial arts knowledge base. Although it's only temporarily open. But that's enough for him. This is a golden opportunity tailor-made for him. Nie Tian felt an indescribable surge of joy. He had previously racked his brains trying to figure out how to access that mysterious official knowledge base, and was even prepared to pay a huge price. But I never expected that happiness would come so suddenly. So easily. Martial arts major, early admission, official knowledge base access. Nie Tian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with an extremely bright light. This was practically a golden road, laid out right at his feet. The completing awakening of the divine river brain is just around the corner. Senior Ling Fei. Thank you so much. I will always remember your kindness. Nie Tian could no longer contain his excitement. His fingers flew across the screen, his words filled with undisguised gratitude and excitement. He knew that if it weren't for Ling Fei's unintentional remark, he would probably have been groping in the dark for a long time. It's even possible that this shortcut to awakening the divine river brain will never be found. Ling Fei seemed somewhat surprised by Nie Tian's sudden and dramatic reaction, and her reply carried a hint of curiosity. Ling Fei, huh? Little brother, why are you reacting so strongly? Are you really interested in this early admission program for the martial arts major? I thought you would prefer to take the traditional martial arts exam route? After all, with your combat talent, getting into a top university through the regular martial arts exam shouldn't be too difficult. Ling Fei, but it's good to be interested. It's always good to learn more about martial arts theory. After all, it's not enough to just know what it is, you also need to know why it is. This will definitely be of great benefit to your future martial arts journey. Nie Tian looked at Ling Fei's reply and secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, Ling Fei only thought he was interested in martial arts theory and didn't think about it any deeper. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to explain his unusual excitement. Nie Tian, yes, Senior Ling Fei. I've always had a strong interest in martial arts theory, but I've struggled to find a suitable way to learn it. The information you've provided is extremely important to me. He didn't explain much, but simply expressed his gratitude again. Ling Fei seemed to sense Nie Tian's sincerity and quickly sent him some specific information about the early admission special recruitment application. Ling Fei, I'm glad I could help you, it was just a small favor. Ling Fei, as far as I know, the application period for the early admission special program for martial arts majors this year should not have ended yet. There is about a month left before the official written test and interview for the early admission program. As for the subsequent practical assessments and formal martial arts exams, they will be held later, probably another month and a half to 2 months. Ling Fei, so, if you sign up now, you should have plenty of time. However, you'd better hurry. I heard that the selection criteria for this early admission program are quite strict. After all, it's recruiting true martial arts geniuses from all over the country. The competition must be extremely fierce. About a month. Nie Tian silently calculated the time in his mind. If he can successfully register within a month and gain access to the official martial arts knowledge base, then he will have enough time for the Divine River brain to fully awaken before the early admission exam. At that time, relying on the Divine River brain's extraordinary comprehension of martial arts techniques, he was fully confident that he could master the 2 top martial arts techniques, Fangsuan Step and Instant Prison Slash, to the minor mastery level, or even higher, in a very short time. In addition, there's his Plunder Evolutions system, which can infinitely boost his health and vitality. Within 2 months, I will strive to reach the 6-star martial artist realm and then participate in this year's elite martial artist tournament. This was a dream that he had previously considered unattainable, even somewhat laughable. At this moment, the unexpected surprise of special admission for martial arts majors in the early admission batch has once again become clear and within reach. That's great. Nie Tian gripped his phone tightly, his heart filled with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. However, after the initial excitement, a new problem quietly surfaced in his mind. Sign up. He is still a senior high school student at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. However, because he was framed by Jiang Tao and his subsidy was embezzled, he had already gone through the procedures to suspend his studies and was no longer under the normal teaching and management of the school. In this situation, how should he apply for this early admission program? We can't possibly send him back to beg the despicable and shameless Jiang Tao for help, can we? That would be tantamount to bringing shame upon oneself. But besides Jiang Tao, who else could he turn to at school? Dean of Studies, Sun Yangnian Principal, Hao Jian. He was completely unfamiliar with these 2 school leaders, and had barely even met them a few times. Would they be willing to go through the trouble of processing such a complicated early admission application for a problem student who has already dropped out of school? Nie Tian frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. It seems, he's asking Yi Qingyu for help again? But he already owed Yi Qingyu far too many favors and really didn't want to bother her with this kind of thing anymore. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Just as Nie Tian was feeling a bit of a headache, struggling with how to contact the school to complete the registration procedures. Thump! 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 A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly entered the small and quiet rented room. Nie Tian felt a chill run down his spine and instantly became alert. Who could it be at this point in time? Chapter 82: The Principal's Late Night Visit. A shocking offer. Thump! 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 Just as Nie Tian was racking his brains over qualifying for the early admission to the martial arts exam and struggling with how to contact the school to complete the registration process, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly entered the small and quiet rented room. Nie Tian felt a chill run down his spine and instantly became alert. Who could it be at this point in time? The urban village where he lives isn't very safe. There have been burglaries in the past. Although he is now a martial artist and ordinary thugs cannot get close to him, he has never let down his guard. He tiptoed to the door and peered out through the somewhat blurry peephole. The next moment, Nie Tian's pupils contracted slightly. Standing outside the door were 2 people he had never expected. Hao Jian, principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and the dean of students, Sun Yangnian. These 2 top school leaders actually appeared outside his dilapidated rented room? Moreover, Hao Jian and Sun Yangnian were followed by 2 staff members wearing school administration uniforms. The 2 employees were carrying large bags and packages, making the already narrow corridor quite crowded. This is quite a spectacle. Nie Tian frowned even more deeply. Something unusual must be going on. He didn't believe that these 2 busy school leaders had come specifically to comfort him, a problem student. After a moment's thought, Nie Tian reached out and opened the door. Principal Hao, Director Sunday. He spoke calmly, his voice revealing little emotion. Hao Jian and Sun Yangnian, who were outside the door, almost simultaneously broke into warm smiles when they saw Nie Tian open the door. Hao Jian, in particular, had a smile that could only be described as kind and approachable. Nie Tian, I apologize for visiting so late at night. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest? Hao Jian took the initiative to speak, his tone was gentle. Sun Yangnian quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Nye Tian, we just finished some school business and thought we'd drop by to see you. Nye Tian stepped aside and gestured for him to come in. It is my honor to have the principal and the director here. Please come in. Hao Jian and Sun Yangnian exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. They were initially worried that Nye Tian might harbor resentment because the school hadn't handled the Zhang Tao incident promptly enough. Now it seems that this young man is much more composed than they imagined. The two entered the rented room, and the two administrative staff behind them carefully placed the gifts inside. When Hao Jian and Sun Yangnian saw the scene inside Nye Tian's rented room, their smiles involuntarily froze for a moment. It was cramped, simple, and even impoverished. A single bed, a peeling desk, and a creaking old wooden chair are the main pieces of furniture in this room. On the walls, you can still see some mold left from the dampness. The air seemed to still carry a faint smell of instant noodle seasoning packets mixed with dampness. This is the residence of Nye Tian, who debated with a group of scholars in the virtual arena, overpowered a 3-star awakened player, and was hailed as an unparalleled genius. Hao Jian felt as if something had stabbed him hard in the heart. After a strong sense of astonishment and shock, an indescribable sense of guilt and self-reproach welled up in my heart. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School actually forced such a genius to suspend his studies and endure such a difficult life alone because of the despicable behavior of Zhang Tao, an educational parasite. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the school. It's a dereliction of duty on the part of these leaders. Sun Yangnian also looked uncomfortable, his eyes filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Nye Tian. Although he had previously learned about Nye Tian's family situation through information, and knew that he came from an orphanage and lived in poverty. But the impact of seeing it with one's own eyes is far stronger than that of cold written materials. At this moment, their initial intention to recruit, which was based solely on profit considerations, involuntarily gained a heavy sense of responsibility and an urgent desire to make amends. Cough. Hao Jianqing cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward silence. Dear Nye Tian, I'm truly sorry to bother you so late at night. Sun Yangnian was more direct. He walked quickly to the table and placed the large and small bags of gifts brought by the two employees on the table. There were beautifully packaged nutritional supplements, imported fruits that looked expensive, and even several boxes of brand new clothes and shoes. After doing all this, Sun Yangnian took out a thick envelope and several documents from his briefcase and solemnly handed them to Nye Tian. Nye Tian, this is a supplementary payment of various subsidies and scholarships to you, as well as special funds for cultivating geniuses, which have been approved by the school's party committee and school committee after careful consideration. Principal Hao Jian chimed in, his tone incredibly sincere. Total, 150,000 yuan. The school knows that this money may be insignificant compared to the grievances and losses you suffered before. But it is a token of the school's appreciation and a way for us to make amends for our dereliction of duty. He looked at Nye Tian with a mixture of apology and expectation in his eyes. The school failed to investigate Zhang Tao's case promptly, causing you to suffer an injustice. This was due to our negligence. We hope that Nye Tian can give our school a chance to correct our mistakes. 150,000. For Nye Tian, who once had to work as a bricklayer on a construction site to raise the money for 5,000 qi and blood pills, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. If this had happened a month ago, he might have been too excited to contain himself. But at this moment, Nye Tian's heart was completely calm, without the slightest ripple. Having gained fame in the virtual arena, received Yi Qingyu's secret financial support, and dealt with figures of the caliber of the Lin family and Yi Lin Yuan, not to mention the speed at which he now plunders and evolves to acquire health points. His vision and perspective have changed dramatically. While 150,000 is a considerable sum for him, it is not indispensable. Of course, he had no reason to refuse money that was offered to him for free. However, he knew even better that the two school leaders' late-night visit with generous gifts was not simply to make amends for their mistakes. Thank you for your kindness, Principal Hao and Director Sunday. Nye Tian spoke calmly, without immediately taking the envelope and documents. The students feel unworthy of this money. Upon hearing this, both Hao Jian and Sun Yangnian felt a jolt in their hearts. Does Nye Tian still hold a grudge against the school? That shouldn't be happening. They've shown enough sincerity. Just as the two were feeling uneasy, Nye Tian suddenly changed the subject. However, I think that the two leaders' visit so late at night, after such a long journey, must have been for more than just bringing me these things, right? He raised his eyes, his gaze clear and sharp, as if he could see into people's hearts. If the school has other more important matters that require student assistance, please speak up. This sudden, calm retort, along with that keen insight, started both Hao Jian and Sun Yongnian. They originally thought that no matter how talented Nie Tian was, he was still just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Faced with such a solemn apology and generous compensation from the school, one would inevitably experience some emotional fluctuations, perhaps feeling grateful to tears or overwhelmed with gratitude. Unexpectedly, he responded so calmly and revealed the deeper purpose of their trip in one sentence. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes, and an even stronger sense of admiration. This Nie Tian is even more extraordinary than they anticipated. Their desire to recruit them grew ever stronger. Hao Jian's smile faded slightly, and his expression became serious. He knew it was time to lay his cards on the table. Whether or not this unparalleled martial arts prodigy can be brought back into the ranks of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School and allowed to represent the school in the upcoming National Martial Arts College entrance examination is not only related to the reputation of No. 2 Middle School, but also to the future of these school leaders. Meanwhile, Nie Tian was silently making plans in his mind. Is this 150,000 yuan a timely help or a hot potato? More importantly, can he use this opportunity to gain access to the official martial arts knowledge base and pave the way for the awakening of the divine river brain? With each side harboring their own thoughts, an invisible game has quietly begun in this humble rented room. Hao Jian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Nie Tian is a straightforward person, so let's not beat around the bush. Besides expressing the school's apology and offering compensation, there is indeed something more important that I would like to discuss with you today. He stared intently at Nie Tian. We hope that you can return to Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School and represent our school in this year's National Martial Arts College entrance examination. We've all seen your performance in the virtual arena. It's no exaggeration to say that you are a martial arts prodigy, a rare sight in Jiangcheng, and even in the entire Jiangnan province. Such a gem should never be tarnished by some sordid matters. Sun Yongnian silently repeated, his eyes full of anticipation. To persuade Nie Tian, Principal Hao Jian offered almost everything he had, presenting extremely generous terms. As long as you agree, Nie Tian, the school promises to do everything in its power to provide you with all the resources you need. Top-grade qi and blood pills are plentiful. Rare cultivation techniques that are hard to find on the market will be obtained by the school. Experienced team of renowned teachers will provide guidance around the clock. In fact, if you need a special cultivation space, the school will do its best to coordinate. His tone was impassioned, as if he could already see Nie Tian shining brightly in the martial arts exam and winning unparalleled glory for No. 2 Middle School. The school has only one requirement for you, to bring glory to Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School in the martial arts exam. Nie Tian listened quietly, his face remaining calm and composed. He didn't speak until Hao Jian finished, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable implication. Principal Hao, Director Sun, thank you for the school's high regard. But before that, I want to know how the school plans to deal with Zhang Tao, the homeroom teacher who embezzled my subsidy, and his nephew, Zhang Xiaotian, who humiliated me in the virtual arena? Upon hearing this, both Hao Jian and Sun Yongnian felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that this was the real crux of Nie Tian's problem. If he cannot properly resolve the issues between these two individuals, Nie Tian will likely find it difficult to truly let go of his resentment. Sun Yongnian immediately chimed in, his tone resolved. Nie Tian, please rest assured. The school will never tolerate educational parasites like Zhang Tao who are morally corrupt and abuse their power for personal gain. After deliberation by the school committee, it has been decided that Zhang Tao has been officially expelled and the matter has been reported to the education system, meaning he will never be employed again. Principal Hao Jian added, as for Zhang Xiaotian. He paused, his expression somewhat strange. It's quite a coincidence that on the very day the school ordered him to publicly apologize to you, he left behind a letter of withdrawal from school, and then disappeared. We have contacted his family, and Jiang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangcheng, has used many connections to search for him, but there has been no news so far. Missing? Upon hearing this, Nie Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately recalled the secret stories Lin Heping had mentioned earlier at the martial arts building about cultists hunting down members of powerful families. As well as Lin Heping's granddaughter Lin Ing, their martial arts foundation was damaged, forcing them to give up the elite martial arts tournament. Could it be that Zhang Xiaotian also? A guess flashed through Nie Tian's mind, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. Whether Zhang Xiaotian lives or dies, or whatever misfortune befalls him, it has little impact on him. For him, losing a potential enemy was actually a good thing. Seeing Nie Tian's changing expression, Principal Hao Jian assumed he was still hesitant and quickly increased his stakes. Student Nye Tian, we can say that the obstacles of Jiang Tao and Jiang Xiaotian have been cleared. You can return to school with complete peace of mind. The school will not impose any restrictions on you. Your study time, your training methods, the resources you need, and even the opponents you want to challenge for real combat training, everything is up to you. The school has only one request, that you give it your all in the martial arts exam and strive for the best possible result for number 2 middle school and for yourself. Everything is up to me? Nye Tian keenly grasped this crucial information. He took a deep breath, looked intently at Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan, and finally voiced his biggest request. Principal Hao, Director Sun, since the school is so sincere, I won't beat around the bush. If the school can grant me one special request, I, Nye Tian, am willing to represent Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School in this National Martial Arts College entrance examination. Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan were overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said, Please tell us, Nye Tian. As long as the school can do it, we will definitely fulfill your request. Nye Tian nodded and said, word by word. I hope the school can process my application for the early admission batch of this year's National Martial Arts College entrance examination. The major I chose to apply for is Martial Arts Major. Early admission? Martial Arts Major? These two words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan's ears. The look of ecstasy on their faces froze instantly, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 83, Drawing the Fire from Under the Blade and Turning the Tide. Martial Arts Major? Principal Hao Jian almost thought he had misheard. He picked at his ear and looked at Nye Tian with a puzzled expression. Nye Tian, are you sure it's that least popular martial arts major, the one that focuses most on theoretical research? Director Sun Yongyan also looked completely bewildered. Yes, Nye Tian. With your practical talent, you have a bright future whether you apply to the combat or command departments of top martial arts universities, or even the special operations major at military academies. Why choose martial arts as a major? It's almost the least lucrative and hardest to succeed in among all martial arts majors. In their understanding, martial arts is a major for those with average physical and mental talents but a strong interest in martial arts theory. Or it's prepared for students from families with deep resources who have no worries about resources and are purely engaged in academic research. For a combat genius like Nye Tian to choose martial arts as his major is simply putting the cart before the horse and ruining his future. Faced with the shock and confusion of the two school leaders, Nye Tian gave a wry smile. Principal Hao, Director Sun, I know that my choice may seem somewhat incomprehensible to you. He carefully chose his words, explaining in a half-truthful tone. To be honest, I have encountered some bottlenecks in my cultivation recently. Although I can handle the combat instincts, I always feel like there's a layer of paper between me and the understanding and application of martial arts techniques, and I can't truly master them. I have consulted a lot of materials and also asked some seniors for advice. Ling Fei's image appeared in Nye Tian's mind. They all told me that to break through this bottleneck, I might need to seek inspiration from the most basic martial arts theories, as well as from non-mainstream martial arts techniques and ancient martial arts materials that are not well known to the public. And this precious knowledge can only be fully and authoritatively recorded in the official martial arts knowledge base. He shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and longing. Applying for the early admission program for martial arts majors is the only way I can think of to obtain temporary access to the official martial arts knowledge base. The awakening of the divine river brain was his greatest secret, and naturally he couldn't reveal it all to Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan. However, this explanation that one has encountered a bottleneck in cultivation and needs a vast amount of martial arts knowledge to seek inspiration is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. Hao Jian and Sun Yongyan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding and a hint of regret in each other's eyes. It turns out there was a problem with the cultivation. That makes sense. After all, although Nye Tian was exceptionally talented, he was an orphan who had no famous teacher to guide him and had to figure things out on his own. Reaching the strength of a quasi-martial artist with 220 cards in such a short time is nothing short of a miracle. Now that we've hit a bottleneck, it's not entirely far-fetched to try to find a breakthrough through theoretical knowledge. However, they still felt that it was not worth sacrificing their precious early admission spots for a temporary access to a knowledge base in order to choose an unpopular major. Nye Tian, we roughly understand your thoughts. Hao Jian pondered for a moment and said, however, although the number of places for the early admission program in martial arts is relatively large, it is not so easy to apply. Moreover, once admitted, it means you must achieve a passing grade or above in the early admission exam, otherwise, you will be expelled and lose the opportunity to participate in this year's college entrance examination. You should think carefully about the pros and cons and risks involved. Nia Tian nodded, his tone was firm. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. I've thought it through. Gaining access to the knowledge base, even for a short period of time, is of paramount importance to me. Seeing that Nia Tian had made up his mind, Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan did not dare to persuade him any further. After all, the loss to the school from Nia Tian's request was not significant. It's just a less popular early admission spot. What they valued more was the amazing results Nia Tian might achieve in the traditional martial arts exam. All right. Principal Hao Jian slapped his thigh and made a decision. Since you've made up your mind, the school will grant your request. Director Sun, you will personally oversee the registration procedures for the early admission batch of martial arts majors. Make sure everything goes smoothly. Sun Yangyan immediately nodded and replied, Don't worry, Principal, I will definitely take care of it. Hao Jian looked at Nia Tian with satisfaction and smiled. Nia Tian, the school has fulfilled your request. Now, regarding representing number 2 middle school in the martial arts exam. Nia Tian smiled slightly. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. As long as the registration procedures are completed, I, Nia Tian, will do my utmost to win honor for number 2 middle school. Good. 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 Hao Jianlian said good 3 times, his cheeks flushed with excitement. The problem that had plagued the school for many days has finally been resolved satisfactorily. He could almost see that, under Nia Tian's leadership, Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School would make a name for itself in this year's martial arts exam, surpassing its arch-rival Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School and becoming the most dazzling star in the entire Jiangqing education sector. With his goal achieved, Principal Hao Jian was in high spirits. He then changed the subject and made another small request from the school. Nia Tian, there's one more thing I'd like to hear your opinion on. Oh? Principal, please go ahead. Nia Tian raised an eyebrow. Hao Jian revealed a mysterious smile. Your powerful defense in the virtual arena has attracted the attention of the school leadership. After repeated analysis, we unanimously believe that you are likely a defensive type awakener whose potential has not yet been fully realized. A defensive awakener? Nia Tian's heart stirred, but his face remained expressionless. He knew that this was most likely due to the power of black tortoise skin, which had caused the school leaders to have a beautiful misunderstanding. Hao Jian continued, in order to accurately assess your potential and to better tailor a subsequent training plan for you, the school has spent a huge amount of money to borrow the most advanced awakening test device in the entire Jiangqing from Jiangqing No. 1 High School. We plan to hold a public awakening ceremony for you tomorrow afternoon. At that time, we will invite major media outlets in Jiangqing, as well as well-known figures in the martial arts world, to attend the ceremony and witness the birth of our No. 2 Middle School's genius. This will not only greatly enhance your personal reputation, but also raise the profile of Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School and attract more high-quality students. Hao Jian became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see the sensation that would shake the entire city the next day. However, when Nia Tian heard the words public awakening ceremony and professional instrument testing, his heart tightened suddenly. His greatest secret lies in the awakening of his organs, the thunder heart, the wind-breathing lungs, and the black tortoise skin. This is completely contrary to his usual plan of developing in a low-key manner and playing dumb to outmaneuver others. Once these core trump cards are exposed under the detection of professional instruments, the consequences will be unimaginable. He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime better than anyone else. What's more, he also possesses the incredible cheat ability of plundering evolution. No. You absolutely cannot let your secret be exposed. How can I politely decline the principal's suggestion without arousing their suspicion? Nia Tian frowned slightly, caught in a brief moment of inner turmoil. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was an encrypted text message. Sender, Ling Fei. Nia Tian calmly picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. The text message was brief, but it caused Nia Tian's pupils to suddenly contract. Be careful. Xian Shuwen, the principal of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, has colluded with Jiang Tao, who was expelled from No. 2 Middle School, to tamper with the awakening test device that was lent to your school. The goal is to make the instrument give you a wrong test result at tomorrow's ceremony, embarrass you in front of everyone, and thus damage your reputation and the hope for the rise of your school. Chen Shuwen. Jiang Tao. The equipment has been tamped with? After reading the text message, Nia Tian showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. This is like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy, or charcoal in the snow. It's a lifesaver. He was worried about how to deal with the school's public awakening ceremony and how to hide the secret of his organ awakening. Qian Shuwen's divine intervention perfectly resolved all his predicaments. An awakening test device that has been tamped with and is destined to give wrong test results? Isn't this exactly what he's been dreaming of? He could have easily participated in the ceremony and actively cooperated with the school's publicity efforts. The final wrong test result will not only not expose any of his secrets, but will also allow him to continue to lie low and develop in secret by taking advantage of Qian Shuwen's conspiracy. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Ha, Qian Shuwen and Zhang Tao, they are truly my 2 precious treasures. Nie Tian was overjoyed and filled with gratitude towards these 2 enemies. He quickly replied to Ling Fei with a thank you text message, then put away his phone, a calm and confident smile on his face, and looked at Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan. Principal Hao, Director Sun, since the school has already made arrangements, the students naturally have no objections. I will definitely attend tomorrow's awakening ceremony on time and cooperate fully. Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan were overjoyed upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Nie Tian, you truly understand the greater good. On behalf of the school, we thank you for your support. A minor incident was thus resolved. Nie Tian secretly felt smug. With 150,000 in hand, the key path to awakening the divine river brain was opened, and the risk of the secret being exposed was also avoided. That was a perfect move. He began to look forward to tomorrow's awakening ceremony, which was destined to be full of twists and turns. Hao Jian and Sun Yangyan left Nie Tian's rented room with satisfaction. Back in the principal's office, the 2 were still very excited. Old Sun, this Nie Tian is truly remarkable. Hao Jian exclaimed. Faced with such generous conditions from the school, he was still able to remain calm and accurately articulate his demands. This composure far surpasses that of his peers. Sun Yangyan wholeheartedly agreed, yes, they don't play by the rules, yet they have clear goals and know what they want. Such students have a bright future. As for why he insisted on choosing that unpopular martial arts major, in my opinion, there's no need to delve into it. Perhaps, as he said, it was to seek a breakthrough in his cultivation. Hao Jian nodded, well, whatever his motives, as long as he can bring glory to number 2 middle school in the traditional martial arts exam, everything else is negotiable. Now, let's see if tomorrow's awakening ceremony can be a resounding success. The 2 smiled at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy targeting Nie Tian and Zhangcheng number 2 middle school had already been quietly laid out. Little did they know that the awakening test device they had placed so much hope in had become a bomb that could explode at any moment. All of this was already under Nie Tian's control. Chapter 84 Hatred and the Prelude to Bloodlust. The night grew ever deeper. Dozens of kilometers away from Jiangcheng City, in a desolate, abandoned mountain mine, a bloody and bizarre transformation is quietly unfolding. Deep inside the mine is a huge cavern that was carved out by man. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a nauseating putrid smell. On the cave walls, countless twisted, ancient, and evil runes were carved with an unknown dark red pigment. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own, flickering with an ominous, eerie light in the darkness, casting a sinister and oppressive glow over the entire cave. In the center of the cave, there was a simple stone platform. On the stone platform lay a naked young figure. It was Jiang Xiaotian, who had been missing for many days. At this moment, he is no longer the arrogant and glamorous man he once was. He was tightly bound to the stone platform by tough black vines, his limbs spread out in a T-shape. His body convulsed violently from extreme pain, and he let out a dying whimper. What's most shocking is his chest. There was a horrific, bloody wound right where his heart was. The skin and flesh at the edge of the wound were turned outwards, and the broken ribs and wriggling internal organs were vaguely visible. At this moment, there is a living foreign object with a grotesque and twisted appearance, its surface covered with dark purple blood vessels and fine granulation tissue. A hand wearing a scarlet glove carefully and slowly forced its way into his bloodied and mangled chest cavity. Beside the stone platform stood a mysterious figure completely shrouded in a black robe. He was the surgeon wearing scarlet gloves, performing this inhumane operation. This is not a medical procedure in the traditional sense. The entire process was filled with primal, savage, and unspeakable evil forces. It was more like a sacrifice, a transformation, a terrifying ritual that turned humans into monsters. Ugh! Ugh! Zhang Xiaotian let out a muffled groan, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, mingling with the blood on his face, making him look disheveled and miserable. He could clearly feel something cold, slippery, and with a strong sense of foreignness tearing at his flesh, squeezing his internal organs, and gradually encroaching on the most important part of his chest cavity. The pain was so intense, it went deep into his bones and tore his heart apart, making him wish he could die immediately. Finally, under the precise and ruthless operation of the man in black robes, the bizarre living foreign object that resembled a deformed heart was completely implanted into Jiang Shaotian's chest cavity. A strange thing happened. When that distorted heart mysteriously connected with the blood vessels and nerves in Jiang Shaotian's body, the bloody, mangled wound on his chest began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken ribs reconnected, the torn muscle grew fibers wildly, and the damaged skin healed rapidly. In just a few breaths, the horrific wound completely disappeared. Only a grotesque dark red scar, resembling a centipede, remained on his left chest, a shocking sight. Jiang Shaotian's body trembled violently for a moment, then suddenly calmed down. He suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes, which had been somewhat gloomy due to jealousy and resentment, now gleamed with an indescribable fanaticism, excitement, tyranny, and a bloodthirsty, eerie red light. Snap! Snap! He struggled violently, and those incredibly tough black vines snapped in two. Jiang Shaotian slowly sat up from the stone platform, feeling the unprecedented, explosive power within his body. His bones crackled like popping beans, and every cell in his body greedily absorbed the evil energy emanating from the heart of distortion. "How are you feeling?" The black-robed man's hoarse, deep voice echoed in the empty cave. "Are you satisfied with this brand new heart?" Jiang Shaotian twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. He glanced down at the hideous scar on his chest, then clenched his fist, feeling the explosive force that threatened to burst him apart. Confusion, excitement, and a hint of inexplicable fear. "Who are you?" Jiang Shaotian spoke in a hoarse voice, which sounded somewhat broken from shouting for a long time. "Why did you help me?" He vaguely remembered that when he was ordered by the school to issue a public apology and was in despair, it was this mysterious voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. It promised to give him the power of revenge, allowing him to trample that bastard Nie Tian and everyone who had mocked and humiliated him underfoot. Then, guided by the sound, he gradually arrived at this place. "They are undergoing this terrifying transformation. Help you?" The man in black robes let out a sinister, grating laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Foolish ant, I am merely using your value." He slowly raised his head, and from the shadows beneath his hood, a pair of eyes gleamed with a scarlet, eerie light. "Remember my name, Blood River, High Priest of the Pengchang branch of the Blood God cult." Blood God cult. High Priest. Blood River. These words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Jiang Shaotian's mind. He was struck dumb, his body trembled violently, and his eyes were instantly filled with extreme fear and horror. Blood God cult. That's an evil terrorist organization that the authorities have strictly ordered to be cracked down on. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all sorts of atrocities. They even sacrificed living people to cultivate evil arts. Lin Ning, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, was severely injured by a demon from the Blood God sect, almost losing her martial arts foundation. And he actually fell into the hands of the Blood God cult? And was even transformed into this inhuman, ghost-like form? The Pengchang branch sect had already fallen apart during the official crackdown several years ago, leaving only a few remnants clinging to life. The voice of the Blood River High Priest echoed faintly, carrying a hint of resentment and bitterness. "But can the glory of God be obscured by mortals? I have been lying low for many years, waiting for the divine decree to descend and to rebuild the glory of the Blood God." He stretched out his withered, bony fingers and pointed to the scar on Jiang Shaotian's chest. "You, Jiang Shaotian, are the first apostle chosen by God. What's implanted in your chest cavity is a mutated organ formed from divine power, the heart of hatred. From this day forward, your flesh and blood, your soul, will be inextricably linked to the power of the Blood God cult. We will share both glory and ruin. You have no way back." Jiang Shaotian's mind was in a whirl as intense fear and resistance instantly overwhelmed him. He shook his head frantically, his body moving backward uncontrollably. "No. I just want revenge on Nie Tian. I don't want to be an apostle. I don't want to associate with lunatics like you." He regretted it. He really regretted it. He thought he was just receiving a gift of power, but he never expected that he would step into an abyss of no return. He didn't want to become a monster. He didn't want to become a cult member that everyone hated. This is completely contrary to his original intention. Regret? Too late. The high priest of Blood River let out a cold laugh, like the roar of a hellish demon. While the power of hatred is formidable, enough to grant you combat strength surpassing that of ordinary awakened beings, it is not eternal. It will continuously deplete, age, and decay. If you don't replenish your nutrients in time, your brand new heart will wither and die completely in as little as 7 days or as long as a month. At that time, you will also collapse, turning into a pool of pus and blood, your soul and spirit annihilated. Nutrients? Zhang Xiaotian was taken aback upon hearing this, then a sense of foreboding rose within him. What nutrients? The high priest of Blood River grinned and suddenly dragged a middle-aged man, whose mouth was gagged and who was tightly bound, out from under the stone platform. The man's eyes were filled with terror, his body struggled violently, and he let out mournful woo-woo cries. The only way to replenish nutrients is... The Blood River high priest's voice grew increasingly hoarse and cruel. Continuously feed the heart of hatred with fresh, vibrant human organs. Before he finished speaking, a flash of cold light appeared in his hand, and a blood-red short blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared out of thin air. With a rip sound. Under Zhang Xiaotian's horrified gaze, the Blood River high priest raised his knife and cleanly slashed open the middle-aged man's chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the entire cave. The middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsed violently a few times, and then he fell completely silent. With a blank expression, the Blood River high priest skillfully and brutally ripped a still-beating heart from the shattered chest cavity. This extremely bloody and cruel scene, like the most terrifying nightmare, violently impacted Zhang Xiaotian's vision and nerves. Vomit. Zhang Xiaotian felt a churning in his stomach and could no longer bear it. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, letting out heart-wrenching retching and screams. He was trembling violently, his eyes tightly shut, unable to bear looking at the bloody scene any longer. Despair, fear, nausea, all sorts of negative emotions overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The power he once craved, the revenge he once relentlessly pursued, the dignity he once cherished. At this moment, shattered by the bloody impact of that live dissection. He's actually reduced to surviving by devouring the organs of living people? He actually wants to associate with these madmen who take pleasure in killing and feed on blood? Remorse. Endless regret. However, this regret lasted only a short moment. As the thick stench of blood filled my nostrils, as the fear of death intertwined with the thirst for power, a deeper, more twisted hatred began to frantically grow in the depths of his soul. All of this is because of Nie Tian. If it weren't for Nie Tian, how could Zhang Xiaotian have fallen to such a state? If it weren't for Nie Tian taking everything from him, making him the laughingstock of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, causing him to lose Yi Qingyu's favor, and subjecting him to endless ridicule and scorn at school. How could he have been so desperate, lured by this devil, and fallen into this boundless hell? The deep-seated hatred he felt for Nie Tian and the intense sense of injustice he had suffered were like countless steel needles piercing his heart. I'm burning with jealousy. He wants revenge. He wanted to take revenge on Nie Tian in the most cruel and bloody way. He wanted to make Nie Tian taste the bitterness of falling into the abyss and being worse than dead. He wanted to show everyone that even if he, Zhang Xiaotian, became a monster, he could still control their fate. The twisted hatred, like a wildfire, instantly burned away his last shred of reason. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaotian suddenly got up from the ground, his face filled with a morbid fanaticism and bloodlust. He knelt down again on the filthy ground stained with blood and kowtowed 3 times to the high priest of the Blood River. High priest, master. His voice was excited and hoarse, and his eyes gleamed with a crazed light. As long as I can obtain the power to crush that bastard Nie Tian. As long as I can reclaim everything that belongs to me. I'm willing to do anything. Kill. Eat people. Become any monster. I'm willing to do it all. From this day forward, I, Zhang Xiaotian, will follow the high priest's lead without hesitation. I will go through fire and water without fear. The high priest of the Blood River looked at Zhang Xiaotian, who was prostrate at his feet and completely subjugated, and let out a satisfied, wicked laugh. He reached out his withered hand and gently stroked Zhang Xiaotian's head, as if stroking an obedient hunting dog. Very good. From now on, you are no longer that useless good-for-nothing Zhang Xiaotian. You are the extension of God's will on earth, the vanguard of the blood god cult's rise in Pengcheng, and the sharpest, butcher's knife in my hand. God senses your hatred and desire. God will grant you the opportunity to unleash your rage and crush all your enemies. A red glint flashed in the Blood River high priest's eyes as he assigned Zhang Xiaotian his first task, which also marked the bloody beginning of his path of revenge. Starting tomorrow, I will use your status as the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng, as well as your familiarity with Jiangcheng, to lure more high-quality living materials for me and the blood god cult. Those tender students, those lowly poor people, those homeless vagrants, they will all become the nourishment that keeps your heart of hatred alive, and they will also become the perfect sacrifices for me to refine more abnormal divine messengers. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a crazed killing intent and a bloodthirsty desire. He licked his chapped lips and nodded heavily. Yes, High Priest. His life had completely slid down a dark, irreversible path filled with bloodshed and slaughter. Outside the cave, the night was as deep and dark as iron. A live hunting storm targeting the entire city of Jiangcheng is quietly unfolding. Far away in his rented room in the urban village, Nie Tian felt a sudden, inexplicable chill rise in his heart as he slept. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked out at the dark night sky. A storm is brewing. Is it just an illusion? Chapter 85. A hero returns amidst great anticipation. Nie Tian returns to school. The morning sunlight, carrying the crispness of early autumn, bathed every corner of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Today, the second middle school was unusually noisy. At the school gate, the spacious square was already packed with a sea of people. A red carpet stretched out from inside the school gate. Dozens of brightly colored flags fluttered in the breeze, and an atmosphere of excitement and restlessness filled the air. Is he here? Has Nieshan arrived? I heard the school made a special effort this time, with the principal and the director personally waiting at the entrance. Nonsense. Who is Nieshan? He's the once-in-a-century prodigy of our second high school. The one who defeated goddess Ling Fei in the virtual arena. He has to be the highest level. Among the crowd, students wearing the No. 2 middle school uniform stood on tiptoe and craned their necks. The young faces were filled with anticipation and admiration. They gathered here spontaneously, just to witness the return of the legendary hero. Nie Tian. This name was once lost due to poverty, and the student had to drop out of school. Now, however, it has illuminated the sky of the entire education sector in Jiangcheng. He is about to return to school to participate in a welcome and awakening ceremony specially organized for him by the school. This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through every corner of the campus and even reaching various media outlets and online platforms throughout Jiangcheng. On the campus forum, posts about Nie Tian have already flooded the screen. In-depth analysis: what level of defensive power did Nieshan achieve in his battle against Ling Fei? Prize quiz: has Nieshan's chi and blood value surpassed the threshold of a 2-star martial artist since returning to school? Fangirl Alliance sisters, get ready to scream. Will Nieshan and Yi Xiaohua show up together today? Nie Tian has become the most popular idol among the younger generation in No. 2 middle school and even the entire Jiangcheng. At the school gate, Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yongnian stood side by side. Both of them were beaming, their smiles revealing undisguised pride and smugness. Old Sun, look at this commotion. Principal Hao Jian puffed out his slightly overweight chest, pointed to the bustling crowd in front of him, and spoke in a loud voice. In all my years as principal, I've never seen a student with such influence. This kid really brings honor to our school. Director Sun Yongnian pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleaming behind the lenses. Principal, this is just the beginning. Nie Tian's potential is far greater than this. He is like a rough diamond, and as long as we polish him carefully, he will surely shine with a brilliance that will make the whole of China take notice. Well said. Principal Hao Jian nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation for the future. This welcoming ceremony must be a grand affair. We must let everyone in Jiangcheng know that our No. 2 middle school can also cultivate true geniuses. Just then, an even louder cheer erupted from the crowd. They're here. They're here. It's Nieshan and Yi Xiaohua's car. Oh my god. They're really holding hands. They're such a perfect match. A sleek black hovercar slowly entered the crowd's view and finally came to a steady stop at the end of the red carpet. The car door opened. A tall and slender figure stepped forward first. It was Nie Tian. He was still dressed in simple casual clothes. At this moment, he is completely different from the slightly immature boy he was a few months ago. His face remained handsome, but his eyes were sharper and deeper, able to see through people's hearts. It is a composure and sharpness that can only be cultivated after experiencing life and death battles. His every move exudes a captivating calm and confidence. Immediately afterwards, a slender, fair hand gently rested on Nie Tian's arm. Yi Qingyu stepped out of the car with a charming smile. Today, with just a touch of makeup, her already stunning beauty is made even more radiant and captivating. A light blue dress made her look like an elf in the morning light. She held tightly to Nia Tian's arm, her head slightly lowered, her face radiating undisguised pride, happiness, and a touch of girlish shyness. She looked like a princess guarding the side of a triumphant hero, sharing all his glory. Nia Tian. School beauty ye. Ea. In an instant, thunderous cheers and screams erupted, the sound almost shaking the entire campus. Countless gazes converged on the two people standing side by side. His eyes held a mixture of fervent admiration, undisguised envy, and heartfelt blessings. Flashes of light erupted like a sudden downpour, freezing the moment in time. Nia Tian. Welcome back with honor. Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yangyan, beaming with joy, quickly went to greet them. Principal Hao Jian excitedly reached out and tightly grasped Nia Tian's hands, shaking them vigorously, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Good lad. Well done. You've brought immense glory to our number 2 middle school and to our Jiangchang. Director Sun Yangyan nodded with a smile. Nia Tian, your deeds have inspired all the students at our number 2 middle school. You are their best role model. Several reporters carrying cameras and wearing Jiangcheng official television station press passes immediately surrounded Nia Tian, pointing their microphones and lenses at him. Nia Tian, could you share with us your secrets to defeating Captain Ling Fei? There are rumors that you are a 1 in a million defensive awakener. Is that true? Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, Nia Tian simply smiled faintly, his expression calm, and said nothing more. What he truly cares about is improving his strength and the path he will take in the future. However, at the height of this glory and cheers, a small commotion suddenly arose at the edge of the crowd. A yellow, old-fashioned taxi hover car, its body covered in scratches, was parked crookedly on the outside of the red carpet area. It stands out starkly against the gleaming private hover cars around it, appearing completely out of place. Immediately afterwards, a figure staggered and tumbled off the car. The figure looked extremely disheveled. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with several dark stains. Her hair was disheveled and stuck to her forehead, covering half of her eyes, and her face was so pale that it gave off an unhealthy, ashen look. He was unsteady on his feet when he got out of the car. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, drawing a few low snickers from the students around him. After barely managing to steady himself, he raised his head, his bewildered and gloomy gaze fixed on the densest part of the crowd and the loudest cheers. The next second, his body stiffened abruptly, and his pupils contracted sharply. At the end of the line of sight, the dazzling figure surrounded by countless people, who else could it be but Nia Tian? Beside Nia Tian stood the stunningly beautiful girl with a charming smile and eyes full of adoration and dependence. Yichengyu, the girl he had longed for day and night, yet could never have. Heroes and beauties. Flowers and applause. All the glory and all the accolades were focused on that perfect couple. This scene was like 1,000 red-hot steel needles piercing his newly replaced heart of hatred. My twisted and fragile nerves were once again severely stimulated. Isn't that Jiang Shaotian? I heard he dropped out of school because he embezzled his subsidies. Look at his pathetic appearance, compared to Nieshin, he's nothing but mud on the ground. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Although his uncle Jiang Tao was also fired, his father is Jiang Shao, the richest man in Jiangcheng. TCH. So what if he's the son of the richest man? He's morally corrupt and utterly useless. He's not even worthy of carrying Nieshin's shoes. The students around gradually recognized the uninvited guest. After a brief moment of surprise, they erupted into undisguised contempt and gloating whispers. Those who used to surround him, calling him young Master Jiang and Brother Tian, now looked at him with distant and mocking eyes. Some of the students he had bullied in the past cast disdainful glances at him without any politeness. Jiang Shaotian. Jiang Shaotian, who had been missing for 2 days and had just escaped from the blood god cult. He felt the piercing gazes around him, like knives cutting into his face, and listened to the venomous whispers that stabbed into his ears. Every word, every glance, was like a resounding slap across his face, tearing his last remaining pitiful self-esteem to shreds. In particular, when he saw Yichengyu looking at Nia Tian. Those beautiful eyes sparkled with undisguised love and adoration. That heartfelt dependence and happiness was an expression he had never seen on Yichengyu's face before. This hurt his heart more than any vicious words. Puff! A sweet, metallic liquid suddenly surged up Jiang Shaotian's throat. The newly implanted heart of hatred in his chest sensed the host's extreme humiliation and overwhelming jealousy, and began to beat wildly. Each jump felt like a heavy hammer slamming into his chest. It brought waves of excruciating pain and indescribable violent impulses. He clenched his fists so tightly that his sharp nails dug deep into his palms, piercing his skin. Crimson blood dripped slowly from between his fingers, but he was completely unaware. A murderous intent that nearly consumed all reason roared wildly within him like a wild beast out of control. Nya Tian Yiqing Yu. Zhang Xiaotian forcibly suppressed the murderous urge that was about to burst forth, as well as the churning blood in his throat. He lowered his head deeply and, with a growl that only he could hear, like that of a wounded beast, squeezed out these words, one by one, from between his teeth. The voice was filled with endless resentment and deep-seated hatred. You just wait. The humiliation I have suffered today, I will repay it 1,000-fold in the future. I'll make you wish you were dead. Under countless scornful, disgusting, and mocking gazes, Zhang Xiaotian, hunched over, like a stray dog, hurriedly crawled back into the dilapidated hovercar. Quick! Drive! Get out of here! He yelled at the bewildered taxi driver, his voice hoarse and shrill. The hovercar roared with a piercing engine sound, turned around in a sorry state, and fled in panic from this glorious land that belonged to Nya Tian. Nobody noticed. The moment Zhang Xiaotian lowered his head, a strange dark red light flashed and disappeared on his chest. The mutated organ, known as the heart of hatred, throbbed even more powerfully after absorbing the host's overwhelming negative emotions, emanating a chillingly evil aura. Chapter 86, The Loser Script is ready. Feel free to prove me wrong. The Zhang family villa is located in an affluent area on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng. The site is vast and heavily guarded, showing the wealth and status of Jiang Shao, the richest man in Jiangcheng. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the villa was filled with a sense of oppressive anxiety. Jiang Shao, the richest man in Jiangcheng who was a powerful figure in the business world, was now pacing back and forth in his magnificent living room like an ant on a hot plate. His face was filled with barely concealed anxiety and exhaustion. He hasn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Since his son Zhang Xiaotian suddenly disappeared 2 days ago, he has used all the connections and resources at his disposal, turning the entire Jiangcheng upside down, but there is still no news. Just when Jiang Shao was about to despair, a rapid engine sound came from outside the villa gate. Immediately afterwards, a bodyguard rushed in, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Master! Master! Young Master! Young Master is back! What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's body jolted violently. He practically scrambled towards the door, the elation and lingering fear of regaining what he had lost instantly making him forget all the decorum expected of a tycoon. When he saw that ragged, emaciated figure, Jiang Zhao's eyes instantly reddened. Shao Tian! My son! Jiang Shao rushed forward in one stride. He pulled Zhang Xiaotian, who was almost collapsing to the ground, into a tight embrace, his voice choked with emotion and tears streaming down his face. He could clearly feel his son's weakness and trembling, as well as the lingering, strong smell of blood and decay. My son! Where have you been these past 2 days? Do you know how worried your father has been about you? What's wrong with you? Zhang Shao cradled Zhang Xiaotian's pale and gaunt face, his voice trembling as he asked, his tone filled with concern and sorrow. Zhang Xiaotian raised his bloodshot eyes, which were flashing with an eerie red light, and looked at his father, who was distraught over his situation. He took a deep breath, and his long simmering emotions erupted instantly. Thump! A muffled thud. Zhang Xiaotian abruptly broke free from Jiang Zhao's support and knelt heavily on the cold, hard marble floor. Father! He let out a piercing wail, his voice hoarse like a broken gong, filled with endless grievances, fear, and just the right amount of lingering dread. Your son is unfilial. I've worried you. Your son almost never saw you again. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaotian lay down on the ground and burst into tears. She cried her heart out, her liver and intestines were breaking. This also includes some genuine emotions stemming from the immense physical and mental suffering he endured after the implantation of the heart of hatred. Seeing this, Jiang Shao felt even more heartbroken. He quickly helped his son up from the ground and asked anxiously. Good boy, get up. What happened? Tell your father. Who dares to bully my son, Jiang Shao? I will tear them to pieces. Zhang Xiaotian, supported by Jiang Shao, stood up shakily. With a still shaken expression on his face, he sobbed and began to weave his carefully crafted lie in fits and starts. Father, son, I was upset because I was wronged at school a couple of days ago, so I went to the outskirts of the city by myself to clear my head. Who knew that we would be targeted by a group of elusive cultists? Cultists? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression changed drastically, and his eyes instantly turned sharp. As the richest man in Jiangchang, he had naturally heard of these evil forces lurking in the shadows. Yes, father. Jiang Shaotian nodded vigorously, his face showing a look of unbearable fear. They lured me to a very remote, terrifying underground hideout. There was blood and corpses everywhere. And all sorts of horrible torture instruments and eerie altars. As Jiang Shaotian spoke, he shivered at just the right moment. He described in detail the brutality and tyranny of those cult members. How they used living people for bloody sacrifices, how they tortured the resisting victims, and the suffocating atmosphere of terror within the stronghold. He deliberately emphasized how he used his extraordinary wisdom and indomitable will to outmaneuver those vicious cult members. And how did they manage to escape from that hellish place after going through countless hardships and narrowly escaping death? Jiang Shao listened to his son's tearful accusations and looked at his son's terrified and pitiful appearance. In addition, there was the undeniable aura of blood and corruption emanating from Jiang Shaotian. His heart, already filled with anxiety over his son's disappearance, was now overflowing with anger and self-blame. Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! Jiang Shao flew into a rage and slammed his fist hard on the mahogany tea table next to him, causing the precious purple clay teaware to clang loudly. These depraved cult scum! How dare they set their sights on my son, Jiang Shao? They're asking for trouble. He was now completely convinced by Jiang Shaotian's words. My poor son. Jiang Shao pulled Jiang Shaotian into his arms, his voice filled with guilt and self-reproach. It's my fault for being useless. It's my fault for not protecting you. I've made you suffer such injustice and fright. Seeing that his father had completely believed his story, Jiang Shaotian's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of coldness and smugness. He knew that his plan was already halfway to success. He immediately seized the opportunity, breaking free from Jiang Zhao's embrace, his face displaying an expression of righteous indignation. Father! Although I managed to escape by luck, the thought of the cruelty of those cultists, and the thought of so many innocent people who may have suffered at their hands, keeps me from sleeping or eating. My son has suffered such a humiliating disgrace. If I don't wipe out this group of cultists, I swear I'm not worthy of being called a man. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a righteous and awe-inspiring light, and spoke to Jiang Shao in a firm and powerful voice. Father! Your son begs you to allow me to personally lead a large-scale extermination operation. When I escaped, I managed to vaguely recall some of their activity patterns and the approximate locations of their strongholds, thanks to my exceptional memory. Please give your son a group of men, some equipment, and funds. Your son will definitely eradicate this group of wicked cultists. To avenge myself. And to rid our Jiangcheng of this great scourge. Looking at his son's admirable courage, Jiang Shao felt both gratified and somewhat worried. He assumed the young man had suffered a great injustice and couldn't swallow his anger, so he wanted to take revenge himself. If we could really take down a cult stronghold, it would not only vent my son's anger, but it would also greatly benefit the Jiang family's reputation and its standing with the authorities. Good. As expected of Jiang Zhao's son. He has backbone and a sense of responsibility. Jiang Shao patted Jiang Shaotian's shoulder heavily, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Since my son is so determined, how could I possibly refuse? Go ahead and do it. I'll allocate elite family guards for you. I'll also give you 50 million in operating funds. You can choose any weapons and equipment you want. Make sure you wipe out those scumbags in one fell swoop, and let them know what happens when they offend the Jiang family. Jiang Shao waved his hand and readily agreed to all of Jiang Shaotian's requests. He was completely unaware that he was personally sending a carefully selected batch of sacrifices into a trap set by his son and the even more terrifying blood god cult. Thank you, father, for granting my wish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian's face showed a look of deep gratitude, and he knelt down again, kowtowing deeply to Jiang Shao. The moment he lowered his head, a ferocious and cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The heart of hatred within his chest was now emitting low, pleasurable, and excited groans. A hovercar passed through the gate of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was sitting in the car. He is Qian Shuwen, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Invited by the principal of No. 2 Middle School, I came to participate in a significant awakening ceremony. Qian Shuwen looked out the car window at the sea of people in the square, a cold smile curving his lips. Ha, how Jian, that idiot, really made quite a scene. Qian Shuwen's assistant, a young man with shrewd eyes and gold-rimmed glasses, echoed in a low voice. Principal, judging from this, they have high hopes for Nye Tian. The entire school has mobilized, and even the TV station has come. Qian Shuwen hummed softly, leaned back in his comfortable chair, and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, the awakening potential testing device that he had personally taken care of a few days ago was clearly visible. Every minute parameter adjustment and every possible failure point is under his control. High hopes? The greater the hope, the more thorough the disappointment. He spoke slowly, a hint of pleasure in his voice. Today, I will make Hao Jian, and the entire second high school, see clearly how the genius in their eyes has fallen. The hover car came to a stop. Qian Shuwen straightened his sharp suit, a polite smile on his face, and stepped out of the car with an air of nonchalance. He was greeted by the smiling face of Sun Youngyan, the director of teaching at No. 2 Middle School. Principal Qian, it's such an honor to have you here. I'm so sorry I didn't greet you properly. Sun Youngyan extended his hand warmly. Director Sun, you're too kind. Today is a joyous occasion for your school, how could I not come to offer my congratulations? Qian Shuwen gave him a perfunctory handshake, but his gaze was already fixed on the center of the square. On the makeshift platform, a high-tech, silver-white instrument stood quietly, emitting faint energy fluctuations. It was the awakening potential testing device that he had carefully prepared. Not far from the platform, Hao Jianzhang, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, was surrounded by a group of reporters, spitting as they spoke, full of high spirits. Therefore, the appearance of student Nye Tian is by no means accidental. This signifies that our Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School has taken the lead in cultivating top-notch martial arts talents. Hao Jian's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resounded throughout the square, every word brimming with undisguised pride and self-satisfaction. Qian Shuwen listened to these harsh remarks, his smile remained unchanged, but a sinister glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hao Jian, you're still so impatient. Well, the higher you jump now, the more it will hurt when you fall. He sneered inwardly. On the other side of the crowd, Nye Tian and Yi Qingyu stood side by side. They had already passed through the wall of people formed by enthusiastic students and arrived at the relatively quiet VIP waiting area. That principal Hao was really quite the talker. Yi Qingyu whispered something in Nye Tian's ear, her tone was tinged with barely suppressed amusement. Upon hearing this, Nye Tian simply smiled faintly. His gaze calmly swept across the square, finally landing on Qian Shuwen, who was having a pleasant conversation with Sun Youngyan not far away. He had already learned about Qian Shuwen's underhanded tactics through Ling Fei's secret channels. The principal of the No. 1 Middle School prepared a reasonable way out for him. Just a clown. Nye Tian murmured to himself, looking at Qian Shuwen's smug expression of thinking he had everything under control, and found it somewhat laughable. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at Yi Qingyu. The girl was tilting her pretty face slightly upward, her beautiful eyes sparkling with expectation and a hint of barely perceptible worry. Don't worry. Nye Tian reached out and gently grasped her slightly cool, soft hand, his voice gentle. I'll take care of everything. Yi Qingyu felt the warmth and strength from his palm, and the slight unease in her heart subsided. She nodded, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. The lengthy and enthusiastic welcome speech and the leader's address finally came to an end. A young and beautiful female host walked gracefully onto the platform and announced in her sweet and infectious voice. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, teachers, and students. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Now, I hereby announce the official commencement of the Potential Awakening Test Ceremony for Nye Tian, the prodigy of Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School. Boom! The atmosphere in the square instantly exploded. The deafening cheers merged into a massive wave of sound that soared into the sky. Amidst the intense attention and thunderous cheers, the moment was captured by a great crowd. Nye Tian released Yi Qingyu's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Then, he took a deep breath and began to walk with steady steps. Step by step, they calmly walked towards the high platform that held the expectations of countless people. The real test. Or rather, the real performance is about to begin. Chapter 87 Movie King, please begin your performance. When Nye Tian's figure appeared on the high platform, the entire square instantly fell into an eerie silence. The deafening cheers and discussions that had just erupted came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the tall and slender young man. The photographers behind the lens held their breath, their fingers gripping the shutter tightly. Below the platform, Yi Qingyu nervously clenched her small hands, her palms already damp with fine beads of sweat. She gazed at Nye Tian's calm profile, silently reciting something in her heart. Nye Tian, you can do it. You can definitely do it. At this moment, Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yangyan no longer care about maintaining a proper leadership demeanor. The two of them straightened their backs simultaneously, staring intently at the stage, their expressions serious yet revealing an undisguised excitement. Success or failure hinges on this one move. The future of number 2 middle school hinges on this. Only Qian Shuwen remained calm and composed. He even leisurely picked up the fragrant tea that his assistant had just brewed for him, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and a faint, cold smile played on his lips. This farce is about to enter its most exciting face-slapping phase. He eagerly anticipated how dejected the teachers and students of number 2 middle school, who were still immersed in their fantasies, would be when the instruments ruthlessly declared Nie Tian's potential as mediocre. A staff member dressed in a white uniform, with a solemn expression, quickly walked to Nie Tian's side and gave him instructions in a respectful yet professional voice. Nie Tian, please gently place your right palm on this sensor crystal plate. During the test, please try to relax and do not resist in any way. Nie Tian nodded slightly, his gaze calmly fixed on the trapezoidal crystal plate that emitted a soft, faint light. He took a deep breath, and as instructed, extended his right hand and pressed it firmly. A cool and smooth sensation came from the palm of my hand. The next second. Buzz. A slightly muffled low hum rang out from inside the awakening potential tester. Immediately afterwards, the originally dim rune light strips on the instrument's surface began to light up one by one, as if they had been injected with life. A deep blue light flowed between the intricate patterns. A soft beam of light, about 1 meter in diameter and composed of countless tiny points of light, slowly descended from the top of the instrument, enveloping Nie Tian completely. However, almost at the instant the beam of light was formed, a careful observer would notice something amiss. The humming sound of the instrument seemed more sluggish and strained than during normal testing. The beam of light enveloping Nie Tian was also somewhat dim and unstable, and there were even some slight energy dissipation phenomena at the edges. Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yangyan, who were below the platform, almost simultaneously uttered a slight sound of doubt. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a subtle hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. They had all observed awakening potential tests multiple times, and the normal operation of the equipment was definitely not like this. Could it be that the instrument is malfunctioning? The moment the thought crossed Hao Jian's mind, his heart sank. He turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on Qian Shuwen, who was not far away. But Qian Shuwen remained calm and composed, even raising his teacup at him and giving him a meaningful smile. Hao Jian's heart sank even further. Could this instrument have been tampered with? That old fox. Hao Jian clenched his fist quietly inside his sleeve, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. A fine layer of cold sweat also seeped from his forehead. It's over. If Nie Tian's test fails due to the malfunction of the instrument, then number 2 middle school will truly become a laughingstock in the entire Jiangqing today. The more eloquently he spoke before, the more devastating the backlash will be now. In stark contrast to Hao Jian's anxiety was Qian Shuwen's increasingly smugness. He leisurely sipped the fragrant tea, savoring the aroma spreading in his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the flickering beam of light on the stage and the seemingly calm young man within it, and a cold smile crept across his face. Kid, are you feeling the despair? This is the price you pay for your arrogance. Enjoy this feeling of falling from the clouds. He had even started to imagine in his mind how he should use a tone of regret and sorrow to comfort his poor brother Hao Jian after the test results came out. The students in the square gradually noticed the unusual atmosphere. What's going on? That light doesn't seem very bright. Yes, a few years ago when I saw Zhou Haoren, the genius from number 1 high school, took the test, the beam of light was incredibly bright. I hope something's wrong with Nie Shun. Whispers spread like wildfire, and the initial fervent anticipation was gradually replaced by doubt and worry. Yi Qingyu was so nervous that her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Her face was slightly pale, her big, bright eyes were fixed on Nie Tian on the stage, and she clasped her hands together in front of her chest, praying incessantly. Standing in the center of the beam of light, Nie Tian naturally sensed the uniqueness of this instrument. The energy enveloping him did indeed seem somewhat waning, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. He could even clearly perceive that there seemed to be some minor blockages and obstructions in certain key energy circuits inside the instrument. It seems that Principal Chen really went to great lengths for me. Nie Tian thought to himself, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. This situation was even more perfect than he had anticipated. He was initially worried about how he would control his power so that he could deliver a passable result without revealing his hand if the instruments were functioning properly. Now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about it at all. This defective instrument was practically the perfect stage tailor-made for him. He took a deep breath, and the surging blood and chi within his body began to circulate slowly under his mental control. Thunderous heart, wind-breathing lungs, black tortoise skin, and the divine river brain, which has just awakened to a certain extent. These awakened organs and acupoints have begun to exert their power. Nye Tian carefully guided a wisp of his vital energy, causing it to resonate subtly with the unstable beam of light from the outside world. What he had to do was to subtly alter the ending a little bit within the framework of Qian Shuwen's script. This added a touch of unexpected joy to the result that Qian Shuwen had originally expected. That's what professionalism is all about. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the huge display screen on the front of the testing instrument. The screen was originally pitch black. At this moment, as the instrument struggled to operate, some blurry characters and lines began to slowly emerge, flickering as if they might collapse and dissipate at any moment. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, after a series of teeth-grinding, slightly metallic scraping noises, the flickering on the light screen suddenly stopped. A faint yet defiant line of text began to slowly appear on the screen. Chapter 88 S-Rank Superpower. Breaking the script with strength. Awakening potential testing device on the high platform. After emitting an even more violent noise, a line of dazzling golden characters finally slowly appeared on its huge light screen. Special ability name, Heart of Berserk. Following closely behind, even more small golden characters appeared like a tide. Effect, consumes chi and blood, significantly increases physical explosiveness for a short period of time, and substantially enhances multiple basic abilities such as speed, strength, and reaction time. Type, enhancement. Potential assessment, S rank. The huge S-class lettering was deeply engraved in the center of the light screen. Immediately following, a line of substantial small print appeared. It is a top-tier ability among enhancement-type abilities, with overall potential second only to the rarer superpower and elemental types. S rank. These two words seem to possess boundless magic, instantly shattering all the silence and doubt in the room. Looking at the results on the screen, Nye Tian breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's done. In the heart of Benlei, the lungs of Fengxi, the skin of Xuanwu, and even the brain of the newly born Xinhe. Through a series of precise adjustments to awaken the spiritual apertures, the predetermined goals were basically achieved. He not only demonstrated top-tier S-level talent that convinced the school and the outside world, but also made Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School a formidable force. At the same time, it cleverly concealed its true trump card, the awakening of spiritual apertures and the plundering evolution system. This description of Heart of Fury almost perfectly replicates the core effect of Thunder Heart when activating the Fury skill. Not too much, not too little, just right. After a brief silence. Very good. In the VIP area below the stage, Yi Qingyu was the first to react, covering her mouth in surprise. Tears of excitement welled up in her bright eyes as she gazed intently at the tall figure on the stage, her heart filled with pride and sweetness. Immediately afterwards. Whoosh! Principal Hao Jian suddenly jumped up from his seat. His hands trembled slightly with extreme excitement, and his usually stern face was flushed red. Sun Yongyan, equally stunned and overjoyed, stood up and exchanged a glance with Hao Jian. Tears welled up in both of their eyes at the same time. S level. Director Sun Yongyan's voice trembled, his lips shaking, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Good. Great. Principal Hao Jian could no longer contain his joy and let out a hearty laugh. Immediately. Rumble. The entire contingent of teachers and students from Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School erupted like a volcano, bursting into thunderous applause and deafening cheers. Nyeshin is awesome. S rank. Our No. 2 high school has produced an S-rank genius. So cool. Long life Senior Nye Tian. The shouts grew louder and louder, almost lifting the roof off the entire square. The students waved their arms excitedly, some even jumping up, their young faces beaming with pride and fervor. The reporters, who had been waiting for a long time, snapped back to reality after a brief moment of distraction, like sharks smelling blood. Snap. 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 Countless flashes went off wildly, and the sound of camera shutters filled the air. Various types of live streaming equipment, cameras, and voice recorders were all pointed at Nye Tian on the high platform and the number 2 middle school crowd below, who were in a frenzy. They knew that an explosive news story had emerged. Within just a few minutes, Jiangcheng number 2 High School has a stunning S-level enhanced genius, Nye Tian. This title is like a virus with wings. Through real-time push notifications from the Wushezijia app, breaking news from major news media platforms, and sharing from the personal terminals of countless students on site, it swept through the entire city of Jiangcheng at an almost rocket-like speed. Furthermore, it quickly made it to the front page of the Wushezijia app that day, causing a huge sensation throughout the city and even the province. And at this moment, I am sitting in the corner of the VIP section. The smile on the face of Qian Shuwen, the principal of Jiangcheng number 1 Middle School, who had originally planned to watch the show, had completely frozen. When he saw the glaring S-class on the screen, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, seriously doubting whether he was hallucinating because he was too excited. As his hands trembled, he reaffirmed that the golden S-class was clearly hanging on the light screen. An indescribable sense of absurdity and frustration overwhelmed him instantly, like a cold tide. His cheeks burned. It felt as if an invisible hand had slapped me countless times across the face. All the lines he had meticulously crafted, all the anticipated sarcasm and ridicule, turned into a series of ridiculous jokes at this moment. The S-rank Heart of Fury. How is that possible? He had clearly instructed Laoli to tamper with the testing device. Logically speaking, even a true S-level genius, under such weakening, could only be tested at most at the D level, and there was even a very high probability that they would be directly judged as awakening failure. But now, S-rank. Could it be that Laoli failed to perform his duties effectively? Or did the instrument itself experience a more complex and unpredictable malfunction? Qian Shuwen's mind was in complete chaos. He couldn't understand, much less accept, this revolutionary outcome. The ceremony quickly came to a close amidst thunderous cheers from the teachers and students of number 2 Middle School. Nye Tian was surrounded by countless enthusiastic reporters and excited students, and all sorts of questions came flooding in like a tide. Yi Qingyu stood quietly not far from him, with a faint smile, shielding him from some overly enthusiastic fans. After giving brief interviews to several major official media outlets, Principal Hao Jian skillfully evaded the reporters' persistent questioning. He straightened his collar, a warm smile on his face. His gaze swept across the VIP seats for a moment before quickly locking onto Qian Shuwen, whose face was ashen and who was preparing to slip away quietly amidst the chaos. Hao Jian's smile deepened. He walked steadily toward Qian Shuwen. The frustration of being manipulated and extorted for 500,000 yuan in rent by Qian Shuwen using the testing equipment can finally be repaid with interest. He wanted to personally thank Principal Qian, who had provided timely help to him, and casually show him the rising glory of Jiangcheng number 2 Middle School. Qian Shuwen had just reached the VIP exit, ready to slip away, when he felt his arm being warmly grasped. He was startled and turned around to see Hao Jian's face, which was smiling like a flower. "Oh dear, Principal Qian, where are you headed?" Hao Jian spoke enthusiastically, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for the reporters who had not yet dispersed and some other interested people to hear clearly. "The ceremony isn't completely over yet. As a pillar of education in Jiangcheng, you can't leave prematurely." Qian Shuwen's lips twitched slightly, and he forced a smile, saying, "Principal Hao, you're too kind. I have some urgent matters to attend to at the school." "Oh? Urgent matter?" Hao Jian feigned surprise, then laughed as if he suddenly realized something. That's right. After all, our number 2 high school has produced an S-level genius. This news will probably spread throughout the entire education system very soon. As the head of number 1 high school, Principal Qian, it is only right that you go back in advance to make some preparations. Qian Shuwen's face twitched again. Why do those words sound so harsh? Principal Hao, Qian Shuwen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It is a blessing for the education community in Jiangcheng that Nye Tian has such talent. I am truly happy for your number 2 middle school. Oh, Principal Qian, you're mistaken. Hao Jianli immediately waved his hand and said with a sincere expression, Nye Tian's achievements today are certainly due to his own hard work and talent, but they are even more inseparable from your strong support, Principal Qian. If it weren't for Principal Qian's generosity in lending our school such a sophisticated awakening potential testing device, Nye Tian, this rough gem, would have remained obscured for who knows how long. Therefore, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Jiangcheng number 2 Middle School, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Principal Qian for your timely help. As Hao Jian spoke, he even gave Qian Shuwen a slight bow, as if to make it seem serious. The surrounding reporters immediately seized on this news point, and their flashbulbs went off again. Qian Shuwen felt a rush of blood to his head and almost fainted on the spot. Offering help in times of need? I'll give you a big headless ghost. I wanted to cut off your supply lines, but who knew you'd get such incredible luck? Hao Jian, you old fox, you're getting the benefits and then acting innocent. Chapter 89, Who's the Joke? Principal Hao delivers a scathing critique. Hao Jian's heartfelt gratitude was like countless steel needles, piercing Qian Shuwen's heart. Looking at Hao Jian's smug face, he wished he could tear him to pieces on the spot. But unfortunately, there were so many reporters watching from all sides. He could only force a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, President Hao, you're too kind. This is all I should do, it's what I should do. It's about promoting the common development of our sister institutions. Well said. Let's develop together. Hao Jian clapped his hands and laughed, then changed the subject and said in a slightly casual Versailles tone, however, Principal Qian, Nie Tian's discovery of S-level potential this time has also served as a reminder to us. Our number 2 high school will likely produce even more genius students like Nie Tian in the future. It's not right to keep troubling you, Principal Qian. Therefore, I have officially submitted an expedited procurement application to the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, hoping to acquire a state-of-the-art awakening potential testing device for our number 2 middle school as soon as possible. The Education Bureau attaches great importance to the development of our number 2 middle school and has already expressed its initial support. Hao Jian paused here, observing Qian Shuwen's expression. Sure enough, Qian Shuwen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Does the Education Bureau support this? This means that number 2 middle school will no longer have to rely on number 1 middle school to rent equipment. This also means that the importance of the secondary school in the eyes of the education department is rapidly increasing. This is undoubtedly another heavy blow to the dominant position of number 1 middle school. As Qian Shuwen listened to Hao Jian's repeated use of S-level genius and support from the Education Bureau, he felt a tightness in his chest, his blood surging, and a metallic taste rising in his throat. He knew that he had really messed up today. He lost face and suffered a double loss. Well, that's really, congratulations Principal Hao, congratulations to number 2 middle school. Qian Shuwen practically squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. He knew that any rebuttal or explanation at this moment would only make him look more ridiculous. The only thing to do is to swallow your pride and bear the pain. Take care, Principal Qian. Please come visit our number 2 middle school often to guide our work. Hao Jian waved enthusiastically, watching Qian Shuwen's almost hasty retreat as he watched his back turn, his smile growing even brighter. A triumphant moment. This feeling is just so amazing. Qian Shuwen practically ran away from Jiangcheng number 2 middle school. He dared not stay a second longer. He was afraid that he would lose control and explode on the spot, doing something inappropriate. Back in the principal's office of Jiangcheng number 1 middle school. Bang! Qian Shuwen slammed his foot hard on the expensive mahogany desk, making a loud bang. His chest heaved violently, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Old Li! Call Old Li from the technical department over here. Qian Shuwen roared at the door. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with thinning hair and wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked in cautiously. He was Old Li, the technical director in charge of debugging the awakening potential testing device. Principal, you wanted to see me? Old Li's voice trembled noticeably. He vaguely guessed that the principal had called him here because it must be related to the awakening ceremony at number 2 middle school today. Smack! Qian Shuwen grabbed a stack of documents from the table and slammed them down at Lao Li's feet, scattering the papers all over the floor. Old Li! Explain yourself. Qian Shuwen pointed at Old Li's nose and demanded sharply, why didn't that testing instrument malfunction as I instructed? Why did it still manage to get an S-level score from Nie Tian? Ah! Upon hearing this, Old Li's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Principal, I'm innocent! Old Li cried, waving his hands repeatedly. I swear, I absolutely followed your instructions and precisely adjusted the potential display ratio of that testing instrument to 1/20th of the normal value. I've checked it several times, there's absolutely no chance of it going wrong. Old Li was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that if he took responsibility for this, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1/20th? Qian Shuwen was taken aback when he heard this number, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yes, principal. Old Li nodded hurriedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Theoretically speaking, with this level of weakening, even a true S-level genius would only be able to get a D-level result at most, and there's even a very high probability that they would be judged as having failed to awaken. It's impossible for them to reach S-level. I have absolutely no idea why this is happening. Old Li's voice trembled with tears. Unless Nia Tian's true potential far exceeds our imagination, reaching an unbelievable level. Old Li's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Qian Shuwen's mind. Even after being weakened by 20 times, it can still reach S rank? So what is his true potential? A thought that sent chills down Qian Shuwen's spine emerged from the depths of his heart like a venomous snake. SSS level? Even higher? This thought struck Qian Shuwen like a blinding bolt of lightning. It made him feel dizzy and his body swayed. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Historically, there has never been an SSS-level genius in the entire Chinese nation, or even in the world. How could such a monstrous talent be born in a place like Jiangchang? Qian Shuwen shook his head violently, forcibly suppressing this absurd thought. He refused to believe it. I can't believe it. If this is true, then Qian Shuwen and Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School have completely lost, utterly defeated, with no chance of recovery. He preferred to believe that it was Lao Li's incompetence or that the instrument itself had a more complex malfunction that he couldn't understand. Enough! Qian Shuwen rudely interrupted Lao Li's explanation, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He absolutely cannot allow the term SSS level to spread, otherwise the reputation of Jiangchang No. 1 High School will be completely destroyed. Old Li, I think you're getting senile. Qian Shuwen said coldly. What do you mean by 1/20th? I think you've just neglected your duties. You've failed in your work. You're fired, effective today. Principal. No, principal. Upon hearing this, Old Li was struck dumb. He knelt down with a thud, grabbed Qian Shuwen's leg, and pleaded desperately, I have worked diligently for No. 1 Middle School for 30 years. Even if I haven't made any great contributions, I have certainly put in a lot of hard work. Please, give me another chance. Qian Shuwen shook off Lao Li's hand disgustingly, his face showing no sympathy whatsoever. Moreover, Qian Shuwen's tone turned sinister, like a viper spitting its tongue. If you dare to divulge even a single word about the instrument malfunction, you know the consequences. I'll make sure your entire family can't stay in Jiangchang. A blatant threat. Old Li shuddered, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that Qian Shuwen was a man of his word. In the end, Lao Li was escorted out of the principal's office by 2 security guards, who had no expression on their faces. He was distraught and his face was ashen. His heart was filled with resentment towards Qian Shuwen and endless regret for having been blinded by greed and followed orders. He knew that his professional career for the rest of his life was completely over. Qian Shuwen sat in the large executive chair, his chest still feeling tight. Firing Old Li won't solve the fundamental problem. Nia Tian's S-level potential at No. 2 Middle School was like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. He must find a way to reverse this unfavorable situation as soon as possible. Just as he was feeling frustrated and racking his brains for a solution, the private encrypted phone on his desk suddenly rang urgently. Qian Shuwen frowned and glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar local number. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? Qian Shuwen's tone was somewhat impatient. On the other end of the phone came the voice of a slightly hoarse young man. Principal Qian? I am Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaotian? Qian Shuwen was slightly taken aback when he heard the name. He was deeply impressed by the name. The only son of Jiang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangchang, a prominent figure at Jiangchang No. 2 Middle School, and one of Yiqingyu's most ardent suitors. Previously, in order to suppress No. 2 Middle School, Qian Shuwen personally intervened and made several attempts to persuade Jiang Xiaotian to transfer to Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, offering him a large sum of money and various favorable conditions. But Jiang Xiaotian rejected them all, citing his desire to pursue Yiqingyu at No. 2 Middle School. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to contact me today. Jiang Xiaotian? Qian Shuwen's tone softened. What do you need me for? Principal Qian, Jiang Xiaotian's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of ferocity. Today, I also witnessed that good-for-nothing Nia Tian's awakening ceremony. Someone who got lucky by sheer luck deserves to be ranked S-class? During the phone call, Jiang Xiaotian made no attempt to hide his strong dissatisfaction and contempt for Nie Tian in number 2 middle school. He changed the subject, his tone became slightly seductive. Principal Qian, I hope to transfer to Jiangcheng number 1 middle school. Oh? Qian Shuwen's heart skipped a beat, but he did not express his opinion immediately. Moreover, Jiang Xiaotian paused, lowering his voice even further, but filled with explosive information. To be honest, I recently had a stroke of good luck and unexpectedly awakened a superpower. Furthermore, I can guarantee that the quality and potential of my superpower are absolutely superior to Nie Tian's so-called berserk heart. Jiang Xiaotian smiled coldly, implying, I am willing to represent Jiangcheng number 1 high school and crush him under my feet in the future martial arts exam, so that he will know who the real genius is. I will reclaim all the honors for number 1 high school. Boom! Jiang Xiaotian's words were like a spark igniting a blazing fire in Qian Shuwen's dying embers of despair. Qian Shuwen almost jumped up from his chair. The humiliation he had just suffered at the hands of Hao Jian and Nie Tian was instantly replaced by a sudden surge of intense excitement and boundless anticipation. He seemed to see the dawn of turning the tide and achieving victory. Jiang Xiaotian's family background, his deep-seated hatred for Nie Tian, and the superpower with quality and potential far exceeding S-class that he mentioned. All of this made Qian Shuwen feel that this was a perfect opportunity given to him by God to turn the tide. Chapter 90 Jiang Xiaotian transfers to number 2 middle school, crisis lurks beneath the surface. Jiang Xiaotian, are you telling the truth? Qian Shuwen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He gripped the phone tightly, afraid that he might have misheard a single word. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiaotian let out a low, confident sneer. Principal Qian, although I, Jiang Xiaotian, am young, I know what I should say and what I shouldn't say. Whether I have the ability or not, just give me a chance to demonstrate it, and you'll know for sure. My only condition is that I receive top-tier support from number 1 high school in terms of resources and treatment. And I want to personally crush that scum Nie Tian completely. Jiang Xiaotian's voice made no attempt to conceal his resentment and madness towards Nie Tian. Qian Shuwen made the decision almost without hesitation. Great! That's wonderful! He paced back and forth in the office excitedly, his face regaining its radiance. Jiang Xiaotian, on behalf of Jiangcheng number 1 high school, I warmly welcome you to join us. Don't worry, I'll have someone take care of the transfer procedures for you right away. I guarantee it will be done as quickly as possible. As for resources and treatment, you'll get the absolute best. Our school will never mistreat any true genius. Qian Shuwen's tone was enthusiastic, a stark contrast to his previous coldness towards Lao Li. He has even started to dream about it. At the latest, the day after tomorrow tomorrow he will hold an even grander and more sensational awakening welcome ceremony for Jiang Xiaotian than for Nie Tian. He wanted to announce to the entire city of Jiangcheng, and even the whole province. Jiangcheng number 1 high school also boasts top-tier awakened geniuses. Moreover, it is of higher quality and has greater potential than Nie Tian's S-class berserker heart. He wanted to show Hao Jian in Jiangcheng number 2 middle school who the real overlord of Jiangcheng's education sector was. Principal Qian is indeed a straightforward person, Jiang Xiaotian said with a sinister smile. Then, I'll be waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaotian stood in a dark corner, with a cruel and twisted smile on his face. Inside his chest cavity was the heart of hatred, which had just been implanted not long ago. It was beating excitedly and rhythmically at that moment, emitting a faint dark red glow. It was as if they were anticipating the upcoming bloody feast. Transferring to Jiangcheng number 1 high school was just the first step in his revenge plan and his mission to the blood god cult. Qian Shuwen was merely a pawn in his game. Night fell quietly. The principal's office at Jiangcheng number 2 middle school was brightly lit. Nie Tian finally finished a full day of interviews, photo opportunities, and a constant stream of congratulations from all sides. He dragged his slightly tired body back here. Yi Qingyu has always been quietly by his side, like his most considerate little assistant, handling all sorts of trivial matters for him. Upon seeing him return, the girl immediately got up, poured him a cup of warm water at a suitable temperature from her thermos, and took out a clean, soft towel from her bag, handing it to him. You've worked hard, wipe your sweat. Yi Qingyu's voice was gentle and warm, filled with concern. Under the lamplight, the girl's delicate face was flushed with a light blush, and her bright eyes were filled with tender affection. A warm feeling welled up in Nie Tian's heart. The hustle and bustle and fatigue of the day seemed to lessen considerably at this moment. He took the towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheeks, then took the water cup and sipped it. As he drank water, Yi Qingyu casually reached out her slender, jade-like fingers and gently brushed away a stray strand of hair from his forehead. The cool touch on his fingertips, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed across Nie Tian's forehead. Their eyes met unintentionally. There seemed to be an indescribable warmth and ambiguity in the air. Nie Tian felt this pure and sincere care, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Nie Tian, you really made our number 2 middle school proud today. Principal Hao Jian was beaming, praising Nie Tian's performance and expressing his gratitude. You flatter me, Principal. This is all I should do, Nie Tian said modestly. Good, good, good. Not arrogant or impatient, you're a good prospect. Hao Jianyue was more and more satisfied with Nie Tianyue. You've had a long day, go home and get some rest for a few days. The school will arrange the follow-up publicity and reward matters. However, Nie Tian shook his head. He was more concerned about something else at the moment. Principal Hao, Nie Tian put down his water glass, his eyes turning serious. What's the current status of the application process for the early admission program for martial arts majors? That is his ultimate purpose in attending this awakening ceremony today. Oh, you mean this? Hao Jian's smile widened upon hearing this. He took a document out of the drawer and handed it to Nie Tian. Don't worry. With the S-level potential you showed today, the Education Bureau has given you the green light all the way, and all the procedures have been expedited. From this moment forward, you, Nie Tian, are the first student in the history of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School to successfully obtain the qualification for the early admission program for martial arts majors. Hao Jian's voice was filled with pride. Nie Tian took the document, quickly glanced through it, and after confirming that it was correct, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Deep inside, an overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within me. It's done. This means that he has finally gained access to the official martial arts knowledge base. The Divine River Brain has finally ushered in the hope of complete awakening. Once the Divine River Brain awakens, his speed of comprehension of martial arts techniques and his ability to understand the laws of martial arts will undergo a tremendous transformation. At that time, whether you are practicing Feng Cun Bu or Shun Yuzhan, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. His overall strength will surely experience another qualitative leap. Principal Hao, Nie Tian took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions and immediately made a decision. I'm not going home to rest tonight. I hope to go to the school library immediately and use my privileges as an early admission candidate to look up martial arts related materials overnight. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity that he himself couldn't quite explain. I don't know why, but I always have a vague sense of unease about an impending storm. I must improve my skills as soon as possible in order to cope with any possible changes in the future. Principal Hao Jian and Yi Qingyu, who was standing next to him, were both somewhat surprised when they heard Nie Tian's words. Nie Tian, you. A hint of worry flashed in Yi Qingyu's beautiful eyes. Your S-level talent is already dazzling enough, is it necessary to push yourself so hard? Your health is the most important thing. Yes, Nie Tian, Hao Jian also advised, cultivation requires a gradual approach and a balance between work and rest. You just went through a ceremony that everyone was watching, and your mental energy was greatly depleted. You should rest well for the night and recharge your energy before continuing. They all felt that with Nie Tian's S-level potential, his future path in martial arts would be smooth sailing, and there was no need to rush things. However, Nie Tian insisted on shaking his head. That inexplicable sense of crisis, like a leech, lingered in his mind, preventing him from feeling at ease. He trusted his intuition. Just then. Bang! The door to the principal's office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Director Sun Yongyan burst in, panting, his forehead covered in sweat, his face showing unprecedented shock and solemnity. Before he could even catch his breath, he raised his personal terminal and said urgently, Principal. Student Nie Tian. Something terrible has happened. Quickly check the latest push notification from the martial arts home app. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense. Hao Jian, Yi Qingyu, and Nie Tian were all startled and simultaneously opened their personal terminals and launched the martial artist's home app. On the screen, a newly released headline, highlighted in bold red, immediately caught the eye. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School makes a major announcement. Jiang Xiaotian, formerly of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, has been officially admitted. Principal Chen Shuwen proudly declares, Jiang Xiaotian has successfully awakened a high-quality superpower of S-level or higher. A grand awakening welcome ceremony will be held for him tomorrow, so stay tuned. Below the news article was a photo of Chen Shuwen looking spirited and full of ambition. And a close-up of Jiang Shaotian's slightly gloomy face, but with a defiant look in his eyes. What? Principal Hao Jian was the first to gasp in surprise, almost dropping his teacup. Jiang Shaotian, he became an awakened one? And number 1 high school even said that his ability is of higher quality? Yi Qingyu also covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Nie Tian's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw the news. Jiang Shaotian. That spoiled brat who repeatedly opposed him after his rebirth, ultimately suffered disgrace and disappearing for a period of time. He actually became an awakened one too? Moreover, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School announced in such a high-profile manner that its superpower quality was higher than its own S-level berserk heart? This news, like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, stirred up a huge wave in the small principal's office. Everyone was caught off guard and shocked. And a hint of ominous premonition. The vague sense of crisis that Nie Tian felt became clearer and stronger than ever before at this moment. He knew that a new storm was probably about to sweep over him, inevitably. Jiang Shaotian, the former defeated general whom he had once easily defeated. Now, it seems to have transformed into an even more dangerous enemy. Chapter 91 The Library at Midnight, Awakening begins. Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Principal's Office. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Hao Jian gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Sun Yangyan's face was equally grim. He leaned heavily against the sofa, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, but ultimately he couldn't utter a word. Jiang Shaotian, at this moment, actually used this method to deliver such a swift and powerful counterattack to No. 2 Middle School. Rank S, or higher? Hao Jian's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at Nie Tian with a complicated expression. There were concerns, inquiries, and even a hint of resentment. Nie Tian calmly looked out the window. There, the students of No. 2 Middle School were still basking in the afterglow of the celebration that their school had produced an S-level genius, and their laughter could be faintly heard. He turned his gaze away and looked at Hao Jian. Principal, Director Sun, Jiang Shaotian, leave it to me. His voice was calm and even, as if the news that was enough to shake up the education sector in Jiangcheng was just a ripple on the surface of a lake. But the more this happened, the stronger Hao Jian's unease became. Nie Tian, you. I need to improve my skills as soon as possible. Nie Tian interrupted Hao Jian, his tone calm yet containing an undeniable force. I request to stay at the school library tonight to research materials. He looked at Hao Jian, his eyes bright. I want to use the early admission privileges for martial arts majors immediately. Hao Jian took a deep breath and swallowed back the words of dissuasion that were on the tip of his tongue. The young man before me, having just experienced the highlight of his life, showed no arrogance or complacency. Instead, his opponent ignited a stronger fighting spirit and a greater sense of urgency. This sense of responsibility and clear-headedness gave him a glimpse of the true hope for No. 2 Middle School. Now is not the time to back down or hesitate. Hao Jian patted Nie Tian's shoulder heavily, his voice hoarse and heavy. Good. The school will fully support you. I'll put in a good word with the library. Just let me know if you need anything. He paused, then his tone turned concerned. But Nie Tian, you must remember that health is the foundation of everything. Improving our strength is important, but we must never damage our foundation in order to be impatient for quick results. No. 2 Middle School, we are here for you, and we will always be your strongest support. Yi Qingyu stood quietly beside Nie Tian, listening to everything silently. She could clearly feel the sudden increase in pressure on Nie Tian's shoulders. Her eyes were filled with heartache and worry for Nie Tian. When Nie Tian said he would go to the library to look up information that night, Yi Qingyu spoke up almost subconsciously. I'll stay with you. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Nie Tian turned to look at her, his brows furrowing slightly. Qingyu, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. His tone carried a hint of unquestionable authority. It was concern, but also a habitual form of protection. However, this time, Yi Qingyu did not comply as usual. She met Nie Tian's gaze, her fair chin slightly raised, and a rare stubbornness flickered in her clear eyes. I don't. I must stay. I'm worried about leaving you alone. Looking into Yi Qingyu's seemingly expressive eyes, Nie Tian felt a gentle touch on the softest part of his heart. A warm current slowly flowed through my heart. A mixture of helplessness and emotion ultimately transformed into a faint yet gentle smile on her lips. He nodded slightly. Good. But in her heart, she had already made up her mind that she must not betray this deep affection. Night was falling. The library of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School was brightly lit. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the daytime, the library is exceptionally quiet at this moment. Dinner was specially arranged by Principal Hao Jian. It was simple yet nutritious. After the meal, accompanied by Yi Qingyu, Nie Tian went to the VIP reading room on the top floor of the library. This place is rarely open to the public on weekdays. It is used exclusively for important research projects of the university. Principal Hao Jian had already given prior notice. The library director, an elderly man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses, was waiting at the door. The old curator, surnamed Zhou, was kind and approachable, and his gaze toward Nie Tian was full of appreciation and expectation. "Student Nie, the principal has already given instructions that this place is exclusively for your use tonight. This terminal has granted you access to the official Chinese martial arts knowledge base. Director Zhou pointed to a high-tech stand-alone terminal device in the center of the reading room and said, "If you need anything, you can contact me anytime via internal communication." Nie Tian nodded his thanks. "Thank you for your help, Director Zhou." Upon entering the reading room, the heavy soundproof door slowly closed, completely isolating the room from all the noise from the outside world. The room was softly lit, and the air was filled with a faint scent of books. Nie Tian walked to the dedicated terminal and took a deep breath. Yi Qingyu sat quietly on the sofa not far away, holding a cup of warm fruit tea in her hands, her eyes always following Nie Tian's figure. The terminal device screen lit up, and the soft light shone on Nie Tian's focused face. "Identification verification, please enter." A cold, electronic synthesized sound rang out. Following the instructions, Nie Tian aimed his eyes at the iris scanner and then placed his finger on the fingerprint recognition area. Deep verification successful. Welcome to the authorized terminal of the China Martial Arts Administration, Nie Tian. On the screen, a majestic emblem of the China Martial Arts Bureau flashed by, highlighting its supreme authority. Immediately afterwards, a huge and complex knowledge base interface appeared in front of Nie Tian. General Martial Arts Principles, Secret Manual of Kung Fu Techniques, Illustrated Compendium of Ferocious Beasts, Historical Documents, Complete Guide to Potions, Miscellaneous Tales of the Strange. The categories are numerous and dazzling, and each major category is further subdivided into countless subcategories. Nie Tian glanced at them and found that most of the options were grayed out and locked. Clearly, with his current temporary access to the early admission program for martial arts majors, he can only access the tip of the iceberg. But that's enough. What he needs is not some profound and unfathomable cutting-edge knowledge. At least, not now. Yi Qingyu watched Nie Tian skillfully operate the terminal, her heart filled with anticipation. She was curious about what Nie Tian would look up first. Are they the legendary top-tier martial arts techniques that can transform a person completely? Or are they some incredibly powerful martial arts techniques? However, Nie Tian's next action caused her delicate brows to furrow slightly. Instead of lingering in the section for martial arts techniques that looked extraordinary, Nie Tian directly typed a line of text into the search bar at the top. The first set of basic fitness exercises in the Federation. A video file quickly appeared on the screen. The video's cover features several men and women dressed in retro sportswear, striking slightly stiff gymnastic poses. The background music is also the kind of electronic synthesized music that has a vintage feel. Yi Qingyu. She was a little dazed. She certainly knew about this first set of basic fitness exercises in the Federation. This is a set of gymnastics compiled and promoted by the federal government in the early stages of the Reiki revival in order to improve the physical fitness of the entire population. It was widely circulated, and almost everyone who lived through that era knew how to do it. However, with the development of martial arts, various more efficient and scientific body refining techniques have emerged one after another, and this ancient set of fitness exercises has long been eliminated by the times. In fact, some martial arts critics have jokingly referred to it as an antique full of the tears of the times and design flaws. Nie Tian, he wants to see this? Yi Qingyu's watery eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. She didn't understand, given Nie Tian's comprehension and vision. Why would you choose to waste your precious time on something that is basic of the basics, or even somewhat outdated? But the doubt lasted only a moment. She looked at Nie Tian's focused profile, at the calmness and certainty in his eyes. The confusion in my heart receded like the tide, replaced by my unwavering trust in him. She believed that Nie Tian must have his reasons for doing this. What she had to do was to quietly accompany him and not disturb him. Nie Tian was unaware of Yi Qingyu's complex inner thoughts at that moment. He clicked on the video. As the familiar music began to play, several demonstrators started performing extremely simple movements such as stretching, chest expansion, and leg kicks. Every movement seemed so simple and unpretentious. However, just as the video started playing, Nie Tian keenly sensed something deep between his brows. The long dormant, divine river brain, spiritual aperture emitted an extremely faint, yet real, sense of pleasure. Like a sponge that has been dry for countless years, finally coming into contact with the first insignificant drop of water. Although faint, the feeling of longing to be nourished was incredibly clear. His spirits lifted instantly. Efficient. It really worked. The awakening progress bar of the divine river brain began to creep upward at a slow speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but was indeed happening. 0.21%. 0.22%. Although it's incredibly slow, it's definitely a good start. An indescribable excitement welled up in Nie Tian's heart. He suppressed his excitement and stared intently at the screen. After a set of the first basic fitness exercises of the Federation was played, the awakening progress of Divine River Brain barely increased by 0.05%. Something is better than nothing. Nie Tian was not discouraged at all. He immediately began searching for his next target. Fierce Tiger Fist First Edition of the Republic of China. Luo Hongong Incomplete Version. Basic Breathing Techniques Introductory Version. He quickly opened each video and browsed them at several times the speed. These martial arts techniques and skills, without exception, are all of extremely low quality, and some are even antiques that have long since disappeared from the market. Some of them have even been judged as inferior products by the martial arts community due to obvious defects. But Nie Tian accepted it willingly and didn't find it offensive at all. He watches videos extremely fast often. As soon as the core action elements of a video are presented, he switches to the next one without hesitation. Yi Qingyu watched quietly from the side. She noticed that Nie Tian sometimes frowned slightly, as if he was pondering something. At times, a knowing smile would appear on his lips. He was completely absorbed in his own world, so focused that she didn't want to disturb him. As the number of videos viewed continues to increase, one by one, knowledge information containing fundamental martial arts principles was absorbed by the Divine River Brain. That faint sense of pleasure gradually became clearer. The awakening progress of the Divine River Brain has also started to stabilize and gradually accelerate from its initial snail-paced pace. 10%. On the screen, a video demonstrates an ancient, low-grade yellow-level sword technique is playing. The knife skills were rudimentary and riddled with flaws. But Nie Tian watched with great interest. 30%. He quickly flipped through a document analyzing basic body movements and footwork. The writing is obscure, and the theories are outdated. Nie Tian, however, seemed to have seen a golden rule. 60%. An early recording of a martial artist's oral account of his experience in circulating qi and blood. The sound is noisy and the content is simplistic. Nie Tian listened with rapt attention. 80%. Yi Qingyu remained quietly by her side throughout. The night grew deeper. She would get up every now and then to refill Nie Tian's glass of warm water. When she sees fine beads of sweat on his forehead, she gently wipes them away with a warm towel. She still didn't understand Nie Tian's real purpose in watching these low-level videos. But she could clearly sense a special aura emanating from Nie Tian. It was as if every click, every browse, was accumulating some indescribable, astonishing power for him. She looked at the focused light shining in Nie Tian's eyes. The initial curiosity and confusion were gradually replaced by a strange sense of heartache. He must be very tired. Such intense information intake is extremely taxing on one's mental well-being. But she dared not make a sound to disturb him, for fear of disturbing his rare state of concentration. After feeling sorry for her, a sense of relief quietly grew in her heart. This young man always manages to create miracles that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. This time, it will definitely work too. Time passed by, second by second. The weariness of the night washes over me like waves. Yi Qingyu forced her eyelids to open, trying hard to stay awake. But my eyelids felt heavier and heavier. Finally, she couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness. The little head nods slightly, Jin's head tilts to one side, leans against the soft sofa back, and falls into a deep sleep. The even and gentle breathing sounds were particularly clear in the quiet reading room. During a brief pause in the video feed, Nie Tian keenly sensed movement behind him. He turned his head and saw Yi Qingyu fast asleep. Under the lamplight, the girl's peaceful sleeping face was breathtakingly beautiful. Long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyelids, and her fair cheeks were flushed with a lovely blush from deep sleep. However, the slightly furrowed brows and the lingering weariness in the corners of his eyes stirred a pang of heartache in Nye Tian's heart. The lines at the corners of his mouth softened unconsciously, and his eyes were full of tenderness and pity. She stood up quietly, took off her coat, and carefully and gently covered Yiqingyu with it. The movements were so gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the butterfly's wings. After doing all this, he sat back down in front of the terminal and turned his gaze back to the screen. The awakening progress of Divine River Brain has quietly climbed to 85%. Victory is in sight. However, at this very moment, Nye Tian's personal terminal suddenly started flashing. A series of urgent notification sounds broke the tranquility of the night. Chapter 92 Divine River Brain Awakening. Shocking change. Deduction. The urgent communication notification sound, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered the tranquility. Nye Tian felt a chill run down his spine. An emergency communication at this time usually means that something big has happened. He glanced at Yiqingyu, who was fast asleep. She seemed startled by the slight noise, her brows furrowing even more, but she did not wake up. Nye Tian quickly got up and walked to a place where he wouldn't disturb her before pressing the answer button with peace of mind. The screen lit up, and the anxious face of Sun Yongyan, the head of the teaching department, appeared clearly on the screen. Nye Tian. Something terrible has happened. Sun Yongyan's voice was slightly hoarse, and his tone was so urgent that he seemed to be struggling to breathe. Nye Tian's calm expression remained completely unchanged. Director Sun, please tell me slowly, what happened? Jiang Xiaotian. Sun Yongyan practically gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. This morning, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School held an awakening ceremony for Jiang Xiaotian. They spent a huge sum of money to borrow a military high-precision awakening potential tester from Pengcheng, a provincial-level base city. That thing is much more advanced and authoritative than the testing equipment at our No. 2 Middle School, and even the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. Sun Yongyan speaks extremely fast, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. And then? Nye Tian frowned slightly. Then? Sun Yongyan took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself down, but the shock in his voice was not diminished at all. Jiang Xiaotian, under the watchful eyes of everyone, measured on that high-precision military testing instrument. He paused for a moment, as if the result was too shocking for him to talk about. Detected SS-level mutated enhancement type superpower, part of Bloodlust. SS rank. That's a whole major rank higher than the S rank, part of Berserk, that you claim to have. SS rank. A heart craving blood. Upon hearing these words, a hint of doubt flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. Strangeness. Jiang Xiaotian, that playboy who never showed any signs of awakening, actually managed to awaken an SS-level superpower. Isn't that a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, Bloodlust. This name sounds eerie. Could it be? Nye Tian inexplicably associated it with the cultists he had in mind. On the other side, Sun Yongyan's voice continued, filled with endless frustration and anger. Jiang Xiaotian made outrageous remarks at the subsequent press conference. He tearfully accused you, Principal Hao Jian, and our No. 2 Middle School of jointly suppressing, maliciously ostracizing, and framing him, which forced him to leave with resentment. He even shamelessly said that he was able to awaken such a powerful SS-level ability entirely thanks to the extreme oppression and humiliation you gave him, which allowed him to be reborn from the brink of death and unleash unprecedented potential. He also boasted that he would defeat you fair and square in the upcoming martial arts exam and wash away all the shame he had suffered. Let the whole of China see clearly who the real No. 1 genius in Jiangcheng is. Nye Tian listened quietly, his face ashen. He could imagine Jiang Xiaotian's hypocritical and pretentious face at the press conference. Because of Jiang Xiaotian's realistic acting skills, coupled with his solid SS-level superpower rating, no one can help but believe it. Sun Yongyan became more and more excited as he spoke, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School seized this opportunity and spared no effort in publicity and promotion. The Jiang family also spent a huge sum of money to hire countless online trolls to stir up trouble on various platforms and distort the truth. Now, many citizens and students who are unaware of the truth are starting to believe Jiang Xiaotian's lies online. The criticism and insults directed at you and our No. 2 Middle School are becoming increasingly out of control. The reputation that our No. 2 Middle School had worked so hard to build up because of you was completely crushed by Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School almost overnight. Sun Yongyan's voice was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. However, Nye Tian, you must not let these opinions from the outside world affect your mindset. Focus on your exam preparation. The school will always be your strongest support. Even if the final result is not as good as we hoped, you will always be the pride of our number 2 middle school, and the most outstanding student and principal house in my hearts. Sun Youngyan's words were full of protection and concern for Nye Tian, but they also could not hide his anxiety about the current situation. SS-level superpowers. This is beyond the scope of all previous geniuses in Zhangchang. Even those who once had absolute faith in Nye Tian couldn't help but waver at this moment. After the communication was disconnected, silence returned to the reading room. Nye Tian stood still. His eyes became incredibly deep. SS rank, part of bloodlust. What exactly happened to Jiang Xiaotian during the time he was missing? Could this superpower, which sounds so sinister, really be related to those vanished cultists? A chilling coldness slowly rose from the depths of Nye Tian's heart. If Jiang Xiaotian's power truly originates from a cult, then his high-profile actions today are far more than simply seeking revenge against himself. Behind this, there must be a much bigger scheme by the Blood God cult. In an instant, a strong sense of urgency surged in Nye Tian's heart. To deal with cults. Protect those around you from these lunatics. The prerequisite is to have sufficient strength. This is something that no S-level or SS-level talent can reverse. The key lies in the foundation. Unfortunately, he was too young and had not cultivated for long enough. If you want to quickly improve your strength in a short period of time, the only way is to use these methods. Nye Tian turned his gaze back to the terminal screen in front of him. There were only a dozen or so martial arts demonstration videos left, waiting for his favor. The awakening progress of Divine River Brain has reached 99%. Just one last step. Now is not the time to be distracted. The more critical the moment, the more important it is to remain absolutely calm. The chill in Nye Tian's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an even more intense focus and determination. He sat back down at the terminal, his fingers swiping rapidly across the control panel. One video after another was clicked on. One by one, knowledge information containing the fundamental laws of martial arts flowed like a trickle into the Divine River Brain, spiritual aperture deep between his eyebrows. He browsed videos faster and more decisively than before. It was as if the only things left in the world were the martial arts moves flashing on the screen and the increasingly intense light within the Divine River Brain, spiritual aperture. After each video finished playing, the light within the Divine River Brain, spiritual aperture would brighten a little more, and the feeling of pleasure and desire would become even stronger. It's as if something is about to break free from its cocoon. When the last frame of the last video freezes, the awakening progress bar of Divine River Brain suddenly jumped forward. 100%. Buzz. In an instant, Nye Tian felt as if his entire mind was illuminated by a divine light of creation. Countless sparks of wisdom, as brilliant as stars, suddenly erupted in the ocean of his consciousness. His mind became exceptionally clear at that moment. It was as if layers of mist had been cleared away, revealing the origin of the world. There are certain rules in the universe that were originally vague and could only be understood intuitively and not explained in words. At that moment, I actually had a sliver of intuitive feeling. An indescribable feeling of comfort and clarity runs from the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head all the way to the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the foot, and every cell is cheering with joy. Inside the Divine River Brain, spiritual aperture, the originally faint light has now transformed into a vast and boundless galaxy. Profound and mysterious. At the same time, the cold system notification sounded clearly in his mind. Byte. The host's brain's spiritual aperture, Divine River Brain, has been fully activated. Congratulations, host. The Divine River Brain has officially awakened. Divine River Brain exclusive skill deduction has been unlocked. It's here. Nye Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He immediately focused his mind to check the details of the deduction skill. Deduction, exclusive skill. Effect, consumes the host's own chi and blood to rapidly deduce cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. The deduction effect is closely related to the evolution level of the Divine River Brain, the host's current realm, and the grade of the deduction target. Note, during the deduction process, the host will enter a special state similar to enlightenment. This process must be conducted in a safe environment and will be forcibly interrupted if disturbed. What an amazing skill! A surge of joy welled up in Nye Tian's heart. This deduction skill is practically a super cheat code tailor-made for him. significantly increases the proficiency level of martial arts skills. Enter a state similar to enlightenment. This means that his speed in cultivating martial arts and techniques will experience a qualitative leap in the future. The problems that previously troubled him, the difficulty in learning martial arts techniques and understanding their essence, will now be easily solved. Nie Tian couldn't wait to try out the power of this deduction skill. His gaze immediately locked onto the high-grade yellow-level movement technique that Ling Fei had given him, square-inch step. This special military martial art, when cultivated to a high level, allows one to comprehend the powerful artistic conception of within a small space, and is also a prerequisite skill for certain earth-level martial arts techniques. Nie Tian had tried to cultivate before, but because it required a very high level of comprehension, his progress was very slow, and he couldn't even get to the beginning. Now, with the deduction skill of Divine River Brain, what kind of scene will it be? His eyes gleamed with intense anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Nie Tian silently recited in his mind. Activate the deduction skill, target, square step. Chapter 93. Stepping into the door with a small footprint, the troubles of insufficient qi and blood value. Inside the library's VIP reading room, Nie Tian kept his eyes closed. Deep within his consciousness, the vast, Divine River Brain nebula was spinning violently at an unprecedented speed. Countless secrets about the yellow grade superior movement technique, square-inch step. The secrets, techniques for generating power, and even the subtle understanding of the ethereal space within a square inch that ordinary martial artists need to spend years or even decades of hard work to comprehend. At this moment, it all transformed into the purest and most primal torrent of information. This torrent, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, flooded into every thought of Nie Tian like a sudden enlightenment. Driven by the Divine River Brain, his body seemed to possess an independent will. The subtle muscles trembled uncontrollably, each contraction and relaxation perfectly matched the essence of the square step technique. Qi and blood flowed quietly within his body along a mysterious path, and with each cycle, the profound meaning of the square-inch step was imprinted even deeper into the depths of his soul. Absolutely clear. Unprecedented clarity. Nie Tian had never imagined that the cultivation of a martial art could reach such a direct and efficient level. However, such extreme deductions do not come without a price. On the virtual screen in front of him, his vital energy, representing the very foundation of his life, was rapidly declining at a heart-stopping pace. 220.4 kilocalories. 219.4 cards. Each fluctuation in the numbers signifies the permanent depletion of 1 unit of qi and blood. 218.4 cards. Sweat seeped from Nie Tian's forehead and slid down his cheeks, but he was completely unaware of it. Meanwhile, the system panel was frantically refreshing its notifications regarding Fengkunbu. Square Step Beginner, Proficiency 0%. Square Step Beginner, Proficiency 10%, Qi and Blood 1. Square Step Beginner, Proficiency 20%, Qi and Blood 1. The percentage of proficiency is like a wild horse, galloping all the way up. This feeling was both painful and mixed with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Like parched land receiving timely rain, it greedily absorbs every drop of water, even at the cost of cracking. As Nie Tian's health points plummeted past several integer thresholds, finally settling at a somewhat awkward 200.4, his proficiency with the Fengsuan step technique reached its peak. 100%. Bite. A crisp and pleasant system notification sound exploded in his mind. The square-inch step technique has been successfully mastered to the entry-level stage. It's done. Nie Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. In an instant, his understanding of the square-inch step seemed to cross an invisible threshold and reach a completely new level. Countless obscure and difficult obstacles have suddenly become clear. My feet slipped slightly, almost uncontrollably. Laugh. A barely perceptible soft sound came from the air. Nie Tian's body, like a weightless feather or an elusive ghost, instantly shifted more than half a foot to the left. The entire process was swift as lightning, and the landing was completely silent. This is the mark of someone who has just started learning the square step technique. A joy that stemmed from instinct arose spontaneously from the bottom of Nie Tian's heart. He could clearly feel that his body coordination, lower body flexibility, and control over subtle forces had all made a qualitative leap. This military-grade movement technique truly lives up to its reputation. More importantly, the deductive reasoning function of the Divine River Brain is far more powerful than he imagined. He only consumed 20 units of qi and blood to advance a yellow-grade superior movement technique to the entry level. This efficiency is simply astonishing. If martial artists who diligently cultivate their movement techniques knew this, they would probably be astonished. However, after a brief moment of joy, Nye Tian immediately realized a serious problem. His qi and blood value had dropped to only 200.4 calories. It's exactly the minimum threshold for a 1-star martial artist. This means, if he wants to continue using the divine river brain to deduce the square-inch step to a higher level. Alternatively, if you start to deduce the more complex yellow-grade superior level intent attack martial skill, instant prison slash, your health will inevitably drop below 200 calories. At that time, his martial arts realm will drop from a 1-star martial artist back to a quasi-martial artist. The drastic decline in his strength was something Nye Tian absolutely could not accept. Especially now that Jiang Xiaotian has awakened the SS level, Heart of Bloodlust, and launched a frenzied counterattack against himself in number 2 middle school, any weakening of his strength could have fatal consequences. Call. Nye Tian exhaled for a long breath, and his eyes quickly became firm and sharp. The urgent task is not to continue working in isolation. Instead, they should head to the wilderness outside the city as soon as possible to hunt down ferocious beasts. Only by hunting ferocious beasts can one quickly plunder energy, replenish depleted vital energy, and accumulate enough fuel for subsequent cultivation. Moreover, the newly learned Fangkunbu technique needs to be constantly refined in actual combat before it can truly be transformed into one's own combat instinct. The wilderness is fraught with danger, but it is also full of opportunities. After making up his mind, Nye Tian turned his gaze to Yi Qingyu, who was curled up asleep on the sofa not far away. The girl's breathing was even, and her peaceful sleeping face looked especially beautiful under the soft light. He felt a warmth in his heart and walked over quietly. Whisper, wake up. Nye Tian reached out and gently shook Yi Qingyu's fragrant shoulder, his voice extremely low, carrying a tenderness that he himself was unaware of. Yi Qingyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she drowsily opened her beautiful eyes. Through the blurry vision, Nye Tian's face, showing a hint of fatigue yet unable to conceal his excitement, gradually became clear. Nye Tian? You did it? She rubbed her eyes, her voice still languid from just waking up, but seeing the light in Nye Tian's eyes, her sleepiness vanished almost instantly, and her tone was full of concern. Nye Tian didn't explain much, but just smiled slightly, with a hint of mystery. The next moment, he took a deep breath, and his blood and qi surged slightly. Under Yi Qingyu's astonished gaze, Nye Tian's figure suddenly became blurred. His footsteps moved with dazzling agility within the cramped space of less than 3 meters. Sometimes it is as silent as a nimble cat, and sometimes it is as elusive as a ghost. A barely perceptible gust of air was stirred up by the footsteps, causing the papers in the reading room to rustle. The entire movement was fluid and graceful, full of indescribable agility and elegance. Compared to his previous awkwardness and stiffness in battle, he was now completely different. Worlds apart. That's incredible. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. She covered her mouth with her small hand, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly lit up with an unbelievable look of surprise. She was incredibly intelligent and could naturally see how much progress Nye Tian had made overnight. As a scion of a martial arts family, she knew all too well the difficulty of mastering the square-inch step technique. For ordinary people to get started, it takes anywhere from a few months to a year. But Nye Tian, in just one night, no, maybe even just a few hours. This is simply a miracle. Nye Tian, you really mastered the basics of the square-inch step? Yi Qingyu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She walked quickly to Nye Tian and looked him up and down, as if trying to find some secret in him. I've managed to get started by luck. Nye Tian straightened up, a relaxed smile on his face. What luck? You're simply a true martial arts genius. Yi Qingyu didn't hold back her praise, her tone filled with sincere admiration. At this moment, she was even more convinced that Nye Tian was full of unknown possibilities. Every time they met, Nye Tian brought her a completely new and amazing experience. Her curiosity about Nye Tian, mixed with a touch of girlish admiration, deepened even further. Nye Tian enjoyed Yi Qingyu's pure joy and felt a warmth in his heart. He immediately stopped smiling and spoke solemnly. Whisper, I intend to head to the wilderness. What? Go to the wilderness? Yi Qingyu's smile froze instantly, and her heart, which had just settled, immediately jumped again. Nye Tian nodded. I need to hunt ferocious beasts to consolidate my newly broken through cultivation and hone my square-inch step in actual combat. This is the superficial reason. The real purpose is to replenish the 20 calories of energy consumed by the plundering evolution system. Furthermore, it accumulates more fuel for subsequent training of instant prison / and further improvement of square inch step proficiency. But the wilderness is too dangerous. Yi Qingyu frowned, her voice filled with worry. She was well aware of the dangers of the wilderness outside the city, where ferocious beasts of all levels roamed freely. Even experienced martial arts teams dared not be careless in the slightest. Moreover, in her view, Nie Tian was just a newly promoted martial artist who had just broken through to the first star level and whose qi and blood were not yet stable. Going alone is too risky. Nie Tian, how about I go with you? Or, let's prepare more thoroughly and find a few more people. Yi Qingyu tried to dissuade him or suggest a more prudent plan. Nie Tian looked into her clear eyes, which were filled with worry, and felt moved. He reached out and gently took Yi Qingyu's slightly cool hand in his, gazing at her with a firm and earnest look. Whisper, I know you're worried about me. However, I have a reason to go. And have you forgotten what Senior Yi Linyuan gave me? Nie Tian reminded him softly. Yi Qingyu was slightly taken aback, then thought of the martial soul token that could unleash a peak 10-star Grandmaster's attack and summon her grandfather for immediate support. That was the trump card that Grandpa had given Nie Tian, his last resort to save his life. The martial soul token, she murmured. Yes. Nie Tian said calmly, with it, I don't have to worry too much about my safety. I assure you, I will never act rashly. If I encounter a danger that I cannot handle, I will retreat immediately or use my trump card without hesitation. Hearing Nie Tian mention the martial soul token, Yi Qingyu's worries were indeed greatly relieved. She was silent for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. Then you must be careful, you absolutely must be careful. Safety first. If anything seems wrong, come back immediately, understand? Her voice was still filled with concern, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Yes, I know. Nie Tian nodded heavily and tightened his grip on her hand. A trip into the wilderness was imminent. This is not just for replenishing qi and blood. This was also to deal with the various hidden dangers and threats brought about by Jiang Shaotian's sudden awakening. Chapter 94 begins. Fighting cultists? The main square inside Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, the place is bustling with noise and excitement. The Grand Awakening welcome ceremony has just ended, but the atmosphere in the square remains at its peak. Countless media outlets, with their long lenses and short cannons, were aimed like a dense forest at the center of the square, at the figures surrounded by all the teachers and students of No. 1 Middle School Jiang Shaotian. The aura of his SS-level mutated enhancement ability, Heart of Bloodlust, made him the most dazzling star at this moment. Under the spotlight, Jiang Shaotian was full of vigor and high spirits. He was wearing a brand new school uniform specially customized for him by Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and the SS-level Awakened Person badge on his chest gleamed in the sunlight. His face wore a perfect balance of humility and excitement, his gaze sweeping over the excited and admiring faces around him, yet his heart was filled with a cold pleasure and a twisted sense of superiority. Jiang Shaotian, congratulations on awakening your SS-level superpower, Heart of Bloodlust. This is undoubtedly a major event in the Jiangcheng martial arts world. A well-known female reporter from a local television station held the microphone to Jiang Shaotian's lips, her voice sweet and excited. We heard that you mysteriously disappeared for a period of time before, and came back looking completely different. Could you share with us the details of what happened during that time? Everyone is very concerned. They've arrived. Jiang Shaotian sneered inwardly. This was exactly the question he had been waiting for. He took a deep breath, and a complex expression of grief and fear instantly appeared on his face. His acting skills were so superb that he could win an award for Best Actor. In order to further solidify his image as a victim and chosen one, and to pave the way for future plans, he had already prepared a perfect story. Dear journalists, teachers, and students. Jiang Shaotian's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resounded throughout the square, carrying a perfectly balanced husky tone and a hint of weariness. Those days were a nightmare for me. He began to tell the story vividly. I was kidnapped by a group of mysterious men in black. They claimed to be from a certain cult that worships an evil god. They imprisoned me in a dark and damp underground stronghold, a place filled with bloodshed and terror. Jiang Shaotian shivered at the right moment, as if recalling some unbearable scene. I witnessed firsthand all sorts of inhumane human sacrifices they performed, and those scenes will never be forgotten. His voice choked, his eyes reddened, and a few well-timed tears slid down his cheeks. The square fell silent instantly, and many emotional female students even let out low sobs. Zhang Xiaotian portrays himself as a young hero who, with his extraordinary wisdom and courage, outwits and fights against those vicious cultists, finds a way to survive in desperate situations, and ultimately escapes by sheer luck after narrowly escaping death. He recounted how he secretly observed the cultists' patterns of behavior, how he poisoned their food, how he pried open the prison door when the guards were lax, and how he evaded capture in the intricate underground tunnels. Every detail is depicted in a thrilling and captivating way. On the surface, he was indignant and tearful, denouncing the brutality of the cult. In reality, he was filled with ruthless mockery of the foolish audience below and a morbid excitement for the impending bloody plan. Every time he saw the expressions of his audience being fooled, the deformed heart of hatred in his chest would emit a low, pleasurable hum. He even subtly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a section of his arm. There were some small, insignificant scars on it that had already scabbed over. These scars were, of course, props he deliberately created to fit his heroic script. "These are the memorials left to me by those cultists," he said with a heavy heart. Sure enough, a chorus of sympathy and anger immediately erupted from the crowd. "This is outrageous. These cult members are utterly depraved. Zhang Xiaotian is really amazing. He actually managed to escape from that place. SS-level talent, truly a chosen one, even cultists can't do anything to him." Principal Chen Shuwen stood beside Zhang Xiaotian, patted him on the shoulder at the opportunity moment, and showed a look of satisfaction and pride on his face, but deep in his eyes, a calculating light gleamed. After exaggerating his heroic deeds to the extreme and successfully winning everyone's sympathy and admiration, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly changed the subject. His eyes sharpened, filled with the fury of justice. "Everyone, although I escaped by chance, the crimes of those cultists must not be tolerated. During my imprisonment, I used some special methods to basically investigate the activity patterns of that cult in the suburbs of Zhangcheng." These words caused an uproar in the audience. A victim who had just escaped from cult members ended up investigating the cult's hideout. This sounds even more incredible than him awakening an SS-level superpower. This is exactly the effect Zhang Xiaotian wanted. He made this boastful announcement. "Therefore, I have made a decision. Soon, I will personally lead the elite warriors under the Zhang family to launch a righteous campaign against this vicious cult. I will make them pay for their crimes. I will avenge the innocent souls who died tragically. I will eradicate this cancer from our Zhangcheng. Part of the spoils of war will be handed over to the authorities, and the other part will be donated to Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School for the school's construction and to reward outstanding students." He even added a sentence, feigning magnanimity. Of course, if this operation can successfully wipe out this group of cultists, Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School will probably also indirectly benefit. After all, it can be considered as enhancing the overall martial arts reputation of Zhangcheng. These words not only demonstrated his righteous indignation but also subtly criticized the second middle school, implying that Nie Tian's S-level awakening was insignificant in the face of true evil. His real purpose in doing this was certainly not to rid the people of a scourge. Instead, they used the pretext of eliminating cultists to lure a group of hot-headed martial artists who were eager for merit and resources. Especially for ordinary martial artists with average strength and no background, going to the blood god cult would lead them into a trap that had been carefully set up for them. These lured warriors will become a constant source of nourishment for his heart of hatred, and will also become important sacrifices for the Blood River High Priest to restore his strength and rebuild his sect. Zhang Xiaotian's heroic deeds and bold words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Most of the students, caught up in the moment of passion, and some media reporters who were unaware of the truth and were chasing sensational news, were immediately moved by Zhang Xiaotian's heroic act and applauded and cheered. "Zhang Xiaotian is a promising young man. His courage is commendable. Well said. Those cult members should pay for their crimes in blood. With an SS-level genius in action, those cultists are doomed." Principal Chen Shuwen was the first to lead the applause, his face almost overflowing with gratification and pride, as if Zhang Xiaotian had already returned in triumph. However, not everyone in the crowd is so blind. Some experienced veteran martial artists, several seasoned investigative journalists, and a few meticulous school executives. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaotian's flawed explanation, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. A high school student. Even if he had just awakened his SS-level superpower, how could he have escaped from a group of secretive and ruthless cultists in just a few days? They can even investigate the other party's strongholds and activity patterns. This sounds like pure fantasy. If cultists were so easy to deal with, the Chinese government wouldn't have listed them as its number one enemy. Although they did not confront Zhang Xiaotian about his lies. But the scrutiny, suspicion, and subtle disdain in their eyes revealed their true thoughts. Zhang Xiaotian was incredibly perceptive. The heart of hatred endowed him not only with power, but also with an extraordinary ability to perceive the negative emotions of others. He clearly caught the doubtful, disdainful, and even perfunctory glances in the crowd. He let out a silent, cold laugh. Don't you believe me? It doesn't matter. Soon, you'll be crying and begging me, Zhang Xiaotian, to take you to get rich and make a name for yourself. The script is ready for you, bunch of foolish fat sheep. I'm not afraid you won't take the bait. Nie Tian was unaware of everything that had happened in the square of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. After saying goodbye to Yi Qingyu, he didn't linger for a moment. They quickly headed to the martial arts building and purchased some necessary wilderness survival supplies. High-compression hemostatic powder, several high-energy nutrition bars to quickly replenish energy, and some wound treatment medicine. Store them all in the space bracelet. His goal was very clear. Heading to the outskirts of Supply Point X86 in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. The ferocious beasts there are not high-level, most are ordinary first or second-tier beasts, with occasional elite-level beasts. It's just right for him to hunt with his current strength as a one-star martial artist. It can not only obtain enough health and evolution points, but also be used to practice the newly learned Feng Suan step. However, just as Nie Tian was heading to the wilderness, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind me. Little Tian? Nie Tian paused, then turned around in confusion. He saw a tall, honest-looking middle-aged man looking at him with some uncertainty. This person was none other than Uncle Lu. Lu Zishan, Nie Tian's co-worker at the seafood market. That kind-hearted middle-aged man who had helped Nie Tian more than once. Uncle Lu? Nie Tian was also a little surprised, not expecting to meet him here. Oh my! It really is you, Xiao Tian. Lu Zishan's face lit up with a surprised smile as he quickly walked over and patted Nie Tian's shoulder warmly. You little rascal, I heard you've become a martial artist and are dominating the virtual arena. We old folks are so envious. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and inquiries about each other's recent situations, Nie Tian noticed that Uncle Lu was also carrying a rather large bag, seemingly about to leave the city as well. Uncle Lu, are you also going to the wilderness? Nie Tian asked curiously. Lu Zishan chuckled, a hint of anticipation for the future on his face. Yes, Xiao Tian. The Jiang family, the richest family in Jiangcheng, has been recruiting on a large scale recently. They say they're going to organize an elite team to carry out a very important mission in the wilderness, which is supposedly related to fighting those harmful cultists. Lu Zishan lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm still strong. I signed up to be a support staff member for those big shots, those real martial arts masters, to move things and do odd jobs. The pay is amazing. 1 day's work is equivalent to half a month's work at the seafood market. The Jiang family? Crack down on cult members? Upon hearing this, Nie Tian frowned slightly unconsciously. Looking at Lu Zishan's face, which was filled with joy at finding a good job, he felt a strange, inexplicable feeling rise in his heart. I have a feeling that something's not quite right about this. Chapter 95 The Divine River Brain displays its power, 2-star martial artist. After parting ways with Lu Zishan, Nie Tian stood on the street corner, watching Uncle Lu's slightly hunched back disappear around the next corner. The unease in my heart not only did not dissipate, but instead grew stronger. Every detail of the Jiang family's so-called heroic act of cracking down on cultists is shrouded in eeriness. Nie Tian simply couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaotian, who was known for his vindictiveness, would suddenly become so selfless as to take the initiative to eradicate the remnants of some cult. There must be a hidden conspiracy behind this. Without making a sound, he took out a tiny listening and positioning device, about the size of a button, from his spatial bracelet. This device was a little gadget he bought casually when purchasing wilderness survival supplies. It wasn't technologically advanced, but its advantage was its concealment. He casually patted Lu Zishan on the shoulder as he said goodbye. In that instant, he had already carefully and discreetly attached the miniature device to the inside of Lu Zishan's coat. This was both to protect Lu Zishan's safety and his own. It was also a necessary precaution he took against the conspiracy behind the Jiang family. After doing all this, Nie Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes regained their usual calmness. He turned and strode towards the outskirts of the city. It was half an hour later when we arrived at the perimeter of Supply Point X86 on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng. Supply Point X86 is a long-established supply point for the human side. The surrounding high-level ferocious beasts have all been cleared out. Only the ferocious beasts below 3 stars were left for the low-star warriors in the city to use as whetstones. Therefore, it is relatively safe. The X86 supply point is also widely recognized on the Wu's Hezigia forum as the most suitable supply point for beginners to start exploring. After replenishing our food and water at the supply post, we left. Nya Tian fully armed himself. First, he changed into the full set of sea-level combat suit obsidian given to him by Lin Hepping. Then he held the Rending Wind Sea Great Alloy Battle Knife, which was also a gift from Lin Hepping, in his palm. After that, he left the supply point and officially stepped into the wilderness where ferocious beasts roamed. A faint, lingering scent of blood and savagery permeated the air. Nya Tian adjusted his breathing. With the abundant stamina brought by Wind Breath Lung and the speed of Wind and Thunder Step, Nya Tian moved through the forest, efficiently hunting down any lone, low-level ferocious beasts. Put! A flash of cold light appeared. Before the tusked boar, a low-level 1-star creature, could even let out a mournful cry, Nya Tian cleanly and decisively slit its throat. Ding! Successfully defeated the 1-star ferocious beast, the tusked boar, plundering its energy and gaining 2 health points. A system notification sounded in my mind. Although the amount of chi and blood gained each time is small, it adds up over time. His chi and blood levels are steadily increasing. It slowly jumped from 200.4 calories to 202, 204. After hunting down more than a dozen 1-star ferocious beasts, Nya Tian finally encountered a 2-star mutated hyena. After a little effort, I killed it and was just about to dissect it. The newly awakened, divine river brain suddenly emitted a slight disturbance. A strange feeling welled up inside me. He was surprised to find that he seemed to be able to see the distribution of energy within the mutated dog's body. Below its heart, there is a faint but unique spot of light, radiating energy fluctuations that are distinctly different from other flesh and blood tissues. This is the energy reaction of the crystal core? Nya Tian's heart stirred, filled with an unbelievable surprise. He immediately began the dissection. A moment later, he indeed took out a crystal core the size of a fingernail, emitting a pale white halo from the location of that special light spot. Ding! Obtained a 2-star ferocious beast crystal core, which can be used for spirit aperture evolution, providing 1 evolution point. Holding the warm crystal core, Nya Tian could no longer hide the surprise on his face. He immediately went and hunted down another mutated rat, which was also a 2-star mutated rat. This time, he didn't rush into the dissection, but instead focused his mind and activated the divine river brain to perceive. Sure enough, he did not see any similar energy spots inside the mutated rat's body. Upon dissection, no crystal nucleus was indeed found. Ha ha ha. I see. Nya Tian couldn't help but chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After the awakening of the divine river brain, it not only granted him the heaven-defying skill of deduction, but also greatly enhanced his ability to perceive subtle energy fluctuations. This allowed him to accurately determine whether a crystal core was developing inside the ferocious beast. This discovery was like adding wings to a tiger for him. It should be noted that the probability of a crystal core being formed inside a ferocious beast is extremely low, especially for low-level ferocious beasts, where it is almost impossible. In the past, when martial artists hunted ferocious beasts, obtaining crystal cores mostly relied on luck. A significant amount of time must be spent dissecting the carcass of each of the ferocious beasts. Now, with the aid of the divine river brain's identification ability, he can accurately find those lucky ones whose bodies contain crystal cores. This means that his efficiency in acquiring evolution points will be increased by tens or even hundreds of times. This is simply God-tier support. Suppressing his elation, Nya Tian immediately took action. He no longer hunted aimlessly as before, but instead, guided by the divine river brain, he specifically targeted ferocious beasts whose bodies contained fluctuations of crystal core energy. Efficiency has increased by more than 1 level in an instant. While other martial artists often need several days to find a single crystal core, Nya Tian can obtain one in just 1 or 2 hours. Time flies. In just 1 day, after consuming the lives of a large number of low-level ferocious beasts, Nya Tian's health points skyrocketed from the initial 200.4 calories, 250 calories, 300 calories, 400 calories. Finally, with a crisp system notification, his chi and blood value successfully broke through the 500-calorie mark. Ding! Host's chi and blood value has reached 500.8 calories, successfully advancing to a 2-star martial artist. Boom! A surge of vital energy, far more powerful than before, coursed through his body. Nie Tian could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and reaction ability had all undergone a qualitative leap. Every gesture he makes is full of explosive power. This feeling is far better than before. A 2-star martial artist. Nie Tian clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, and his eyes gleaming. This is just the beginning. After his strength improved, Nie Tian did not hesitate at all and continued to hunt ferocious beasts. Increase your qi and blood value to 550 calories. The extra 50 calories can be used as fuel for practicing martial arts techniques. That's about enough. We can continue to refine the martial arts techniques. Nie Tian discovered a hidden cave. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Without hesitation, he activated the deduction ability of the Divine River Brain once again. He currently possesses 3 martial arts techniques. Ling Fei reciprocated with the square-inch step, Old Master Yi Lin Yuan gifted the concealing breath technique, and the Lin family gave her the instant prison slash. Among them, the Fangkunbu technique has already been mastered. This simulation will focus on the other 2 martial arts techniques. With a thought. The proficiency in the 2 martial arts techniques, Fangsuan step and Xiuxi technique, began to increase rapidly from 0. The body's vital energy and blood are being depleted like a flood. Ding! Consumed 30 units of qi and blood. The auxiliary martial skill, concealing breath technique, has been advanced to the beginner level. Ding! Consuming 20 units of qi and blood. The yellow rank high-grade attack skill, instant prison slash, has been advanced to the beginner level. In just a short while, the remaining 2 martial arts techniques were successfully deduced to the basic level. In addition to the previously introduced square step, he has mastered all 3 of his martial arts skills, reaching the entry-level stage. A series of martial arts techniques suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had been immersed in them for several years. Nie Tian was overjoyed. However, when he tried to continue the deduction. When trying to advance the square-inch step from beginner to advanced level, I was surprised to find that the amount of qi and blood consumed has doubled, requiring a full 40 calories. The instant hell slash requires 60 cards. Continuing to deduce the power will cause a 2-star martial artist's cultivation level to drop. Left with no other option, Nie Tian had to abandon his plan to further improve his martial arts proficiency. They prepared to continue hunting ferocious beasts. It's not just about accumulating the fuel needed for martial arts simulations. Accumulating evolution points is also crucial. The probability of a crystal core being born inside a ferocious beast is extremely low. Even with the insightful abilities of the Divine River Brain, only a dozen or so evolution points were gained throughout the day. The 100 points required for the first evolution of the spiritual aperture are still a long way off. Nie Tian frowned slightly, but he was not discouraged. A 2-star martial artist has a higher maximum health limit, which means they have more room for maneuver and a greater margin for error. Qi and blood, evolution points, none of them can be lacking. He muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. After a brief rest, Nie Tian got up again and turned his gaze to the deeper part of the wilderness. There are even stronger ferocious beasts, and there will surely be even richer rewards. Chapter 96: The initial form of the conception, an uninvited guest. Over the next 2 days, Nie Tian completely transformed into a ruthless and efficient hunter. He ventured deeper into the wilderness, relying on the Divine River Brain's precise ability to identify crystal cores and his increasingly skilled combat techniques to hunt down various ferocious beasts. From 1 star to 2 stars, from ordinary to elite. His figure flickered through the forest like a ghost, and each move he made was accompanied by the mournful cry and fall of a ferocious beast. The qi and blood value is also surging again at an astonishing rate. 600 calories. 700 calories. 800 calories. Finally, at dusk on the 3rd day, Nie Tian absorbed the crystal core of a 2-star elite, the iron-backed wolf, into his body. His qi and blood value has successfully accumulated to 960 calories. They are only 1 step away from reaching the 1,000 card threshold for a 3-star warrior. A surge of energy coursed through his limbs and bones, giving him an unprecedented sense of power. Call. Nie Tian let out a long breath, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In just 3 days, he went from the initial 2-star level to nearly 3-star. If word got out, this kind of cultivation speed would be enough to astound everyone. Without slacking off, he found another safe cave and prepared for a new round of martial arts simulations. System: deduce the square-inch step technique to minor mastery. Ding! Consuming 40 units of chi and blood, the yellow rank high-grade movement technique square inch step has begun its deduction. Deduction successful. Square inch step has reached the minor completion stage. Continue, refine the instant prison slash to minor mastery. Ding. Consuming 60 units of chi and blood, the yellow rank high-grade attack skill instant prison slash has begun its derivation. Derivation successful. Instant prison slash has reached the minor completion stage. Continue to deduce the concealing breath technique. Ding, 100 calories of chi and blood consumed. Another 300 calories of energy and blood were consumed. My health and mana, which had just increased to 960 calories, dropped back to 660 calories in the blink of an eye. But Nya Tian didn't care at all. This is accompanied by the deduction and analysis of the divine river brain. Nya Tian felt that his understanding of these three martial arts techniques had instantly reached a whole new level. Numerous ingenious application techniques and deeper methods of exerting force flooded into his mind like a sudden enlightenment. What surprised Nya Tian even more was, perhaps it's because the divine river brain has an extremely powerful ability to understand the origins of martial arts. The moment when Fangsuan step and instant prison slash successfully broke through to the minor completion level, he had actually vaguely touched the threshold of the legendary artistic conception. Buzz. With a thought, Nya Tian subconsciously used the square inch step. His figure left a faint afterimage in place. The next instant, he appeared several meters away. The entire process was incredibly fast, as if it were a matter of shrinking the distance to an inch. In his perception, when the square inch step was activated to its limit, the surrounding space seemed to produce a subtle sense of distortion. Is this the nascent concept of within a small space? An unbelievable surge of ecstasy erupted in Nya Tian's eyes. The small-scale mastery of the square inch step has surprisingly given rise to the rudimentary concept of within a square inch. Normally, to comprehend the essence of a martial art, one must break through to the perfect level of martial arts. However, thanks to the power of the divine river brain, he directly broke the aforementioned ironclad rule. Although what I have grasped so far is only the rudimentary form of artistic conception, and there is still a great gap compared to the true artistic conception, it is already very powerful. When this initial form of the concept is activated, the body can unleash supersonic movement capabilities in a short period of time. If you add the explosive power of wind and thunder step, the effect is even more like teleportation, ghostly and extraordinary. Of course, the cost of such an outbreak is also extremely high. That one tentative activation just now consumes a full 5 points of his health. This is definitely a powerful trump card for survival and surprise attacks. Immediately afterwards, Nya Tian tried to activate instant prison slash. He swung his rending wind alloy battle blade and slashed at a mutated hyena with the strength of a 2-star horde from a distance. Sizzle! An invisible, sharp aura emanated from his body. What truly shook Nya Tian was, the moment the blade struck, a chilling pressure originating from the spiritual realm swept towards the mutated hyena like a tidal wave. The next second, the mutated hyena seemed to be hypnotized, standing there dumbly. The result was as expected. The mutated hyena's entire torso was cleaved into a shower of shredded flesh with a single blow. That's incredible. Nya Tian was overjoyed. As the one who created that strike, he could clearly feel it. The mental pressure accompanying the blade's flash was enough to cause an opponent of the same level to freeze and become disoriented for at least a fraction of a second. In that brief 0.1 second, in the ever-changing life or death struggle, it is enough to decide too many things. Infernal purgatory. The embryonic form of its concept. Nya Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The initial mastery of the instant prison slash also gave rise to the rudimentary concept of the infernal purgatory. With the blade drawn, purgatory descends, and even the soul is subdued. However, he also keenly sensed that each eruption of this nascent infernal purgatory would greatly deplete his mental energy. In his current state, he can only use it twice in a row at most before he has to stop to recover his mental energy. Moreover, mental energy is different from physical energy and cannot be quickly recovered through the wind-breath-lung skill. Even so, the successful unlocking of these two initial forms of artistic conception enabled his overall combat power to achieve a qualitative leap. As for the breath concealment technique, after Nya Tian tried to activate it, he was surprised to find the fluctuations of his internal energy and blood were suppressed to an extremely low level. This caused him to plummet from a martial artist close to 3 stars to a student level of less than 1 star in an instant. However, their actual combat effectiveness remained completely unaffected. It's practically an essential tool for playing dumb to outsmart others and for cunningly plotting against them. Nya Tian was overjoyed. Concealing breath technique, as expected of a treasure bestowed upon me by the Grandmaster of the Yi family, it is truly extraordinary. For him, the power of this thing was not just in using it to trap people by spoofing food. 99% of the time, ferocious beast's ability to sense human martial artists comes from the fluctuations of qi and blood within the human body. This is also the biggest reason why human martial artists face a difficult situation in the wilderness. The more powerful a martial artist is, the more abundant their internal energy and blood, making them more likely to attract the attention and be targeted by ferocious beasts. With the Ji breath concealment technique, Nya Tian was able to suppress the fluctuations of his internal energy and blood to an extremely low level. This would greatly reduce the number of ferocious beasts that could spot and target him. Nya Tian let out a long sigh of relief, secretly making plans in his mind. Considering his current cultivation level and his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts, continuing to refine martial arts techniques requires an excessive amount of vital energy. It would be better to focus on improving one's cultivation level. While doing so, accumulate enough evolution points. After all, his awakened organs are his biggest trump card. Nya Tian was filled with anticipation. What new abilities will the awakened organs, such as the Thunder Heart, Wind Breath Lungs, and Black Tortoise Skin, bring after evolution? Nya Tian activated the concealing breath technique, perfectly concealing his own aura. We began our journey deeper into the wilderness. The ferocious beasts there are stronger, so the probability of crystal cores being born there is naturally higher. However, just as Nya Tian was focused on getting on his way, a furtive figure slowly approached him. The visitor was a young man in his early 20s. He was small and thin, with shifty eyes, and a miniature live streaming device hanging on his chest. This person is a well-known outdoor streamer on the Wushezijia app, with the ID Zhang Degu. This big dog's own strength is mediocre, barely reaching the peak of a one-star martial artist. However, he is known in Jiangcheng's martial arts circles for his tendency to ride on trends and his shamelessness. What he often did was follow martial artists who were famous in the virtual arena or in real life. Or they might perform so-called OB commentary on the edge of relatively dangerous areas to attract viewers' attention and earn tips. At this moment, Zhang Degu was hiding behind a thick tree, staring intently at Nya Tian not far away through the gaps in the branches and leaves. He recognized Nya Tian's identity at a glance. He is one of only 2 awakened individuals among this year's graduating high school students in Jiangcheng. The possessor of the S rank, Heart of Berserk, ability. Nya Tian, one of the most talked about figures in Jiangcheng recently. Holy crap! It really is Nyeshan. A glint of predatory cunning flashed in Zhang Degu's eyes. This is the #1 super large traffic volume ever. Without any hesitation, he immediately and quietly turned on the live streaming device on his chest. At the same time, he lowered his voice and, in what he thought was a discreet but actually lewd tone, excitedly explained to the camera. Family members. Family members. Did you see that? You'd never guess who I ran into today. That guy up ahead is none other than the famous Nyeshan. Nya Tian. An S-rank awakened one. Today, I, Zhang Degu, will risk my life to give everyone a close-up look at the unparalleled prowess of Nyeshan hunting in the wilderness. His live stream title was instantly changed to Exclusive Reveal. S-rank awakened Nya Tian's wilderness hunt. In an instant, a large number of viewers flooded into his live stream like cats smelling fish. The comments section was filled with a flurry of bullet comments. Really? Is the streamer just using clickbait? Holy crap! It really is Nyeshan. I recognize that back view. Wow, you're amazing. You managed to run into this? Hurry up and catch up. A tip is a must. I want to see Nyeshan dominate the battlefield. Watching the live stream's popularity steadily rise, and seeing the constant stream of donation notifications popping up, Zhang Degu was overjoyed and became much bolder. He carefully emerged from behind the tree, moving as quietly as possible, and stealthily followed Nya Tian about 100 meters behind. Nya Tian's perception was incredibly sharp. Especially after the awakening of the Divine River Brain, he had an exceptionally keen insight into the changes in his surroundings. He had already noticed the fly behind him, whose movements he thought were concealed and whose voice he deliberately lowered. Nya Tian frowned almost imperceptibly. He naturally didn't have a good impression of this uninvited tag-along, especially one who was live streaming and trying to ride on his popularity. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, Nye Tian turned around, his icy gaze like a sharp sword, shooting towards the lewd figure 100 meters away. "Stop following me." Nye Tian spoke in a deep voice, not loud, but carrying a chill. Zhang Degu, who was making faces at the camera, trembled in fright at Nye Tian's sudden warning. His smile froze instantly, and his heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, we've been discovered." But for the sake of the rapidly increasing popularity and donations in the livestream, he forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace and shouted from afar. "Master Nye! Master Nye, please don't misunderstand. I meant no harm. I'm your biggest fan, I admire you so much, so I wanted to record your heroic deeds so that more people can learn from them." Nye Tian glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He turned around, quickened his pace, and sped off in one direction. Since he won't accept the toast, then don't blame him for being impolite. He is now heading towards a dangerous area where 3-star ferocious beasts are rarely active. For a basic supply point like X86, this is definitely hellish difficulty. There, a powerful and ferocious beast was lurking, one that he had previously dared not provoke due to his insufficient strength. Now that his strength has greatly improved, all 3 martial arts techniques have reached a minor level of mastery, and he has even grasped the rudiments of artistic conception. It's time to find a decent opponent to practice against and test my true fighting strength. As for that clueless tag-along behind him, well, good luck to you. He hoped he wouldn't become food for a ferocious beast too soon, otherwise he would still feel guilty. Chapter 97 Ironclad Rhinoceros, Unleashing the Power of Thunder. Seeing that Nye Tian not only didn't drive him away, but instead sped up and went deeper into the more dangerous area, Zhang Degu realized that Nye Tian was actually driving him away. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The level of the ferocious beasts in this area is significantly higher than that in the outer areas. The stench of blood and the oppressive atmosphere in the air made this peak level 1-star martial artist feel a chill run down his spine. However, looking at the ever-increasing popularity in the live stream room, and the high-value rewards such as rockets and spaceships that occasionally float across the screen, it was quite a sight. Zhang Degu gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? He forced a smile at the camera, trying to bolster his spirits. Family members, did you see that? Nyeshin is indeed Nyeshin, highly skilled and daring. The more dangerous the place, the more it proves the strength of the strong. Let's follow them and see what powerful beast Nyeshin is going to challenge. He spoke with great bravado, but his legs felt weak. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and followed at a distance. His words piqued the interest of the viewers in the live stream, who flooded the chat with comments, eagerly anticipating the exciting scene to come. Be careful, streamer. Don't mess things up. That's right, Nyeshin is an S-class awakened one, but you're not. Just waiting for the streamer to get chased and bitten by a ferocious beast, haha. We went deep into the forest for about several hundred meters. Nye Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far ahead of him, a ferocious beast, as large as a calf, covered in a thick layer of dark blue-black scales, with blood-red eyes. It was constantly sniffing the air with its big, pot-shaped nose. It is none other than Samsung's elite-level beast, the Ironclad Rhinoceros. Within its body, a powerful energy fluctuation far exceeding that of an ordinary 2-star ferocious beast was clearly detected by Nye Tian's Divine River Brain. This is precisely the high-quality evolution point supplier that Nye Tian has been tracking all along. Roar! The armored rhinoceros had clearly noticed Nye Tian, the uninvited guest. It suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound was like a muffled thunderclap, making the leaves of the surrounding trees tremble. Nye Tian's eyes narrowed, and instead of backing down, his fighting spirit surged. The thunder heart within his body pounded wildly like a war drum, and surging wind and thunder power instantly flowed to his limbs and bones. The wind and thunder steps and the rudimentary concept of within a small space are used alternately. Call out. Nye Tian's figure left a blurry afterimage in place, and he transformed into a swift bolt of lightning, charging headlong towards the armored rhinoceros. A fierce battle is about to erupt between the man and the beast. Zhang Degu, who was hanging far behind and preparing to find a good spot for his live broadcast, was not so lucky. This 3-star elite-level armored rhinoceros is clearly not a lone wolf. After it roared, 7 or 8 smaller but equally ferocious 1-star and 2-star ordinary ferocious beasts suddenly sprang out from the dense forest behind it. There were ferocious wild boars with menacing tusks, vicious wolves with gleaming green eyes, and several swift-moving mutated lynxes. These are clearly the henchmen of the ironclad rhinoceros. The elite beasts were drawn to Nye Tian's powerful aura and immediately targeted him as their primary objective. These hungry underlings then turned their attention to Zhang Degu, whose aura was relatively weaker. A whoa! Hiss! Several ferocious beasts let out a chilling roar and rushed towards Zhang Degu without hesitation. Holy crap! The smile on Zhang Degu's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror. Little did he know that so many ferocious beasts were lurking here. His rudimentary, top-tier skills were utterly inadequate against these ferocious beasts. Ah! Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Zhang Degu was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. He frantically pulled out a standard-issue short knife from his waist and waved it wildly. However, his resistance was so weak and feeble. A 2-star, low-level tusked boar charged at him like a small tank, knocking him flying with a loud bang. The dagger in his hand also flew out and disappeared into some unknown place. Puff! Zhang Degu fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had been dislocated, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could get up, several ferocious beasts roared and surrounded him, their sharp claws gleaming coldly. Help! Help! Zhang Degu rolled around on the ground in a sorry state, letting out a pig-like scream as he tried to escape. The live streaming device on his chest was still working diligently, broadcasting his miserable state of utter humiliation in its entirety. The live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! This streamer is really doomed. Serves you right for courting death. Now you've run into a brick wall. Ah, this is hilarious. Is this streamer trying to be funny? Call the police. Where's the Martial Arts Association? Someone's going to die. While many viewers were making jokes and gloating, some kind-hearted people immediately dialed the Martial Arts Association's emergency rescue number. However, even if the official rescue team travels at full speed from the nearest supply point X86, it will take them at least 10 minutes to get here. 10 minutes would be enough for these ferocious beasts to tear Zhang Degu to pieces. Zhang Degu was filled with remorse. If he had known he would encounter this situation, he would never have dared to come and try to ride this wave of attention. As he watched a mutated wolf open its blood-red maw and lunge at his neck, he closed his eyes in despair. That's it, my life is over. At this critical moment. Call out. A figure as swift as lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. The blade flashed, moving with incredible speed, as if tearing through space itself. It was Nye Tian. With his terrifying burst of speed, which was the nascent form of the square-inch space concept, he managed to engage the powerful, ironclad rhinoceros in a fierce battle. They managed to find an opening, fight their way through, and rush to the rescue. Instant prison slash. A terrifying mental pressure, imbued with the nascent concept of infernal purgatory, descended upon him. The 2-star mutated wolf that was about to bite Zhang Degu suddenly stopped, a look of confusion and fear flashing in its eyes. Put! In the next instant, its head was cleanly and decisively decapitated by Nye Tian with a single slash. The scalding blood of the beast splattered all over Zhang Degu's face. Nye Tian didn't stop moving, continuously swinging his alloy battle blade rending wind. The blade flashed, sharp as snow. Each swing sent a spray of blood flying. In just a few breaths, he killed all the remaining 1-star and 2-star ferocious beasts that were besieging Zhang Degu on the spot. Then, with a light tap of his toes, he transformed into a blur once more and pounced on the armored rhinoceros that had just recovered from the brief shock of the nascent infernal purgatory. The whole process was smooth and fast. Zhang Degu, having survived the ordeal, collapsed onto the ground, which was covered in mud and blood, panting heavily. He stared blankly at Nye Tian's heroic figure fighting against the 3-star elite beast, his eyes filled with indescribable awe and gratitude. The viewers in the livestream were completely stunned by Nye Tian's superb movement skills, domineering swordsmanship, and clean and efficient rescue operation. The comments section instantly shifted from teasing and gloating to a screen full of 666 and Nyeshin is awesome. Holy crap! That's the true mark of a strong person. So handsome. I'm a fan now. No, a die-hard fan. This movement technique, this swordsmanship, is he really an S-rank awakened? He seems even more powerful than some 3-star martial artists. The fierce battle continues. Although the ironclad rhinoceros had amazing defense and terrifying strength, it appeared somewhat clumsy in front of Nye Tian, who had grasped the rudimentary form of the concept. Nye Tian, relying on his ghostly movements within a small space, constantly moved around him, searching for a weakness. Finally, when the ironclad rhinoceros was once again affected by the mental pressure of the nascent infernal purgatory, its movement showed a barely perceptible sluggishness. A glint of light flashed in Nye Tian's eyes. Chance. The thunder heart within his body suddenly accelerates its beating. An extreme burst of power quietly gathered on the blade in his hand. Buzz. A faint yet extremely refined black light shone from the tip of the blade. Die. Nye Tian let out a low shout, and his figure shot out like a cannonball. The alloy battle blade in his hand transformed into a deadly beam of light, stabbing fiercely towards the relatively weak eye socket of the armored rhinoceros. Put. That violent sword energy poured entirely into the brain of the armored rhinoceros. Moo. The armored rhinoceros let out an extremely mournful cry, its massive and heavy body convulsing violently a few times. Finally, with a loud thud, it collapsed heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. The entire process of Nye Tian rescuing Zhang Degu and successfully killing the 3-star elite-level ironclad rhino was recorded flawlessly by the live broadcast camera. After confirming that he was safe, Zhang Degu scrambled to Nye Tian's side, expressing his gratitude with tears streaming down his face. He swore that he would be a die-hard fan of Nye Tian from now on and would never dare to try to ride on Nye Tian's popularity again. He only hoped that Nye Tian would be magnanimous and forgive him this time. Inside the livestream, viewers were full of praise for Nye Tian's skills and character, and various donations poured in like a tidal wave. Not only is Nye Shen incredibly strong, but his character is also impeccable. I love him. This is the true role model for the younger generation in Zhangcheng. This matter quickly sparked a small but heated discussion on the forum of the Wushezijia app. Posts such as S-level awaken Nye Tian displays divine power in the wilderness, instantly saving a streamer who was courting death, and strength and character go hand in hand. This is a true genius martial artist, are popping up everywhere. Nye Tian has once again become a minor sensation in an unexpected way. However, the buzz generated by him was quickly overshadowed by another, more explosive piece of news. Zhang Xiaotian, son of Zhang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangcheng, who has just awakened the SS level, Heart of Bloodlust, ability, has made a high-profile announcement, with the full support of his father Jiang Xiao, that he has organized an elite team composed of Jiang family guards and recruited martial artists. He claimed he would personally lead the team to wipe out the remaining strongholds of the blood god cult entrenched in the area surrounding Jiangcheng. In no time, terms such as Zhang Xiaotian, Young Hero, SS-level superpower, and exterminating the cult dominated the top of the trending search lists on major platforms like a virus. Jiangcheng's official media also gave extensive positive coverage to the matter, portraying Zhang Xiaotian as a heroic young man who was not afraid of dangers and eliminated harm for the people. Countless unsuspecting citizens and low-level martial artists were infected by this offensive propaganda and were filled with admiration and expectations for Zhang Xiaotian. Nye Tian sneered at this, not taking it too seriously. He was never interested in these empty titles. Carefully, they removed a dark blue-green crystal core, about the size of a pigeon egg, from the eye socket of the armored rhinoceros. The core emitted a dense energy fluctuation. This 3-star elite-level beast's core can provide him with at least 10 evolution points. He also found several smaller crystal cores among the corpses of several other 2-star ferocious beasts that he had casually killed. Upon reviewing his progress over the past few days, he realized that his evolution points had finally increased from a dozen or so to 25. 100 points is still a long way off. After Nye Tian agreed, Zhang Degu thanked him profusely and ended the livestream, repeatedly promising that he would never reveal Nye Tian's whereabouts. After saying goodbye to Zhang Degu, Nye Tian quickly treated the minor wounds he had sustained in the battle and then ventured once again into the more advanced area of ferocious beasts without looking back. His goal was clear: to accumulate enough evolution points and prioritize evolving Thunderheart. He had a premonition that the evolved Thunderheart might bring him unexpected surprises. 2 more arduous and dangerous days passed. During this time, Nye Tian also encountered several minor but dangerous situations. On one occasion, he was even chased for dozens of miles by a powerful beast that was close to 4 stars. Ultimately, thanks to his increasingly skilled martial arts and the ingenious application of the 2 nascent artistic concepts, he managed to turn the tables and kill the opponent without much danger. He had several more wounds on his body, but his eyes became increasingly firm and bright. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, after Nye Tian had absorbed the energy of the last crystal core. On the system panel, the number representing evolution points flashed for a while before successfully breaking through the 100 mark and settling at 103 points. Phew, that's enough. Nye Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming excitement and anticipation in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately selected to evolve Thunderheart on the system panel. Ding! Host has 103 evolution points. Do you wish to consume 100 evolution points to perform the first evolution of the spiritual organ, Thunderheart? Yes. With Nha Tian's confirmation. A strange energy, far more powerful and purer than when absorbing ordinary crystal cores, suddenly surged out from within the system space. This energy instantly enveloped his powerful heart inside his chest cavity. Nha Tian understood it clearly. Countless fine and mysterious pale golden lightning runes, as if they possessed life, flowed, intertwined, and were eventually deeply imprinted on the surface of his heart. A sharp, stinging pain and an indescribable tingling sensation came from his heart at the same time, almost making him cry out in pain. But Nha Tian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and circulated his qi and blood with all his might, silently enduring this transformative power. He knew this was the only way to undergo a complete transformation. This process lasted for several minutes. After the last bit of energy was completely absorbed by Thunder Heart, all the pain and tingling sensation receded like the tide. Instead, it brings an unprecedented sense of power and comfort. Nha Tian clearly felt that his Thunderbolt Heart had become several times stronger and more powerful than before. Each pulse seems to draw upon the power of wind and thunder in the heavens and earth, containing even more surging and condensed energy. More importantly, when he focused his attention on the Thunder Heart skill bar. To his surprise, in addition to the existing active skill, Berserk, he discovered a completely new active skill. Lightning Summon, active skill. Consumes a small amount of health to summon the user's own wind and lightning power to imbue attacks, greatly increasing their penetration and destructive power. This skill has additional restraint and damage bonus effects against evil and dark targets. Lightning has an extra advantage against evil spirits. Nha Tian's eyes lit up with surprise. Those cult members who hide their true identities undoubtedly belong to the category of evil and darkness. This, lightning summoning, skill is practically tailor-made for him. Just as Nha Tian was immersed in the joy of his greatly improved strength and began to seriously plan his next move, the miniature listening and locating device he placed on Lu Zishan suddenly emitted a series of intermittent signals filled with static. At first, there was a cacophony of voices, the clanging of metal, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, suggesting an extremely chaotic scene. Immediately afterwards, a voice that Nha Tian knew all too well, filled with boundless terror and despair, came out intermittently from the listening device. That's Lu Zishan's voice. But at this moment, his honest and simple voice was distorted and deformed by extreme fear. Help! Help, help me! You said, you were going to crack down on cult members, weren't you? Why, ah! After a heart-wrenching scream, Lu Zishan's voice stopped abruptly. Instead, there was an extremely ancient, hoarse-chanting voice, full of majesty and endless eeriness. The chanting tone and unique rhythm sent a chill through Nha Tian almost instantly, from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He was extremely familiar with that chanting style. The recordings of the Blood God cult's secret sacrificial rituals, which were played by the authorities during the anti-cult safety education special course he taught at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, are almost identical. However, the sound transmitted in real time is more real and more chilling than those processed recordings. It was as if that evil ritual was being performed right beside my ears. Nha Tian's expression turned extremely ugly in that instant. The Jiang family's so-called crackdown on cultists was indeed problematic. That chanting, it's clearly the Blood God cult sorcerers performing some kind of evil ritual. They and Jiang Xiaotian, the Jiang family, are very likely in cahoots. Uncle Lu and his fellow ordinary martial artists and logistics personnel, blinded by high salaries and false promises, participated in this operation with high hopes. I'm afraid it's already. An uncontrollable rage, accompanied by a chilling killing intent, erupted like a volcanic eruption. Nha Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Jiang! Young! Tian! The three words were almost squeezed out of Nha Tian's teeth, one word at a time. Every word contained boundless rage and chilling killing intent. Chapter 98: The Divine Child's Plot, a blood sacrifice to Jiangcheng. Deep within the Blood God cult's stronghold, inside a sealed stone chamber covered with eerie blood-red patterns, the air was filled with a nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell. Jiang Xiaotian stood to the left with a look of fervent excitement on his face. Before him, High Priest Blood River was listening to a subordinate report on the results of the recently concluded entrapment operation. Reporting to the High Priest, this operation has captured more than 300 sacrifice, including 127 warriors and 186 ordinary people. All the offerings have been thrown into the blood pool as you instructed, awaiting the start of the ceremony. Upon hearing this, Blood River licked his chapped lips with his scarlet tongue, a satisfied glint in his eyes. He turned to look at Jiang Xiaotian, his voice husky with a hint of seductive allure. Jiang Xiaotian, you have done a great job. The quantity and quality of these offerings far exceeded my expectations. Especially those martial artists, their blood and resentment will be the God Lord's favorite delicacy. Jiang Xiaotian puffed out his chest, his face revealing undisguised smugness. Serving the god and sharing the high priest's burdens is my honor, Jiang Xiaotian. As long as that bastard Nie Tian dies without a burial place, I, Jiang Xiaotian, am willing to do anything. Blood River nodded in satisfaction, a calculating glint flashing in his narrow eyes. Very good. Once this ritual is completed, I will report to the God Lord for credit on your behalf. If you can continue to cooperate with the Blood God cult and complete the next Phase 2 plan, I may even request the God Lord to grant you an even more powerful mutated organ, giving you power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A second deformed organ? Jiang Xiaotian's breath hitched, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented greed and desire. He was well aware of the terrifying boost that hate brought him. If we could get another one. Nie Tian? At that time, he will be like an ant, easily crushed by himself. Thank you, High Priest. Please enlighten me, High Priest, what is the second phase of the plan? I, Jiang Xiaotian, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Xiaotian pressed on impatiently, his voice trembling slightly. The High Priest of the Blood River smiled subtly and enigmatically, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Don't rush. You'll find out soon, very soon. He waved his hand, signaling Jiang Xiaotian to step back first. After Jiang Xiaotian bowed respectfully and left, Shua's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an almost manic devotion. He strode into a more secluded and gloomy secret chamber deeper inside the stone chamber. In the center of this secret room, a blood-red scroll, about the height of a person, floats in the air. On the scroll, countless twisted vengeful spirits seem to be wailing silently, exuding a chillingly evil aura. Blood River walked to the painting, his expression solemn. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. Welcome, Your Highness. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with fervent adoration. The next second, the surface of the blood-red scroll shimmered. A blurry, indistinct human figure made of blood-red mist slowly floated out of the painting and hovered in mid-air. The phantom exuded a suffocating pressure, as if it were formed from the most evil and filthy things in the world. Blood River, how's the matter going? The phantom spoke, its voice ethereal and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Blood River remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and respectfully reported. Reporting to Your Highness, the Phase 1 plan, the capture of sacrificial offerings, has been successfully completed. The materials needed to activate the Styx blood transformation array are ready. The next step is to activate the array and present the first congratulatory gift for Your Highness's great undertaking. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Phantom seemed to let out a soft laugh, but the laughter, when it reached Blood River's ears, made his very soul tremble. Very good. Back then, when I betrayed the Blood God cult headquarters, those old fogies laughed at me for overestimating myself and having unrealistic dreams. The Phantom's voice carried a hint of remoteness and arrogance. But little did I know, I had already discerned the true secrets of this treasured artifact, the Blood Nether creation diagram. Otherwise, how could it have fallen into my hands? Now, I have completely refined this Blood Nether creation diagram, and have complete control over it. Combined with the Nether River blood transformation array specifically derived for it. The Phantom paused, and its voice suddenly held a chilling fervor and anticipation. I have absolute confidence that I can refine the entire Jiangqing Bay City in one go. I will transform the life force, souls, and resentment of all its living beings into resources for my breakthrough. At that time, my strength will break through the shackles of the Grandmaster and I will become the undisputed #1 person below the God of War. I will no longer need to hide my face and hide in the painting as I do now. Upon hearing these words, Shua had trembled with excitement. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with boundless longing and fervor for the future depicted by the divine child. He kowtowed heavily, shouting at the top of his lungs. Your Highness is wise and mighty. Your strategies are flawless. The unification of Chinese martial arts is just around the corner. It is my greatest honor to be able to follow His Highness the Divine Child. It is the most correct decision I have ever made. The Crimson Phantom seemed quite pleased with Blood River's flattery, and said indifferently, Get up. Thank you, Your Excellency. Blood River stood up shakily, but still kept his body bowed, not daring to look directly at her. He hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously. Your Highness, regarding the second phase of the plan, which is to activate the Styx blood transformation array to refine the entire Jiang city, should we inform Jiang Xiaotian and the Jiang family behind him in advance so that they can prepare and take refuge in advance? After all, once the Styx blood transformation array is activated, it will be an indiscriminate attack, and the entire Jiang city, whether martial artists or commoners, will be turned into nourishment. Put. The Crimson Phantom suddenly let out a sneer, as if it had heard something extremely ridiculous. Jiang Xiaotian? The Jiang family? The Phantom's voice was full of disdain and mockery. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. I have always deeply believed in this statement. They are merely a few of the more useful pawns in my plan. Chess players play chess with the goal of winning. Blood River, tell me, in this world, is there any chess player who truly cares about the life or death of a few pieces? The cold words, like icicles in the dead of winter, pierced the heart of the river of blood. Blood River felt a sudden chill, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He immediately lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Yes. I understand. Your Highness is wise and far-sighted, I am foolish. He understood. In the eyes of the divine child, Jiang Xiaotian, Jiang Xiao, the richest man in Jiangcheng, and even the entire Jiang family are nothing more than pawns who can be sacrificed at any time. Once they lose their value, they will be ruthlessly discarded, or even, become part of the nutrients. The Crimson Phantom seemed quite satisfied with Blood River's enlightenment, and gave a soft hum. The figure slowly transformed into a blood mist, merging back into the eerie painting and disappearing from sight. Inside the sealed room, deathly silence returned once more. Only Shueha remained, still bowing, not daring to move for a long time. His reverence for this divine prince deepened even further. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I had chosen the right side. As for the Jiang family, well, good luck to them. Chapter 99. A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 armies come to meet. On the other side, in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. Deeper into the wilderness beyond supply point X86. As Nie Tian listened to the continuous sounds coming from the listening device, his expression grew increasingly solemn, eventually turning into an icy coldness. The screams of numerous victims and the fanatical shouts of cult members were mixed with the eerie and demonic sounds characteristic of cult rituals. The brutality of their methods far exceeded Nie Tian's imagination. The number of victims is likely far greater than just Uncle Lu's group. These beasts. Nie Tian clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. He couldn't imagine how many innocent people would suffer if this evil ritual were allowed to continue. Even more frightening is? Why is Jiang Xiaotian manipulating all of this behind the scenes? The cultists standing behind the Jiang family must have even bigger schemes. If this is not stopped, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nie Tian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Faced with such a massive and vicious conspiracy, his strength alone is ultimately limited. We must rely on every available resource. This message must be sent out as soon as possible. Nie Tian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly took out his personal terminal from his spatial bracelet. He opened his contacts and his finger flew across several names. The first one is Yi Qingyu. Nie Tian recorded the audio containing crucial information using a listening device. Together with a coordinate point traced back via the signal, they were compiled into encrypted information and sent over. After sending the message, he didn't wait for a reply and immediately tapped the second name, Ling Fei. While both using audio and coordinates, the additional information is more concise. He believed that, given Ling Fei's professional competence and the military's swift action, once the intelligence was confirmed, they would intervene with lightning speed. Next up was Lin Happing. This 6-star martial artist from the Lin family had given him the instant prison / and much help, and Nie Tian respected him greatly. He believed that with the Lin family's power in Jiangcheng and the reputation of knife madman Lin Fengnian, this intelligence would be enough to attract their attention. As for the school, Principal Hao Jian and Director Sun Yangnian treated him well. But they are ultimately just ordinary people, and their role in a crisis of this magnitude is limited. Moreover, we have not yet obtained conclusive evidence of collusion between the Jiang family and the Blood God cult. If we were to rashly reveal this news to number 2 middle school, it might alert them, which would be counterproductive. Perhaps we should let them focus on the martial arts exam first. Once I have gathered enough evidence, I will nail the Jiang family and Jiang Xiaotian to the pillar of shame, ruining their reputation and ensuring they can never rise again. After doing all this, Nie Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He believed it. If the Yi family, the military, and the Lin family can act in time, they could severely impact the Blood God cult's conspiracy and even potentially shatter it completely. He himself only needs to wait for the right opportunity. Just as Nie Tian was preparing to venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Beep beep. The communicator vibrated slightly. That was Yi Qingyu's reply. Only a few words, Nie Tian, received. Grandpa knows and is gathering men. Be very careful. The words are filled with anxiety and concern. Nie Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Immediately afterward, Lin Heping's reply arrived. Young friend, your righteousness is admirable. The Lin family has received your message and will not stand idly by. Our patriarch, Dao Quang Lin Fengmian, has emerged from seclusion and is currently discussing matters with the Yi family. Nie Tian's spirits lifted, and he spurred Lin Fengmian, the madman of the blade. He is known as the strongest martial artist in Jiangcheng. With him involved, the chances of winning have increased even further. Within minutes, the Yi family's influence in Jiangcheng began to operate at high speed. Yi Lin Yuan, this unfathomable grandmaster. After listening to the information relayed by Yi Qingyu and personally listening to the recording, his eyes, which had always carried a hint of laziness, suddenly became sharp as a knife. Humph, a bunch of cowardly rats hiding their heads and tails, daring to stir up trouble right under my nose. Do they really think Jiangcheng is immune to all threats? Yi Lin Yuan, confident in his strength, had always looked down on the Blood God sect, a heretical and evil sect. He immediately made the decision and personally led the team. The Yi family's top leaders were quickly summoned. One by one, powerful martial artists gathered from all directions. In a very short time, an elite team had been formed. Their target was the coordinates provided by Nie Tian. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, Lin Fengmian, the head of the Lin family. This martial arts master, who had mastered the Dao through the sword, was filled with fighting spirit upon hearing the news. However, given Lin Ying's example, the Lin family is more cautious in its actions compared to the Yi family. Lin Fengmian immediately gave the order. On one hand, they arranged for non-combat personnel and outstanding young members of the family to be secretly transferred to Pengcheng, the only fortified base city in the province, just in case. On the other hand, they gathered all the fighting forces within the family, led by Lin Fengmian himself, and prepared to join forces with the Yi family's team. Together, we will travel to the coordinates provided by Nie Tian to investigate and ensure the complete destruction of this evil force. When Yi Lin Yuan and Lin Fengmian, two titans of the Jiangcheng martial arts world, met with the elites of their respective families at a secluded location outside the city, the two exchanged a glance, both seeing in each other's eyes an overwhelming fighting spirit and an unyielding determination that could not be violated. Old monster Yi, it's been so many years, and you're still as healthy as ever. Lin Fengmian laughed heartily, his voice booming like a bell. Lin the madman, is your knife still sharp? Yi Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly, his aura showing no sign of weakness. Two powerful figures, whose mere presence could shake the entire city, now stand side by side for the first time in a long while, united in their efforts to protect their shared home. Military, a secret base. After receiving Nie Tian's earth-shattering intelligence, Ling Fei's cold, pretty face was instantly filled with shock and excitement. Large-scale evil rituals? Mass killings of innocent people? This information was too shocking. The shrill screams and evil ritual sounds in the recording provided by Nie Tian sent chills down her spine. For a long time, the Snow Owl squad she was in charge of had been secretly investigating the remaining forces of the Blood God cult in Jiangnan province, but progress had been slow. Those cultists are as cunning as foxes, hiding themselves very well. This time, it's all thanks to Nie Tian. Ling Fei took a deep breath, her eyes became incredibly determined. She immediately activated the highest level of emergency response plan and reported the intelligence. After the technical department conducted a preliminary analysis of the audio and an emergency investigation of the coordinates, the military leadership attached unprecedented importance to the matter. A series of instructions were issued swiftly. The military and martial arts forces stationed in and around Jiangcheng were quickly mobilized. While modern weaponry in this world has limited effectiveness against high-level martial artists and ferocious beasts, advanced technology is more evident in transportation, communication, and healthcare. However, a well-organized army of warriors remains a terrifying force capable of sweeping away everything. A special assault force composed of elite military personnel advanced toward the target area at top speed. Before taking action, Ling Fei specifically sent Nie Tian a message. Nie Tian, intelligence received. The military has activated its highest response level. The situation is urgent, and the enemy is formidable. Please ensure your safety and do not act rashly. Await further instructions from the military. Nye Tian looked at the replies that came one after another from various big shots. And seeing the signal lights on the communicator representing the gathering of friendly forces, a weight was lifted from my heart. The Yi family, the Lin family, the military. With 3 armies advancing simultaneously, and the presence of 2 powerful figures, Yi Linyuan and Lin Fengyan, in command, the situation was further strengthened. He believed that whatever schemes and tricks the blood god cult might have devised at that stronghold, they would be crushed in the face of absolute power. Next, all he needs to do is wait patiently for the army to assemble and uproot that evil stronghold. However, just as Nye Tian was preparing to find a more secluded place, continue hunting ferocious beasts and wait patiently for good news. Suddenly, a faint, intermittent sound came through the miniature listening device in his ear. Water, help me. It's Uncle Lu's voice. Although extremely faint, like a thread, it seemed as if it would break at any moment. But Nye Tian was certain that it was Lu Zishan's voice. He's still alive. Chapter 100 Infiltration Preparations, Simulating the Aura of the Blood God Cult. Uncle Lu is still alive. This discovery struck Nye Tian like a thunderbolt. He originally thought that after Lu Shu let out that scream, he had met with misfortune and became another wronged soul in the cult's sacrificial ritual. Unexpectedly, he stubbornly held on to his last breath. Although the voice was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, and could be extinguished at any moment, as long as one is alive, there is still hope. The weight that Nye Tian had just lifted from his heart instantly rose to his throat again. He could wait for the Yi family, the Lin family, and the military to gather their forces, and then crush them in a fair and square manner. But Uncle Lu, can he afford to wait? Judging from that weak cry for help, Uncle Lu's condition was extremely precarious, and he probably wouldn't last even a few minutes. Thinking of Uncle Lu's honest and kind smile. Thinking of the quiet care he had given me, and the kindness he had shown by lending me his meager savings without hesitation. An overwhelming sense of anxiety and determination welled up from the bottom of Nye Tian's heart. No! He couldn't just stand by and watch Uncle Lu die in despair. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he'll give it a try. We must act immediately. Rescue Uncle Lu. Nye Tian's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's, and he no longer hesitated. His current strength, though on the surface, is only 660 kilocalories, the level of a 2-star martial artist. However, thanks to the 2 active skills, Berserk and Lightning Draw, after the first evolution of Thunder Heart, his explosive power is comparable to that of a 4-star warrior. The Wind Breath Lung Chi Recovery ability ensures his sustained combat power. The Adaptive Protection of the Black Tortoise Skin grants him defensive capabilities far exceeding those of his rank, with his current damage reduction value reaching 350 points. In addition, there's the martial arts technique he just mastered, and the nascent conception of his artistic vision. This is enough to allow him to unleash destructive power in battle that far exceeds the limits set on paper. Especially the Lightning Summoning skill. It has a natural advantage and damage bonus against evil targets, making it perfect for dealing with the demons of the Blood God cult. After comprehensive evaluation, Nye Tian was confident that he was virtually invincible below the level of a 6-star martial artist. Even a martial artist who has just entered the 6th star level, relying on the rudimentary form of intent and the restraint of lightning summoning, dares to fight. What's more, he also has the breath concealment technique given to him by Yi Linyuan. This miraculous auxiliary martial skill, after preliminary deduction by the divine river brain, can perfectly suppress one's own blood and chi fluctuations. With careful conduct, it is not impossible to disguise oneself as an ordinary person or a low-level martial artist and secretly operate in the outer area of the Blood God cult's stronghold. Having made up his mind, Nye Tian no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak condition. Then, based on the location of the listening device, they stealthily made their way towards the Blood God cult's stronghold. Throughout the journey, he pushed the concealing breath technique to its limit, his figure moving swiftly and steadily through the forest, making minimal noise. The high-speed operation of the divine river brain enhances his perception of the surrounding environment to the extreme, making it difficult for any slight movement to escape his detection. Soon, based on the location, he arrived at the outskirts of an abandoned mine deep in the mountains. From a distance, one can see several Blood God cult members dressed in strange clothes and wearing ferocious masks patrolling back and forth at the entrance of the mining area. Their aura was cold and mixed, clearly indicating that they had cultivated some kind of evil technique. Every now and then, one or two groups of Blood God cult members would escort bound Jiangcheng martial artists and civilians into the dark underground cave. Nie Tian's pupils contracted slightly. It seems that this is an important stronghold of the Blood God cult in Jiangcheng, and also a place where sacrifices are imprisoned and processed. Uncle Lu is very likely inside. Nie Tian did not act rashly. Instead, relying on the perfect concealment effect of the concealing breath technique, he hid behind a boulder and carefully observed the movement patterns and shift changes of the patrolling cultists. The divine river brain was operating at high speed, analyzing every detail that could be utilized. The opportunity has finally arrived. One of the Blood God cult members responsible for perimeter security seemed to need to relieve himself. He grumbled and broke away from the patrol, heading towards a secluded thicket. He's the one. A glint flashed in Nie Tian's eyes, and his figure slid out from behind the boulder like a ghost. The square-inch step technique, when executed to its fullest extent, still manages to prevent any leakage of qi or blood fluctuations under the control of the breath concealment technique. Almost the instant the Blood God cult member loosened his belt, Nie Tian had already silently appeared behind him. The cultist felt a sudden tightness around his neck, an irresistible force that instantly rendered him powerless to resist, leaving him unable to even utter a warning. With one hand gripping his throat, Nie Tian used the other to swiftly dislocate the other man's jaw, preventing him from biting his tongue to commit suicide or making any unusual noises. With a slight movement of the power of thunderous heart, a surge of pure blood and energy rushed into the opponent's body, temporarily sealing his ability to move. The entire process was smooth and efficient, without making a single unnecessary sound. Nie Tian dragged the limp cultist deeper into the more secluded thicket. He swiftly stripped off the other man's strange attire, including the grotesque bronze mask and the wide hooded cloak, and quickly put it on himself. From the duty token on the other party's waist, Nie Tian finally figured out the origin of this group of cultists. One of the two most feared cults in the vicinity of China. Blood God cult. Another evil cult second only to the Blood God cult is the longevity cult. However, it appears that no members of the longevity cult were involved in this operation. The Blood God cult's standard uniform seemed to be a disguise. The cloak and mask completely covered the person from head to toe, making it impossible to tell their height, weight, or build from their appearance. This gave Nie Tian a great deal of convenience. After getting dressed, Nie Tian looked himself over. Apart from being slightly taller, he was almost identical to the cultist. He planned to eliminate the cultist completely, and then use this outfit to infiltrate the stronghold and find Uncle Lu's whereabouts. However, just as Nie Tian was about to silence them, his gaze inadvertently swept across the faces of the Blood God cult members. Although the cultist was unable to move or speak, a clear hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. It seemed as if it was mocking Nie Tian's wild ideas and overestimation of his abilities. Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Could there be some flaw in my plan that I haven't yet noticed? He believed in his disguise and concealment techniques, but the other party's mocking gaze was no joke. With the extraordinary perception and deductive abilities brought by the divine river brain, Nie Tian instantly replayed and analyzed all the details of what had just happened in his mind. Patrolling cultists, clothing, masks, aura. Wait. The aura. Nie Tian suddenly grasped the key point. He suddenly realized. The followers of the Blood God cult, due to their long-term practice of evil and unorthodox techniques, have a fundamentally different blood and qi fluctuation in their bodies compared to normal martial artists. That kind of fluctuation is even colder, more complex, and more manic. While the breath concealment technique can perfectly conceal one's own qi and blood. But to simulate the unique, negatively charged blood and qi fluctuations of Blood God cultists, Nie Tian tried it out and found that even with his current mastery of the concealing breath technique, he could only achieve a superficial resemblance, but not a true resemblance in spirit. Those subtle differences might fool ordinary people, but they could never fool the guards who were also members of the Blood God cult. Once he enters the cave wearing this body but exuding an aura that is out of place with his surroundings, he will probably be noticed by the experienced Blood God cult guards immediately. At that time, he will face endless attacks. I see. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nie Tian's forehead. He thought to himself, that was close. If it weren't for the cultist's casual taunt before his death, which alerted him, he would probably have already walked headlong into the enemy's trap. How can we perfectly simulate the unique blood and qi fluctuations of a Blood God follower? This became the biggest problem facing Nie Tian. Give up? Impossible. Uncle Lu is still waiting for him inside. Nye Tian's eyes flickered, his brain working at lightning speed. After a moment, he took a deep breath, a resolute glint in his eyes. It seems I can only rely on you. He decided to place his hopes on the further development of the breath concealment technique at all costs. Since the ordinary concealing breath technique cannot perfectly simulate it, he will push it to a higher level, to the point that it can simulate all things. Although this will inevitably consume a huge amount of qi and blood, and may even cause his qi and blood, which has just been restored, to drop again. But it was all worth it to rescue Uncle Lou and to successfully infiltrate the area. Deduction. The technique of concealing breath. Objective: perfectly simulate the unique blood and qi fluctuations of the blood god cult. Nye Tian silently recalled the command, and the divine river brain instantly began operating at high speed. His remaining 660 calories of vital energy began to be consumed rapidly at a visible rate. 659 calories. 658 calories. Pure energy was devoured by the divine river brain, transforming into countless insights and mysteries about the concealing breath technique, which flooded into Nye Tian's mind. His proficiency in the concealing breath technique began to skyrocket at an unprecedented rate. 1%. 2%. 5%. As his vital energy and blood were rapidly depleted, the secrets of the breath concealment technique were gradually revealed to him. Nye Tian's understanding and control of aura is entering a completely new realm.